Cheng Cheng, after experiencing the betrayal of his fiancée, unexpectedly acquires the ability of X-ray vision, thus embarking on a journey of remarkable transformation in his life. From that moment on, his destiny is irrevocably altered, causing those who once humiliated and looked down upon him to plummet into despair. Chapter 1. Behold the X-ray vision. Cheng Cheng, I'm pregnant. Cheng Cheng gazes at the ultrasound photo sent by Gu Xiaoxiao, a smile creeping across his face, akin to the force of an AK. He has been in a relationship with his girlfriend Gu Xiaoxiao for 3 years, during which he has scrimped and saved, pouring tens of thousands into her, all in the hope of marrying her soon. Each time he yearns to be intimate, he must wait months to see her again. However, this time, her pregnancy provides the perfect opportunity to propose. With this thought, Cheng Cheng can't help but smile wider. Ha ha ha, brother. I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a father, he exclaims, slapping the delivery man beside him on the back. What did you say? Repeat that. The delivery man shouts, furrowing his brow. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant, I'm going to be a dad. Cheng Cheng rides his electric scooter to a jewelry store he had previously dared not enter, meticulously selecting a ring. He wishes to celebrate her impending status as Mrs. Cheng and surprise her at the same time. With a child on the way, he knows he must work harder to embrace the responsibilities of fatherhood and provide Gu Xiaoxiao with a happy home. Indeed, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit, the very air feels sweet. With the jewelry in hand, he eagerly rushes to the rented apartment where Gu Xiaoxiao resides. Just as he grasps the key to unlock the door, he hears a man's voice from inside. Xiaoxiao, hurry up. I've never been with a pregnant woman before. Are you sure this is our baby and not that fool's? Oh, don't worry. Every time I was with him, I made sure to clean myself up. Only with you did I not wash. Ha ha, Xiaoxiao, you're too naughty. I adore you. Cheng Cheng stands frozen, as if struck by lightning, his hand clutching the key, unable to turn it. That voice is all too familiar. It belongs to his superior, Zhang Chong. When did these two become entangled? Stop it. Don't say that. I'm doing this for you. All right, you little temptress. Let me pamper you properly. Those words pierce Cheng Cheng's heart like a sharp blade. This is his girlfriend of 3 years, the woman he envisioned spending his life with, whom he had treated as a wife. Yet now, in their rented apartment, she engages in such shameless acts with his superior, and to add insult to injury, the child she carries is not his. Had it not been for this unexpected eavesdropping, he would have remained in the dark for a lifetime. To raise a child for decades only to discover he is not his own, how could anyone bear such a reality? Recalling the sweet moments he shared with Gu Xiaoxiao, his stomach churns, fury erupts within him. Cheng Cheng bursts through the door, kicking it open. What he sees is a scene of utter depravity. Gu Xiaoxiao, adorned with lace, is bound to the bed. Is this truly the Gu Xiaoxiao he remembers? Zhang Chong, startled by Cheng Cheng's sudden intrusion, is momentarily taken aback. Before Zhang Chong can speak, Cheng Cheng unleashes a flurry of punches towards him. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with a sturdy build, Cheng Cheng overwhelms Zhang Chong effortlessly, leaving him battered and bruised within moments. Stop! Stop! If you hit me again, they'll call the police. Call the police? Cheng Cheng laughs derisively, his gaze fixed on the naked Gu Xiaoxiao. You wretched man, when have I ever wronged you? You've eaten my food, worn my clothes. Have I ever mistreated you? And yet, the child in your womb isn't even mine. With that thought, Cheng Cheng strides over and delivers a resounding slap to Gu Xiaoxiao's face. Perhaps the slap ignites something within her. Gu Xiaoxiao screams frantically. Do you know what I want? Do you think it could be like when we were in school? Adult love requires material. Foundationdo, you have money? Riding that old scooter delivering takeout. How much can you earn? Get lost. You want economic value, but you don't provide that. You seek emotional value and yet can't offer that either. Do you think I want to grow up alongside you? You have no idea what I truly desire. Let's take a step back. Are you not at fault? Gu Xiaoxiao's cold, cutting words stab into Cheng Cheng's heart. He glances at the two entangled on the bed, nodding in realization, opening his mouth to say something, yet no words emerge. Fueled by madness, Cheng Cheng bolts from the apartment, racing down the street on his electric scooter. That moment, rain begins to fall softly from the sky, as if lamenting for this man. The rain washes over Cheng Cheng's parched cheeks, and warm tears flow, mingling with the rain. Bang! The screecher breaks. The immense inertia and impact sends Cheng Cheng flying from a scooter. He crashes heavily onto the ground, the surrounding sounds gradually fading into a blur, the crowd around him appearing astonished. As he teeters on the brink of unconsciousness, he glimpses a stunningly beautiful girl seemingly dialing for emergency help. Cheng Cheng's consciousness begins to waver, and in a daze, he perceives something flashing before him. That moment, he sees a pair of voluptuous figures before him. The woman, completely unclothed, leans against the headboard. Her skin is tender as snow, faintly flushed sheet of vision, too stimulating to behold. Are those who ascend to heaven so uninhibited? Wearing nothing at all. Doctor, doctor. He's awake. Though he seems a bit feverish, why is he bleeding from the nose again? Upon seeing Cheng Cheng open his eyes, the woman stands up joyfully, the collision of their bodies becoming all too apparent to him. Just then, a nurse enters the room. Instinctively, Cheng Cheng turns to look at the nurse, only to witness a scene that ignites a primal response within him. His body reacts involuntarily. In his eyes, the nurse is unclothed, possessing a petite waist and curvaceous figure, with tantalizing hints of allure that cause his face to flush crimson. Am I going crazy? Why is everyone here without clothes? Is it customary in heaven to be so open? I'm struggling to adjust. Could it be that due to his girlfriend's infidelity, heaven has bestowed this reward upon him? What's going on? Is this kid insane? Are you a family member? It's good he's awake, but it looks like he needs further observation. He may have suffered concussion. I'm not a family member. This guy ran a red light, and I hit him, Lu Xiao explains, nodding. Why is your face so red? Is something wrong? Lu Xiao scrutinizes Cheng Cheng closely. Indeed, Cheng Cheng stands tall at 1.8 meters, handsome and exuding a sunny disposition, making him quite pleasant to behold. In her observation, she inadvertently loses her balance and almost falls toward Cheng Cheng, using all her strength to prevent herself from landing on him. Even so, their bodies nearly touch, and a unique fragrance envelopes them, reminiscent of lilies in a secluded valley, fresh and elegant, providing exquisite comfort, while Cheng Cheng's eyes feast upon the sight before him. Experiencing a physiological reaction is entirely natural, and Lu Xiao undoubtedly senses the unusual tension below. You, 3. am merely lying here, having done nothing. You can't blame me. Lu Xiao, momentarily stunned, stands up blushing, affirming that indeed, nothing occurred. It was merely an accident of her own making. Never mind, never mind. I'll take this as my misfortune. Here is my business card that I have already covered your medical expenses, and the hospital has contacted your girlfriend. She should be arriving shortly. Since you've regained consciousness, I shall take my leave. As Lu Xiao finished speaking, she attempted to depart, but Cheng Cheng firmly grasped her hand. Wait, you think you could just hit someone and run away? Not a chance. What about compensation for lost wages, medical expenses, and emotional distress? After suffering the betrayal of his fiancée, Cheng Cheng unexpectedly gains the ability to see. Chapter 2. The Emerald Pavilion. Lu Xiyuan furrowed her brows, gazing at him in astonishment. Have you lost your mind from the impact? It was you who recklessly ran a red light on your electric scooter and collided with me. It is a miracle I have not demanded compensation from you. Your pockets are emptier than your face, and you dare to seek recompense from me? Are you attempting to con me? Damn it, not only did you hit me, but you also expect not to owe me a single cent. No, I cannot allow myself to be at a disadvantage. With this thought, Cheng Cheng cast a lingering gaze upon her ample bosom. The sheer fabric of her outer garment began to fade, revealing a black tank top that eventually vanished as well. Witnessing the spectacle, Cheng Cheng found himself enraptured. Is this what it means to have X-ray vision? As soon as Lu Shiao departed, Gu Xiaoxiao arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Cheng Cheng lying on the hospital bed, she erupted into laughter. Haha, look at you, pathetic creature. Now you're a cripple, and you expect me to care for you? Dream on. Someone like you, a pauper, is destined to beg on the streets. The money you spent on me was entirely voluntary. I did not coerce you, and I shall not return a single penny. Gu Xiaoxiao, if you possess even an ounce of conscience, return that money to me. It is my hard-earned wealth. Cheng Cheng seethed, wishing he could tear her apart with his bare hands. Ha ha ha, conscience? What can you do about my lack of it? Farewell, worthless. Gu Xiaoxiao taunted before leisurely exiting the ward. Cheng Cheng loathed his own powerlessness. Despite acquiring X-ray vision, he remained an invalid. The image of that contemptible woman ignited a fire within him, and he refused to accept his fate. After investing so much effort, how could he find himself in such a predicament? He had done nothing wrong. At that moment, he attempted to lift his leg and was astonished to discover it was not as painful as before. After several repeated trials, Cheng Cheng, this extraordinary individual, found himself truly regaining his strength. Ha ha, heaven has not forsaken me. Gu Xiaoxiao, await your reckoning. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng lay in bed, contemplating his newfound ability. How should he utilize this power of X-ray vision? Should he buy scratch-off lottery tickets? Even if he scoured the entire city as lottery outlets, winning the grand prize was unlikely, and the time investment was far too great. Relying on scratch-offs for wealth was simply impractical. Otherwise, Why had those around him who bought them daily never struck it rich, while sensational stories of million-dollar jackpots occasionally surfaced on social media? What was the allure? Without a gimmick, who would buy them? Winning a mere $1,000 or $1,800 held little appeal. So, how could he earn money quickly? Lost in thought, his gaze fell upon a business card on the table. Cheng Cheng picked it up and read, Jade Emerald Jewelry Store, Lu Siyuan. An emerald jewelry store? He recalled that the car Lu Siyuan drove when she collided with him appeared quite luxurious, suggesting she must hold a significant position within the company. Could his X-ray vision extend to seeing through emeralds? After all, in many novels, X-ray vision is often associated with the ability to appraise gemstones. Perhaps his gift was no different. If it were true, he might be on the cusp of ascending to greatness. With this thought, Cheng Cheng immediately summoned the nurse to arrange for his discharge. The doctor who had examined him the previous day could hardly believe it. That defies logic. How could this be possible? The doctor scrutinized Cheng Cheng with a gaze akin to that reserved for a peculiar specimen. Doctor, I harbor no interest in men. My affections lie solely with beautiful women. Unless you undergo gender reassignment surgery, I implore you not to regard me in such a manner. Soon after completing the discharge formalities, Cheng Cheng dialed the number on the business card. Hello, this is Lu Siyu. I am Cheng Cheng, the individual who collided with your vehicle yesterday. May I inquire if there is anything of importance? Lu Siyu furrowed her brow. Although Cheng Cheng had violated traffic regulations by crashing into her car, she felt a twinge of anxiety. If any harm had befallen him, it would surely cast a shadow over her driving for the rest of her life. It's nothing serious. I've just been discharged from the hospital. I feel quite remorseful about the accident and would like to offer you some compensation. Would you be able to come pick me up? What do you need me for? I have no need for your compensation. You have your own struggles. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up. Lu Siyu assumed Cheng Cheng was merely jesting. Wait, don't hang up. I genuinely have something to discuss. I noticed from your business card that you deal in jade, and I have a rudimentary understanding of it. I am quite adept at appraising jade rough. I could easily identify the quality for you. If you find it acceptable, perhaps you could take me to the rough market, given your expertise. Cheng Cheng was surprised to discover his latent talent for acting, delivering his lines convincingly. You can actually appraise jade? I never would have guessed a young person like you had such skills. By the way, you were involved in an accident yesterday, and you've already recovered today? Don't jest with me. What if I take you out and you try to extort me? Lu Siyu remained skeptical. Noticing her doubt, Cheng Cheng snapped a colorful photo of himself at the hospital entrance and sent it to her. Upon seeing the image of Cheng Cheng with a peace sign, embodying an innocent demeanor, Lu Siyu couldn't help but chuckle. All right. You truly are remarkable. You've already recuperated? Wait for me a moment, as I happen to need to visit the Jade Pavilion today. Since you have some knowledge, it would be no trouble to take you along for a look. After ending the call, Lu Siyu drove her striking red Audi R8 toward the hospital. Before long, Cheng Cheng spotted the eye-catching vehicle and knew Lu Siyu had arrived. Without waiting for her to signal, he eagerly approached and unceremoniously opened the passenger door to take a seat. Today, she had donned a form-fitting black pencil skirt that accentuated her slender waist and elongated legs. Even behind her sunglasses, her stunning beauty was undeniable. Dressed so splendidly, I shall take the liberty of observing you more closely. Indeed, there exists a certain type of woman whose very presence suggests an alluring fragrance. And as she entered the car, a delicate, maidenly scent enveloped him, one reminiscent of the aroma he had perceived from Lu Siyu before. Cheng Cheng's gaze lingered, trailing up her alabaster legs until it arrived at her impressive figure. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Siyu gradually brought the car to a halt. Before my eyes stood a resplendent entrance, adorned with 3 characters intricately carved from jade, Jade Pavilion. Indeed, the essence of this place could be encapsulated in a single word: opulence. Flanking the entrance were an array of luxurious vehicles, while those of more modest means were relegated to distant parking areas. To secure a spot here was not merely a matter of wealth. Step out. This is the Jade Pavilion. Today marks the opening of both the general and VIP sections, where you can showcase your skills, said Lu Siyu. What exactly are the general and VIP sections? Cheng Cheng inquired with curiosity. Are you truly unaware of the Jade Pavilions standing in City? It is the most authoritative jade market in our region. In the general section, the rough stones typically range from several thousand to tens of thousands, while in the VIP section, prices soar from hundreds of thousands to millions. The Jade Pavilion also boasts private clubs, though they're not what you might expect. They are venues for the auction of antiquities, calligraphy, and raw stones, with starting bids in the millions. Ordinary rough stones should suffice for your endeavors. A well-cut jade piece can yield profits multiple times its cost. The allure of jade rough stones lies in the chance of transforming poverty into wealth with a single cut. Lu Xiao explained earnestly. You claim to possess the ability to appraise raw stones. I am eager to see just how adept you are, she added. Chapter 3. Gambling on Stones. Time will tell, Cheng Cheng replied. Upon entering the jade pavilion, Cheng Cheng found himself fixated on the rough jade stones, each moment causing them to blur before his eyes. The realization that his X-ray vision was indeed effective for stone gambling filled him with quiet joy. At that moment, a tall man, clad in a sharp suit and standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, approached him. Why does he resemble a miniature version of Spicy Pepper? Cheng Cheng mused. It appeared that such a physique was innate. Unlike muscle-bound men, whose bulk could be cultivated, this individual seemed to possess a naturally diminutive stature. In comparison, Cheng Cheng felt a swell of confidence about his own robust and striking appearance. Just as women often compare their attributes in dormitories, men too engage in such comparisons. The pepper-like figure seemed hesitant to reveal his true self. Who resembles a spicy pepper? He jested. Yao Yao, this man looks like your chauffeur. Let him remain outside to guard the vehicles. Allow me to show you around. The man spoke with an air of courteousness. Who bears any resemblance to a pepper? I am aware of such matters, and I never implied it was you. Cheng Cheng chuckled to himself, amused by the unexpected confrontation. Su Hao, this is my friend. I would appreciate it if you could be more polite. He does not know you, nor did he name names, so do not take offense where none was intended. I have yet to meet someone eager to receive scorn, Lu Xiao interjected, defending Cheng Cheng. Su Hao shot a disapproving glance at Cheng Cheng, slightly displeased that Lu Xiao would stand up for a stranger in his presence. Nevertheless, he maintained an appearance of politeness. I merely spoke in jest. Yao Yao. You see, the deadline is approaching in 2 months. Su Hao, if I, Lu Xiao, were such a person, I would have long heeded my father's advice and gone on blind dates. Why would I be here in turmoil? Noticing Lu Xiao's growing impatience, Cheng Cheng gently patted her shoulder and said, Take me to see the raw jade. All right, but I still need to accompany my friend, so I shall take my leave. With that, the two turned and walked towards the ordinary section. Cheng Cheng pondered the 2-month deadline mentioned by that man. Could she possibly be a wealthy second-generation individual, eager to embark on her entrepreneurial journey? Sister, what did you mean by the 2-month deadline earlier? Lu Xiao paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that Cheng Cheng's focus was on that particular phrase. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You can't assist with anything anyway. Hurry. Let us look at the jade raw stones. Perhaps we can find a bargain. Cheng Cheng swiftly scanned the surroundings to grasp the layout of the ordinary section. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, extending from west to east. The exits led to the VIP area, but security guards were stationed at the entrance, and it seemed everyone entering was required to visit the adjacent VIP room, presumably for a financial verification. The prices of raw jade stones in the ordinary section varied greatly, with the cheapest costing a few hundred, while the more expensive ones reached tens of thousands. The closer to the VIP area, the higher the prices. Cheng Cheng glanced at her mobile balance, realizing she had just under 800 left. Back in the day, Chen Deizai turned 20 into 37 million. Surely, I can manage to earn several million from this 800. Moreover, I have the advantage of my X-ray vision. Thus, Cheng Cheng stood before a stall of jade raw stones, her eyes gently closing. When she reopened them, the raw stones appeared transparent. Upon closer inspection, the majority of the stones on display were devoid of any jade, with only a few possessing a minuscule amount, smaller than a fingernail. Cheng Cheng wiped her brow. It was undeniable. The jade raw stone business was fraught with pitfalls. With dozens of stones at a stall, only a handful contained jade, and even those seemed of poor quality and minuscule size. The cheapest stone still commanded prices in the hundreds or thousands. But then again, they were at least displayed in the ordinary section. If the quality were good, they wouldn't be here. Noticing the disappointment in Cheng Cheng's eyes, the vendor grew a bit irritable. Let me tell you, the jade from my family, the Wang family, is top-notch. Many who come here have unearthed jade. If you're not buying, go look elsewhere, but don't show that long-faced expression. Top-notch? I beg to differ, Cheng Cheng retorted, uninterested in engaging with him. Just as she was about to move on to the next stall, Su Hao, like a persistent gum, trailed behind her. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a clueless kid. How did you end up in the ordinary section? Is your pocket empty? Tell me which stone you fancy. Since you're Xiao's friend, I'll consider this a meeting gift and cover 1 or 2,000. Su Hao seized this rare opportunity to impress a beauty, refusing to let it slip away. Is that for real? Absolutely. Su Hao was taken aback that he dared to ask, but for Cheng Cheng, free gifts were too good to pass up. Besides, with only a few hundred in her belt, finding a decent stone at that price was indeed a challenge. After all, better quality materials do indeed increase the probability of producing jade. Lu Xiao stood silently beside him, having just witnessed Cheng Cheng's confident demeanor, as if he truly possessed remarkable skills. She was curious to see what tricks Cheng Cheng was up to. Cheng Cheng, unperturbed, activated his X-ray vision and made his way to a vendor closer to the VIP area. This piece of jade was inadequate, and that one seemed unsatisfactory as well. Can you stop pretending? You speak as if you possess X-ray vision. Su Hao gulped. Cheng Cheng chose to ignore him and continue to scrutinize the jade raw stone displays. As anticipated, the raw stones with higher prices indeed exhibited better quality, yielding significantly more jade than the previous vendor, albeit with varying degrees of quality. However, they could still produce jade. Unfortunately, he did not come across anything particularly exceptional. At that moment, a piece of jade in the corner captured Cheng Cheng's attention. It was as clear and flawless as pristine glass, exhibiting a remarkably high level of purity, indicating its extraordinary nature. However, the raw stone was not large and was rather inconspicuous, likely yielding only 2 bracelets when cut, yet its allure was undeniable. Cheng Cheng picked up the raw stone and inquired, "How much?" The vendor, displaying keen insight, replied, "This jade raw stone is quite special. It can be yours for 12,800 yuan. What did you say? 12,800? Cheng Cheng's expression soured, and Su Hao, standing beside him, was also puzzled by his actions. The vendor internally questioned his own words, having been careful not to say anything offensive. "You must think little of us, Su. A firm price of 168,000. Cheng Cheng grinned at Su Hao. 168,000. Do you think I'm a fool? You're raising the price of a 12,800 item to 168,000? You have some nerve." Su Hao was incensed, feeling it was a blatant attempt to swindle him. Even with his temperamental restraint, he could no longer endure it. "Please, don't be upset. I haven't finished speaking. I was merely jesting. The vendor deserves to make a profit. Let us settle on 16,800, shall we? You would have a problem with that, would you, Mr. Su?" Su Hao forced a smile, recalling that he had earlier proclaimed he would gift Cheng Cheng a raw jade stone. He anticipated this man would stoop so low, but a few thousand yuan was trivial for him. "Really, 16,800? The vendor asked timidly, needing to confirm, as he had never encountered such a buyer in his life. "Absolutely. Hurry up and take my money. Where can we get this jade cut? Take me there. I want to cut it now." Chapter 4. The 3 million yuan exceptional glass-type jade. "Ha! This is truly laughable. Do you really think you can produce jade?" Su Hao taunted while gesturing towards the stone-cutting area. His tone brimmed with mockery as he watched Cheng Cheng's bewildered expression, further fueling his frustration that this fool was being cared for by his goddess. At that moment, Cheng Cheng had no intention of engaging with him. His utmost priority was to swiftly cut the raw stone. This marks his inaugural attempt at utilizing his X-ray vision for stone gambling, and it is imperative that he conducts a thorough verification. In the past, he had employed his vision haphazardly, merely gazing at the lush forests and the snow-capped peaks. However, this time, his intent is to generate profit. He cast his gaze toward the stone appraisal area, where numerous cutting machines of various sizes were displayed. The crowd gathered around was as numerous as ants, with many ordinary onlookers merely present for the spectacle, having no intention of spending money on purchases. Yet, the majority of these spectators secretly wished for others to fail in uncovering jade. Their satisfaction hinged on the misfortune of others. Should someone indeed stumble upon a hidden gem, revealing exquisite jade, it would be a bitter pill for them to swallow. Alas, such is human nature. Damn it, another white one. I've purchased 3 raw stones today, and they're all devoid of any green. What terrible luck. The man cursed, his heart aching as he regarded the scrap before him. I knew this fellow wouldn't unveil any jade. Look over there. Several others have also failed to reveal anything worthwhile. Good thing I didn't buy, otherwise I would have been a fool. Cheng Cheng, cradling the raw stone in his arms, inquired, "How about you cut it open for me?" The cutter took the raw stone and placed it on the machine. "Young man, this stone is quite small. If it yields jade, it might only suffice for 2 bracelets. That's fine. 2 bracelets will suffice." You're killing me with laughter. As if you can truly discern jade within this stone, and 2 bracelets are all you desire. Where did you find this friend of yours, Yao Yao? Su Hao Lauet Hertikali. Do you really have confidence? Lu Xiu also expressed skepticism, primarily due to Cheng Cheng's overly confident demeanor, as if he could see directly into the raw stone. Cheng Cheng nodded without uttering a word, then gestured for a cut. Let's start with the cut here. The cutter then initiated the machine as per Cheng Cheng's instructions. The surrounding spectators, stirred by Su Hao, gathered closer. Thus, the jade raw stone was sliced in two before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Did it yield jade? The onlookers held their breath, fixated on the stone, as if fearing that Cheng Cheng might indeed reveal a jade piece. White, ha ha ha. I knew no jade would be unveiled. You appeared so self-assured just now. I almost fell for your act. How could there be no jade? Is it possible that the X-ray vision malfunctioned? Cheng Cheng ignored him and swiftly approached the cutting machine, scrutinizing the raw stone before him. Using his X-ray vision, he discerned that the jade was indeed present within, but another layer needed to be sliced away to reveal it. Brother, this cut is quite off. It deviates by several millimeters from the area I indicated. Never mind. I'll take over the cutting myself. Cheng Cheng lamented with a resigned expression. The cutter, hearing this, felt a surge of irritation, thinking to himself, this is not my fault. I followed your instructions precisely. He suspected that Cheng Cheng, having failed to reveal jade, was attempting to shift the blame onto him. Thus, Cheng Cheng cautiously adjusted the position of the cutting machine according to the method taught by the cutter, his movements appearing rather clumsy. Observing this, Su Hao seized the opportunity to mock him. Look at his actions. Does he resemble someone who knows how to handle jade? He is nothing but a novice. Yao, there are plenty of fraudsters these days, so be wary in your friendships. Don't befriend just anyone. Mr. Su, I, Lu Xiao, do not require your guidance on whom to befriend. Ha. If he can actually produce jade, I, Su Hao, would eat excrement while standing on my head. Soon, the cutting machine roared to life once more, and the already modest-sized rough stone was cut again, leading everyone to believe that it would yield no jade. However, to their astonishment, the moment the cutting machine opened, the surface revealed an exquisite piece of glass-like jade. Wow, it's green. The quality seems rather good. Its crystalline structure was delicate and compact, and when light struck the surface of the glass jade, a soft yet brilliant glow emerged. Oh my, this is glass jade. Based on its quality, it must be exceptional. What a pity it's not larger. Even if it's not large, it could still fetch several million. I think you're just sour grapes. Do you see? This is how you cut it, Sister Yao. How much do you think this jade can sell for? Can you help me appraise its value? And thank you, Mr. Su. If it weren't for your generous offer to let me choose freely, I might not have been able to acquire such fine jade. By the way, when will you perform that trick of eating excrement while standing on your head? I'm quite curious, as I have never seen it before. Cheng Cheng observed Su Hao's innocent demeanor, which only heightened the impact of his seemingly harmless expression, making Su Hao's face contort in displeasure. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Just as Su Hao attempted to depart, Cheng Cheng halted him. Brother, how about I pick you a premium piece of jade as a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance in purchasing the rough stone? Su Hao paused, contemplating for a moment. If he could indeed unearth a decent piece, it would be worthwhile. Really? Absolutely. More genuine than pearls. Thank you, my good brother. With that, Cheng Cheng led Su Hao to the rough stone stall, where he pretended to scrutinize the stones before him. Deliberately, Cheng Cheng selected a large piece of lesser quality jade. This one will definitely yield jade. Upon hearing this, Su Hao was overjoyed and promptly secured the rough stone, sending it for processing. A few minutes later, the cutting machine was activated once more. Oh my, it really produced jade? As the crowd peered closely, one remarked, I thought it would be something significant. It turns out to be a type of glutinous jade, which is only worth about 10,000. Seeing the type of jade, Su Hao was nearly driven to fury. You little rascal, did you deceive me? You said it would yield jade. The rough stone cost 20,000, and you give me a jade worth only 10,000? Well, you only asked whether jade was produced. If I could consistently uncover premium jade, would I even be here? Cheng Cheng retorted, exasperated. Su Hao understood that this was undoubtedly Cheng Cheng's scheme, yet he had no grounds to argue and could only grudgingly accept the loss. Hey boss, are you abandoning this jade? Now, Su Hao had no desire to utter a single word. He turned and walked away. Hee. How much can I sell this piece of jade for? Cheng Cheng curiously produced a piece of jade rough and inquired. Lu Xiyuan meticulously examined the glass-type jade before her. Though modest in size, its quality was commendable. With the right craftsman, crafting 2 bangles could easily fetch 3 to 4 million, potentially even reaching a price of 3 million. 3 million? Upon hearing this figure, Cheng Cheng felt a tremor within. 3 million. He recalled the tireless nights spent delivering meals for a mere few hundred each day, and how he resorted to ordering economical meals to save a few cents. His parents could never hope to earn such a sum in their lifetime. And now, a 3 million treasure lay before him. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't exhilarated. Yet, he soon regained his composure. After all, it was merely raw material, unrefined. And he had no knowledge of skilled artisans, his total assets barely amounting to 100 yuan. After much contemplation, he decided to approach Lu Siyuan, for they were somewhat familiar, which was certainly more reliable than seeking out a complete stranger for this endeavor. Sister Yao Yao, do you have any way to help me sell this piece? You can decide the price, whether it be 3 million or 280,000. I am agreeable. As he spoke, Cheng Cheng handed the jade to Lu Siyuan. What are you waiting for? Your company must also be keen to profit. A margin of tens of thousands or even 20,000 is normal. In the future, should I come across quality materials, I can certainly seek your assistance again. Chapter 5, Collaboration. Lu Siyuan accepted the jade piece, her gaze once more scrutinizing the man before her. Shall I write you a check? Or would you prefer to provide your bank account number? The bank account number, please. I've never used a check and am too lazy to exchange it, Cheng Cheng replied, sending over his account details. He then glanced at the glass-type jade again. As his fingers lightly rested upon the stone, a surge of deep green energy flowed rapidly into him, so swiftly that he was entirely unaware. Suddenly, Lu Siyuan stood still, appearing to contemplate something. She then grasped Cheng Cheng's sleeve and whispered, "You possess a remarkable talent for discerning jade. How about we collaborate? I provide the capital, and you seek out the raw stones, with a profit split of 37%. You truly trust me?" Cheng Cheng questioned, puzzled. "I have observed you closely. Since entering the ordinary section, you have dismissed numerous stalls, yet here, you could identify even the materials in the corner. You certainly have a knack for this. My trust is not misplaced. Rest assured, I, Lu Siyuan, am not merely a profit-driven merchant. Should you assist me, you may call upon my help whenever you need in the future." Lu Siyuan's expression was resolute, clearly earnest in her words. "I can ask for your assistance whenever needed." Indeed, Cheng Cheng realized that he indeed required someone capable of navigating the jade market. While he possessed the ability to discern, he was still unfamiliar with the market dynamics. If he were to acquire quality pieces, having her facilitate the transactions while he simply collected the profits was a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Since you are so forthcoming, let us proceed. I shall prepare a letter of intent." A letter of intent? Upon witnessing Cheng Cheng's confident demeanor, Lu Shiryao grew increasingly intrigued by him. If this fellow truly possessed genuine talent, she would undoubtedly find a way to make use of him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the VIP area, where security personnel halted their progress. "Good day, sir and madam. To ensure an exceptional shopping experience in the VIP area, a verification of assets amounting to 5 million is required for entry. We appreciate your understanding." "Very well," Lu Shiryao replied, following the security guard to the adjacent lounge for the asset verification. Standing idly, Cheng Cheng felt a tinge of boredom and glanced around. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Weren't you supposed to be bedridden and incapacitated? How is it that you are here?" Turning around, he recognized the speaker as Zhang Chong, with the audacious Gu Xiaoxiao clinging to his arm. The two appeared quite intimate, and recalling the ultrasound photo Gu Xiaoxiao had shared with him days earlier caused his stomach to churn. "Gu Xiaoxiao, we have only just broken up. How could you be entangled with him already?" Cheng Cheng struggled to suppress his rising anger. "We are already separated. Why should I concern myself with whom I associate? I would never be with a pauper like you, ha ha ha." Although Gu Xiaoxiao was surprised by Cheng Cheng's swift recovery, she seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. "What are you pretending to be? Trying to imitate the wealthy with your jade trinkets? Do you even have money, you broke loser?" Zhang Chong jeered at Cheng Cheng's modest attire. "Fortunately, I had no intention of being with him. I prefer to stick with my brother, who has real means." Cheng Cheng. Let us proceed. Following the voice, a strikingly beautiful girl came into view. Despite her sunglasses obscuring much of her face, her breathtaking beauty was undeniable. Lu Shiryao gracefully approached Cheng Cheng, gently linking her arm with his, which infuriated Gu Xiaoxiao. How could he find such a sophisticated and wealthy companion after leaving her? Gu Xiaoxiao nestled into Zhang Chong's embrace, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Have some dignity. I haven't yet settled the score regarding the money. Just seeing you makes me feel nauseous. Leave." Cheng Cheng retorted irritably. It was one thing to avoid the topic, but this shameless woman dared to bring it up publicly, truly believing she was impressive. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shiryao halted her steps, turning to stand before the two. Zhang Chong was momentarily entranced by the close proximity of such a stunning woman, her alluring figure and flawless skin rendering him speechless. "What did you just say?" "I said, it appears you have latched onto a wealthy woman. If he can attract you, it stands to reason that you are no prize yourself. A resounding slap echoed as a sharp blow struck Gu Xiaoxiao's face. She instinctively covered her reddened cheek, pouting, "He has struck your woman, and you just stand there dumbfounded?" Zhang Chong, regaining his composure, received only a chilling glance from Lu Shiyao, whose icy demeanor left him breathless. "You ought to strike him. Zhang Chong is no fool. He is merely a regional manager for a food delivery service. His intention in bringing her here was simply to stroll and enjoy a leisurely outing. Those who frequent the VIP area are invariably individuals of considerable wealth or status. He was only biding his time until the opportune moment arose to take action. My apologies. It seems I have not been strict enough in my guidance. No, are you a coward?" She berated me, and he still spoke such words? Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed by his response. "Let me tell you, if you do not confront her now, I will not let this matter rest." Gu Xiaoxiao shouted, gripping his collar tightly, initially intending to mock Cheng Cheng, only to find herself on the receiving end of a beating, with her own man too timid to retaliate. This was utterly intolerable. Gradually, the crowd of onlookers swelled, as most of those from the ordinary area had come merely to witness the spectacle. Such juicy gossip would certainly not go unnoticed. Zhang Chong, observing the approaching throng, realized that if this matter was not resolved swiftly, his face would be left in utter disgrace. To him, women were merely a fleeting indulgence. His career held far greater significance. With this thought, clarity dawned upon him. "Silence!" Zhang Chong barked at Gu Xiaoxiao, dragging her by the elbow towards the exit. Gu Xiaoxiao continued her tirade. "You heartless scoundrel! Why don't you strike her? What do you think you're doing by pulling me along?" As their figures gradually faded from view, the gathered crowd dispersed, regarding it all as nothing more than a farcical performance. Lu Xiao smiled thoughtfully. "Who was that just now?" "I do not know. For a man, it is permissible to be indifferent or even covetous of wealth, but to be betrayed is an absolute breach of trust." Entering the VIP area, the decor starkly contrasted with that outside, resembling heaven and earth. Even the waitstaff were statuesque models, with long legs that were fair and tender, as if they had stepped straight out of a comic book. Each possessed a captivating allure, their graceful forms and exquisite makeup a feast for the eyes. Cheng Cheng, having never encountered such a scene, felt compelled to activate his powers of observation. It was unavoidable. His psychological fortitude was insufficient, requiring further cultivation. Observing through this lens allowed him to both indulge his eyes and accompany beautiful women while perusing jade stones. Why not relish the experience? "Young man, halt!" A voice suddenly called from behind. Cheng Cheng paused, turning in confusion to see a tattered and unassuming elderly man approaching him. As the old man drew near, Cheng Cheng sensed an intangible pressure emanating from him, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps it was merely Cheng Cheng's inexperience with such grandeur. The old man appeared anxious, his eyes glimmering with urgency as he tremulously produced a piece of jade rough. "Young man, this is my first time purchasing rough jade. Could you assist me in evaluating this stone?" Cheng Cheng had no desire to help, for the less known he was for his abilities, the better. After all, he had yet to establish himself. Otherwise, affluent families would undoubtedly seek him out, potentially causing trouble. Cheng Cheng observed the elderly man's hands, calloused from years of labor, and was reminded of his parents, who toiled in the fields at home. His heart ached with compassion, prompting him to offer assistance. As long as he refrained from selecting stones that were guaranteed to yield exceptional jade, he believed there would be no significant issues. After all, if one were to unearth a remarkable piece, it could lead to a swift rise in notoriety throughout the city of Zhe. The consensus would be that luck was on his side, but to discover two pieces would either require considerable skill or a touch of the uncanny. "Old man, this piece isn't of great quality. Let me take another look for you," Cheng Cheng suggested. Suddenly, a middle-aged man angrily approached, exclaiming, "Hey, you old fool. Why did you grab the stone and run off? I've never encountered someone like you." The elderly man bowed his head in quick apology. "I'm very sorry. I thought this young man could assist me. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. I don't wish to quarrel with someone your age. But do ensure you don't act like this alone next time. And you, young man, do you even know what you're doing? Just because you're a little lad doesn't mean you can pretend to be an expert." Cheng Cheng chose to ignore the man's comments, understanding that anyone involved in business would possess insight into the quality of their own materials. Otherwise, they would be peddling their wares in the general area. "Don't worry, old man. I will assist you," Cheng Cheng reassured, gently patting the elderly man's shoulder. He then led him to a stall where he carefully examined the stones, selecting one priced around 4,000 to 5,000. The jade within was of rather ordinary quality, yet could still yield jade. This choice would not incite any uproar and would also lend a hand to the elderly gentleman. This one, Cheng Cheng declared. The old man felt the stone, weighing it in his hand. Will this truly yield jade? Cheng Cheng chuckled. Ah, dear grandfather, in the world of stone gambling, there are no guarantees of jade. If it were that simple, we wouldn't need to work. It's a 50-50 chance, primarily based on your willingness to take a risk. The elderly man regarded Cheng Cheng with gratitude. Young man, you are kind-hearted. I trust you. After completing the transaction, the old man wobbled towards the cutting area. You have a good heart, a voice interjected. If it doesn't yield jade, you might find yourself in a predicament later. Lu Xiao, who had grown up in the jade industry, had witnessed many such scenarios where individuals, having failed to unearth jade, shifted blame entirely onto the friends who had recommended the gamble. They would never accept responsibility themselves, such is human nature. Cheng Cheng was well aware of this, which is why he deliberately chose a stone likely to produce only common jade. The stones in the VIP area were notably more refined than those in the standard section. Indeed, the premium price came with its advantages. Although the exterior of these stones appeared similar, the embellishments in the VIP section rendered them significantly more valuable in perception. As Cheng Cheng passed through, he took note of the prices. Most stones in the VIP area range from 100,000 to several hundred thousand. Sister, what are your plans for your visit to the Jade Pavilion? She inquired. I initially intended to browse, and if I discover fine materials, I might consider purchasing. However, I only have 5 million on hand, and for raw stones, I can allocate a maximum of 1 million. As Lu Xiao spoke, her gaze deliberately lingered on Cheng Cheng. With over a decade of experience in the jade industry, she found it utterly implausible that someone as young as Cheng Cheng could possess knowledge of jade. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Those with such abilities are often supported by illustrious families. Without a wealth of experience and erudition, it would be impossible to authenticate jade. The mention of 1 million was merely a pretext. She, Lu Xiao, sought to ascertain whether Cheng Cheng truly possessed such talent. If he did, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Cheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully, expressing that 1 million would suffice. I will assist you in selecting some jadeite rough stones that could yield substantial profits, but you must not disclose that I aided you in this endeavor. Upon hearing Cheng Cheng's stipulation, Lu Xiao felt a surge of delight. If someone could remain unfazed by financial matters while effortlessly amassing millions, that person would indeed be formidable. Yet, her curiosity about this young man grew. Just days prior, he had been a mere delivery boy. How had he transformed into a skilled jade appraiser? The disparity in their identities was stark, prompting her intrigue regarding Cheng Cheng's background. Who exactly was he? Every piece of jade that passes through your hands will yield a profit split of 70-30. I reiterate, no problem. Cheng Cheng responded readily, recognizing the merit in such a low-risk venture that required no personal investment. However, he mused that merely breaking even was insufficient. He needed to earn significantly more. Reflecting on his previous earnings as a delivery boy, he realized it would take years to save enough for a home. The price of a premium glass-type jadeite was barely sufficient for entry into the market. The exorbitant housing prices were quite staggering. How many years would it take for an ordinary person to afford a house? Most of the stones in the VIP area had already been appraised, thus commanding higher prices. At first glance, they appeared expensive, but their true value remained elusive. However, with a keen focus, Cheng Cheng slightly closed his eyes, concentrating on the rough stone before him. Gradually, the stone became translucent until it was entirely clear. It seemed that even appraised rough stones might not necessarily yield jade. He continued selecting piece after piece until he finally spotted a slightly bulging, oval-shaped stone with a cluster of green material on the left side. Indeed, it was a sizable cluster of good quality. It rivaled the glass-type jadeite he had previously seen. Sister, this is the stone. Cheng Cheng whispered in Lu Xiao's ear. How much for this rough stone, boss? Lu Xiao inquired, pointing at it. This stone is priced at 700,000, firm. Are you genuinely interested? The vendor, confident due to the appraised nature of the stones in the VIP area, typically offered a fixed price. After a moment's hesitation, she felt the smooth surface of the rough stone. It was undeniably of excellent quality. Very well, I'll take this rough stone. Please process the payment. After completing the transaction, dedicated attendants in the VIP area would assist in transporting the rough stone to the cutting zone. After all, this is a substantial investment, and those who spend their money naturally expect services commensurate with the price. The VIP cutting area differs significantly, featuring private booths as well as a grand hall. Those eager to unveil their jadeite or individuals like Lu Xiao, who wish to elevate their company's reputation, would undoubtedly opt for the hall for cutting. Soon, the raw stone was placed upon the cutting machine, and the process commenced. Although the attendees were predominantly affluent, a raw stone priced at 700,000 is not trivial, and many gathered around, curious to see what marvel might emerge. Once the cutting was complete, the master slowly opened the machine. What on earth is this? Chapter 7. Two Beauties in a Shared Apartment. Imperial Green? Until now, I had only heard of Imperial Green through television and novels. Never had I witnessed it firsthand. Upon closer inspection, the jadeite gleamed with a lush green, nearly oily in appearance. It was undeniably exquisite. In comparison to the other jadeites revealed, they instantly paled in comparison. It is well known that Imperial Green is priced by the gram, and such a sizable piece is exceedingly rare. Sister, do you like this piece of jadeite? Cheng Cheng jested. At that moment, Lu Xiao was thoroughly impressed by the man before her, who had selected an Imperial Green for her. Any lingering doubts about Cheng Cheng's prowess vanished completely. It is important to note that even if all the raw jadeite in the VIP area were cut, it would be improbable to yield a piece of such quality. If it were that easy, the price of Imperial Green would not have soared to astronomical heights. I love it. Cheng Cheng, you are truly remarkable. Recognizing the authenticity of the Imperial Green, Lu Xiao, who had been dealing with jade since childhood, was elated. The atmosphere around them grew lively. Wow, this is truly Imperial Green. Who cut this? Such a substantial piece. I've been in the jade business for over a decade, and this is a first in the VIP area. Who knows? It seems to be a young girl. She's certainly fortunate to possess such a treasure. Young lady, is this Imperial Green for sale? I can offer 35 million right now. Get lost, old man. You think 35 million is sufficient for such a large piece? Look at how well-dressed the young lady is. She must have seen the world. I'll offer 50 million. 50 million? Spare us the theatrics. This jadeite is worth at least 70 million. Cheng Cheng was aware of the high prices associated with premium jade varieties, but was astonished that it could fetch nearly 70 million. Even splitting the profits down the middle would yield him several million. If he were to uncover more Imperial Green, he would be on the path to financial freedom. It was only this singular piece of Imperial Green. If he wished to collaborate with Lu Xiao, he needed to select a quality jade as a token of partnership. Imperial Green can be described as both fortuitous and elusive. Aware of its value, he had not anticipated it to be worth this much. I apologize, but we are not selling this jadeite. I am Lu Xiao, the manager of Jade Jewelry. As she spoke, she distributed her business cards to the distinguished guests. It turns out she is the daughter of General Manager Lu. I wondered why her gaze was so captivating. Little did I expect that at such a tender age, she possessed such remarkable abilities. Today, she has acquired a piece of Imperial Green jade, demonstrating her keen insight. The prominent figures exchanged flattering remarks. Lu Xiao was acutely aware that if it weren't for Cheng Cheng allowing her to procure a piece of Imperial Green, the company would surely face ruin after 2 months of stagnation. Undoubtedly, this piece of Imperial Green jade would solidify the company's standing in City. For an antique shop to establish itself, it must possess a significant treasure that can anchor its reputation. Sister, it seems you will be quite busy today. Could you possibly lend me a portion of that money? I find myself rather short on funds. My apologies, I will transfer some to you now, and later I will send you the rest from the bank. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. With that, Lu Xiao promptly transferred 200,000 to Cheng Cheng. Today's acquisition of Imperial Green must be leveraged to engage meaningfully with the influential figures present. I'll treat you to dinner later. All right, I shall take my leave then. Cheng Cheng had no desire to linger among these business tycoons. Having earned a considerable sum, he simply wished to contemplate his life. In this bustling metropolis, where every inch of space is precious, and with his ex unwilling to cohabitate, he had no choice but to share a rental. The co-rented apartment was conveniently located not far from the city center, making it easy for food delivery. It was in an aging complex where the rent was relatively affordable, over 1,000 for a single occupant. His 2 roommates appeared to be fresh graduates. One, named Lele, had an affinity for singing, while the other, Yonai, possessed an extraordinarily alluring figure. Having previously had a girlfriend, he had not paid much attention to them. But upon closer inspection, they seemed quite beautiful. As he opened the door, a unique fragrance wafted through the room. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. On the balcony hung several oversized black lace camisoles, with the most eye-catching being a pink pair of kitty cat underwear. When he had previously lived with a girlfriend, he hadn't noticed them much, but now he observed that the oversized camisole was nearly the size of his own head. A faint scent of cream lingered in the air, leaving him in disbelief that such enchanting beings existed, especially after his past encounters with less admirable characters. Lost in reverie, he heard a voice. "Ah, Lele, I'm about to melt. Hurry and get me an ice cream." The speaker was Yonai, slightly shorter than the average beauty. With a charmingly rounded face, her lustrous black hair tied into a ponytail, lively eyes, delicate lips, and skin as smooth as cream, all accentuated by a figure that boasted a rather impressive silhouette. Her youthful, endearing visage, paired with a satin white dress that hugged her curves dangerously, created a visual allure that few men could resist. Beside her stood Lele, taller and not as endowed. Yet her proportions were just right, and her long, fair legs complemented her stunningly beautiful face, making her unforgettable at first glance. If Lu Xiao embodies the beauty of a mature woman, then Lele represents the innocent charm found in a schoolgirl, akin to a pure white moonlight. Perhaps unaware of Cheng Cheng's presence on the balcony, Yunai boldly shed her spaghetti strap dress, exposing her creamy skin to the open air. "Yunai, mind your image. Aren't you worried about being seen?" Lele remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Oh, it's so hot today. What's wrong with taking it off? Besides, you should be delivering food at this hour, and I'm not completely undressed. So what if he sees me?" Yunai replied, taking a bite of her popsicle, the cream on the ice cream smearing against her rosy cherry lips, leaving Cheng Cheng feeling parched. Clearing his throat, Cheng Cheng instinctively coughed twice. "Ah, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out delivering food?" Yunai exclaimed, covering her bosom with her hands. Unfortunately for her, Cheng Cheng had already witnessed everything with his X-ray vision moments prior, having been previously deceived by the girl. Now, he had no desire to play the role of the virtuous man. After all, what was the harm in looking? "Sorry, but from today onwards, I will no longer be delivering food," Cheng Cheng declared, reclining comfortably on the sofa. "Have you broken up with that woman? You should have done so long ago. Look at me and Lele, who is more beautiful than she is. It's absurd that you still hold such deep feelings for her. What do you think of me?" Cheng Cheng swallowed hard and replied, "You're playing with fire." "Playing with fire? So what if I am?" Chapter 8, demanding 300,000 hard-earned money. Noticing Cheng Cheng's shyness, Yunai found it increasingly amusing. She boldly sat on Cheng Cheng's lap, her long leg clad in black stockings particularly enticing. It is important to note that Cheng Cheng was currently utilizing his X-ray vision. The enchanting youthful face perched upon him was surely enough to provoke any man. Cheng Cheng gently cupped Yunai's soft cheeks, contemplating a bolder move. At that moment, he sensed something unusual within himself. He closed his eyes slightly, attempting to discern what this sensation was. Deep down, he sensed that Yunai was not feeling well, particularly during her menstrual cycle, which often brought her discomfort. "Do you experience severe cramps every time you have your period?" Cheng Cheng asked tentatively, seeing him with his eyes closed. Yunai initially thought he was about to kiss her, only to be taken aback by his unexpected question. "Yes, why?" she replied. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking. But please, don't play with fire like this. I'm a man, and if I lose control, it would be disastrous," Cheng Cheng said, gently wrapping his arms around her neck and lifting her to place her softly on the sofa. To deny any desire for further intimacy would be disingenuous. Yet Cheng Cheng preferred a mutual affection before advancing. Otherwise, what difference would there be between himself and a beast? However, with Lele present nearby, it was apparent that Yunai was merely teasing him. Nevertheless, he was intrigued. Why had he sensed her discomfort earlier? Was it a new ability? "Haha, Lele, look. I always knew he was a decent person. Haha, I've won a bet. Remember to treat me to ice cream next time," Lele cheerfully exclaimed, playfully shaking her delicate fist. As she spoke, she turned and went to the balcony to gather some dried clothes. Yunai took a generous bite of her ice cream, the creamy white confection covering her lips. She extended her rosy tongue to lick the remnants of cream from the corners of her mouth. The main issue was that Yunai dressed too lightly every day. If she continued to tempt him like this, he might not be able to resist. Cheng Cheng glanced at Yunai beside him. Did this count as appropriate attire? "Oh dear, on such a hot day, must I dress so warmly at home?" No, I absolutely do not wish to." Yunai hastily shook her head, her little head bobbing like a drum. "Very well, we shall continue as we have before. If you entertain any improper intentions, I shall expel you," Lele warned, shaking her tightly clenched fist. "To earn money quickly, I must rely on Lu Xiao. After all, my knowledge of jade is woefully inadequate, and I have never been exposed to it before. Otherwise, I might unwittingly be taken advantage of, and having a mentor would help me avoid many pitfalls. Indeed, I could leverage my ability to see through things to embark on the path to wealth." But I had already given Gu Xiaoxiao a substantial sum, which amounted to 300,000. This money is the hard-earned result of 2 years of relentless work delivering food. And she is using MY money to support a mistress, one who is even my superior. The situation seems eerily reminiscent of a certain film from another country. If I were to say I didn't want this money, it would feel as if a thorn were lodged in my heart. No, I must have that money. With this thought in mind, Cheng Cheng found it increasingly difficult to sleep. He decided to confront Gu Xiaoxiao's parents to demand his money. He could not allow that woman to use his money to live a good life with another man. With resolve, he set off. As he stepped outside, he was spotted by Yunai. Where are you going at this hour? Take me with you. I'm quite bored at home. I can just hide away at a distance, and when you need me, just call, and I'll be there in a flash. Yunai exclaimed, tugging at Cheng Cheng's hand with a bright smile. Very well, I shall follow your lead. He replied. Gu Xiaoxiao's parents resided on the eastern side of his city, about an hour's drive from a shared apartment. They had never been particularly welcoming. Initially, they had stated that if I earned 300,000 within 3 years, I could propose. Now, it seems they have run off with the money. An hour later, upon arriving at the community, Yunai went to a cafe to await instructions, perhaps merely wishing to enjoy a cup of coffee. Cheng Cheng entered the community and, amidst the crowd, quickly spotted Gu Xiaoxiao's parents. The elderly woman was dancing in the park, while the old man sat in a pavilion, sipping iced tea and playing chess. Their lives appeared quite comfortable. As Cheng Cheng approached, the words barely escaped his lips before they rose silently to leave. Sensing something amiss, he hurried after them. Why have you come here after your children's breakup? I've earned 300,000 over the past 2 years, all of which went to Gu Xiaoxiao. Call her out. If she returns my money, I shall leave. Cheng Cheng firmly grasped her hand, refusing to let go despite her protests. How dare you ask for money? Which man doesn't spend a little when pursuing a woman? What's wrong with spending 300,000? If you're so stingy, then perhaps you shouldn't be in a relationship. Aunt Sue, exasperated by the tug-of-war, released Cheng Cheng's grip and shouted, hands on her hips. Indeed, romance requires financial investment. But this money represents 2 years of my hard-earned labor. Cheng Cheng retorted, his frustration boiling over. Your daughter is out there being unfaithful. And now you wish to claim this sum as well? He had hoped the elderly couple would be reasonable, recognizing that their daughter's indiscretions were not to be taken lightly. To his dismay, Aunt Sue countered, it's not my fault you lack the ability to earn. My daughter is not married to you. Is she not permitted to associate with other men? Which law forbids it? Are you two wed? Chapter 9. A nest of snakes and rats. Furthermore, was this 300,000 coerced from you? My daughter stated that this money was given willingly. Since it was voluntary, why are you here demanding it back? Aunt Sue shot Cheng Cheng a disdainful glance, clearly having no intention of returning the money. I intended to use this money to marry Gu Xiaoxiao, but your daughter disregards her marital duties, choosing to lounge at home without a job, and now she carries another man's child. Do you expect to claim my hard-earned money as well? Have you no shame? Encountering such peculiar individuals, Cheng Cheng lamented his poor judgment in choosing Gu Xiaoxiao. This was the first time he had encountered such unreasonable elders. Reflecting on a saying he had heard, those who are not of one family do not enter the same door, he realized that not only was their daughter lacking in virtue, but her parents also shared a similar mindset, which explained how they could raise such a person. Upon arriving downstairs, he found himself confronted by his own parents. Gu Xiaoxiao hastily approached, berating him, "Let go of my mother. What do you want? You've already latched onto a wealthy woman. How dare you pursue me? Leave. Return my money. The fruits of 2 years of labor, not a penny less." At this moment, Cheng Cheng was exerting great restraint over his seething anger. Had he been someone more volatile, a scene of violence might have ensued. Why should I return it? You gave it willingly. I see no reason to repay you. Gu Xiaoxiao remarked, relishing Cheng Cheng's disheveled state. Gently caressing her rounded belly, she lovingly declared, Mom, this child is not Cheng Cheng's. It belongs to Zhang Chong. Let me introduce him. He is a regional manager, far superior to this waste. Zhang Chong stepped forward, politely greeting Aunt Sue. Hello, Aunt. Aunt Sue beamed with pride, feeling validated in her daughter's choice. Just then, Cheng Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from Lucy Yao. Initially embarrassed and reluctant to answer, he remembered that she had mentioned coming to see him later, so he decided to pick up. Cheng Cheng, where are you? Thanks to your help today. I plan to reward you with a car on behalf of the company. Where are you? I'll bring it over. After sending him the address, she added, just come down when you receive it. Upon hanging up, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her glee, exclaiming, still calling for help? Whom you intend to call for this money? I will never part with it. You willingly offered it, and now you wish for me to return it? Such a notion is utterly absurd. The reason she dares to utter these words is that she is acutely aware of Cheng Cheng's background, including his circle of acquaintances. After 3 years of acquaintance, no one knows Cheng Cheng better than Gu Xiaoxiao. His usual companions are merely food delivery workers. None can offer him support. As for that wealthy woman from a couple of days ago, Gu Xiaoxiao cannot bring herself to believe that such a woman would truly take an interest in Cheng Cheng. After all, she possesses such advantageous circumstances, and there is no reason for her to pursue someone in a delivery job, unless it is merely for amusement. Let's depart. None of you are permitted to leave. Cheng Cheng shouted fiercely. You, brat, do not overestimate your worth. You have already broken up. I advise you to cease this foolishness, or you shall witness how I will have you dealt with. Zhang Chong understood that he could not confront Cheng Cheng alone, but he had the ability to rally support. Previously, he had considered Lu Xiao's reputation at the Jade Pavilion, but now, with Cheng Cheng standing alone, he felt no fear. Who are you planning to deal with? Lu Xiao approached, holding a set of car keys for a BMW 6 Series. Perhaps she had just attended an event, for she wore a sleek black bodycon dress that accentuated her charm under the night sky. As she walked in from the community, she captured the attention of many onlookers. Such beauty lends itself to the belief that gazing upon her a moment longer could bestow longevity. Gu Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. She had never expected this affluent woman to stand up for a food delivery worker. Cheng Cheng, here are your car keys. From today onward, this vehicle is yours. Earlier, I mentioned someone intending to deal with you. May I inquire who dares to threaten a member of our company? Lu Xiao's piercing gaze swept across the scene, revealing that a girl raised in opulence exudes a distinct aura of confidence and grace that can overshadow others. Zhang Chong stammered, unable to voice his thoughts. Typically, he only interacted with a few supervisors, and the highest-ranking boss he had encountered was likely Lao Ganma, given that one could spot them by purchasing a bottle. Gu Xiaoxiao, while I can overlook your infidelity, I have little else to say. My family's circumstances are not favorable either. I worked tirelessly to earn money with the intention of marrying you. Since you no longer wish to wed me, why can you not return what is mine? Cheng Cheng spoke with remarkable politeness. I have already stated numerous times that it was given voluntarily. Why should I return what was given willingly? If you want her to come, I still will not return it. Gu Xiaoxiao turned away, her demeanor exuding arrogance. According to Article 270 of the criminal law, illegally possessing another's property entrusted for safekeeping in substantial amounts and refusing to return it may lead to imprisonment of less than 2 years. Given the amount in question, it qualifies as a significant sum, warranting imprisonment of 2 to 5 years. I advise you to consider this carefully. I have many friends who are lawyers. Cheng Cheng, rest assured, this matter is well-founded, and we shall not relent until we secure what is rightfully ours. Lu Xiao's words left Gu Xiaoxiao's entire family in a state of bewilderment. Her parents had heard their daughter assert that the money was a voluntary gift, which is why they adamantly refused to return it. After all, 30,000 is not a trivial sum. However, now that Lu Xiao had invoked legal statutes, the elderly couple was suddenly thrown into a panic. Xiao, if you don't want this money, then return it to them. You might have to serve 5 years in prison for this. Gu Xiaoxiao was infuriated. She had never encountered Lu Xiao before. How could someone so suddenly come to aid Cheng Cheng after just a day? She could not fathom how this person had emerged to disrupt her plans. Still hesitating? We shall grant you 1 day to contemplate. If you refuse, we shall meet in court. Cheng Cheng, rest assured, our company will be your strongest ally. I will cover all legal fees. I have no tolerance for such treacherous mistresses. Chapter 10. The Invitation to the Antique Market. Return it. We will return it. Just give us a few days. Xiao, please, we cannot afford a lawsuit. Aunt Sue was so anxious she was stamping her feet. Cheng Cheng observed the swift change in their expressions and felt, for the first time, the genuine confidence that wealth and power could provide. Fine. I will give you a maximum of 1 week. After that, if the money is not returned, we shall see each other in court. Having said this, Cheng Cheng turned to leave the community with Lu Xiao. Watching their departing figures, Zhang Chong finally exhaled in relief. What background does this woman have? Her presence is formidable. You useless coward. At a critical moment, you couldn't even utter a few words. Gu Xiaoxiao was furious and pummeling Zhang Chong with her fists. Upon exiting the community, Cheng Cheng messaged Yunai. As Yunai left the cafe, she spotted Lu Xiao beside Cheng Cheng. She scrutinized Lu Xiao's appearance and had to admit she was indeed a stunning beauty. Hello, beautiful sister, I am Yunai. Hello, I am Lu Xiao. As Lu Xiao spoke, she assessed Yunai's figure. The term youthful appearance rarely appears without reason. Typically, in such places, beauty is scarce. Yet, Yunai possessed a face so adorably charming that it could captivate anyone. Perhaps Niwa had favored her a tad more when creating her. Beautiful women inherently feel an affinity for other beautiful women, unless they perceive them as rivals, in which case the sentiment shifts. The competition among women is no trivial matter. Haven't you all eaten yet? There's a nearby restaurant with delightful cuisine. Let us go together, my treat. Today, Lu Xiao has done me a great favor, and I must treat her to a proper meal. Allow me to treat you. I mentioned this afternoon that I would take you out for dinner tonight, and I brought some gifts for you as well. Let us head to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they ordered several signature dishes. This establishment was not inexpensive, yet the flavors were exquisite. Cheng Cheng had often heard Gu Xiaoxiao speak of it, but had refrained from dining here previously due to saving for their wedding. Today being the last visit, he decided to indulge. It must be said that the high prices of the restaurant were justified. The portions were modest, but the presentation was exquisite, instantly whetting the appetite. Perhaps due to his prolonged hunger, Cheng Cheng disregarded appearances and devoured his meal ravenously, while the two beautiful women maintained an elegant demeanor, savoring their food delicately. In his memory, Yunai had not always been so refined. He recalled several instances in their shared apartment where she had been rather carefree. Today, there seems to be a hint of the demeanor characteristic of a wealthy young lady. Cheng Cheng, is this your current girlfriend? Lu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Where would I find a girlfriend? She is merely a roommate of mine. With nothing much to do, I took her out for a stroll, Cheng Cheng replied, feeling an odd sensation as the words left his lips. As anticipated, Yunai's expression darkened. She herself could not fathom why. But there was a slight pang of disappointment in her heart upon hearing Cheng Cheng's words. It was indeed the truth. Yet her spirits were dampened. Not that she harbored any particular affection for Cheng Cheng. It was primarily the palpable sense of deliberately clarifying their relationship that left her feeling uneasy. Had she expressed such sentiments, perhaps it would not have stung as much. However, when Cheng Cheng uttered those words, it felt quite disconcerting. Oh, is that so? Indeed, Cheng Cheng is a wonderful person. He enjoys taking girls out for a stroll. Yunai interjected with a cheerful smile, acting as though nothing were amiss. Cheng Cheng, you truly possess a remarkable charm. Look at how beautiful Yunai is. How many men must envy you for being able to accompany such a stunning lady? Lu Xiao teased with a smile. Stop teasing me. If I were truly charming, would my ex-girlfriend have strayed? I am just an ordinary person, he replied. Shall we take that car for a spin later? Gazing at the BMW key in his hand, he felt a surge of excitement. Every man harbors a dream of luxury automobiles. To have realized that dream so swiftly felt surreal, as if he were in a dream, fearful of awakening to find it all illusory, yet everything before him was undeniably real. This is your car now. I wasn't sure what you preferred, but seeing as you were quite young, I thought a BMW would surely appeal to you, so I purchased one for you. Wow, Cheng Cheng, have you really struck gold with a wealthy benefactor? Yunai exclaimed upon seeing the BMW keys, her appetite for the meatballs in her bowl suddenly waning. Perhaps it was her recollection of Cheng Cheng's earlier words that sparked her concern about him deliberately distancing himself. You misunderstand. This is merely a gesture of gratitude for the significant favor Cheng Cheng has done for me. This car is my way of thanking him, Lu Xiao clarified, pulling a small card from her bag, but refraining from revealing it immediately. The card's exterior was exquisitely crafted, clearly bestowed upon individuals of certain standing and capability. Cheng Cheng understood her intent. No worries, this friend is quite reliable. Feel free to express anything you need. This is an invitation to an antique market. You know, those who deal in jade often encounter antiques and calligraphy as well. I owe you a great deal today. Had it not been for your efforts in enhancing our company's reputation, we wouldn't have qualified to receive this invitation. I figured, since you have an interest in jade, you might also appreciate antiques and calligraphy, Lu Xiao said, sliding the invitation across the table toward Cheng Cheng. It must be said that the invitation was indeed quite exquisite. Upon closer inspection, it featured intricate carvings of ancient paintings and scrolls. For such a small card to possess such refinement, it was evident that this was no ordinary antique market. Although Cheng Cheng had made a considerable profit from the sale of an imperial green jade, he was acutely aware that money is easily spent. Having endured the betrayal of his ex-girlfriend, he had resolved to amass a great fortune. Antique paintings and calligraphy are indeed remarkable treasures. In my youth, I would often accompany my parents to watch those treasure appraisal programs, where individuals would frequently discover genuine artifacts for a mere pittance. The thrill of such moments remains vividly etched in my memory. Each time I would see someone possessing a family heirloom, I could not help but wonder if there might be a hidden gem within my own household. Imagine the possibility of selling it and instantly transforming into a millionaire or even a multi-millionaire, effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of life. It is worth noting that the works of renowned ancient painters can fetch staggering prices, sometimes in the tens of millions. The profit margin is certainly on par with that of jade. However, the prevalence of counterfeit antiques and artworks cannot be overlooked, with modern technology advancing at an incredible pace. Some replicas are so meticulously crafted that they nearly replicate the originals. Unless one is an exceptionally skilled appraiser, it may be challenging to discern the fakes, especially since the cost of forgery is remarkably low while the potential profit is exceedingly high. One wonders if a discerning eye could penetrate the facade of these antiquities. It may be worth a try. Who knows, it could yield significant rewards. Well then, when shall we embark? Tomorrow, came the reply. I have purchased several outfits for you. Do take a look. You ought to present yourself well, rather than dressing like a child. Come in, she beckoned. As soon as she finished speaking, several elegantly dressed women entered, each carrying a set of clothing. The suits were undoubtedly expensive, and their exquisite fabric was apparent even to the naked eye. What piqued Cheng Cheng's curiosity was that the sizes of the garments were perfectly suited for him, as if Lu Yao had preemptively known his measurements. Yet, he had never mentioned his size to her. Noticing his puzzled expression, Lu Yao set down her teacup and chuckled. The other day, when you were in the hospital, I inadvertently caught sight of your size and memorized it. Choose whichever you fancy. It must be said, a capable woman has a keen eye for detail. Earlier that day, Cheng Cheng had contemplated purchasing a couple of outfits for himself. Indeed, one ought to possess a couple of respectable ensembles for formal occasions. Dressing too casually when meeting important individuals could come across as disrespectful. Meanwhile, Yunai remained silent, her demeanor suggesting discomfort, as if she were an outsider in this conversation. She quietly picked at her meal, listening to their exchange without comprehension. After hastily finishing a few bites, she stood, bag in hand, and declared, "You two continue. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." A flicker of surprise crossed Yunai's eyes. While she had been silent and engrossed in her meal, she sensed that she might have been overlooked, though she hadn't anticipated her departure would come so swiftly. "Thank you, Sister Yao Yao, for the clothes. I'll accept them. I can change into whatever I wish later." Cheng Cheng graciously expressed his gratitude to Lu Yao. Despite his polite words, he discreetly pocketed the car keys, then took up a pen to note down the address of the shared apartment. "Let's be off." Cheng Cheng playfully pinched Yunai's puffed cheeks. Her adorable fury only made her more endearing. "Do not pinch me. All right, all right." As I stepped out of the restaurant, I noticed a sleek black BMW X6 parked by the roadside. I must admit, the allure of such a new vehicle stirred a sense of excitement within me. For from this day forth, it would belong to me. "Shall I get in? Why are you still upset? Did I not perform well today?" Cheng Cheng inquired, pulling open the passenger door and glancing at the still irate Yunai. She remained silent, simply taking a seat inside, unsure of why she felt this way. With no response from her, Cheng Cheng had no choice but to start driving. Indeed, the thrill of the BMW's acceleration was unparalleled. Settling into the plush interior instantly elevated my spirits. On the way home, after a moment of silence, Yunai couldn't help but speak up. "Are you planning to move out of the shared apartment?" "Huh? Why do you ask?" Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the question. Yunai, counting on her delicate fingers, replied, "Well, you just broken up, and now you're with a wealthy woman who gifted you this splendid BMW. That must mean you no longer need to stay in a shared apartment. Honestly, it doesn't matter much. It's just that getting to know a new roommate seems quite bothersome. We, especially Lele G and I, are genuinely happy for your success." After finishing her thought, Yunai resumed her cheerful demeanor, humming a lively tune, her face adorned with an irresistibly charming smile. Cheng Cheng chuckled. Upon hearing her words, Yunai inexplicably felt her mood lift as she hummed happily throughout the journey. Upon returning to the shared apartment, roughly 10 minutes later, the clothes arrived. Lying in the bedroom while gazing at the ceiling, Cheng Cheng pondered the transformations of the past few days. Today, Yunai had indeed prompted him to consider whether, with newfound wealth, he should continue residing in a shared space. To be honest, despite not having spent much time with the two of them before, today's experience had been quite pleasant. Living alone in a villa seemed a tad lonely. A bustling environment felt far more vibrant. Moreover, encountering such an extraordinary beauty was a rare fortune. Occasionally, testing one's emotional resilience could prove beneficial. After all, a chance to deepen their relationship could arise. With this thought, Cheng Cheng recalled his diagnosis of Yunai's dysmenorrhea earlier that day. Closing his eyes, he attempted to recapture the sensations from their earlier encounter. Gradually, he felt a warm current coursing through him, guiding his thoughts, this warmth flowing gently with the rhythm of his pulse. Before he could contemplate the reason behind it, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Cheng Cheng awoke to a gentle breeze caressing his face, imbued with a hint of strawberry. Startled, he opened his eyes, and in his haste, his lips brushed against something soft and sweet, strawberry-flavored, no less. At that moment, Yunai, clad in her pajamas, was playfully enticing him from his bed. To his surprise, he had inadvertently kissed her. "Wah, you're bullying me. My first kiss is gone," she exclaimed. "I had no idea you crawled in my bed so early," Cheng Cheng retorted, just as he attempted to push Yunai away, only to realize their position was exceedingly intimate, leaving nothing to the imagination. The once elusive mirage is now largely visible. "You should get up and go outside first," Cheng Cheng casually remarked. Yunai stirred, tugging at the bedsheet with a feigned pout. "That beautiful sister waited for you for quite a while last night. If you don't get up now, you'll miss her. Coming to wake you, and yet you scold me. Truly, men are fickle-hearted, forgetting their little wives at home once they have someone else." With that, Yunai mimicked a scene from a drama, squatting on the ground and sobbing. Anyone unaware of the situation might genuinely think Cheng Cheng had wronged her. "Oh dear, I told you to watch less television. Look at you, you become obsessed." All right. "I apologize," Cheng Cheng said as he pulled Yunai up from the floor. Suddenly, Yunai tightly covered her eyes, frozen in place, her already rosy cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson, her ears so flushed it seemed one could squeeze water from them. Cheng Cheng instinctively realized that his morning state of arousal, coupled with the earlier incident, might have caused some misunderstanding. Just then, upon hearing the sobs from within, Lu Xiao hurried over. She pushed the door open and was taken aback by the ambiguous posture of the two. "Oh, I'm sorry to intrude. Please continue," she stammered. Flabbergasted. Chapter 12. Gu Xiaoxiao's Entanglement. It's not what you think. One cannot entirely blame them for the misunderstanding. Yunai happened to be squatting on the floor as Cheng Cheng attempted to help her up. The straight-backed Cheng Cheng and the blushing Yunai presented an image that was hard to misinterpret. The distance from Jade City to the antique market is considerable, requiring nearly 6 hours by car or 2 hours by plane. This antique market differs from typical antique streets. It resembles an exhibition. The event specifically invites renowned appraisers, collectors, and merchants from the field, ostensibly for mutual exchange. In truth, many come seeking substantial profits. Whether they are buying or selling goods for profit remains uncertain. Given the lengthy journey, the two opted to fly directly. At Jade City Airport, in the waiting lounge, Cheng Cheng casually scanned the area and noticed a woman in a duck-billed hat occasionally appearing before him, seemingly intent on being seen. "Wait here for me. I'll go to the restroom," Cheng Cheng said to Lu Xiao before making his way toward the woman. Upon noticing Cheng Cheng approach, the woman quickened her pace, and he swiftly caught her wrist. "Who are you?" As the woman removed her mask, Cheng Cheng was bewildered. It was Gu Xiaoxiao. "What is the meaning of your summoning? Go enjoy your life with your dog of a man. I don't wish to see you again, and I'm doing quite well," Cheng Cheng declared tersely, attempting to leave, but Gu Xiaoxiao grasped his hand firmly. "It was all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Have you ever considered why you were able to deliver takeout from such a prime location in the city center? That was all thanks to me. Your contribution? Ha! Is it your merit from lying in bed with your legs splayed?" Cheng Cheng sought to violently shake off her hand, only to discover that this woman was resolutely unwilling to let him go. With no other recourse, and to avoid falling into any potential traps, he discreetly activated the voice recorder on his phone. He could hardly believe that this woman possessed any redeeming qualities. If she truly were a good woman, she would not have strayed. She would not squander his money while cavorting with other men. Since that fateful day when Zhang Chong had threatened her, Gu Xiaoxiao realized that the woman beside Cheng Cheng was no ordinary individual. Her father could cause a seismic upheaval in the financial realm of his city with just a stomp of his foot. Moreover, the evident courtesy she extended toward Cheng Cheng suggested that he had ascended to a higher status, and Gu Xiaoxiao, reflecting on their 3 years of emotional investment, clung to the hope that perhaps, with sincere demeanor, there remained a chance for reconciliation. After all, she had yet to give birth to the child within her. If the situation hinged upon this pregnancy, she could easily terminate it and start anew with Cheng Cheng. She rationalized her actions as merely a common mistake that any woman might make. Do you ever think of me while you toil day and night delivering food? You were absent when I needed you most. If you had offered me some emotional support, I wouldn't have resorted to this. Zhang Chang showers me with concern daily. My errors are understandable under such circumstances, Gu Xiaoxiao lamented, feeling wronged. Hearing her words, Cheng Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to laugh derisively. I toil relentlessly to provide for you, to create a home for us, and yet you, seduced by a few flattering words, choose to bear his child instead? Go ahead and be with him. I want nothing to do with you. Now let go of my hand. If you refuse, I will call security. The sight of Gu Xiaoxiao's face now repulsed him. It was a visage he wished never to see again, as it conjured memories of her lying bare upon the bed that day. Gu Xiaoxiao shook her head in a daze, her expression betraying a hint of something amiss. Leave. Who gave you the delusion that you might rekindle what we had? Cheng Cheng thought. She seemed to believe that if she could not possess something, then neither could anyone else. As she raised her gaze to him, a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. Oh, so now that you've found success and wealth, you've cast me aside for a wealthy beauty? Just wait. Had you reconciled with me, I would have left you in peace. But now, with your current demeanor, prepare yourself, Cheng Cheng. I will ensure your ruin. If I cannot have it, then neither shall anyone else. Mad woman, get lost. Cheng Cheng regretted following her earlier. He could not fathom what Gu Xiaoxiao intended. How could she turn the tables, as if he had wronged her? Nevertheless, he pondered how she could possibly bring about his disgrace. Returning to his seat, Lu Xiao noticed Cheng Cheng's displeased expression and inquired, "What is the matter? Did you get into a scuffle over a restroom stall? It is of no concern. Encountering a lunatic, how could I possibly engage in a quarrel over a restroom? As though I were a mere child?" As he spoke, Cheng Cheng occasionally glanced around, yet he did not spot Gu Xiaoxiao approaching. He still believed it implausible for Gu Xiaoxiao to be waiting for him here alone, as if she were privy to his whereabouts. Surely, she could not possess such extraordinary abilities. Let us proceed. It is time for ticket inspection. It was only then that Cheng Cheng noticed Lu Xiao had donned a hat, mask, and sunglasses, resembling a major celebrity. "Why are you wearing all that? Are you ashamed to be seen?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao burst into laughter. "Brother, am I not pleasant to behold? Why would I be ashamed? You needn't fret unnecessarily. No, it just makes me feel like I'm the boss escorting a young mistress on vacation. It's rather unseemly for outsiders to witness," Cheng Cheng teased with a smile. "Well, isn't that the case? Don't you have a fresh beauty at home who could make anyone blush?" Cheng Cheng recognized that continuing the conversation would lead to little merit. Once aboard the aircraft, he donned an eye mask and promptly fell asleep. 2 hours later, in H City, Cheng Cheng awoke feeling significantly rejuvenated, only to find Lu Xiao had removed her sunglasses and mask upon disembarking. "What does this mean? You didn't respond when I inquired earlier. Do you truly feel embarrassed to be seen with me?" Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow. "Indeed, spare me the chatter. If we arrive late, we may find ourselves without a place to rest," Lu Xiao replied, dismissing his concerns. Without a place to rest? That seems implausible with Lu Xiao's capabilities. Securing a modest room should pose no challenge. Cheng Cheng's current worry was whether Gu Xiaoxiao would follow them. One must understand that invitations to the antique market are not easily obtained. If she truly came along, someone must be instructing her on how to proceed. Who could this individual be? Chapter 13. The new function of X-ray vision. When faced with challenges, one must adapt and proceed cautiously. After approximately an hour in a taxi, Lu Xiao imparted a wealth of knowledge about antiques to Cheng Cheng. Considering his previous unfamiliarity with stone appraisal, it was evident he lacked understanding of the nuances within the antique market. To facilitate his learning and minimize missteps, Lu Xiao meticulously created a PowerPoint presentation on her tablet, featuring a clean and aesthetically pleasing layout for ease of comprehension. After reviewing the presentation, Cheng Cheng gleaned several key points. Whether in a store or at a stall, regardless of whether dealing with porcelain, jade, or calligraphy, one must never touch the items directly. Silk gloves are obligatory. This process diverges significantly from selecting jadeite rough stones. These are finished products, and although their authenticity remains uncertain, it is prudent to avoid transferring any dirt or contaminants onto the antiques. Furthermore, during transactions, it is imperative to have the seller place the item on a table or another surface before retrieving it oneself. Otherwise, should the item be carelessly handed over and subsequently damaged or blemished, one could find themselves in a troublesome predicament. Most antique dealers are unable to accurately ascertain the authenticity of their items. If someone is willing to pay a high price, they will gladly sell. Once a purchase is made, the outcome, profit or loss, rests solely upon the individual's acumen, and regret is not an option. Should one fortuitously acquire a hidden gem, the rewards could indeed be substantial. With this thought, Cheng Cheng felt a surge of excitement, eager to test whether his newfound ability to see through objects would reveal any secrets within the realm of antiques and art. Upon arriving at the antique market, he found that the exhibition had yet to commence. However, numerous vendors had already set up their stalls, many of whom sought to profit from unsuspecting tourists, hoping to ensnare a few naive buyers. Visitors to this market often fell prey to deception, as each exquisite trinket was meticulously crafted, complemented by the vendors' silver tongues spinning tales of various dynasties. In this line of business, success hinged upon each individual's cunning. As the adage goes, each to their own. At that moment, Lucy approached, holding another room key. Dressed in a more casual manner today, her long, fair legs were quite a sight to behold. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. She glanced at him and inquired, "Aren't you going to rest?" "I'm not tired. If you want me to share a room with you for a nap, I could manage a little doze," Cheng Cheng teased as he accepted the key card. "Dream on." "What do you mean, you could manage a little doze?" "I'm heading to rest first, so don't wander too far," Lucy replied, bemused by his remark. Having said that, Cheng Cheng took the room key and headed straight for the antique stalls. In Cheng Cheng's view, the distinction between the exhibition and the stalls outside was negligible. One merely had credentials while the other did not. A certificate did not guarantee authenticity. To uncover a true treasure, one had to meticulously sift through each item. If an object were genuinely valuable, the vendor would be unlikely to part with it, as such items were typically cherished collectibles. "Sir, come take a look. This is a genuine Sui Dynasty white glazed cup. Observe its pure, translucent glaze. I assure you, if it weren't for my family's financial woes, I wouldn't even consider selling it. It's an heirloom." The vendor confidently gestured towards the exquisitely crafted cup. Admittedly, the cup was indeed visually appealing. Cheng Cheng, however, was no fool. He slightly closed his eyes, scrutinizing the object, and a vision materialized before him. Sui Dynasty white glazed cup. Imitation, production location, Chun Family Workshop, H City, age, 2 weeks. Value, 200 yuan. Upon reading the details revealed by his ability, Cheng Cheng nearly burst into laughter. It was evident that the vendor had merely smeared some mud on the cup to pass it off as authentic. Nonetheless, he decided to play along. "What fine piece. It certainly looks impressive. How much do you want for it?" Seeing a potential mark, the vendor's spirits lifted as he replied, "Brother, it's 80,000 yuan, non-negotiable. If it weren't for my family's urgent need for cash, I truly wouldn't want to sell it." The vendor feigned reluctance, resembling a seasoned actor in a dramatic performance. Such inflated pricing seemed absurd. Selling a 200 yuan item for 80,000 was akin to highway robbery. "Do you truly not want to sell it?" Cheng Cheng inquired curiously. The vendor, contemplating, nodded slightly. "What can I say? I had no choice but to part with it. Having just perused this intriguing item, I initially intended to offer 100,000, but upon witnessing your reluctance to part with it, I, like a gentleman who refrains from usurping another's cherished possession, have decided against the purchase. My dear brother, though life may present its tempests, we shall endure and emerge unscathed. Once a treasured possession is relinquished, it cannot be reclaimed." Cheng Cheng gazed wistfully at the white glazed cup, sighing with evident regret. This unexpected turn of events left the vendor utterly flabbergasted. He had not anticipated such an unconventional approach. The prospect of losing such a generous potential buyer would undoubtedly haunt him throughout the night. "Brother, I truly require funds urgently. If you admire this object, I can sell it to you," the vendor implored. "Alas, you fail to comprehend. It is akin to your beloved wife, your most treasured possession. Would it be fitting for me to purchase your dearest? Certainly not. This is merely a metaphor. Do not take it too seriously. Difficulties, too, shall pass," Cheng Cheng retorted, suppressing the urge to feign reluctance. Regret began to creep into his heart. Upon reflecting on his earlier words, he pondered whether he truly could let it go. Perhaps not. Regardless of his musings, Cheng Cheng had resolved to explore the next stall. Following this incident, the vendor would likely find little solace in sleep that night. If his clairvoyant abilities proved beneficial in discerning the authenticity of antiques and artworks, then Cheng Cheng must be diligent in his selections, for he could not afford to overlook a gem worthy of his insight. However, he recognized the necessity of acquiring knowledge about antiques and artworks. The aforementioned Sui Dynasty white glazed cup, despite the indication of its authenticity, remained an enigma to him. With scant understanding and insufficient expertise, his naivety was all too apparent. It appeared that possessing clairvoyance necessitated a commitment to learning. It must be noted that the majority of wares at antique stalls are counterfeit, with only a handful of genuine items, which typically yield modest profits for the vendor. Nevertheless, many visitors flock to these stalls in search of treasures. After perusing numerous stalls, Cheng Cheng found nothing worthy of investment. Might he leave empty-handed this time? He resolved to place his hopes on the upcoming exhibition. Carved red dragon pattern incense box, genuine, awaiting restoration. Dynasty Yuan. Value, 2 million. Chapter 14. Discovering treasures at the antique stall. Genuine. To think a true treasure was being used as a mere support for the table. Observing the plethora of fakes on display, Cheng Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. The vendor had a genuine treasure, yet failed to appreciate it, while valuing mere imitations. Realizing the significance of this find, Cheng Cheng was determined to acquire it, albeit subtly. If he were to insist on the wooden box outright, the vendor would undoubtedly become suspicious, reluctant to part with such a treasure. At that moment, Cheng Cheng feigned boredom, standing before the stall and meticulously scrutinizing the various items on display. Qing Dynasty blue and white small teacup. Replica, production location. Chun Family Workshop, H City. Time frame, half a month. Value, 500 yuan. Upon seeing this information, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of astonishment. It seemed these merchants were sourcing their wares wholesale from the Chun Family Workshop. Clearly, they were all in cahoots. It is often said that the antique trade is fraught with deceit, but he had not anticipated it to be this profound. It was evident that they were aware of the upcoming antique market exhibition tomorrow, and had come today to reap some profits, hoping to catch a few plump fish to alleviate their worries for the latter half of the year. Yet in pursuit of authenticity, one must sometimes part with a little money. How much? Cheng Cheng inquired. The vendor, extending 5 fingers, replied nonchalantly, 5,000. You truly dare to set such a price? How about this? I'll offer you 700. Will you sell? Cheng Cheng smiled as he spoke. Initially, the vendor had presumed that Cheng Cheng, being so young, would lack knowledge in this area. To his surprise, upon hearing the offer, he realized it was quite close to the wholesale price. Brother, could you possibly increase it a bit? This amount seems rather insufficient, the vendor whispered, leaning in closer, wary of others overhearing and jeopardizing his business. Sensing the vendor's genuine intent to sell, Cheng Cheng glanced at his WeChat balance, which was barely over 900. Let us do this. I find this little thing rather exquisite. I'll give you 900, and you can throw in a small item as well, Cheng Cheng proposed, feigning nonchalance as he pointed towards a wooden box serving as a table leg support. Just that item. If you're sincere about selling, then let us proceed. Otherwise, it's no matter. During his earlier perusal, Cheng Cheng had noted that the vendor's stall was poorly positioned in a corner, overshadowed by the many other booths. Tourists, overwhelmed by the abundance of choices, hardly paid attention to this particular stall. It was evident that they were merely seeking novelty, inquiring about prices for items that caught their fancy. This strategy effectively cornered the vendor. The vendor glanced at the wooden box, shrouded in thick dust, appearing of little value. He had used it as a table support for several years. Why would you even want mere support? If you take that, what will I use? Cheng Cheng frowned slightly. Why the reluctance? The vendor gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Fine, 900 it is. The items are yours. Cheng Cheng felt a surge of joy in his heart, and promptly transferred the 900 yuan to the vendor. He witnessed the vendor reluctantly retrieve the wooden box from beneath the table. You're taking this support too? You're quite stingy, the vendor muttered, feeling as though his profits had diminished. After all, the other merchants beside him had all procured their goods from the same wholesale market, each earning thousands with every sale. He felt it unjust to only earn a few hundred while also losing a support item. Oh, vendor, do you not know the importance of a good start? If I were to choose something else, would you agree? If so, I would happily part with this wooden box, Cheng Cheng suggested, eager to negotiate further. How could the boss possibly allow him to exchange it? He hurriedly intervened, saying, enough, enough, let us just enjoy the festive spirit. If I were to change the item, I would incur a massive loss. Upon returning to his room, Cheng Cheng sat down and retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, intending to search online for the origins of the Yuan dynasty's red lacquer dragon pattern incense box. Just then, he received a message from Yunai. It must be said that since their breakup, Yunai seemed to have shown a bit more enthusiasm towards him. Could it be because of the BMW 6 Series? Cheng Cheng, have you moved into a grand villa? Have you become a kept man by a wealthy woman? The message was accompanied by 2 pitiful bunny emojis. Upon seeing those adorable little bunnies, Cheng Cheng instantly thought of Yunai's big bunny and felt a twinge of nostalgia. You're overthinking it. The wealthy woman capable of keeping me, Cheng Cheng, hasn't even been born yet. Does she think too highly of herself? Cheng Cheng couldn't be bothered to ponder on it. It was likely that the two women were up to some tricks again. After searching online, he discovered that a Yuan Dynasty red lacquer dragon pattern incense box had sold for 168 million yuan a few years ago. The incense box in Cheng Cheng's possession was noticeably larger than the one in the image. However, it had many nicks and damages along the edges, which could be quite troublesome for antiques. The difference in value between damaged and undamaged items was immense. If it wasn't for the fact that his clairvoyant vision indicated it could be restored, he would have been disheartened. If restored, its value would likely start at 2 million. Having picked up a treasure worth millions for just a few hundred, he felt quite exhilarated. Thus, Cheng Cheng made his way to the dining table, turned on the light on his phone, and carefully wiped the dirt off the incense box with a tissue. Gradually, the true form of the red lacquer dragon pattern incense box began to reveal itself. This incense box had a hefty body, pure lacquer color, and intricate patterns, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Had it not been for some damaged parts, the overall appearance would have been even more splendid. But how could it be restored? Should he seek an expert? The cost of antique restoration was no trivial matter. He certainly couldn't afford to spend hundreds of thousands on repairs. It would be much simpler to find antiques that required no restoration, which would also be easier to sell. With that thought in mind, Cheng Cheng felt a headache coming on, especially since his clairvoyant vision hadn't provided any guidance on restoration. Surely, he couldn't just slather some mud on it. As he scrutinized the incense box before him, a faint red gas swiftly entered his body upon touching it. After pondering for a long while without any insights, Cheng Cheng decided to carefully store the incense box away and venture outside to see if he could find a profession specializing in antique restoration. Perhaps he could uncover some clues. After exiting the hotel, he inquired at the front desk. Since the guests mostly came to attend antique market exhibitions, the front desk staff would certainly possess some relevant knowledge. He learned that just around the corner from the hotel was a place specializing in antique restoration. Upon receiving this information, Cheng Cheng immediately made his way to the destination. "Wait, young man. Hold on. Young man, you're here too." An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached him with a shaky gait. "Who are you?" "Hearty greetings. The last time I visited the Jade Pavilion, you recommended a piece of jade rough. And indeed, it turned out to be genuine jade. Do you still recall the old man I am?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng immediately recognized him. "Are you here to attend tomorrow's antique exhibition as well?" "Indeed, I am. Thanks to you last time, I forgot to ask your name. Might you be able to recommend some antiques worth acquiring this time?" Cheng Cheng paused momentarily, pondering whether the old man, having tasted success previously, was eager to delve into antiques again. Engaging in antiques can be as treacherous as gambling. Should one become addicted, it could lead to financial ruin, and Cheng Cheng would bear some responsibility. "Sir, I am Cheng Cheng. The world of antiques is quite profound. My previous encounter was merely a stroke of luck. While you may dabble lightly, I advise you not to take it too seriously. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Cheng Cheng politely cautioned him, aware that should the old man become enamored with antique jade, he could not be held accountable. "Wait a moment, young man. We are fated to meet, and I am Qian Jiolong. Here is my business card. Feel free to seek me out should you encounter any difficulties." Qian Jiolong trembled as he retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Cheng. With pressing matters at hand, Cheng Cheng tucked the card into his pocket and made his way to the antique restoration shop. Upon entering, one could immediately sense a rich classical ambience. The antique furniture was arranged with precision, adorned with intricate and delicate patterns. A high-footed bowl with blue and white human motifs from the Xuande period, a genuine article. A Qing Dynasty Tongji period imperial pastel 4-section cover jar, genuine. A casual glance with his discerning eye revealed numerous authentic pieces within the shop, indicating the proprietor's considerable expertise. Relieved to see a person of genuine skill, Cheng Cheng felt reassured, as he feared encountering a mere charlatan. Noticing the arrival of a customer, the receptionist approached with courtesy, inquiring, "Good day. Are you here for antique restoration?" "Indeed. Who here is capable of restoring antiques? I have an item I would like to inquire about its restoration." As he spoke, Cheng Cheng took the opportunity to assess the interior, noting the impressive decor. Wealthy individuals indeed favor such grand styles. He mused that he too should acquire a treasure worth billions for his home. "Please, allow me to escort you inside." Following the receptionist into the shop, Cheng Cheng observed several craftsmen diligently restoring antiques. The restoration process is typically lengthy and intricate, and undoubtedly, the artisan's salaries are substantial, as few possess the skill to undertake such work. Currently, only our young master, Qian Jiahao, is available. You may present your item for him to examine. If it's not genuine, he will not proceed with the restoration. Cheng Cheng found this comment intriguing. The young master seemed to possess a distinctive character. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for his item was indeed authentic. Cheng Cheng donned gloves and carefully retrieved the packaging box, opening it with utmost caution. The receptionist recognized it immediately. This is a Ming Dynasty red lacquer incense box with dragon motifs. Please hold on for a moment. Our young master is currently occupied. After the receptionist departed, Cheng Cheng, gloved hands poised, observed the artisan at work nearby while scrutinizing the antique before him. At that moment, the previously imperfect, carved red dragon incense box astonishingly restored itself. Its condition resembled that of a freshly fired artifact, an utterly remarkable feat. How could this be achieved? Just then, the beautiful receptionist approached. Upon closer inspection, she too noticed that what had once been damaged was now whole again. It had clearly been broken before. Could it be that he had simply imagined it? Apologies, I must have mistaken this piece. I have another damaged one at home, which I shall retrieve. Upon leaving the restoration shop, Cheng Cheng was acutely aware that the damage had indeed existed. Yet, how had it reverted to its pristine state without any intervention on his part? Could it be that he had inadvertently come into contact with some peculiar artifact? Cheng Cheng had always dismissed such superstitions. When he retrieved the carved red dragon incense box once more, it had truly been restored. The previously flawed areas had entirely vanished. But how is this possible? Cheng Cheng could not fathom it. It seemed he would need to procure another reparable relic to ponder this mystery further. Now that it was restored, he planned to seize an opportunity to sell it in the coming days. These antiques held little significance for him. The primary concern was profit. The several million from the Imperial Green had yet to materialize. He remained quite impoverished, needing to earn substantial wealth to ensure his family lived comfortably. After a busy afternoon, fatigue enveloped him, and he soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, at the entrance of the antique trading fair, Lu Xiao donned a simple yet elegant black dress, complemented by diamond-studded high heels and impeccable makeup, rivaling the allure of top-tier celebrities. As they entered the exhibition, the small-framed screw pepper from their previous encounter at the Emerald Pavilion approached them. "Yao, long time no see. Why have you brought this fellow along again?" Su Hao's gaze was fixed solely on Lu Xiao, completely disregarding Cheng Cheng. "Why is it you again, screw pepper? What are you planning to perform, that stunt you mentioned about eating upside down?" Before Lu Xiao could respond, Cheng Cheng flashed a mischievous grin at Su Hao and posed a question. The remark left Su Hao momentarily speechless. "Kid, leave a line for others. We may meet again in the future." Su Hao, clearly uninterested in engaging with Cheng Cheng, turned and walked away. "Why do you always call him Screw Pepper?" Lu Xiao inquired curiously, as nicknames typically have origins. Why indeed was he singled out with such a moniker? It's simply because he resembles a screw pepper. But let us not dwell on that. Let us head inside and take a look. I fail to see the resemblance to a screw pepper. Lu Xiao pondered seriously for a moment. In comparison to the Emerald Pavilion, the antique fair exuded a refined elegance, while the latter was resplendent and ostentatious, emphasizing grandeur. In this exhibition, there was no distinction between general and VIP areas. Each booth showcased a plethora of exquisite collectibles. However, Cheng Cheng harbored a misconception. The quality of the exhibition was indeed superior to that found outside, suggesting that reputable qualifications yielded more reliable artifacts. Although there are indeed numerous fakes, there are also plenty of authentic pieces, albeit at a considerable price. At that moment, the eccentric fellow known as Screw Pepper approached once more, causing Cheng Cheng to ponder whether this individual was intentionally disrupting his refined enjoyment. "Yao, your company is finally showing signs of improvement. Just now, old Lu authenticated a piece of Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain. You must come and take a look." Upon hearing the name Lu, Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest, and she followed without hesitation. They arrived at a private room where an elderly gentleman was meticulously examining an item with a magnifying glass. Indeed, this is a blue and white ghost pattern vase from the Tang Dynasty. However, Cheng Cheng sensed that this individual harbored ulterior motives. He was determined to discern the authenticity of the porcelain. Blue and white ghost pattern vase. Expert replica. Location: City Research Institute. Age: 1 year. Value: 200,000. Yao, this is a fake. Don't believe him. Chapter 16. A 2 million yuan fake. What nonsense are you spouting? Old Lu is a prominent figure in the antiques field. What do you know? Su Hao glared at Cheng Cheng, berating him. A prominent figure in the antiques realm? Even the best can falter. Doesn't old Lu need to take a closer look? Cheng Cheng fixed his gaze on old Lu's weathered eyes, resolutely inquiring. Old Lu's gaze wavered, surprised that this young man possessed knowledge of antiques. This ghost pattern vase was indeed a well-crafted imitation. Even seasoned experts might struggle to identify it as a counterfeit. Noticing old Lu's hesitation, Su Hao gently patted the elder's shoulder and turned to Cheng Cheng, saying, "What are you talking about? Old Lu has over 40 years of experience. Nothing he has authenticated has ever been wrong. How long have you been in the antique circle to speak so boldly?" He added, "I advise you to think carefully before you speak and weigh the pros and cons." Cheng Cheng, old Lu has watched me grow up. His words carry significant weight in the antiques community. Lu Xiao furrowed her brow, feeling conflicted. Old Lu's reputation in the antiques realm was not without merit. Su Hao's words were certainly not exaggerated. Such elderly individuals typically do not seek fame or fortune. They value integrity above all else. One who holds virtue in higher regard than life itself would not tarnish their lifelong reputation for such a matter. However, Cheng Cheng had demonstrated a keen eye when selecting jade raw stones. He had indeed chosen the imperial green for himself. Nevertheless, there exists a vast chasm between selecting raw stones and authenticating antiques. Observing Lu Xiao's uncertainty, old Lu scoffed, "You young ones are so naive. In my many years in the antiques world, I have never been mistaken. I have thoroughly confirmed that this blue and white ghost pattern vase is genuine." Though Cheng Cheng had not immersed himself in the antique circle, his experience delivering takeout had acquainted him with people from all walks of life, allowing him to discern the genuine from the deceitful. Yet, in the case of Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one is willing to strike while the other is willing to endure. It is commendable that Cheng Cheng has already offered his advice, but ultimately, it is up to Lu Xiao to make her own choice. Given Lu's unshakable confidence, I have no further arguments to present. In any case, this blue and white ghost pattern vase is undoubtedly a counterfeit. To be candid, Cheng Cheng yearned to elucidate why it is a forgery, yet his knowledge in this domain is regrettably limited. Indeed, one often laments the inadequacy of their knowledge when the time for application arises. It appears that he must diligently study antique artifacts during the night. After all, he cannot simply claim to possess the ability to see through the deception and identify the forgery. Such a proclamation would likely render him a target of ridicule. The matter has reached this point. It now entirely hinges on Lu Xiao's decision. "You rascal, while one may indulge in reckless dining, one must not utter frivolous words. Since Yao Yao has spoken, who do you think you are? Do not assume that your ability to identify a piece of glass jade elevates your status. This is an antique. It is entirely different." Su Hao bellowed at Cheng Cheng with evident displeasure. Gazing into Su Hao's resentful eyes, Cheng Cheng's suspicions were further substantiated. They were indeed orchestrating a scheme. However, Su Hao was also plagued by confusion. This item had been crafted by the most professional forgery team he could find, specifically for this occasion. Initially, Lu had not detected the counterfeit nature of the piece, but upon closer inspection, he began to notice slight imperfections that led him to doubt its authenticity. That fellow, however, had boldly asserted it was a forgery without hesitation, leaving Su Hao unsure whether the boy was merely stumbling in the dark. Lu Xiao took 2 steps forward, carefully examining the lustrous and smooth surface of the blue and white ghost pattern vase. Its quality was indeed remarkable. "Lu, having watched me grow up, your words are undoubtedly trustworthy. How much is this blue and white porcelain worth?" Lu Xiao inquired softly. After a brief hesitation, Lu glanced at Su Hao before replying, 20 million. The blue and white porcelain was impeccably preserved, with no damage, and its intricate carvings were vivid and lifelike. It was undeniably the work of a master. Thus, its market value surely exceeds 20 million. Seeing the elderly gentleman set the price at 20 million was a blatant indication of a trap awaiting Lu Xiao's fall. 20 million? Have you lost your senses? Lu Xiao, this item is fake. At most, it is worth 200,000. Let's leave. With that, Cheng Cheng attempted to escort Lu Xiao away. To his surprise, Su Hao obstructed his path. "You, young man, how could you suggest that Lu would deceive Yao Yao, who has grown up under his watchful eye? You are merely a friend of a few days. Cheng Cheng, you have overstepped. Uncle Lu has watched me grow. How could he bear to deceive me?" Lu Xiao retorted, her frustration mounting. She was eager to establish the company to prove herself to her father. Moreover, this was a recommendation from Uncle Lu. She could not fathom that he would deceive her for such a trivial sum. Furthermore, acquiring this blue and white porcelain would undoubtedly bolster the company's prospects. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Cheng reached a conclusion. However, it mattered little, as he and Lu Xiao were merely collaborators. "No matter, I have voiced my opinion. and the decision to buy rests with you. When will my funds be transferred? Cheng Cheng inquired. The process is already underway. The substantial sum of money should arrive within the next couple of days, while the fund for the jade of glass quality should be credited today. Just as Lu Xiao finished speaking, Cheng Cheng received a notification on her bank card. 8 million yuan have been deposited by Zhujiang Citibank. For Cheng Cheng, the arrival of the funds made everything else seem negotiable. However, a twinge of doubt crept into her mind, although they had only met once. He had selected an imperial green for her, and she certainly wished to seize such a talent for her own benefit. Yet, Su Hao had long harbored affections for her, and it seemed unreasonable to trick her out of 20 million. If he were to deceive her in such a manner, she would never forgive him in this lifetime. Furthermore, with old Lu's endorsement, the blue and white porcelain must undoubtedly be authentic, as old Lu had never erred in his judgments. Cheng Cheng, being still youthful, occasionally faltered in her discernment, a common occurrence. With this thought, Lu Xiao found her answer, yet she couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. Thus, she approached old Lu once more, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Uncle Lu, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Very well. I shall take the blue and white porcelain ghost pattern vase for 20 million. Do you have a certificate? All in order, all in order. Their essay saying, one learns through experience, and some lessons can only be grasped through personal involvement. Though spending 20 million for a lesson seems a heavy price, it was not Cheng Cheng's own money at stake. Her current aim was to earn a substantial fortune. Lu Xiao, you shall come to regret this. Chapter 17, A Fortuitous Discovery, The Loneliness of the Setting Sun. Valued at 1.5 billion. What are you jabbering about? Get lost. It's none of your business, he replied, annoyed. Remembering old Lu's authentication calmed his nerves. To ensure the better development of her company, she had to seize every opportunity. The moment Su Hao saw the funds transferred to the bank card, he breathed a sigh of relief, nearly bursting into laughter, his joy evident on his face, surpassing even Lu Xiao's happiness at acquiring the porcelain. Why are you so cheerful? Cheng Cheng remarked with a cold smile. What is it to you? Lu Yao has purchased a treasure. How could I not be delighted? Step aside. I have matters to discuss with old Lu, he retorted, and they swiftly departed, one after the other. Take care, Uncle Lu, Lu Xiao respectfully called out as they left. Turning back, she noticed Cheng Cheng, expressionless, sipping tea. She recognized that she had embarrassed him in front of everyone, which might have left him displeased. To ensure that Cheng Cheng would continue to select jade for her, Lu Xiao decided to be courteous. I was in the wrong earlier. Let me treat you to dinner tonight as an apology. This blue and white porcelain is truly significant to me. As she spoke, she stepped closer, gently taking Cheng Cheng's hand and looking up at him with a pitiful expression. With just a slight bow of his head, the towering peaks would be fully within view. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful woman in such a manner? Cheng Cheng felt he could withstand it. However, he was not truly angry. After all, it was not his money at stake, so why bother? After Cheng Cheng exited the private room, he left Lu Xiao behind. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of his words, and decided to make a phone call to seek a second appraisal. However, with Lu Lao's appraisal report in hand, she was confident that there would be no errors. Once outside the room, Cheng Cheng leisurely strolled through the antique exhibition, which boasted nearly 100 booths. He sighed, uncertain if he would stumble upon any remarkable treasures. Given the sheer scale of the exhibition, he wondered if there might be an auction house present, as antiques were often favored in auctions. Yet, with only over 2.8 million in his pocket and several tens of millions at Lu Xiao's disposal, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring something worthwhile. As he meticulously examined the items on display, he noted that antiques with transparent market prices were typically clearly labeled, while those with fluctuating prices remained unmarked. After lingering at several booths, he discerned that about 70% of the items were genuine, though their prices exceeded market value. Disappointed by the lack of appealing finds, Cheng Cheng felt unsatisfied. This antique trading venue seemed devoid of quality goods, contrary to his hopes of making a significant profit. It appeared that truly valuable items were indeed elusive, prompting him to abandon any fantasies of sudden wealth. Even a modest profit of several thousand would suffice, he mused, as he resumed his careful scrutiny of the surrounding antiques, seeking the one with the greatest profit margin. At that moment, a painting on the wall caught his eye. Autumn mountain dwelling, genuine. Age, modern. Value, 500,000. Lone wild goose at dusk. A true work by Tang Bohu. Age, Ming Dynasty. Value 1.2 billion. 2 clues? The same painting astonishingly displayed 2 distinct clues. Could it be that there was another painting concealed beneath it? Notably, the price for this painting was merely 300,000, while the one behind it was valued in the hundreds of millions. The implications of such value struck him. The imperial green from yesterday was only worth tens of millions. Cheng Cheng held his breath, determined to confirm this discovery, as he could not afford any mistakes. He approached the painting, meticulously observing it again, and indeed, the same artwork revealed two distinct clues. His excitement mounted. It was exceedingly rare to encounter a work by Tang Bohu, let alone one hidden beneath another painting. No wonder it had previously gone unnoticed. If this were to be auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch far more than this meager sum. Given that it was a genuine piece by Tang Bohu, although not well-versed in antiques, the name Tang Bohu resonated profoundly. This particular piece, Lone Wild Goose at Dusk, was among his most renowned works. The prospect of earning $1 billion left his hands trembling with anticipation. He knew he had to remain composed. Should anyone detect his excitement, the owner might refuse to sell. Cheng Cheng slapped his face, attempting to regain his composure, and after steadying himself, he feigned an air of appreciation for the artwork, exclaiming, "Owner, please wrap up this painting for me. I shall take it. Oh dear, esteemed sir, your discerning eye is truly commendable. This is indeed a modern masterpiece of landscape painting. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare it for you." The proprietor, exhibiting a commendable demeanor, donned his gloves and retrieved an exquisite wooden box, delicately framing the artwork before placing it inside. "Sir, will you be paying by card or—" Cheng Cheng rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had forgotten his bank card at home, but he shrugged it off, acknowledging that it was quite common these days to not carry one. "Let us proceed with a QR code payment," Cheng Cheng replied in a measured tone. Though the proprietor was equipped with a payment code, he felt a tinge of surprise, as most clients preferred card transactions. After all, it was rare for someone to use a QR code for a sum in the hundreds of thousands, given the substantial fees involved. For Cheng Cheng, however, the transaction fee was trivial. What mattered most was to swiftly take the painting away. Once the transaction was completed, the proprietor felt a wave of satisfaction. Engaging with a straightforward customer was indeed refreshing, and he graciously brewed a cup of fine Longjing tea for Cheng Cheng. Feeling somewhat parched, Cheng Cheng lifted the cup and drank it down in one swift motion. "Delightful, quite sweet. Do you have more?" he inquired, now feeling a bit thirsty. Much to the proprietor's astonishment, Cheng Cheng continued to down 3 cups of the exquisite Longjing tea, nearly breaking the proprietor's heart. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, especially when that customer had already settled the bill, the proprietor maintained a respectful and smiling demeanor. "Would you like anything else?" "No, that will be all," Cheng Cheng replied, grasping the wooden box and exiting. Initially holding the box tightly, he soon realized that he might inadvertently damage the painting, so he eased his grip while still fearing any potential mishap. The artwork itself was light, yet the lonely wild geese at dusk, a masterpiece worth over 100 million, was contained within. If it weren't for his current financial constraints, Cheng Cheng would have loved to keep this painting in his home. For the impoverished, spiritual sustenance holds little value compared to a bowl of rice. Thus, the quickest way to maximize profit was to head straight to an auction. At that moment, Lu Xiao, leaning against a nearby display, looked at Cheng Cheng with a hint of fatigue. "You are rather stingy, why the rush?" Clearly, she had been searching for him moments prior. Cheng Cheng, disinterested in revisiting past grievances, inquired, "Is there an auction house nearby?" Lu Xiao, glancing curiously at the wooden box he held, asked, "Indeed, but you must register." "What are you planning to auction?" "I can assist you. Just take me there. No need to worry about the details." Feeling a bit disheartened, Lu Xiao nonetheless led him to the auction venue, assuming Cheng Cheng was still upset about earlier events. The auction house was located in a different corridor, which explained why Cheng Cheng had struggled to find it. However, the antique decorations sparked a familiar sense of recognition. It seemed wealthy individuals favored such embellishments, making it unsurprising that it felt so known. Soon, Cheng Cheng arrived at the front desk with a wooden box in hand. "Good day, sir. May I inquire what you wish to auction? What is its estimated value?" The receptionist inquired with a smile. "The Lonely Wild Geese at Dusk by Tang Bohu, estimated at 1.5 billion. Chapter 18, Expert On-Site Authentication of Authenticity. What? An authentic piece by Tang Bohu and The Lonely Wild Geese at Dusk? Incredible. Is it true? I can't believe that such a rare treasure could be found at an antique auction. I must see for myself. It can't possibly be real, can it? This is a piece by Tang Bohu. Its value is at least several tens of millions. Your audacity is truly remarkable. It could even be worth over 100 million. Cheng Cheng, Do you really possess an authentic piece by Tang Bohu? Lu Xiao asked in astonishment, but Cheng Cheng chose to ignore her. Outside, even those at the antique trading market gathered, all eager to catch a glimpse of the genuine work of Tang Bohu. Although most speculated that it was likely a forgery, what if it were indeed authentic? The receptionist gasped, hesitating to take the precious wooden box, primarily due to the exorbitant value of the painting inside. Usually, she dealt with auction items worth only a few million at most. The thought of something worth over 100 million was simply unfathomable, and even if sold, it would scarcely amount to a fraction of that value. This was her first encounter with such an extraordinary piece. Sir, please hold on for a moment. Due to the immense value of your treasure, I will summon our appraiser, the receptionist said, promptly dialing a number. Upon hearing genuine Tang Bohu, the appraiser rushed to the scene, instructing the receptionist to provide exceptional hospitality. The receptionist served the two men coffee and offered them comfortable seats, a privilege not extended to the other auction attendees. Clearly, Cheng Cheng was receiving the highest level of service. Before long, three elderly gentlemen appeared, equipped with magnifying glasses and various instruments. Who possesses the genuine Tang Bohu? Who is it? As they drew nearer, Cheng Cheng recognized one of them as the same Lu Lao who had deceived Lu Xiao earlier. Seeing Lu Lao, Cheng Cheng's expression soured. He immediately lost interest in the auction. Your appraisers are unreliable. I will not participate. What if my painting gets damaged? Hey, you cheeky brat. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have an authentic piece by Tang Bohu for auction, and now that we three esteemed elders have arrived, you refuse to have it appraised? Are you jesting with us? One elderly gentleman with reading glasses remarked. Indeed, Lu Lao Huang Lao, and I, all three of us have decades of appraisal experience, especially Lu Lao, who has never made a mistake. Another elder in a white shirt chimed in, recounting some of their illustrious achievements. Lu Lao, you've never made a mistake? Cheng Cheng scoffed at Lu Lao. Such disrespect for age. You blatantly deceived Lu Xiao just now, yet you have the gall to utter such words. Unbeknownst to Cheng Cheng, Lu Lao wished he could vanish into the ground. For the truth was that one could escape the notice of others only if they themselves had done nothing wrong. This time he was caught by the tail. Rest assured, after we complete the appraisal, if you find it unsatisfactory, we can also utilize the latest instruments for verification, Huang Lao said, patting Cheng Cheng on the shoulder. His gaze fixated on the wooden box he held. Genuine works by Tang Bohu are exceedingly rare. To witness one in person is a rare fortune indeed. Cheng Cheng, however, was not particularly concerned about the appraisers. He merely wished to make a swift transaction for cash. Very well, Cheng Cheng finally decided, slowly opening the wooden box. What unfolded before the eyes of the crowd was a painting titled Autumn Mountain Dwelling, adorned with inscriptions from contemporary artists. The crowd erupted in derisive murmurs upon witnessing the scene. Goodness, is this truly a masterpiece by Tang Bohu? Huh, is this person out of their mind? I may not comprehend art, but I can certainly read. Surely, this individual is here to amuse us. The three appraisers exhibited their own displeasure. Though old Lu appeared somewhat relieved, seeing Cheng Cheng was akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Logically, he had no reason to hide. Yet Cheng had seized upon his vulnerabilities, persistently pricking at his spine. Even Lu Xiao, who had remained silent nearby, expressed her confusion. Cheng Cheng, the inscription is clear. This cannot be a painting by Tang Bohu. Cheng Cheng found amusement in the short-sightedness of the crowd. The painting had been on display for at least half a day, and any observant individual might have noticed the oversight. Sometimes, the unworthiness of ostentatious wealth is not without justification. If these three so-called experts could not discern the truth, there was little point in continuing the appraisal. At that moment, old Huang scrutinized the painting before him, suddenly furrowing his brow, sensing something amiss. No. This painting appears to possess two layers. Upon hearing old Huang's exclamation, the other two approached, retrieving magnifying glasses for a closer examination. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the texture of this Xian paper beneath does not seem right. One moment, I must procure some tools. Young man, do you mind if I unveil its true nature? Old Huang glanced at Cheng Cheng with a smile, considering it was the young man's treasure. Cheng Cheng nodded. He was indifferent to the surface painting, for the one beneath held the real significance. Thus, the three appraisers, donning gloves, carefully placed the artwork on the table for meticulous observation. They then each produced an array of peculiar tools from their bags to commence their work. Despite old Lu's questionable character, his professional skills were undeniably robust. It was critical to handle the two layers of the painting with utmost care, as any misstep could ruin the underlying work. Cheng Cheng's palms grew clammy with anxiety as he watched them at work. Fortunately, after an hour, they successfully separated the autumn mountain dwelling from the top layer. The three elders, drenched in sweat, their shirts soaked, clearly faced a monumental task. Thus, Tang Bohu's authentic piece, Lonely Goose at Dusk, was revealed to the onlookers. The ink was rich and lustrous, with fine lines delineating the composition, sharp yet intricate, measuring 1,891 centimeters in length and 1,054 centimeters in width. The painting depicted towering mountains, elegant pavilions, riverside willows swaying in the evening breeze, illuminated by the glow of the late Qing sunset, a harmonious interplay of reality and illusion, truly ineffable. The three elders continued to examine the piece through their magnifying glasses, their expressions transitioning from delight to furrowed brows. By heavens, this is indeed an authentic piece. But shouldn't a genuine artifact reside in a museum? Where did this come from? Old Huang could not restrain his curiosity. Realizing this, he hurriedly made a phone call. Hello, is the Lonely Goose at Dusk by Tang Bohu in the museum? Yes, of course. How could it possibly go missing? You nearly startled me. Upon receiving confirmation, Old Huang's astonishment deepened, prompting him to request a photograph be sent over. Upon gazing at the painting depicted in the photograph, it starkly contrasts with the setting sun and Lonely Goose scene before me. This revelation implies that Tang Bohu had indeed crafted two distinct works. Consequently, the value of this painting transcends the mere sum of 1.5 billion. A sense of disbelief lingers within me. Mr. Liu now feels utterly despondent. This young man has stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, undoubtedly a highly skilled appraiser. The circumstances surrounding this matter must be rather intricate, and Mr. Liu's lifelong reputation hangs precariously in the balance. As this thought crosses his mind, darkness envelopes him, and he collapses. Chapter 19. Too expensive. Mr. Liu, what has happened to you? Quickly, call for medical assistance. Old Huang shouted urgently. The antique trading house was equipped with medical personnel, and upon the incident's onset, they promptly transported Mr. Liu for treatment. I hope Uncle Liu will be all right. Liu Xiao expressed her concern, watching the departing figures with unease. Rest assured, it is likely a result of his agitation. As for the cause of his anger, perhaps he must reflect on that himself. After speaking, Cheng Cheng turned his gaze toward the remaining two appraisers. The verification confirms it is indeed an authentic piece. Shall we proceed with the auction process? Certainly, however, I must inform you that our antique trading house's auction venue may not be suitable for such a precious artifact. While items valued in the millions may find a buyer, an antique nearing 200 million may prove too burdensome for anyone to acquire, Old Huang stated gravely. Nonetheless, you may temporarily entrust the treasure with us. In a month, there will be a more prestigious auction where it can be sold. By placing it with us, you may purchase corresponding insurance. However, our maximum coverage only extends to 100 million. Why did you not mention this earlier? Cheng Cheng frowned, his mood soured by these revelations. What do you mean by only compensating up to 100 million? You might as well say that I should just sell my 1.5 billion treasure for 100 million. The audacity of such a price gap is unfathomable. With a painting of such immense value, merely storing it here for a month without it being lost seems implausible. Cheng Cheng reflected on his oversight, realizing he should have consulted Liu Xiao beforehand, as she had grown up in this business, undoubtedly possessing greater knowledge than he. Observing Cheng Cheng's displeasure, Liu Xiao quickly deduced his thoughts. She approached him, leaning in to whisper softly, "If you trust me, you may deposit it at my company. I can provide you with maximum insurance coverage for the 1.5 billion value. I will cover the insurance cost for you. But the auction will be conducted under my company's name, with a profit split of 20 for me and 80 for you. Now that this painting by Tang Bohu has been confirmed as genuine, it will not be long before everyone is aware of its existence, and many will undoubtedly take an interest in it, including yourself." Cheng Cheng pondered her words carefully. Indeed, there was merit in her proposal, and conceding her a mere 20 of the profit seemed rather inconsequential. Rest assured, I, Liu Xiao, would never betray you. I have witnessed your exceptional skill in selecting jade, and we have collaborated frequently. This 1.5 billion is merely the tip of the iceberg. I can draft the contract shortly for your signature, so you need not worry. Alas, I currently lack influence and connections, possessing only a wealth of talent. The antiquities and jade industries are notoriously deep, and if families that have operated for generations set their sights on me, it could spell trouble. While Cheng Cheng may be unconcerned, I must think of my parents and my younger sister, who is still in high school. These are my vulnerabilities. It is imperative to remain discreet for now, to develop cautiously, Hence Cheng Cheng must strive to earn more. Seeing Cheng Cheng nod, Lu Xiao understood that the matter was settled. She approached, donned her gloves, and carefully rewrapped the artwork, deliberately making a phone call to the bodyguard for added security. "What is it?" Huang Lao inquired, his eyes lingering on the painting with reluctance. It is often said that men dedicated to their careers are the most attractive. At this moment, Lu Xiao's earnest demeanor was both beautiful and striking. The crowd gathered was substantial, and her words undoubtedly drew all eyes upon her. While this would certainly enhance her company's reputation, it also invited corresponding risks. "Yao Yao, do you need my assistance? I could arrange a team of bodyguards to escort the painting." The character known as Luo Sijiao suddenly appeared, a familiar figure in critical moments. "No need. Please leave me be," Cheng Cheng replied with a furrowed brow, clearly displeased. "What does this have to do with you?" Luo Sijiao began to speak again when Lu Xiao interrupted him. Carefully holding the artwork, she was acutely aware of the multitude of eyes around them, making it an inherently unsafe situation. "Very well. I wish you both a safe journey," Su Hao said, waving politely to the pair. Cheng Cheng felt a pang of unease at his words, sensing that those around him harbored ulterior motives. It felt akin to sitting on a throne, always wary of treacherous subjects plotting his downfall. Luo Sijiao was a schemer, filled with malice, thus requiring vigilance. Soon, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the two exited the antique trading fair, where they were greeted by rows of bodyguards clad in bulletproof vests, armed and ready. The display resembled that of a cash transport escort. The lead bodyguard handed a prepared contract to Cheng Cheng, who meticulously reviewed it several times before confidently signing. Just as Lu Xiao was about to hand the painting to the bodyguard, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of unease and grasped her hand firmly. "Let me carry it. I do not trust them. This painting, valued at $1.5 billion, could easily incite betrayal even among family, let alone bodyguards. Who could guarantee these individuals had not been compromised?" Lu Xiao understood Cheng Cheng's sentiments and naturally passed the painting to him. "Cheng Cheng, you still do not fully trust me. Did you not ask someone from your company to authenticate that blue and white porcelain? Has the result come back? Human nature is unpredictable. Those who were kind a decade ago may not be so generous today. One must always guard against treachery. Yet those genuinely willing to treat you well are indeed rare treasures." As he accumulated sufficient wealth, Cheng Cheng felt the need to cultivate a few trusted confidants. Otherwise, he would always be a solitary figure charging into battle. This was simply unacceptable. Like the formidable figures depicted in television dramas, they orchestrated their strategies from behind the scenes. In truth, the moment Cheng Cheng stumbled upon the genuine masterpiece of Tang Bohu, Lu Xiao had already suspected that the blue and white porcelain might indeed be a counterfeit. However, it was difficult for her to accept that someone she had grown up with would abandon their most cherished virtues and conspire with outsiders to deceive her. Once in the car, Cheng Cheng dared not doze off, his eyes glued to the navigation system as he remained vigilant against any potential errors. Chapter 20. Encountering Robbery and Fleeing. Lu Xiao couldn't help but gasp in shock. She had personally summoned the bodyguard with a call. If something went awry, it would imply that there was a traitor within her company. But who would dare to plant a mole in her organization? What could possibly be their motive? Yet, there was no time for her to ponder these matters. "Stop the car." At that moment, the driver was oblivious to their pleas, focused solely on the road ahead. "You two should stop fussing. Once we reach our destination, hand over the painting, and everything will be fine," one of the masked bodyguards chuckled. Each of them was armed to the teeth, completely disregarding the two of them, already dreaming of the lavish lives they would lead once they received their money. Cheng Cheng was seething with frustration. He had finally seized a significant opportunity, only to find himself beset by robbers. After 20 years of poverty, he was on the cusp of wealth, and now this? A threat to his life, yet no money in sight. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and he charged at the driver to wrestle for control of the steering wheel. The driver, taken aback, never anticipated that this young man would risk everything. Wasn't it said that wealthy individuals were typically averse to danger? This was not right. Behind them stood a group of gun-toting henchmen, who were equally unprepared for such reckless abandon. The others dared not fire their weapons. A stray bullet could spell disaster. They merely intended to intimidate these two, complete the transaction, and enjoy the comforts of wealth. Just as the bodyguards attempted to pull Cheng Cheng away, suddenly, boom! As the driver and Cheng Cheng struggled for control of the steering wheel, the vehicle careened out of control, crashing through the guardrail and rolling down the hillside several times before coming to a halt. Those who had not fastened their seatbelts were ejected from the vehicle. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Cheng Cheng vaguely felt a searing pain coursing through his body, He reached out a trembling hand to assess his injuries. His palm was drenched in deep crimson blood, and he discovered a severe gash on his abdomen caused by a piece of metal, blood gushing uncontrollably, staining his clothes a vivid red. I cannot die. I still have so much money to make. Cheng Cheng gritted his teeth against the pain, attempting to unbuckle his seatbelt. Yet, with each effort, the agony in his abdomen intensified, and blood continued to pour forth. If he did not receive timely medical attention, he feared he might meet his demise here. He understood that in such a dire situation, it was imperative to remain calm. He endeavored to steady his mind, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Surviving was the only way to preserve his hopes of earning more wealth. Gradually, he began to feel a sense of fatigue, his eyes involuntarily narrowing for a moment. In his consciousness, he suddenly sensed a surge of warmth, reminiscent of the last time he diagnosed Yonai. This warmth coursed through his bloodstream, gradually reaching the site of his injury, enveloping it tenderly. In mere moments, the pain in his abdomen diminished significantly. When he opened his eyes again, Cheng Cheng was astonished to discover that the wound on his abdomen had healed, leaving only remnants of blood adhering to the surface of his skin. Could it be that he possessed not only the ability of X-ray vision, but also the power to heal? The thought caused a smile to involuntarily spread across his lips. Fate had not forsaken him. He hastily unfastened his seatbelt. The vehicle lay on its side, and the bodyguards had long succumbed to unconsciousness. He felt little inclination to rescue them. A quick call for emergency assistance would suffice. At that moment, Lu Xiao's clothing lay in tatters, shredded by shards of glass, and her once delicate visage bore a deep gash. For a beautiful woman, a scar on her face was more unbearable than death itself. Yet she remained unconscious. Cheng Cheng hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and then kicked open the shattered window. "Wake up! We must leave quickly. This group surely has accomplices." I noticed one person maintaining contact with the outside. He gently patted Lu Xiao's cheek. She stirred, her brow furrowed, awakening to the pain in her body, and nodded in response to Cheng Cheng's words. With his assistance, they managed to escape from the vehicle. As expected, scarcely had they emerged from the car when the roar of motorcycles echoed from the mountain road. For the sake of their safety, Cheng Cheng could only pull Lu Xiao deeper into the dense forest. This gang was audacious enough to commit robbery. One could only surmise what other outrageous actions they might undertake. It was known that this road was devoid of villages or shops, with few surveillance cameras. Anything could transpire without a trace. Cheng Cheng, my face and leg hurt terribly. I feel as though I can hardly move, Lu Xiao said, grimacing as she limped. Upon closer inspection, her once delicate legs were now stained a deep crimson, with a visible gash on her calf from which blood gushed forth relentlessly. Yet there was no time to tend to her wounds. He could only carry her to a place of concealment. Cheng Cheng carefully lifted her, disregarding notions of chivalry. One arm supporting her lower back, while the other embraced her waist as he dashed into the thicket. Before long, the group of motorcyclists arrived. "Search for them. Especially that painting. We must retrieve it. This kid truly values money over his life." "What a mess he has made," the leader commanded, prompting the others to enter and rescue everyone from the car. They found no painting. The man and woman had vanished. What? They've disappeared? Did he really manage to escape? This kid has remarkable luck. Quickly, send people to search. They must be injured and won't have traveled far. An ambulance will arrive shortly. We can pretend to be well-meaning passersby. In the forest, Lu Xiao, having lost too much blood, had turned pale. If she did not receive medical attention soon, she might truly be in grave danger. Am I truly so unattractive now? Lu Xiao lamented, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. For so long, her pent-up grievances had finally erupted at this moment. My father is utterly wicked. In his relentless pursuit of an advantageous marriage for me, he drove my college boyfriend to his demise, ensnaring him in a web of high-interest debt, ultimately leading to his tragic end. Why must he be so ruthless? Does a merchant's heart beat solely for profit? At that moment, Lu Xiao felt an overwhelming despondency. The situation seemed dire. "You shall be all right. I will save you." Cheng Cheng reassured her. Gently placing her on the ground, he laid his hands softly upon her arms, closing his eyes in an attempt to heal her as he would himself. A warm current flowed from his arms into Lu Xiao's body, and he could sense this warmth traversing every inch of her skin. His sole focus was on her healing. Gradually, he felt as if something within him was depleting. Yet, Lu Xiao's wounds visibly mended at an astonishing pace. How is this possible? In Chapter 21, happiness is quite expensive. Cheng Cheng recalled his previous encounters with jadeite and the fleeting sensation it evoked. To confirm his hypothesis, he hastily opened a wooden box, retrieving the painting The Lonely Wild Goose at Dusk, and lightly touched the frame's edge. Sure enough, a rich brown gas swiftly entered his body, more potent than before and with remarkable speed. I understand now. The higher the value of the jadeite or antique artwork, the more concentrated this gas becomes, which can be harnessed for healing. With this newfound understanding, Cheng Cheng secured the painting and approached Lu Xiao, who appeared pallid, her already fair complexion devoid of color. She sensed that her wounds were less painful, though she still felt weak. Realizing that Cheng Cheng was the source of her relief, she remained puzzled by the method of his healing. Those two brats, are they even human? How did they manage to escape? This could spell trouble for us. One man remarked. Indeed, how did it all go awry? We never intended for it to come to this. Is a painting truly worth such desperation? Another added. Brothers, we must search thoroughly. If they're lost to us, we are doomed. As the two men drew nearer, Cheng Cheng swiftly picked up a stone from the ground, holding his breath and fixating his gaze on them, prepared to confront them if necessary. A desperate creature will leap over walls, and Cheng Cheng was no exception. Just then, the distant wail of an ambulance pierced the air. Goodness, they arrived so quickly. What should we do now? Should we continue searching? Search my foot. We must flee immediately. If the authorities catch us, we won't escape. With no other choice, the group abandoned their search and hurriedly retreated. Once they had walked far enough away, Cheng Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the navigation app and saw that their current location was not too far from the nearest road. A 10-minute walk would suffice. Come, you are too weak right now. I shall carry you. Lu Shiyao's clothing had been torn to shreds by the glass shards, prompting Cheng Cheng to remove his jacket and drape it over her. He then crouched down to make it easier for her to lean on him. Come on, I'll carry you. Gritting her teeth, Lu Shiyao pressed against him, causing a tremor within Cheng Cheng at the softness against his chest. No, no, no. She is still injured. How can I think of such things? He then stood up, firmly supporting her as he hoisted her onto his back. Surprisingly, her figure was well maintained, feeling as supple as jelly. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Lu Shiyao leaned closer to Cheng Cheng's ear and whispered in a breathy voice. Why don't you just leave me behind and go? Because I need to sell the painting, and you haven't yet given me the money for that imperial green. His words held a ring of truth. If Lu Shiyao were to pass away, where would he procure that money? What if her father refused to acknowledge the debt? Lu Shiyao felt somewhat exasperated. Having witnessed Cheng Cheng's devoted care earlier, she had thought he genuinely cared for her. To her dismay, she realized he was still fixated on money, despite her previous kindness, treating him as if he were a boyfriend. Cheng Cheng, may I ask you a question? Why do you care so much about money? With your current worth, you should have enough to live comfortably, shouldn't you? Perhaps due to her weakened state. Lu Shiyao spoke without much thought. Cheng Cheng gritted his teeth and continued walking for several minutes with her on his back. He glanced up at the distant fields, where a middle-aged man was laboriously wielding a hoe under the blazing sun. The man's skin was darkened by the sun, and if spotted by some in the city, he might be deemed dirty. Cheng Cheng recalled the days when he had been in a delivery uniform, deliberately obstructed from entering the community by security, and the times he had been criticized by his ex-girlfriend for being greasy and smelling after working under the harsh sun. Why do I care so much about money? Because life is tough, and to lead a happy life, one needs a great deal of money. The money I earn through hard work is seen as insufficient by some women. I wake up early and toil late, delivering food day and night, even in thunderstorms. Do you think I'm not afraid? I'm terrified too, but a life without money frightens me even more. Marrying requires a bride price, and the down payment for a house is often in the hundreds of thousands. To get married, one also needs a car, which costs around 100,000 at the very least. Tell me, how is a young person in their 20s, without relying on their parents, supposed to achieve all of this? I have worked hard to earn money, yet it is still not enough. If I had a substantial amount, perhaps my ex-girlfriend wouldn't have strayed due to my lack of wealth, and the child she carries might. Cheng Cheng hesitated, realizing that if her company could not manage matters properly, collaborating with her could pose significant risks. He refrained from continuing, recognizing that her weakened state was not conducive to heightened emotions. The previous topic had struck a nerve, and he had let his emotions get the better of him. Lu Shiyao slightly opened her eyes, reassessing the man before her, finding him strikingly genuine at that moment. She pondered carefully in her mind and found the situation quite perplexing. How could the bodyguard have been bribed in such a brief span of time after she had hurriedly made the call upon acquiring the painting? Moreover, she recalled that they had already mapped out their route while in the car. It is essential to understand that stumbling upon a treasure is a chance occurrence. How could anyone orchestrate such a meticulous plan in such a fleeting moment? There is but one possibility. Everything was premeditated, including the painting itself. Yet, this was merely her conjecture. It seemed utterly absurd that someone would use a priceless artwork worth $1.5 billion as bait. She found it difficult to comprehend. If it were indeed a conspiracy, what could that individual's motive be, especially considering the monumental sacrifice involved? Soon, she arrived at the roadside and, to her fortune, managed to flag down a vehicle in no time. "Where to, young man?" "Just city." "Are you jesting?" "I'm not jesting. First, I need to stop by a nearby supermarket to purchase a few items. I shall pay you double the fare. Will you accept this ride?" Cheng Cheng replied coldly. "Of course I will." Upon reaching the supermarket, Cheng Cheng procured some food, beverages, a thermos, and a packet of brown sugar. He then requested some hot water from the proprietor to prepare a cup of brown sugar water for her. Returning to the vehicle, he handed the driver a can of Red Bull and gently blew on the brown sugar water in the thermos. "It's quite hot. Let it cool before drinking. You appear quite weak, and we still have a long journey ahead of us. I appreciate your efforts." The frail Lu Xiao possessed a hazy kind of beauty. She held the thermos and meticulously observed the visage of the man before her. The sun illuminated his handsome features, and gazing at Cheng Cheng's face inexplicably brought her a sense of tranquility. "Thank you for being so kind to me. Do not mention it. You still owe me quite a bit of money," Cheng Cheng replied. Lu Xiao took a small sip of the brown sugar water and shot Cheng Cheng a glance. "How can there be such a straightforward man in this world? Is it that I am not beautiful enough? Or perhaps I lack charm? It seems rather incongruous." If Lu Xiao wished to find a partner, suitors could line up from here to France. Yet he seemed solely fixated on that trivial sum of money. "Cheng Cheng, I have a question for you." Chapter 22, The Plan to Buy a House. "You wouldn't happen to be fond of men, would you?" This statement from Lu Xiao nearly caused Cheng Cheng to spew the beverage he had just sipped. His eyes widened in disbelief. "My sexual orientation is perfectly fine. Do not spread rumors outside. Is it my serious demeanor that has led you to such an impression?" Cheng Cheng regarded Lu Xiao with a grave expression. Seeing Cheng Cheng's earnest demeanor, Lu Xiao could not help but chuckle. She realized her previous remark had been somewhat excessive and quickly clarified. "I merely spoke in jest to tease you." Lu Xiao's gaze was sincere and resolute. However, Cheng Cheng found it increasingly difficult to fully trust her words. Memories of Gu Xiaoxiao's similar declarations from years past flashed through his mind. He recalled how, in his early days in society, Gu Xiaoxiao had vowed to be his staunchest ally. Yet, within merely a year, everything had changed. In the world of adulthood, promises are as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, liable to extinguish at any moment. Once, they had promised to strive together and then marry. He toiled day and night outside, while Gu Xiaoxiao confided in another man at home, engaging in lengthy conversations until dawn. Meanwhile, in a certain building, Su Hao sat with his head bowed and an anxious expression, resembling a startled bird. Before him lounged a man, leisurely perched on his desk with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar with an air of nonchalance. Su Hao knew all too well that this man wielded immense power. With but a flick of his finger, Su could be obliterated. "I apologize. I couldn't locate them, nor the painting. It's all that kid's fault. The last time he sold jade, he made quite a fortune. I never expected he would seize the steering wheel over a painting. That kid values money over life. It's all been resolved. This was merely an ordinary traffic accident. I am somewhat curious. Why not simply incapacitate that kid and take the painting? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Do your duty. Refrain from asking too many questions. Follow my instructions, and Lu Xiu and the Lu Group will ultimately be yours." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of greed flickered in Su Hao's eyes. The two largest groups in the city jade and jewelry market were the Lu Group and the Qian Group. The Lu Group had established a deep-rooted presence over many years, boasting substantial wealth. The Qian Group, originally in real estate, had entered the jade and jewelry sector later, rapidly capturing a significant share of the market with the fortunes amassed from real estate, showing signs of overtaking its competitors. However, the ambitions of the Qian Group were considerable. In recent years, they sought to gradually swallow the Lu Group. Mr. Lu, sensing the market's instability, aimed for a strategic marriage to solidify the Lu Group's standing. Yet, concerning the counterfeit blue and white porcelain, Lu Xiu might already be aware. Su Hao whispered, "So what if she knows? Just follow my directives. Everyone knows her father's nature. Once the business alliance is established, Lu Xiu will be delivered to your bed. Will you still need to consider her feelings? Quickly investigate Cheng Cheng's family background. I need specifics down to the house number." A long-lost smile appeared on Su Hao's face. He understood that the situation had shifted in his favor. "Good, let's talk. I'll go at once." After yesterday's incident, if not handled properly, she would struggle to sleep, and Cheng Cheng wouldn't feel secure continuing their collaboration. The implications were chilling. He hastily rose and searched for Tang Bohu's The Solitary Goose in the Sunset, discovering that it was currently housed in a museum. Yet, historical records had never mentioned that Tang Bohu created two versions of The Solitary Goose in the Sunset. Such treasures, if not in a museum, should belong to a private collector. The chance of it being lost and fortuitously found by himself was slimmer than winning the lottery. Reflecting on the subsequent events, everything seemed orchestrated. If it were indeed premeditated, it couldn't have been aimed at him, could it? Just days after acquiring this newfound insight, he found himself targeted. A mansion typically offered superior protection. While he could endure scrutiny, he would not allow any harm to come to his family. Upon reaching this conclusion, Cheng Cheng resolved to set off immediately. But first, he needed to urge Lu Siyao to transfer the funds. Upon seeing Cheng Cheng's message, she promptly called the finance department and, after receiving confirmation, relayed the news to Cheng Cheng without delay. 25 million will be deposited into your bank account this afternoon. After sending this message, Lu Siyao lingered for several minutes, yet the anticipated response failed to materialize. Family is undoubtedly one's Achilles heel. He could not allow any unexpected occurrences. The high-speed train tickets from City to Hang City were readily available, with a journey time of approximately 2 hours. However, upon reaching Hang City, he would need to transfer to another train, which would take about half an hour to arrive at the county town. As he arrived at the foot of his apartment building, he spotted the familiar silhouette of an acquaintance. Chapter 23, a series of unexpected turns. Clad in a garish, multicolored shirt and flip-flops, it was none other than Cheng Cheng's second aunt. Typically, when faced with difficulties, these relatives would shy away, and upon witnessing his misfortunes, they would offer their sarcastic remarks. Cheng Cheng could hardly be bothered to engage her in conversation. His second aunt raised her voice intentionally, seemingly afraid that the neighboring residents would not hear her. Noticing Cheng Cheng walking by without acknowledging her, she became visibly agitated. "Hey, you little rascal. Where's your sense of courtesy? Just because you haven't made any money is no excuse for ignoring your elders. How can you not respond when I speak to you? Fine, your son is the best, earning 10,000 a month. I'm quite busy at the moment." Cheng Cheng replied dismissively. To his surprise, she refused to let go. "How can you treat me this way? Your second aunt only wishes to help you, seeing that you are in financial straits. The son of the Cheng family has been out in the world for so many years and has achieved nothing." Observing the smirks and derisive comments from the neighbors and relatives, Cheng Cheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They had no idea how much money he actually possessed. Once he purchased a luxurious home and relocated in the coming days, their expressions would surely change dramatically. There's a saying that resonates well. When poor, no one pays heed. When rich, distant relatives come forth. Thus, he secretly vowed to work diligently to earn more, ensuring a better life for his family. As the school day drew to a close, Cheng Cheng hailed a taxi and made his way to the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School. The vicinity of the school was still bustling with various food stalls lining the roadside. At this hour, most students flocked to these stalls for their meal. Indeed, some of the vendors maintained commendable hygiene and served delectable fare. Cheng Cheng had been dining here since childhood and had never suffered any ill effects. Before long, amidst the crowd, a tall, fair-skinned girl with a youthful radiance emerged. This was Cheng Cheng's younger sister, Cheng Cheng, inheriting the exceptional height genes of the Cheng family. She stood at 173 meters at the age of 17, clad in a blue and white school uniform with deep blue trousers, her innocence unmistakable. Gassine. Perhaps due to the noise, Cheng Cheng did not hear Cheng Cheng's call. At that moment, a group of stylishly dressed girls blocked her path. Initially, Cheng Cheng believed that some classmates were merely seeking her sister's company. Thus, he paid little mind to the situation. However, upon closer inspection, he observed a group of girls encircling Cheng Cheng, their demeanor exuding arrogance and contempt. Meanwhile, his sister appeared to be cowering among them, her head bowed in silence. Bullying on campus? The thought crossed Cheng Cheng's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. He stealthily approached the group to confirm his suspicions. "Hey, Cheng Cheng, why do you only have such a meager amount today? What do you do with 10 yuan? Are you trying to fend off beggars?" A girl clad in tattered jeans glared at Cheng Cheng, her words dripping with mockery. I have no money at home. This is all I have. My weekly allowance," Cheng Cheng replied, her eyes pleadingly searching the crowd for someone to help her. She longed for someone to step forward, but to her dismay, the onlookers remained indifferent. "Haha, week's allowance? You seem rather innocent. Hao Ge has taken a liking to you. If you accompany him for dinner tonight, we won't demand money from you again, and we'll even address you as sister-in-law. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng could no longer contain his fury and charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the girl sprawling to the ground. To be honest, Cheng Cheng had never laid a hand on a woman before, but today he was determined to uphold justice and confront this shameless creature. The girl in torn jeans winced from the blow but remained defiant, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in Chen Qifei's affairs? I am Cheng Cheng, Cheng Kerson's brother. I warn you, if you dare to bully my sister again, I will make your entire family pay." Cheng Cheng glared fiercely at the group of girls. He knew his sister well. Cheng Kerson was always upright and would never associate with such individuals. Expecting that revealing his name would instill fear, he was taken aback when Chen Qifei burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you gotta be kidding me. Cheng Kerson, is this the brother who delivers takeout into city? Your parents are assembly line workers, and your brother delivers food. With such a meager background, how dare you even mention involving him? Aren't you afraid I'll take care of him too? Ha ha ha." Chen Qifei sneered at Cheng Cheng, clearly having already assessed the Cheng family situation before targeting Cheng Kerson, leaving her unafraid. Noticing Cheng Kerson trembling all over, a primal fear evident in her body language, Cheng Cheng firmly grasped her hand. "Do not fear, your brother will protect you. The Cheng family is no longer what it once was. Brother, their family is very wealthy," Cheng Kerson timidly remarked. "Oh, their wealth grants them the right to act with impunity? Does having money allow them to bully others in broad daylight?" Cheng Cheng roared as he advanced toward Chen Qifei. She, aware of her disadvantage against the towering figure before her, instinctively took several steps back. Finding herself cornered, she forced a smile and spoke. "My father operates a gold shop in town. With the meager influence your family possesses, dare you lay a finger on me? My father will ensure your sister suffers even more grievously. Surely, there are times when you are absent. Just wait until you are gone to see how I will deal with your sister." This statement struck a nerve with Cheng Cheng. He had initially contemplated delivering a severe blow to her, but the presence of numerous onlookers and surveillance cameras at the school gate compelled him to regain his composure. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Cheng Cheng's lips, leaving Chen Qifei somewhat taken aback by his expression. "What do you intend to do?" she queried. "What shall I do? Take a guess," Cheng Cheng responded, tightening his grip on her hand. His eyes fluttered shut as an enigmatic energy surged forth from his palm like an arrow. In mere seconds, this energy slithered into Chen Qifei's body like an eel. However, Cheng Cheng had deliberately held back. Approximately 10 minutes later, this energy would coagulate within her veins, resulting in paralysis of her legs. When he finally released her hand, the young girl remained oblivious to any unusual sensations, merely glaring at Cheng Cheng and uttering a menacing remark. "Just you wait." Once the group had moved on, Cheng Kerson's expression grew tense. "Brother, they're quite wealthy. Her father truly owns a gold shop right over on the pedestrian street. Fear not, I am here." Cheng Cheng reassured his sister, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bruise on her arm. His eyes sharpened immediately. Cheng Kerson hurriedly pulled her sleeves down, attempting to conceal the marks. "Remove your hand." Cheng Cheng's voice involuntarily rose an octave. He could no longer tolerate the situation. His family had always adhered to principles, never seeking to exploit others or provoke anyone. It was one thing to endure bullying, but to dare lay hands on his sister was utterly unacceptable. In the past, he may have only been able to vent his frustrations through a beating, perhaps facing a few days of confinement, but now, he possessed the strength to ensure the other party would pay dearly. Cheng Cheng was no longer the person he once was. "From now on, no one shall bully you. Kerson, tell me, where's her father's gold shop? Let me there." Cheng Cheng suppressed his fury, inquiring in a low voice. "Brother, we cannot afford to provoke her family. Let us endure for now. In another year, I will graduate. Do you believe that enduring will resolve matters? Your forbearance may only embolden them further," he declared. "Leave this matter to me. Just watch." Observing her brother's unwavering determination, Cheng Kerson nodded slightly. At that moment, the fund from Lu Xiao arrived. Zhejiang Citibank has transferred 25 million yuan. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the pedestrian street, where the largest gold shop, Chun Liufu, was owned by Chen Qifei's father. Situated in the heart of the county, the shop spanned nearly 300 square meters, a formidable establishment indeed. Yet, Cheng Cheng knew well that such remote gold shops might not guarantee high purity in their gold. Many unscrupulous merchants sought to deceive customers, passing off inferior products as superior. After all, Many individuals from small towns are often unaware of where to seek appraisals or the correct methods for doing so. Furthermore, the appraisal instruments within the shops have long been tampered with by the merchants, and the average person rarely pays attention to such details. In this era of soaring gold prices, one must exercise caution, as the greater the tumult, the more valuable the catch. Cheng Cheng recalled the brazen demeanor of that young girl, and it was likely her family was not much better off. However, glancing at the time, it seemed the moment for action had arrived. Come, brother will take you to buy a gold bracelet. Observing Cheng Cheng's obedient demeanor, his heart simmered with indignation, recalling how that group had bullied his sister. In the past, all the money he earned for their wedding had been spent on Gu Xiao Xiao, leaving nothing for a decent bracelet for Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng was always well-behaved at home, never asking her family for pocket money. She simply consumed what was available and had no particular desires regarding her clothing. Throughout the year, her wardrobe consisted solely of school uniforms, and during holidays, she donned just a couple of plain shirts. At 17, even if she didn't voice her feelings, it was inevitable that she felt a twinge of discomfort, especially when observing others dressed so beautifully. Upon entering the jewelry store, several attendants clad in blue uniforms glanced at Cheng Cheng, noticing that the two were dressed quite modestly. Hello, are you here to look at bracelets? I'd like to have a look first. The female sales associates exchanged knowing glances, dismissing Cheng Cheng as a pauper merely browsing, and thus were reluctant to assist, considering it a waste of time and effort for someone unlikely to make a purchase. Please show me your most expensive bracelets and necklaces. Cheng Cheng inquired as he approached the counter. The most expensive necklace costs over 100,000. We typically don't display those. Perhaps you might consider these over here, a saleswoman replied condescendingly, gesturing toward the low-end items priced in the hundreds. Are you telling me that I can't even try on gold bracelets and necklaces? What kind of service is this? Bring your manager. I wish to lodge a complaint. Cheng Cheng's frustration escalated. Originally intending to select a few valuable pieces for appraisal, he found himself met with disdain instead. Go ahead and complain. If you can't afford it, there is no need to try it on. We have protocols for verifying funds in real estate. If you lack money, you ought not to pretend in front of the ladies. We are merely looking out for your best interests, yet you raise your voice at us. How amusing. The saleswoman, clearly accustomed to being domineering at home, perceived Cheng Cheng's humble appearance as an opportunity for bullying, showing no sign of trepidation. Cheng Cheng tugged at Cheng Cheng's sleeve and whispered, "Shall we leave?" "No need to go. Just observe," he replied, before stepping up to the counter. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, he scanned the gold jewelry, having previously assessed it many times, only to find that all results indicated insufficient purity. Gold bracelet, imitation alloy. Gold necklace, imitation alloy. Despite the tags claiming to be 999 pure gold, he was dismayed to discover they were mere alloys, with the actual purity far below standard. This jewelry store had been operating locally for many years. One could only imagine how many customers had been deceived. With this realization, a smirk crept upon Cheng Cheng's lips. One reaps what they sow, and he bore no responsibility for their fate. All the 999 pure gold shall be wrapped for me, whatever the quantity. Upon hearing these words, several female sales associates were utterly astonished. All of it? Is that true? The gold in our store is worth at least 10 million. The sales associates exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous of Cheng Cheng's statement. If all that gold were bought, their commission would amount to several 100,000. The thought of earning such a sum in a county town was beyond imagination. Is it even plausible? He looks rather ordinary. His attire appears to be from street vendor, a mere $20 for an outfit. I too find it dubious. We've never heard of any young man in our county possessing such wealth. Could he be a rich second generation supporting a mistress? I've heard tales of attractive high school girls being kept by affluent patrons. Regardless of whether he is supporting someone or not, I intend to see for myself. It would be foolish to forego a lucrative opportunity. After a brief discussion, the sales associates approached him, asking this would require at least 10 million. Are you certain you can manage that? Doubtful? Then grab any gold necklace. I shall pay right now, using my card. The sales associate took Cheng Cheng's bank card and casually selected a gold necklace to process the transaction. Upon viewing the balance displayed on the card, the women gasped in astonishment. 2,700,000? This figure was something they had never encountered. A young man was indeed wealthy beyond their imagination. At that moment, they realized this young man was their benefactor. Their fortune had truly arrived. They promptly altered their attitude, eagerly vying to wrap gold jewelry for Cheng Cheng. One of the sales associates even called her boss. "Boss, we have good news. A moment occasion. Be quiet. What is wrong, daughter? How did you come back incapacitated? Chapter 25. Triple compensation for fraud, claiming 30 million. Chen Qifei looked at her legs, now marred with bruises, her face turning pale with fear. She could not move her lower body at all. You need to prepare yourselves. Your daughter's legs may be irretrievable. The doctor's words struck her like a thunderbolt. Dad, save me. I do not wish to become a legless cripple. Chen Qifei's voice trembled with tears. The portly man before her felt as if his heart had turned to ash. He could not accept this grim reality. How could this happen? You were well just moments ago. Recollecting Cheng Cheng's actions from earlier that day, a wave of panic washed over Chen Qifei. Dad, help me. It's all that boy's fault. Yes, Cheng Cheng's brother. All right, find a friend to accompany me for identification. I will ensure he pays a dire price for this. Chen Cheng's eyes burned with rage. After calming his daughter, he noticed the call had not yet ended. What did you say about good news? Today, a young man came to our store and, with a wave of his hand, purchased $1 million worth of gold. The sales associate was nearly beaming with excitement. What? All the gold was bought. Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng's brow furrowed tightly, his keen gaze sharpening as he sensed the underlying anomaly. One must understand, anywhere a multi-million purchase of gold would create quite a stir, let alone in this small county town. Was the gold found to be counterfeit? If that is indeed the case, it would spell significant trouble. Chen Cheng could no longer remain seated. He hastily took his daughter's friend and rushed to the store. Inside, the other salespeople could barely contain their excitement, pouncing on the gold like famished predators, hastily packing it away. With one hand they gathered the gold, while the other swiped their cards, their eyes gleaming with avarice, as if the gold had transformed into stacks of cash. Each individual was fervently engaged, terrified of earning even a penny less than their peers. They even procured a large box to load the gold, treating it not as mere metal, but as a glimmering mountain of wealth. The amount of gold in the box directly correlated to their commissions. Oh my boss, you're truly wealthy. I have never encountered someone so young, handsome, and affluent in my life. Your girlfriend is stunning. You are indeed fortunate. The previously arrogant saleswoman was the first to change her demeanor. Her tone now as sweet as honey. Stop your nonsense. This is my sister. Hurry and pack. Cheng Cheng gazed at the mountains of gold before her, bewildered. Brother, why do we need so much gold? Shoo, I have my reasons. Just watch. Cheng Cheng replied, patting her shoulder. Cheng Cheng observed her brother, feeling somewhat estranged. She understood the difficulty he faced in earning money, typically reluctant to spend extravagantly. Yet now, he had suddenly transformed into a millionaire. Brother, I must be dreaming. How have you become so wealthy? Cheng Cheng murmured, her brow furrowed. Cheng Cheng gently brushed her forehead, and every time he saw the bruises lingering on her arms, his desire to amass more wealth intensified. These bullies, emboldened by their wealth and influence, dared to commit wrongdoings locally, thriving on their family fortunes for decades. Some even transformed into educators, the very individuals who once bullied her now revered as respected teachers. The irony was almost laughable. They worked with remarkable efficiency. In less than half an hour, over 10 million worth of gold was packed away. Boss, do you need assistance in calling a vehicle to transport the goods? You cannot carry all this gold alone. No need, he replied. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Cheng rushed into the store, his gaze first landing on the empty counter, then shifting to the young man before him. Did you spend 10 million on gold? At that moment, a girl from the social circle who had just accompanied Chen Qifei stepped forward. She pointed accusingly at Cheng Cheng, indignantly stating, it was him. Chen Qifei shook his hand, and that's what caused her to become unwell, thinking of his daughter, who was on the verge of paralysis. Chen Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance upon him. Yet, recalling that this young man had extravagantly spent millions on gold, he forced himself to remain calm, reminding himself not to act impulsively. Why did you bully my daughter? Also, the gold in the store will not be sold today. Cheng Cheng slowly approached Cheng Cheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I did not bully her. I merely shook her hand. If she dares to torment my sister again in the future, the repercussions will not be as uncomplicated as today. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Cheng Cheng's eyes. Moreover, I have already paid for the gold. How can you simply refuse to sell it? Who do you think you are? Cheng Cheng reclined comfortably on the sofa with his sister, crossing his legs and sipping tea as if he were in his own home. However, Cheng Cheng's palms were damp with sweat, for she had never encountered such a grand spectacle. Cheng Cheng glared menacingly at the sales assistant, as if he intended to consume her whole. I stated that I would return to make the purchase. Why could you not wait? The several female sales assistants were paralyzed with fear, their speech becoming stammered as they bowed their heads and trembled. Young man, one should show mercy when possible. We may meet again in the future, so do not take away the gold. I will return your money in full, but otherwise, consider the safety of your parents who work on the assembly line. I, Cheng Cheng, have fought tooth and nail in this county for decades. I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Cheng Cheng squinted, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. He believed these words would compel Cheng Cheng to retreat, as the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. On his own turf, he felt a semblance of confidence. Little did he know, these very words struck a nerve with Cheng Cheng. Had he not mentioned his parents, perhaps there would have been room for negotiation, but to threaten his family was a grave mistake. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Since I have come, I shall not fear you. Every piece of gold you possess is substandard. Today, I have already purchased it. According to the law, for every counterfeit, you owe me triple the amount, 30 million. Do you think you can prevent my purchase? Ha ha ha, such delusions. Cheng Cheng smiled lightly, undeterred, recognizing that the situation could not be resolved amicably. Cheng Cheng recalled having inquired about Cheng Cheng's background on the way here. He discovered that Cheng Cheng's family was impoverished. The audacity with which Cheng Cheng spoke suggested he had been entrusted by someone else. Thus, he altered his previously fierce demeanor. Adopting a congenial smile, "We are from the same hometown. Why not settle this amicably? I can offer you 200,000, and we can put this matter to rest. Otherwise, should something unfortunate happen to your parents on their way to work, it may not be safe." Chapter 26. No compensation? Then step on the sewing machine. 200,000 to dismiss me? You might as well be offering pocket change. Were you threatening me just now? Cheng Cheng regarded Cheng Cheng, his eyes glinting with malice. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Given the number of vehicles on the road, one must be vigilant. Cheng Cheng snorted coldly. He had already discerned Cheng Cheng's weaknesses. Possessing a mere million, what could he truly accomplish without connections or power? After all, he was just a child, and intimidation was all that was required. As long as the gold remained in the store, there was still a chance. Brother, perhaps we should let this go. Cheng Cheng was terrified that her brother might attract trouble by standing up for her. Do not fear. Your brother has never engaged in endeavors lacking certainty. However, Cheng Cheng suddenly recalled that Lu Xiao had previously promised him that he could seek her assistance should he encounter any difficulties. Given the manner in which the salesman had addressed her, it was possible that Lu Xiao could indeed be of aid, especially since there was a connection between jewelry stores and gold shops. Considering his confidence, it was likely that he had support behind him. He was determined to reclaim the 30 million he had lost. Thus, Cheng Cheng retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Xiao. Hello, Lu Xiao, this is Cheng Cheng. You mentioned that I could reach out to you if I faced any difficulties, correct? Indeed, you are encountering some troubles? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao furrowed her brow. Just days prior, he had narrowly escaped danger without seeking her help, so his current predicament must be quite serious. I am currently in my hometown, in a county in Hangzhou. There's a gold shop here selling counterfeit goods. I purchased 10 million worth of gold, yet the purity is insufficient. I intend to demand compensation of 30 million from the owner, but he is obstructing me from taking the gold, suggesting he has powerful backing. I wonder if you could intervene in this matter. Is that all? Consider it done. However, demanding 30 million seems rather like extortion, does it not? We have dealings with most jade and jewelry shops, including gold stores, in the vicinity of a city. How audacious of them to sell counterfeit goods. Now, what is the name of that shop and the owner's name? Provide me with the details, and I shall resolve this within 3 minutes. If you're in urgent need, you may report it to the police to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. Initially, Lu Xiao had assumed that he was calling about a matter of life and death, particularly since she had recently uncovered a traitor in her company and was investigating her bodyguards. Yet the testimonies from these individuals were remarkably consistent, yielding no leads. She had planned to present them to Uncle Mao, but they had already recorded their statements, all claiming the same narrative. The driver had suddenly altered the route due to a vehicle malfunction, leading to the accident as they navigated a bend poorly. Thus, the incident will be classified as a traffic accident. However, the image of Cheng Cheng seizing the steering wheel had vanished, leaving uncertainty about who was responsible. If the investigation continued, it could spell trouble for Cheng Cheng, so it seemed prudent to conclude matters here. To achieve resolution, clandestine inquiries would need to persist. Cheng Cheng approached Cheng Cheng and inquired, "What is your name, and what is the name of your store? Speak quickly." Cheng Cheng, perplexed by Cheng Cheng's actions, turned away, unwilling to engage. Hearing this, Cheng Cheng chuckled. He had already investigated Cheng Cheng's background and dismissed him entirely. He simply instructed the sales staff to bring out the gold. The sales staff, Mere employees had no choice but to follow their employer's directives. Do not touch that. I have already paid for these. Are you attempting to rob me? It was outrageous that they would unload the goods right in front of him. Where was the justice in this? Absurd. Am I not entitled to withdraw my purchase? Regardless of how you address others, you shall not take away this gold today. I will refund your money, but my daughter remains in the hospital, and you cannot escape. Cheng Cheng coldly retorted. What does your daughter's predicament have to do with me? Do you possess any evidence proving my involvement? We live in a society governed by law. The old methods are antiquated. If you refuse, I shall call the police. I only need to escalate this matter, and I shall see how you extricate yourself. Cheng Cheng replied with a smile. Indeed, Cheng Cheng found himself utterly powerless against Cheng Cheng, as he lacked any evidence against him. Furthermore, detaining him would only result in charges of illegal confinement. However, Cheng Cheng was acutely aware that if several boxes of gold were taken away, he would face a staggering loss of millions. As long as the threshold had not been crossed, there was still a chance to rectify the situation. Noticing the proprietor's hesitation, Cheng Cheng resorted to calling Uncle Mao. Wait. Upon seeing Cheng Cheng truly poised to report the incident, the owner panicked, his earlier bravado evaporating. If the police were involved and the fraudulent nature of the gold was confirmed, the prospect of compensating 30 million was merely the beginning. All customers who had ever purchased gold from this establishment would likely seek reparation, resulting in astronomical compensation demands. It was well known that Cheng Cheng had operated his jewelry store in the area for decades, and the practice of passing off inferior goods as genuine was not a recent endeavor. Initially dismissive due to Cheng Cheng's youth, he sought to intimidate him, completely underestimating his tenacity. Cheng Cheng had already paid for the gold, with receipts and invoices serving as irrefutable evidence. As thoughts of his daughter still in the hospital weighed heavily on him, Cheng Cheng's spirits plummeted. In a moment of desperation, he knelt before Cheng Cheng and pleaded, Please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to care for. If I am liable for 30 million, all my earnings over the years will vanish. Tears streamed down his face as he adopted a pitiful demeanor. Were you not quite bold just moments ago? What has changed? Cheng Cheng chuckled. I was impulsive earlier. Please. You are magnanimous enough to overlook my transgressions. Apologies, but I am no magnanimous figure. Being unscrupulous has its advantages, Cheng Cheng replied. Having encountered many rogues, he had never met one as audacious as Cheng Cheng. The onlooking sales associates, witnessing their boss's disgrace, chimed in hastily. Indeed, it is not easy for the boss to earn a living. Demanding 30 million in compensation is rather excessive. By the way, when did the boss's daughter end up in the hospital? Is that the crux of the matter? The focus should be on the fact that the boss's daughter may face paralysis. Exactly. Given her condition, are you intent on driving this family to ruin? The sales staff engaged in a chorus of supportive remarks, yet Cheng Cheng remained undeterred. Now you grasp the difficulty of earning money. How much have you exploited ordinary citizens? As a businessman, you have deceived countless individuals. As a father, your lax discipline has led to this situation, and someone must instill proper lessons in your daughter. I am not an utterly malevolent person. 30 million is non-negotiable. I can help you preserve your daughter's mobility, but you must reflect on this matter carefully. Such individuals must not be spared. The regret they now express stems solely from the fear of financial ruin and the prospect of facing dire consequences, rather than genuine remorse for their actions. Earning a living is arduous, and everyone faces their own struggles. How dare they profit from unscrupulous means? At this juncture, Cheng Cheng found himself devoid of options, slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant as he muttered, Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Chapter 27, Bowing Down and Admitting Fault. One must understand that 30 years ago, to thrive in a county town, one needed considerable prowess. It was inconceivable otherwise, and he had long since outgrown the age of brawling. Typically, he was the one who bullied others, yet today, he found himself at the mercy of a brash youth. You, young man, are opting for punishment over courtesy. I, Cheng Cheng, have shown you ample respect. Yet, you wish to drive me to the brink of bankruptcy? A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed across Cheng Cheng's eyes. He retrieved his phone and sent a message, summoning a throng of young ruffians clad in tattoos and tattered shoes to storm the jewelry store. Close the doors. Do you think I am to be trifled with? With a decisive command, his subordinates swiftly secured the entrance. The onlookers outside, though curious, refrained from intruding, as many were familiar with Cheng Cheng due to his long-standing presence in the area. Cheng Cheng observed the crowd encircling her and her brother, her body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, She was engulfed by fear. I had intended to resolve this matter amicably, but your obstinacy has forced my hand. Do you believe your wealth will save you? You require connections and influence. Mere money is insufficient. I have operated in this vicinity for decades. Do you think you can challenge me? Cheng Cheng brushed the dust from his knees, now resolved not to relent. Your daughter lies in a hospital bed. Are you truly willing to sacrifice her legs? He taunted. I possess 30 million. What prosthetic cannot be acquired in this age of advanced medicine? However, should I face financial ruin, I would lose my means to recover in this world. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by Cheng Cheng's callousness. Moments ago, he had been on his knees, apologizing, yet he had swiftly transformed into a formidable adversary. Truth be told, Cheng Cheng had thought that threatening to call the police would instill some fear in this man, as one cannot engage in outrageous acts in broad daylight. Yet, here he was, seemingly ready to risk everything. Impressive. You would forsake your daughter's legs for 30 million. Truly, a businessman at heart. Cheng Cheng remarked with a sardonic grin. Now, all he could do was place his hopes on Lu Xiao, wishing for a swift resolution to this predicament. Enough of the pleasantries. Weren't you quite the performer moments ago? Kneel and bow before me. Otherwise, with so many of my brothers present, your sister may find herself in peril. Hey, this girl is rather fair-skinned. One of them sneered, but I feel a bit apprehensive. Apprehensive about what? With such a beauty, is it not a bargain? Ha ha ha. Just then, Cheng Cheng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID indicating a call from the headquarters, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon receiving the report, it has come to our attention that your branch has been engaging in deceptive practices. A client has purchased nearly 10 million worth of gold, and we have dispatched relevant personnel along with law enforcement to investigate. We kindly request your cooperation in this inquiry. Should the allegations be substantiated, compensation will be required at the actual price, alongside the confiscation of the security deposit and termination of the contract. Upon receiving this call, Cheng Cheng was rendered speechless. He never imagined that the head office would personally intervene in this matter. Typically, any issue would require layers of reporting, taking at least a week to reach the head office. Yet, this call came through in mere minutes, indicating that the caller must have significant connections within the head office. Furthermore, it was evident that the head office intended to handle this matter with utmost severity. After all, as a franchisee for over 30 years, being told that the security deposit would be confiscated and the contract terminated was unprecedented. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cheng Cheng felt as if he had struck an iron wall, despite having believed that the investigation would clear him, for the caller came from a modest background. Observing Cheng Cheng's distress, Cheng Cheng recognized that Lu Xiao's influence had indeed made an impact, much more substantial than he had anticipated. Cheng Cheng finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Had that call not been made, he would have surely faced dire consequences. While he could endure personal suffering, his primary concern was for Cheng Cheng, who was with him. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that today's decision had been rather reckless. The adage that wealth alone is insufficient rang true. In times of crisis, connections and relationships are paramount, although they often complement one another. Without them, he risked bringing turmoil upon himself and his family. Brother, are we not taking action? I can hardly wait. A young man from the street could not help but swallow hard while eyeing Cheng Cheng's slender legs. Silence. Cheng Cheng understood that the matter of compensation had become inevitable. The regulatory authorities would likely arrive at any moment. Acting now would not merely result in financial ruin. If the child were to lose her legs and there was no breadwinner at home, it would spell disaster. Recalling Cheng Cheng's earlier assurance that he could save his daughter's legs, Cheng Cheng once again knelt before him. Cheng Cheng, startled by the sudden turn of events, curled up behind her brother, seeking a semblance of safety. Earlier, I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. When the regulatory authorities arrive, I can compensate you with 30 million, but I have but one request. Please save my daughter. I, Cheng Cheng, have lost substantial amounts of money. Yet I have also donated generously when neighbors fell ill. I have only this one daughter, and I may have indulged her too much. I admit my shortcomings and will ensure she is strictly monitored moving forward. I beseech you to help my daughter. The group of young men was taken aback, as their initial intent had been to intimidate. Yet now he was on his knees, confessing his faults. They had not anticipated that this young man, seemingly unassuming, possessed such formidable connections. Now you realize your mistakes? Cheng Cheng retorted, recalling the earlier threats directed at him and his sister. What? Are you afraid now? Kneeling, Cheng Cheng slapped his face repeatedly, declaring, I was blind to the truth. I am guilty. Cheng Cheng understood the need for caution. Pushing too hard could backfire. As soon as the words escaped his lips, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Were it not for that call, the resolution of this situation would have been far more complex. At this moment, his sole thought was to heal his daughter's legs. If he pressed too hard, it might lead to mutual destruction. Cheng Cheng possessed the ability to see through things, but he was not invulnerable. He could still bleed. I hope you will educate your daughter properly in the future. There's one more thing. Chapter 28. One's own actions lead to one's own demise. This condition is valued at 5 million. It is undoubtedly challenging to fulfill. What is it? I require your daughter to sincerely apologize in front of my sister. Cheng Cheng stated earnestly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I will take you to the hospital right now. Xiao Fong, when the regulatory authorities arrive, cooperate with their investigation. Everyone else, please leave. When the regulatory authorities arrive, should we not keep someone here? After all, these matters require a procedure. Cheng Cheng was cooperating actively, eager to take this young man to the hospital, fearing he might change his mind. Having grown up, this was the first time Cheng Cheng had witnessed such a scene. She was still in shock, aware that her brother was standing up for her. She realized these people were frightened of her brother, yet she felt a sense of fear herself. Brother, I don't want to stay here. There is no need to linger. This matter can be resolved in a few minutes. Cheng Cheng said as he led Cheng Cheng out of the store. Cheng Cheng pondered for a moment, then hurriedly followed, thoughtfully opening the car doors for them. To be honest, he found it hard to believe in Cheng Cheng's abilities. After all, this was the county's first people's hospital, where the doctors had declared her legs irreparable. Could this young man truly resolve it in minutes? Was he a reincarnated Hua Tuo? If this fellow turned out to be a fraud, Cheng Cheng was prepared to fight tooth and nail. At the county's first people's hospital, even before reaching the ward, they could hear the sound of a girl sobbing inside. I don't want to be a disabled person. My legs were fine yesterday. How could they be gone today? Chen Shifei cried as she looked at her immobile legs, unable to comprehend that a simple handshake with Cheng Cheng had led to this calamity. She had undergone examinations, and the doctors explained that the veins in her legs had adhered together, making surgery impossible. At just 17, she could not accept this reality. Cheng Cheng, with a father's concern, rushed into the ward. Chen Shifei looked toward the door and saw Cheng Cheng politely waving at her. Hello, Dad, it's him. This kid is the reason I've lost my legs, she exclaimed. If glares could kill, Cheng Cheng would surely be riddled with wounds by now. Enough. Do not speak like that. Did you not bully his sister first? Apologize to her sincerely. Chen Cheng's tone was perhaps a bit too harsh due to his urgency. Chen Shifei felt her heart sink as her father defended a stranger. He caused your daughter to lose her legs. How can you turn this around and make me apologize to him? Will me bullying his sister? Did I take a leg from her? The moment those words left her lips, Cheng Cheng sensed the impending trouble. Cheng Cheng's previously softened demeanor now darkened. Shut your mouth. It was you who instigated this. So I implore you to sincerely apologize to him. Father, what has come over you today? Were you not the one who cherished me the most? Why must I apologize to her? Chen Shifei was utterly perplexed. In the past, no matter what she had done, he would always shield her. Yet now, facing Cheng Cheng's brother, he had adopted this demeanor. She was acutely aware that Cheng Cheng lacked any significant family background, which made her an easy target. It seems your daughter has no regard for her leg, and I must reconsider whether that 30 million should still be compensated. Even if Cheng Cheng had the kindest of hearts, such words would extinguish any patience he had, as he had genuinely intended to let them off the hook. Instead, they refused to accept it. Is a sincere apology truly so difficult? This is a case of clinging to pride while suffering. Upon hearing Cheng Cheng's words, Cheng Cheng grew increasingly anxious. My dear, I beg you, today you must apologize to her. If you do not, your leg may indeed be lost. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Chen Shifei recalled the doctor's earlier warning that her leg was likely beyond saving, and she should prepare herself mentally. If an apology could restore her leg, why should she hesitate? I apologize. Cheng Cheng, I am sorry for having provoked you. Is that sufficient now? Chen Shifei implored Cheng Cheng with urgency. Who truly apologizes with such an attitude, not even glancing at the person involved? Cheng Cheng nearly laughed aloud. Is this the attitude with which one offers an apology? Not even acknowledging my sister, Mr. Cheng, you must have seen your daughter's demeanor. For the sake of our shared locality, let us forego saving her legs and allow your daughter to learn a lesson. As for the compensation, I might consider leaving you a portion to ensure you can live comfortably for the remainder of your days. Do not accuse me of cruelty. Your daughter has squandered this opportunity. Sister, let us depart. With that, Cheng Cheng turned to leave. Cheng Cheng realized that if Cheng Cheng exited the hospital, His daughter's leg would be irrevocably lost. Could it be that you are utterly incapable of treating my daughter's leg, and all your claims are mere fabrications? The doctor has declared it irreparable. What can a mere delivery man accomplish? Though I may be aging, my vision remains clear, since you possess no such abilities. Let us all be resigned to our fates. Cheng Cheng could not suppress a smile. Very well, I shall demonstrate whether I possess such abilities. He approached the bedside, gently placing his right hand on Chen Qifei's pulse. As he did so, he closed his eyes, and a stream of brown energy swiftly coursed into Chen Qifei's body. In mere seconds, upon reopening his eyes, her previously darkened right leg began to transform into shades of purple, and then into a vibrant hue of blue. Approximately 1 minute later, her right leg regained sensation and appeared unscathed. Witnessing this transformation, a long-lost smile graced Chen Qifei's face as she realized she could move her right leg. Hooray! It is well, but why is my left leg not recovered? The left leg remained ominously dark, showing no signs of revival. He healed your right leg, signifying his remarkable healing abilities. The reason he did not treat your left leg was that your earlier apology lacked sincerity, and he was disinclined to offer his aid. Mr. Chen, I speak nothing but the truth. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at your daughter for her lack of discernment. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do remember to transfer the compensation to me at the appropriate time. With that, Cheng Cheng turned to leave with Cheng Cheng, leaving Cheng Cheng seated in a daze, astonished that Cheng Cheng possessed such extraordinary medical skills. Father, am I to live my life without my left leg? Chen Qifei gazed at her limb, tears welling in her eyes. She had anticipated recovery, yet it was only her right leg that had been treated. Had you not spent your days bullying others without care, would you find yourself in this predicament? Previously, the bullies were those lacking ability. Consider this a lesson learned. While one may defy the heavens, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Chapter 29. Cheng Cheng's Shopping Spree. Upon leaving the hospital, Cheng Cheng's eyes were fixed upon Cheng Cheng. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether this man before her was indeed her brother, though a year had elapsed since their last meeting. The Cheng Cheng she once knew had been indifferent to academics, entirely unacquainted with the field of medicine. How could he, after only 1 year, possess the skill to diagnose and treat ailments? Were it not for witnessing Chen Qifei lying in bed with her leg healed by Cheng Cheng, she would scarcely believe that her brother had accomplished such feats. It was utterly astonishing. Moreover, at the Chun Liufu gold shop, which had operated in the county for decades, the practice of selling subpar goods was certainly not new. Yet today, her brother had discerned the counterfeit jewelry at a mere glance. Even more astonishing was the fact that he possessed a balance exceeding 27 million in his pocket. The transformation in Cheng Cheng over the past year was nothing short of remarkable, as if he had been reborn. Cheng Cheng gazed into Cheng Cheng's clear, lake-like eyes, easily perceiving her thoughts. He gently caressed her forehead and smiled, saying, "Do not regard me with such awe. Regardless of how I have changed, I remain your brother. I have encountered various experiences that compel me to earn a living. This evening, skip your night study. I shall take you shopping, and I will excuse you from class." Watching Cheng Cheng make the call to her homeroom teacher, Cheng Cheng was as excited as a little rabbit. However, Cheng Cheng had consistently ranked at the top of her class, driven by the knowledge of her family's modest means, prompting her relentless pursuit of academic excellence. "All right, brother. I have decided. Today, you are the most handsome man in the world." Such words, as if today were the first. "I have always been the most handsome man," he replied, basking in his own vanity. "Brother, you're being narcissistic again. After all, there remained 30 million in compensation that must be secured." For Cheng Cheng, nothing held greater importance than amassing wealth at this moment. To his surprise, the relevant appraisers and enforcement authorities swiftly arrived with their findings, bringing along a significant number of regulatory personnel, a testament to the seriousness with which this matter was regarded. To be fair, it typically takes at least 3 working days to yield results. However, to receive an outcome in less than half an hour is indeed astonishingly efficient. Upon reflection, this phone call was a directive issued personally from headquarters, likely influenced by Lu Xiao's connections, necessitating stringent handling of the matter. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the funds to arrive. Cheng Cheng once again felt the profound impact of connections and power, which proved invaluable, just as much as the act of earning money. Once this issue was resolved, a shift in mindset would be imperative. Currently, Cheng Cheng's account still held over 17 million. The most expensive residential area locally, Hanton Community, priced at 20,000 per square meter. would require roughly 10 million to acquire a nearly 300 square meter luxury apartment with renovations. Expensive as it may be, Hanting community offers strict security measures, preventing unauthorized access, thus ensuring that the substantial property fees translate into commensurate services. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but muse that spending money felt akin to flowing water. Tens of millions in assets seemed ample, yet purchasing a decent home left little remaining, especially in a county town. In places like the capital or the metropolis, the opulence of the wealthy is beyond imagination, and the speed of making money may even outstrip the capacity of a printing press. After resolving the matter, Cheng Cheng took Cheng Kursen to the largest shopping mall in Hangzhou. "Brother, why have you brought me here? Aren't there places to shop in our county?" Cheng Kursen inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Silly girl, whatever catches your eye today, you shall have. I'll take care of the bill." Cheng Cheng gently stroked her forehead and, inadvertently, noticed the bruise on her arm, which deepened his sense of guilt. In their earlier days, when their family circumstances were challenging, their parents often advised them to be frugal when out, to avoid extravagant spending, as earning money was no easy feat with only 10 yuan of pocket money per week. Occasionally stretching to 20, they would scrimp and save, even dividing a single yuan into two. Yet, nowadays, a cup of milk tea costs around 20 yuan, making it exceedingly difficult to save any amount. Unexpectedly, when confronted with flowers, he not only failed to praise her, but scolded her for being too lavish. Cheng Cheng understood that this was not his parents' fault, nor could he blame Cheng Kursen, when 300 yuan suffices as a family's living expenses for half a month. Indulging in personal desires feels like a transgression. Ultimately, poverty is to blame. However, growing up in such an environment fosters a sense of inferiority when confronted with desires, leading one to feel undeserving. Spending 100 yuan on a beloved dress can evoke feelings of guilt. If at such a moment, a boy were to shower her with attention and emotional support, taking her out for milk tea and buying her favorite things, even if he were a cad, Cheng Kursen might be inclined to follow him for life. Now that conditions have improved, there is no longer a need to be so miserly. Upon entering the mall, it was Cheng Kursen's first visit since her childhood. Previously, while passing by, she would gaze longingly at the beautiful dresses, wishing she could try them on, but her family's circumstances always held her back. At long last, an opportunity has presented itself. Yet every time Cheng Kursen selects a beautiful garment, she invariably glances at the price tag. "Brother, this is outrageously expensive. This dress costs over 800. I could purchase more than 40 dresses on that discount site." Unbeknownst to Kursen, her words only solidified Cheng Cheng's resolve to lavish her with gifts. "You are my dear sister, and I am your devoted brother, correct?" Cheng Kursen nodded vacantly. "Then, as your brother, if I have troubles, you ought to assist me in alleviating them, don't you think?" Cheng Cheng inquired with utmost seriousness. "Of course." Kursen furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by Cheng Cheng's insinuation. "Therefore, you should buy whatever your heart desires. My funds are inexhaustible. It is indeed a vexation that, to assist me in my troubles, you must spend more." With this declaration, spending became inevitable, and the nearby sales associate looked on with envious admiration. "Do not speak so. Every brother has his own way of cherishing his sister." As Cheng Kursen gazed at the latest model of smartphone, the charming dress, and the exquisite shoes in her hands, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. Previously, as she observed her classmates adorned in such fineries, she yearned for the day she might don a beautiful dress herself, but it remained a mere dream. Now, as her wishes materialized, the bliss she felt was beyond the realm of articulation. "Brother, am I not dreaming? This feels too surreal. I fear that when I awaken, it will all vanish." Kursen looked at Cheng Cheng with a pitiful expression, prompting him to instinctively pinch her cheek. "What was that for? That hurts." "Ah." The tales of wealthy heirs spending extravagantly merely to elicit a smile from a lady, or the exaggerated claims of compensation amounting to 3 billion. Such stories are rife. However, they were acutely aware of their son's true nature. They suspected that perhaps a namesake was involved, leading others to mistakenly attribute the incident to their son. And thus they dismissed it. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of their aunt and various relatives, with whom they seldom interacted. All wearing beaming smiles, they carried an array of gifts, and relatives who would typically refrain from visiting during the New Year had come. The modest space in their home became crowded, a scene more lively than the New Year celebrations themselves. "Chenghua, your son has made quite the impression today. The entire city is abuzz. He purportedly spent millions on gold, only for it to be revealed as counterfeit. I hear they intend to compensate him 3 billion. The aunt laughed heartily, her pride palpable, making her appear as if her son had struck gold, a stark contrast to her demeanor earlier that day. I have long recognized that Cheng Cheng was destined for greatness. Previously, I spoke harshly to him in hopes of toughening him up. Honest words are often unpalatable. And you, sister-in-law, surely comprehend my character. Cheng Hua, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a damp cloth, was bewildered by the chorus of voices surrounding him. This cannot be. I have photographic evidence. One relative exclaimed as she scrolled through her phone. By sheer coincidence, Cheng Cheng and Cheng Cheng have been photographed leaving the jewelry store that afternoon. Goodness, it truly is that rascal. Cheng Hua smacked his thigh in disbelief. You see, I told you Cheng Cheng has potential. Sister-in-law, I came here this time to ask Cheng Cheng for a favor. Could we possibly borrow $1 million? We wish to open a barbecue restaurant. Our idea is quite mature, but we lack the capital. Rest assured, once the funds are secured, it will undoubtedly be profitable. By then, you two wouldn't need to work in any factory. We will share the profits. When Annie Boss spoke these words, her face remained unblushed. Hearing someone speak up, the remaining relatives could no longer sit still. Brother, we don't wish to borrow money. We just want Cheng Cheng to guide our son's development. Finding a job these days is not easy. We are family and should support one another. I'm not asking for much, just 50,000. No way, not a penny will be lent. Have you no shame? You dare to ask for 50 or even $1 million? How can you even utter such words? When my mother fell ill and my sister needed tuition, I was on my knees pleading for help. Did you ever consider I would end up like this? Of course not. I still remember the coldness in your eyes. I will never forget it. They're relying on their parents' honesty, deliberately showing up at this moment. Cheng Cheng declared, I am no saint. I remember well those who were kind when we were poor, but those who took pleasure in my misfortune and mocked me should stay away. It is truly shameful. Do not speak of tempering me. It is society and the myriad challenges I face that have shaped me, not your disdainful glances. Get out. Cheng Cheng pointed at the door and shouted. The aunts and uncles finally felt the weight of embarrassment on their faces. Each one, leaving with their heads down and gifts in hand. Son, they're your relatives. Isn't this behavior inappropriate? The woman before him, wearing an apron and with a few strands of white in her hair, was Cheng Cheng's mother, Huang Xiaowei. Mom, have you forgotten how they treated us when we were down and out? Trust me on this. Tomorrow, I will buy our family a luxurious house in Hanton Community, and I will ensure you never have to live a hard life again. Mom, I love you. Cheng Cheng gazed at his mother's hands, weathered like old tree bark, and felt a pang of sorrow within. All right, my son has succeeded. After uttering these words, Huang Xiaowei's wrinkled cheeks, resembling parched earth, suddenly glistened with tears. She quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and turned to enter the kitchen. Cheng Cheng's mother was renowned for her culinary skills, particularly her braised carp, which was Cheng Cheng's favorite. The fish, savory and spicy, paired with a hint of millet pepper and a ladle of fish broth over white rice, was simply intoxicating. Son, I know it's not easy for you out there. Now that you're earning money, you must still accept my intentions. Although I was quite strict with you and Cheng Cheng in the past, we sincerely hope for your happiness. This card holds 200,000, and we've set aside another for Cheng Cheng. You're no longer young. You and Gu Xiao have been together for several years. It's time to consider marriage. Take this money and propose. The bride price for city girls is not inexpensive, and this is all I can do. Gazing upon his mother's weathered visage, etched with deep-set wrinkles resembling ravines and adorned with countless strands of silver hair, Cheng Cheng's heart felt as though it had been overturned, a cacophony of emotions overwhelming him. He understood that those two bank cards represented the culmination of his mother's lifelong endeavors. That night, as he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. The mere thought of the bank cards and the sight of his mother's white hair gnawed at his heart like a swarm of relentless ants. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a call from Lu Xiao. What could be the matter at such a late hour? Do you recall the private club, Emerald Pavilion? In a week's time, it will open its doors, and esteemed families of high repute are expected to attend. Your falling sunset and lone wild goose painting can be auctioned there. Chapter 31. Hiring a bodyguard, returning to City. The private club will also showcase numerous treasures of immense value. Perhaps you might find something to your liking, though you may need to prepare additional funds, as the starting bids will be in the tens of millions. By the way, I must thank you for your previous warning. That blue and white porcelain ghost pattern vase was indeed a counterfeit. As Lu Xiao spoke, her tone grew heavy, likely due to the betrayal by the esteemed Uncle Lu, whom she had respected. For someone of Lu Xiao's privileged background, genuine familial affection far outweighs material interests, yet pure emotions are regrettably scarce in her circle. It's all right. Every setback is a lesson learned. Just be cautious next time. I suppose Uncle Lu must have faced some difficulties. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to deceive you. What could possibly be his motive? Cheng Cheng inquired with curiosity. At this point, Lu Xiao's voice trembled, struggling to comprehend how her own father could treat her as a mere pawn in his business dealings. To safeguard his commercial empire, he would resort to any means necessary. Is the Su family related to Su Hao? Cheng Cheng asked. Yes, indeed, she replied. Thank you for your kindness. The way you describe it makes it sound as if acquiring exquisite jadeite is akin to a game, but such luck is not that easily come by. Hearing this, Lu Xiao chuckled, recognizing that Cheng Cheng's discerning eye was indeed sharp, though claiming to consistently acquire top-tier jadeite seemed a tad exaggerated. After ending the call, Cheng Cheng mentally assessed his finances. He possessed a red lacquer dragon-patterned incense box worth 2 million yuan, but after purchasing a house, he was left with just under 10 million yuan. The path to wealth remained arduous. The following morning, Cheng Kurson rose early to attend school. And since their factory opened at dawn, their parents had also left early. Cheng Cheng hailed a taxi to the sales office of Hanton Community, the most luxurious residential area in the locale, where two properties remained unsold. One was a 400 square meter south-facing duplex, discreetly shielded by trees, priced at 9.5 million yuan, while the other, a noisier 300 square meter duplex adjacent to the road, was more affordable at approximately 6.5 million yuan. The security arrangements in the community are exemplary. Homeowners are required to undergo facial recognition to gain entry, and outsiders must obtain the consent of the residents. Cheng Cheng gritted his teeth and decisively purchased a 400 square meter duplex. Earning money is meant for spending, yet being adjacent to the noisy roadside compromises safety. Do you have personal bodyguards available? Cheng Cheng inquired curiously after signing the purchase agreement. Indeed, sir. We have retired special forces personnel. Should you wish to hire them, the salary would be around 20,000 a month, the sales assistant replied sweetly. Having secured such a significant sale early in the day, she was eager to provide exceptional service. While enhancing their reputation, it is also possible to attract the attention of unsavory individuals, thus ensuring the safety of one's family is paramount, as it remains one's Achilles heel. May I meet them? I intend to hire 6 personal bodyguards, Cheng Cheng stated. The sales assistant felt a surge of delight. With a salary of 20,000 for each individual, hiring 6 amounted to 120,000, a considerable income typically contracted annually, translating to a total of 1,200,000 for the year. Of course, I shall contact them immediately. Before long, a dozen or so imposing men arrived in the sales hall. They stood tall, their clothing fluttering slightly in the breeze. Yet they were enveloped by an almost imperceptible aura of menace, a testament to the countless life and death battles they had endured. The calluses on their hands attested to their backgrounds as seasoned veterans. Do you all possess your discharge papers? Cheng Cheng inquired. Judging by appearances, they seemed reliable. Yet a prudent man remains vigilant. He approached the group and scrutinized them for a moment. I need 6 individuals, those who serve in the same unit or regiment. Please step forward. Shortly, 6 men emerged from a group. You all serve in the same unit? Cheng Cheng asked with curiosity. Report. We were all part of the same squad. I am a captain. Everyone calls me Old Yao, a man of approximately 1.75 meters tall and slightly older stepped forward, exuding an undeniable authority. Cheng Cheng was pleasantly surprised to discover a cohesive unit here. Such camaraderie is crucial, especially should any unforeseen events arise. Due to time constraints and pressing responsibilities, Cheng Cheng had no leisure for introductions and promptly assigned them their mission. I require these 6 individuals. The rest may leave. After the others departed, Cheng Cheng shifted from his previously amiable demeanor to a serious expression. I need you to protect my family. Shortly, I will share their photographs and locations with you. I, Cheng Cheng, have but one request. They are my most treasured individuals, and I hope you will safeguard them diligently. Cheng Cheng is not a person who prioritizes personal gain. As long as you wholeheartedly protect my family, I shall reciprocate with equal sincerity. Should your performance meet my expectations, I would not hesitate to increase your salaries and distribute bonuses amounting to hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, if any of your family members fall ill, I am willing to cover the medical expenses entirely. However, the foremost condition remains the unwavering protection of my family. Thank you all. After expressing his gratitude, Cheng Cheng bowed deeply to them. They were taken aback by his genuine demeanor, as past employers had either been nouveau riche or typical businessmen, rarely treating them as human beings. Rest assured, we will regard your family as our own. Chapter 32. The frenzied purchase of jadeite raw stones. After hiring bodyguards, Cheng Cheng informed his parents and Cheng Cheng for being followed unexpectedly could indeed be quite terrifying. Although Cheng Cheng and the others did not understand why Cheng Cheng felt the need for bodyguards, they accepted the decision since the money had already been spent. Besides, these bodyguards were not personal protectors, but would quietly safeguard from a distance. Feeling bored in the car, Cheng Cheng opened WeChat to find numerous messages from Yonai. "Isn't this dress beautiful? Sister Lele sang incredibly well these past few days, and many people attended. A boy even asked for my WeChat, but I didn't give it. Am I being good? Hee hee. Why aren't you speaking?" Most of her messages were casual updates, such as her new JK uniform or pictures of an adorable kitten, which she promptly shared with Cheng Cheng. It must be said, Yonai's legs resembled those of a heroine from a comic, looking stunning in whatever she wore. Glancing at the few million left in his pocket, Cheng Cheng sighed. This one would only purchase a handful of decent raw stones, and quality antiques and artworks do not come cheap. Transforming this modest amount into a substantial fortune within a week seemed exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the insufficient capital. Realizing this, Cheng Cheng deemed it necessary to call Lu Xiao. "I've arrived in City. Are you free? If so, bring out some extra cash. I will take you to make a fortune." Lu Xiao furrowed her brow and replied, "Sure, how much do you need? I currently have 30 million available. 30 million should suffice. Come find me at the high-speed railway station. Let us visit a few more jade markets." Cheng Cheng then received the address from Lu Xiao, Yuding Pavilion, which, judging by the name, seemed to be a jadeite raw stone trading market. In a rush to secure sufficient funds for the upcoming auction, Cheng Cheng wasted no time and headed straight there. As he alighted from the car, a red Audi R8 gracefully entered his view. Lu Xiao, dressed in business attire, exuded an alluring charm characteristic of women with good figures. The moment she stepped out of the car, she became the center of attention, donning sunglasses as she beckoned Cheng Cheng with a finger. "What are you standing there for? It's not our first meeting. It has been several years since we last met. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. After 2 days, and with so many years having passed, your beauty is certainly worth a lingering gaze," Cheng Cheng teased with a smile. "What are your plans for today?" he asked earnestly, gazing at Lu Xiao. "Just follow my lead. For the next 2 days, I will be purchasing as your company's betting stone consultant and appraiser, and I will need your help with some promotion." She furrowed her brow. "Aren't you supposed to be keeping a low profile? Aren't you worried about drawing too much attention today? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I require influence now, and your company also needs to enhance its standing in the industry," he replied. The Cheng Cheng of the past seemed devoid of ambition, yet the current Cheng Cheng exuded a palpable determination. Upon entering the Jade Pavilion, the shop owner rushed to greet Lu Xiao, entirely unaware of the presence beside her. "General Manager Lu, it has been a while. Today, I happen to have newly arrived jadeite rough. Would you care to take a look?" "Certainly, Boss Wong. This is our company's betting stone consultant. Let him examine it. It has been some time since we last saw each other. How is your father's health?" Thanks to old Lu's introduction, he is recovering quite well. The two then engaged in light conversation over tea, exchanging the customary pleasantries of the business world. Guided by a staff member, Cheng Cheng arrived at the rough stone area, observing the assortment of jadeite rough before him, mimicking the actions of others. He withdrew a powerful flashlight to inspect the jadeite. In recent days, he had devoted spare moments to researching betting stone techniques online, primarily to maintain a facade. For merely observing to identify top-quality jadeite would be quite extraordinary. Should he succeed in selecting several exceptional pieces, he would certainly be summoned for further scrutiny. Generally, the use of a strong flashlight is to examine the internal water content, cracks, and any signs of color within the rough. Externally, one must assess the characteristics of the skin, such as color, texture, and pattern, which can provide essential clues. Superior skins are often delicate and firm. Additionally, one must be aware of market trends. A general understanding of the price range for jadeite rough is crucial to avoid overpaying for inferior goods. To maximize profit, Cheng Cheng initially focused on those pieces exhibiting superior quality, naturally incurring a higher cost. Nevertheless, profit remains paramount. Thus, armed with his flashlight, he meticulously selected 10 pieces of jadeite rough, resembling an expert in his endeavors. It is no exaggeration to say that Cheng Cheng secured the finest jadeite rough available in the shop, leaving none behind. Among these were the esteemed old pit glass and ice jade varieties, both of which hold immense value. While these pieces are relatively small, they could yield a jade pendant worth over 10 million. Should the jadeite be larger, the value is beyond imagination. The total cost for these rough stones approached over 10 million, and the owner was no swindler. He truly offered remarkable items. Boss Wong, what is the price for these rough stones? Lu Xiao inquired, sipping her tea. Boss Wong meticulously calculated the price of the jade raw stones. There are a total of 10 stones, priced at 28 million. Considering our long-standing friendship, let me round it down to 13 million. Do you need to cut the stones here? A mere glance at Cheng Cheng was sufficient for Lu Shiryao to comprehend his intent. Each of these 10 stones is undoubtedly of considerable value. Chapter 33. A Frenzy of Jade, Simply Extraordinary. After exchanging pleasantries with Boss Wong, the two exited the Jade Pavilion. Lu Shiryao shrugged. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Cheng Cheng. Are you planning to spend this 30 million today? This is called maximizing profit. Hurry and drive. Are you afraid that I might squander your money? It is noteworthy that during the time when the Jade Pavilion also housed an antiques market, Cheng Cheng would seize significant opportunities, purchasing solely the most profitable items, never valuing quantity over quality. His approach was characterized by discretion, leveraging small investments for substantial returns. An individual's modus operandi does not easily change. Typically, it requires encountering significant setbacks or upheavals for such transformations to occur. Furthermore, it is essential to recognize that the jade trading circle in City is relatively small. After scouring 2 or 3 jade markets, the entirety of a city's jade community would be aware of their procurement activities. However, as a businessman, how could one forego a lucrative opportunity? Cheng Cheng initially believed that the raw stone market was vast enough to contain at least a couple of exquisite jade pieces, but his assumptions proved overly naive. At first, it was manageable, with each jade market yielding 2 or 3 stones of good quality. If this continued, forget about 100 million. Cheng Cheng could amass 10 billion within a week. Yet, reality often proves harsh. In 2 jade markets, there was not a single stone of satisfactory quality. It was unclear whether the premium jades had been purchased or if the vendors had not restocked for an extended period, but the situation grew increasingly disheartening. It was not that Cheng Cheng's discerning eye was lacking. Rather, it was the quality of the raw stones that was at fault. Exceptional jade is akin to extraordinary beauty. How many women in City can rival Lu Shiryao's appearance? While some may match her visage, they falter in other attributes. Beauty without substance is merely superficial. True beauty is inherently rare. After an entire afternoon of shopping, nearly 20 million had been spent, and Lu Shiryao's heels were sore from her high-heeled shoes. In pain, she removed her shoes, her newly donned black stockings now marred. Had she known Cheng Cheng would be so vigorous today, she would have opted for more comfortable footwear. Who would have imagined that purchasing jade raw stones could be as relentless as a trip to a wholesale market? Is it painful? Cheng Cheng crouched down to inspect her heel, although her legs were clad in black stockings, making it somewhat inconvenient to observe. It was evident upon closer inspection that her heel was reddened from friction. Of course, it is quite painful after walking all afternoon. Lu Shiryao softly massaged her injury. Close your eyes. I have a way to help you recover immediately. We'll be like last time. Lu Shiryao looked at Cheng Cheng with curiosity, a hint of anticipation in her heart, primarily due to the comforting sensation of the treatment. She was also unclear about the method Cheng Cheng employed for the treatment. It was simply miraculous. Just obey and close your eyes, he instructed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiao obediently closed her eyes. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng gently placed his right hand on her heel, his eyes slightly closed, as he directed his spiritual energy into her body. A peculiar sound involuntarily escaped Lu Xiao's lips. Soon, she became aware of it. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and the area behind her ears turned as red as a ripe apple. Is it too comfortable now? Cheng Cheng asked with a smile, observing Lu Xiao's adorable demeanor. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the wound on her heel had indeed healed. How astonishing! How many secrets do you harbor, Cheng Cheng? You truly pique my curiosity. She scrutinized the man before her once more, feeling that he had been transforming since the very first day they met, becoming increasingly charming and charismatic. Am I the boss? Or are you? What audacity for an employee to make their boss work overtime. This was Cheng Cheng's first visit to Lu Xiao's company. He had expected it to be as resplendent as the Jade Pavilion, considering Lu Xiao's remarkable status. To his surprise, her company was situated within an office building. Do you think the temple is too small to accommodate such a grand Buddha? Lu Xiao evidently noticed Cheng Cheng's unusual expression. How could that be? I assumed your company would be quite upscale, but I did not expect it to be in an office building. Nonetheless, the interior decor is quite impressive. Once inside, They discovered that the decoration and layout were distinctly traditional Chinese in style. After all, they were in the jade and jewelry business, not merely dealing in trinkets worth a few $100,000. The necessary amenities were indeed top-notch, allowing clients to appreciate the strength of the company's owner. Naturally, the jade and jewelry company also featured a rough stone inspection area. Here are the 15 raw stones purchased today, Lucy Yao announced. She brought over 2 pairs of gloves, eagerly anticipating Cheng Cheng's performance. Realistically, if he could unveil a piece of exquisite jade, it would be considered a success. 3 pieces of commendable quality jade would already be immensely satisfying. Cheng Cheng donned the gloves and quickly began his work, acutely aware of the pressing time and heavy tasks at hand. The sooner they could process the stones, the sooner they could realize profits. Before long, the first raw stone was unveiled by Cheng Cheng's skilled hands. At the moment the cutting surface was revealed, the jade before them shimmered with a glass-like luster. Its texture delicate and devoid of impurities, its color a bright, pure, and rich green. Lucy Yao exclaimed in disbelief. This is old pit glass-type jade. Unfortunately, it isn't large, but even this modest size is worth at least 30 million. Gradually, they moved on to the second stone. When the cutting surface came into view, Lucy Yao furrowed her brow, uncertain whether her frown stemmed from the unveiling of exquisite jade or from Cheng Cheng's remarkable prowess. Old pit ice-type jade? This is worth at least 19 million. How outrageous! If Lucy Yao were in scientific research, she would undoubtedly want to capture Cheng Cheng and keep him in the laboratory for study. This is utterly bizarre, beyond the realm of description. If such a prodigy were to be revealed, they would undoubtedly be captured. This is a veritable money tree, a living printing press. 2 hours later, every single piece of the remaining dozen jadeite rough stones yielded jade, without exception. Although they did not match the quality of the first 2, they were far from disappointing. Various types of jade, including red and yellow-green varieties, were present. Observing Cheng Cheng, who was drenched in sweat, Lucy Yao thoughtfully retrieved a face towel from her bag and gently wiped the perspiration and dust from his face. Calculating the potential value here, it would be wise to sell within 7 days. Understood. Lucy Yao crouched down, meticulously assessing the value of the jadeite. Cheng Cheng, you are truly extraordinary. Chapter 34. Tomorrow's small targets for profit. Cheng Cheng frowned. How was it that helping her make money resulted in a reprimand? This was exceedingly unjust. More so than Doe's plight. You are the one who isn't human. Lucy Yao shot him a glance, continuing her calculations on the value of the jade. Here, with 15 rough stones, the value of the old pit glass-type jade and the old pit ice-type jade alone was already 49 million. Adding the rest, the total value of all the jade stones here was around 200 million. After deducting costs, you have earned me 1.8 billion in a single day. Cheng Cheng, you are certainly not human. Lucy Yao shook her head, reassessing the man before her. He was truly extraordinary, beyond comprehension. Earning 200 million a day was undoubtedly not Cheng Cheng's limit. If the quantity of premium rough stones were sufficient, the value could multiply several times. She realized that Cheng Cheng's willingness to collaborate was an honor for her. A prodigy like him, no, an anomaly, was bound to be captured for research wherever he went. Sister, you've miscalculated. I recall we agreed on a 70-30 split. After costs, I would receive 54 million in profit, while you've only made 26 billion. Even between brothers, one must be clear about the accounts, let alone between us, right? Though Cheng Cheng's demeanor had shifted from the past, his love for money remained unchanged. Indeed, it was still him. This sum was still too modest. If the starting price of items at the private trading house was in the tens of millions, then after several rounds at 60 million, the prospects would be bleak. Tomorrow would require further efforts to amass wealth. These rough stones must be sold within 7 days. The premium jade can be disseminated under the company's name, and I can establish my identity as the chief appraiser. In the future, if companies seek our appraisal services, we can charge exorbitant fees, setting the price at 1 million per instance. This aligns perfectly with my status. Cheng Cheng nodded in agreement, clearly approving of his plan. Sound good, but your fee of 1 million per instance seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? For that price, one could procure a fine piece of jade. You're charging 1 million without any investment. Truly, you are remarkable, an anomaly. Lucy Yao had initially thought that with such substantial profits, Cheng Cheng would temper his ambitions. But she was surprised to find that his aspirations extended far beyond that. 1 million is still too little? I perceive this as merely the starting price. Undoubtedly, the cost will rise in accordance with my elevated status. One must consider that our positioning is within the high-end market. If our pricing is too low, The proprietors may regard us as overly inexpensive. A higher price may, paradoxically, encourage their willingness to invest. Furthermore, you are well aware of the caliber of my assessments. Surely, I am worth this valuation. After listening to Cheng Cheng's elucidation, Lu Xiao found it quite reasonable, realizing she had previously approached the pricing from an ordinary person's perspective, entirely neglecting that Cheng Cheng is no ordinary individual, but rather eccentric. Achoo! Who dares to insult me from behind? Is that you, Yao Yao? Cheng Cheng furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Lu Xiao. She hastily shook her head, her conviction regarding Cheng Cheng's nature solidifying. He is indeed peculiar. Thus, shall we continue our exploration of the rough stone market tomorrow? We have thoroughly scoured the rough stone market in City, without new stones to peruse. There seems little point in revisiting. To maximize efficiency, let us instead venture to the antique market tomorrow. Cheng Cheng pondered for a moment before arriving at this conclusion. Only 6 days remain until the private club opens, and both jadeite and antique artworks require a certain duration to transact. It is not feasible to expect all sales to conclude within mere days, unless the prices are significantly below market value. Cheng Cheng is in pursuit of profit, not charity. The jade and antiques he painstakingly selects must be sold at market rates. Engaging in loss-making transactions is out of the question. Do you still wish to deplete the antique market? Lu Xiao had already witnessed Cheng Cheng's extraordinary techniques in jade identification and was astonished to learn he also wished to showcase antiques. Selecting jade to yield exceptional jadeite is already remarkably impressive. If he applies the same extraordinary methods to antiques, it seems beyond human capability, too exaggerated. Currently, our combined funds amount to less than 10 million. Unless we stumble upon a few treasures akin to paintings by Tang Bohu, achieving our modest financial goals may prove challenging. Observing Cheng Cheng's earnest contemplation, Lu Xiao was convinced that this eccentric individual possesses the capability to succeed. Inspired by his vigorous determination to accumulate wealth, she naturally wished to contribute, and for now, her best option was to provide as much capital as possible. Cheng Cheng meticulously calculated in his mind, fearing a shortfall in funds. Your techniques for discovering hidden gems are already so extraordinary. Why would you still bid high at auctions instead of continuing to find bargains? Lu Xiao found Cheng Cheng amusing. Earning profits for bargains only to purchase treasures at elevated prices seemed contradictory. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Yao Yao. Your intellect is remarkable. How did I not consider that? Hence, I'm certain my fund will suffice. Once I uncover a few more treasures, I will soar. With this thought, Cheng Cheng began to anticipate the appearance of several treasures within the private club that would capture his eye. After all, with his newfound ability to see through, he had little interest in ordinary jade or antiques. They were merely a waste of time. I almost forgot to mention that I possess a treasure here. Please assist me in selling it. It is valued at approximately 2 million. No sooner had he spoken than he retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, placing it gently on the table before slowly opening it. Lu Xiao gazed thoughtfully at the exquisite red lacquered dragon-patterned incense box within the wooden case, pondering how anyone could carry such antiquities in their pocket daily. Were they not fearful of nicks and damages? A missing corner on a piece of ancient art could significantly diminish its value. Thus, it was evident that Cheng Cheng was quite an enigma. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiao realized the item was indeed authentic. She wondered where this young man had procured it. How did you know? Did you secretly follow me that night instead of sleeping? Cheng Cheng replied, somewhat astonished. He had not disclosed the origins of this object to anyone. So how could Lu Xiao have guessed so accurately? What? How could I possibly follow you? I merely thought it resembled your usual style. What style? Chapter 35. The Black Market Auction. A rather peculiar style, Cheng Cheng retorted dismissively. While Lu Xiao stepped away to brew some coffee, Cheng Cheng approached the jadeite, resting his hands gently upon the surface of the raw stone. A rich aura surged into his being like a crystal-clear spring. The energy emanating from the old pit glass jadeite and the old pit ice jadeite was even more potent than before, though the quantity was slight. It seemed the essence was correlated with the jade's weight. Within mere minutes, he absorbed all the ethereal energy into his body. Yet this time he could distinctly sense a subtle transformation occurring within him. What would happen if this energy accumulated to a certain degree? Would it unlock different abilities? At that moment, Lu Xiao re-entered the room. Here is your coffee. I brought some sugar as well. I wasn't sure if you preferred it plain or sweet, so I left it out. Do let me know this time, and I shall remember for next time. Cheng Cheng accepted the coffee and took a small sip. I prefer it plain. Sugar masks its true flavor. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Cheng Cheng glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 1 in the morning. After a long day, he felt utterly exhausted and had to continue his ventures in the antique market the following day. He decided to find a nearby hotel for the night, too weary to make another trip home. How about this? You come with me to find a hotel nearby for the night, and tomorrow we can head to the antique market together, Lu Xiao suggested. Cheng Cheng took a few more sips of coffee, but found it ineffective. Having often relied on energy drinks during late-night deliveries, he had grown immune to their effects. Wait, are you suggesting I share a bed with you? Lu Xiao asked, her brow furrowing in surprise as she looked at him. Cheng Cheng was equally taken aback. I know I possess considerable charm, and it's only natural you might be drawn to me. However, I assure you, I am not the kind of man who takes such liberties. I have my principles and boundaries. As he spoke, he realized it had been quite some time since he had used his X-ray vision on her, and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, is that a kitty cat? Get lost. You are insufferably self-absorbed. I've encountered far more appealing men. Why would I ever fancy you? Dream on." Lu Xiao retorted, though despite her teasing, she proceeded to book a luxurious suite for Cheng Cheng. Women often possess sharp tongues but tender hearts. However, they undoubtedly slept separately, as they had yet to reach that stage. Early the following morning, Cheng Cheng accompanied Lu Xiao to several antique markets, expecting today's findings to be akin to those of the previous day. To his dismay, he found no antiques or artworks worthy of purchase. Indeed, while ideals are splendid, reality can be harsh. The antique market typically features clearly marked prices. Genuine items, when encountered, do not come cheap. The proprietors are well aware of their worth, and prices are rarely low. One cannot expect to feast on delicacies at the price of vegetables. For someone like Cheng Cheng, who aimed to buy in the morning and sell in the afternoon, profit was elusive unless he stumbled upon a bargain. Yet, acquiring such bargains is not merely a matter of desire. True treasures are often serendipitous finds, like the fortunate encounter with Tang Boha's artwork. The jade market, however, presents a different scenario, as the raw materials are unrefined jadeite stones, and it is challenging to discern what lies within. Nonetheless, premium jadeite is exceedingly rare. Otherwise, Cheng Cheng would not have returned from his extensive explorations of the city with merely 15 raw stones, despite there being thousands of them available. This situation was untenable, straying too far from his expectations. Cheng Cheng felt a pang of frustration, acutely aware that a significant disparity could leave him financially vulnerable when it came time to negotiate. Perhaps a visit to the black market was in order? Lu Xiao hesitated briefly. A black market? Why didn't you mention it sooner? She queried. It was well known that the black market operates under its own set of rules. One cannot simply raid it as one would in an antique market. Purchasing in large quantities would draw attention. Engaging in the black market to auction jade and artworks is often linked to money laundering or hastily disposing of illicit items. Upon uttering these words, Lu Xiao observed Cheng Cheng deep in thought and began to regret her suggestion. Having grown up in the jade circles of the city, she was acutely aware of the black market's realities. Given Cheng Cheng's disposition, he would undoubtedly seize any good fortune that came his way. However, acquiring too many items would pose a logistical challenge. It is crucial to understand that the black market is populated by a diverse array of individuals, including those with potentially dangerous backgrounds. The risk of robbery aside, one must consider the peril of purchasing items that may have been unearthed from tombs. Such acquisitions could lead to dire consequences. The risks are considerable, unless absolutely necessary. A businessman would typically refrain from venturing into murky waters. Nonetheless, the black market has its own regulations, and one must adhere to them within that realm. Although once one steps outside, those rules no longer apply. Cheng Cheng's primary concern was the possibility of being unable to transport purchased antiques, as acquiring too many would attract unwanted attention and potential theft, which could be infuriating. If only he possessed a spatial storage ring or similar device, it would be ideal. Though such notions remain impractical. Why don't you tell me where the black market is? I'll go take a look, and you can wait for me outside. Cheng Cheng suggested, still eager to explore. I'll accompany you. I still hold some renown in this circle, and they certainly wouldn't. Lu Xiao began, only to be interrupted by Cheng Cheng. What purpose would you serve? Due to your notoriety, it would be unwise for you to attend. Moreover, your striking beauty would undoubtedly draw attention upon your arrival. I, on the other hand, am a stranger here. Should I feel out of place, I shall withdraw. My sole intention is to see if I might stumble upon a significant opportunity. Upon expressing this, Lu Xiao felt a twinge of displeasure, primarily because she yearned to offer assistance. The black market can be perilous, and if Cheng Cheng were to encounter any danger, she would bear a heavy burden of guilt. However, upon deeper reflection, she recognized the validity of Cheng Cheng's reasoning and resolved to comply. I will send you the address of the black market shortly. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, please message me immediately, as I stand ready to assist you at a moment's notice. Seeing Lu Xiao's anxious demeanor, Cheng Cheng could not help but chuckle. I am merely going to purchase items, not to engage in battle. There is no need for such alarm. It is unlikely that I would be singled out the moment I step through the door. Quickly provide me with the address. All right. Upon receiving the address from Lu Xiao, Cheng Cheng hailed a taxi to avoid revealing her identity, while Lu Xiao followed closely behind in her Audi. Approximately half an hour later, Cheng Cheng arrived at his destination. Alighting from the taxi, he observed the vicinity, characterized by urban villages with architecture reminiscent of the 1990s, where bluestone pathways were prevalent. The alleyways were labyrinthine in their complexity, and the area was densely populated. An ordinary visitor would surely lose their way. Moreover, surveillance cameras were stationed at every intersection. No wonder the black market chose such a location. Any hint of trouble would allow them to escape with ease. Without the precise coordinates Cheng Cheng possessed, locating this place would be a formidable challenge. As he drew nearer to the black market, the number of surveillance cameras increased. After following the navigation for several minutes, his phone indicated that he had reached his destination. However, before him stood an exceedingly mundane residence, so unremarkable that it was almost inconspicuous. Is this truly the black market? The disparity between his expectations and reality was rather stark. Cheng Cheng peered inside, and at that moment, an elderly woman emerged from the doorway, carrying a stool. Young man, what are you looking at? Could it be that Lu Xiao had sent him to the wrong place? That seemed improbable, given her capabilities. She would surely not mistake a minor black market. Thus, Cheng Cheng tentatively inquired, I wish to see some fine goods. The elderly woman, suddenly shrewd, stepped outside and glanced around to ensure no one was following before she visibly relaxed. Come with me. Chapter 36. The Source of Antiquities in the Black Market. Cheng Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, donned a mask, and followed the elderly woman into the residence. According to the information Lu Xiao had provided, this elderly woman was presumably the legendary Aunt Bu. It was said that Aunt Bu once owned a food factory, generating annual profits of up to 200 million. To have achieved such financial prowess a decade ago speaks volumes of her capabilities. She was once a prominent figure in City. With a life of unparalleled wealth and luxury before her, everything changed when her son became enamored with gambling on stones. The allure of gambling, where one could either strike it rich or lose everything, captivated him, not for the sake of wealth, but rather for the thrill that wealthy individuals sought. Some individuals are drawn to rock climbing, while others revel in the thrill of auto racing, seeking that exhilarating rush. This intoxicating excitement derived from gambling captivated him, leading him into a fervent obsession. In truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with a straightforward wager on stones. The crux of the matter lies in the dubious company he kept. Ultimately, he was lured to northern Myanmar by these unscrupulous acquaintances, who promised that the area was rife with jadeite raw stones, enticing him to gamble on stones there. Realizing that sending more money would be futile, he resolved to rally a group for a rescue mission. Consequently, Sister Bu exhausted her family's wealth to establish a black market, aiming to recruit fearless individuals to venture into northern Myanmar in search of her son, as well as to locate those who had abducted him. However, a decade has elapsed, and those so-called friends vanished as if they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. This disappearance raised suspicions, prompting Sister Bu to persist in her quest to find her son, unwavering in her belief that he still lives. Upon entering the room, Cheng Cheng remained acutely aware of his surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. He was there to earn money and could not afford to lose his life in the process. The interior was rather unremarkable. The living room contained merely a table and a few wooden stools. A handful of young men, sporting buzz cuts, lounged against the wall, smoking. The setting bore no distinction from an ordinary household, leading Cheng Cheng to wonder if he had inadvertently stumbled into a pyramid scheme. Young man, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Sister Bu scrutinized Cheng Cheng with piercing eyes. Introduced by an acquaintance. I'm here to seek treasures, he replied, maintaining his composure. Sister Bu then moved to the surveillance area, meticulously reviewing the video feeds to ensure no suspicious individuals lingered at the entrances, thus alleviating her concerns. Be cautious on your first visit. Refrain from wandering your gaze, speak little, and adhere to the rules. Are you here for gambling stones or appraising treasures? Sister Bu inquired, narrowing her eyes. Both are acceptable. I'll take anything of value, Cheng Cheng responded, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back, terrified that a misstep in his words could invite trouble. Fortunately, Sister Boo did not press further. Slowly, she rose and gingerly opened the door to the bedroom, revealing an entirely different scene. The neighboring residences had been interconnected, transforming the space into a veritable antique trading hub. Lacking opulent decor, it nonetheless possessed all the essential features of a typical trading venue: a stone appraisal area, antique calligraphy and paintings, and an auction hall, all present in their entirety. The establishment, though modest, was fully equipped. The area closest to the entrance featured a front desk where transactions could not be conducted via card or mobile payment due to the sensitive identities of the patrons. Cash was the sole medium of exchange. Given the impracticality of carrying large sums of cash for transactions, individuals would instead exchange their money for chips at the front desk. Behind the desk, a door led to a back room, and whenever someone came to exchange cash, a small, wiry man would emerge with a cash box. Logically, one would presume that the clientele of a black market would harbor questionable backgrounds, especially in a place brimming with cash. Yet, no one seemed to harbor thoughts of robbery. One cannot help but acknowledge the adept management skills of Sister Boo. Her amiable appearance belies a formidable character. However, this environment differs from casino, for if one has set their sights on a particular item, an agreement on price may be reached, allowing for transactions at the front desk. Adjacent to the front desk lies the stone gambling area, where the jade raw stones bear a striking resemblance to those found in legitimate jade markets. Yet their prices are exorbitantly inflated, often doubling the cost. This practice primarily serves to facilitate money laundering, which is why such prices are widely accepted. Cheng Cheng utilized his X-ray vision to scrutinize the jade raw stones along the way. Should he encounter an exceptional specimen, he would certainly seize the opportunity. Yet, the black market jade stones were largely unremarkable, with the majority being devoid of quality. Only a select few possessed the potential to yield jade. Beyond the black market stone market, a plethora of antiques lay scattered on the ground, marking the antique district. Each vendor concealed their identity beneath masks, revealing little of their true selves. Upon closer inspection, many of these antiques bore traces of mud, perhaps unearthed from some ancient tomb. This thought prompted Cheng Cheng to employ his X-ray vision once more. East Pearl, genuine item, excavated, Qing Dynasty tomb. Dynasty, Qing Dynasty. Value 1.5 million. Jade finger ring, genuine item, excavated, Qing Dynasty tomb. Dynasty, Qing Dynasty. Value 1 million. It is undeniable that the majority of items at these stalls are authentic, albeit pilfered from tombs. The challenge lies in their difficult resale. Cheng Cheng found himself somewhat troubled by this predicament. At that moment, perhaps due to the dim lighting of the black market, the antiques, freshly unearthed, emanated a faint, ethereal glow, visible only to Cheng Cheng. Curious, he approached a vendor and inquired about the jade finger ring before him. How much for this? 200,000, fixed price. Is that truly the case? May I examine it? Cheng Cheng casually asked. Without hesitation, the vendor handed the jade ring to Cheng Cheng, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of him absconding with it. The instant Cheng Cheng grasped the jade ring, the subtle glow surged into his being, the spiritual energy surpassing even that of high-quality jade. Could it be that the recent excavation had intensified its purity? Contemplating this, he surveyed the array of antiques surrounding him. If he could absorb their spiritual energy, he might unlock new abilities. Should I purchase it? They are all genuine. The vendor, noticing Cheng Cheng's reluctance to relinquish the jade ring, grew somewhat irate. With that, Cheng Cheng turned to explore other stalls, perpetuating the same line of inquiry. The vendors, however, found themselves at a loss. It was unreasonable to expect customers to buy antiques without authenticating them. In the black market, items like porcelain and jade rings had less stringent requirements. But ancient paintings were another matter entirely, as they were prone to damage. Once damaged, an ancient painting became nothing more than scrap paper. Thus, Cheng Cheng decided to focus solely on porcelain, meticulously inspecting each stall. Within half an hour, he had absorbed the spiritual energy of numerous antiques. Cheng Cheng vaguely sensed a surge of energy within him, on the verge of breaking through his dantian. However, due to the crowded surroundings, he restrained himself. Buy or not? You've been hesitating for too long. If you're not buying, then scram. The vendor had long been displeased with Cheng Cheng, as the young man displayed no real intent to purchase. Buy. When did I say I was going to buy? I'll take that jade ring I just looked at and proceed with the transaction at the front desk. The vendor glared at Cheng Cheng with malice. particularly because this young man had visited numerous stalls only to settle on the cheapest item. Nevertheless, even flies and mosquitoes are sustenance. If someone is willing to buy, he is naturally willing to sell. The two then proceeded to the front desk for the transaction. Cheng Cheng held the jade ring in his hand, scrutinizing it closely, and in a moment of distraction, it seemed as though the ring had lost its luster, dimming considerably. Initially, he thought it might be due to his own vision failing him. However, various astonished exclamations soon echoed through the black market. Damn it! My enamel color! Where did it go? Why has the color faded? What the hell? My blue and white porcelain has also darkened. It was fine when I last checked. Upon hearing these remarks, Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow. Could the fading colors of these porcelain pieces be related to his absorption of spiritual energy? It seemed that a young man had touched all their porcelain. Could he be the one responsible? Yes, I saw that lad examining numerous porcelain items. Yet he only ended up purchasing a jade ring. Where's that fellow? Let us catch him. He seems to be at the front desk. Chapter 37. The True Art of Qianlong. That brat is right here. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the exit was blocked, and a dense crowd began to converge upon the front desk. Claiming to be unfazed would be a mere boast. A single misstep in speech could very well trap him within this door. Stay calm. As long as I act as though I know nothing, they can't apprehend me. After all, the black market has its own set of rules. Cheng Cheng surveyed the throng, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet he understood that survival necessitated composure. You're not looking for me, are you? Cheng Cheng feigned innocence as he addressed the crowd. You little rascal. We're looking for you. My enamel color faded because you touched it. Pay up. If you don't compensate, you 1 TB leaving today. Mine too. And mine. Everyone quiet down. Busa bellowed, striding into the scene with a deliberate pace, flanked by several young men. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere turning tense. Busa scrutinized Cheng Cheng from head to toe and spoke. Young man, care to explain? As Cheng Cheng produced the jade ring from his pocket, Busa leaned in for a closer inspection, noting the ring's purity had indeed undergone a marked change. However, Cheng Cheng's explanation lacked sufficient persuasive power. If I were responsible, why would I linger here, waiting for death instead of completing my transaction and fleeing? I intended to peruse the auction house for some worthwhile items. Yet now I find myself embroiled in this fiasco? Huh, if you're looking to extort money, just say so. Indeed, this is my first visit to the black market. But if you carelessly accuse me without proper investigation, perhaps it would be best to close your doors for good. Cheng Cheng's tone was tinged with a hint of reprimand. What you rascal? How dare you utter such words? Sister Boo, let the brothers deal with him. Silence. There are rules here, and I shall investigate thoroughly. Just moments ago, had it not been for Sister Boo's interjection, Cheng Cheng had been prepared to fight to the death. With so many present, a single spit from each would surely drown him. It must be said that recently his acting skills had become increasingly refined. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Cheng almost believed he was truly wronged. Sister Boo narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Cheng Cheng's demeanor, attempting to discern any flaws. She ordered a search of his person. Soon, 2 young men approached Cheng Cheng, meticulously patting him down. They found only a mobile phone, nothing else of significance. At that moment, a young man hurriedly burst in, whispering something into Sister Boo's ear. Are you the gambling stone consultant from Jiajia Jade Jewelry? Sister Boo swiftly turned, fixing her gaze upon Cheng Cheng as she inquired. Her tone had noticeably softened. Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lu Siyu had disseminated the news of the premium jade unearthed yesterday? Indeed, that is me. Within a day, I can procure for your company both old mine glass-type jade and old mine ice-type jade. Mr. Cheng, you are truly a prodigy. Please accompany me to the conference room. This incident is undoubtedly not of Mr. Cheng's making. I, Sister Boo, will ascertain the truth. Please place your trust in me. With her declaration, the crowd had no choice but to relent. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng noticed a peculiar glint in Sister Boo's eyes, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Given Sister Boo's age, which was likely akin to that of his mother, what would he do if she truly fancied him? This thought instilled a measure of trepidation within Cheng Cheng. After all, this was her territory, and he had heard tales of wealthy older women indulging in extravagant whims. Whips and wax play were merely the tip of the iceberg. More disturbingly, there could be a demand for certain pets in such games. Would his illustrious reputation be tarnished forever? Upon entering the conference room and flipping on the light, the walls were adorned with an array of clues regarding her son. I apologize for my earlier impertinence. Please forgive me. Since you're the chief appraiser of your esteemed company, I presume your skills in gambling stone assessment are exceptional. My son, Zhao Qingquan, was abducted to northern Myanmar 10 years ago. I wish to enlist your help in locating him. The price is negotiable." As she spoke, Sister Bu's voice grew faint, akin to the buzzing of a fly, clearly lacking confidence in persuading Cheng Cheng. After all, how could someone of his caliber risk venturing into northern Myanmar for the sake of her son? Money over life was a choice only those teetering on the brink of existence would make. Under normal circumstances, Cheng Cheng would have decisively refused. However, times had changed, and he yearned to expand his influence. If Sister Bu could be of use to him, it would indeed be advantageous. Everyone has vulnerabilities, and the more one desires something, the more it becomes their Achilles heel. For Sister Bu, her son Zhao Qinquan represented her lifeline. The situation in northern Myanmar is perilous. Relying solely on my own strength is simply insufficient. I cannot risk my life to save your son. However, I can assist in uncovering clues regarding your son's dubious acquaintances. As Cheng Cheng spoke, he meticulously observed Sister Bu's gaze. Sure enough, upon hearing the prospect of rescuing her son, her aged eyes glistened with tears. "Do you mean as long as we are adequately prepared, we can go to save my son?" Indeed. With this affirmation, Sister Bu took deep, frantic breaths, attempting to steady her emotions. "I, Sister Bu, can fully support you from behind, but I do not wish for the preparation to take too long. Could you provide a more precise time frame?" After approximately 2 minutes, Sister Bu retrieved a wooden box from her drawer and placed it on the table. Opening the box revealed a jade pendant resembling a fish, though upon closer inspection, one could discern that the fish's head and tail had a joint. It appeared that this pendant had a counterpart. Cheng Cheng gazed at the pendant for merely a minute, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through him. Just a brief glance, and such a significant fluctuation in spiritual energy? This pendant is undoubtedly no ordinary antique. This jade pendant, known as the twin fish pendant, is said to possess extraordinary properties when united with its counterpart. However, this remains merely a legend. As a businessman, one must consider value. This twin fish pendant is worth at least 20 million. If you can provide me with a reasonable departure time, I will gift you this painting without asking for a single cent in return. With that, Sister Bu signaled one of the young men behind her to fetch the painting. Once it was brought forth, it was hung on the wall for everyone to admire. Cheng Cheng contemplated using his X-ray vision to discern the origins of these items. Copy of Zhao Mengfu's Tingqiao Wen Yuan, a true relic from the Qianlong era. Dynasty, Qianlong. Value, 13 million. 13 million, given away so freely? It seems Sister Bu is genuinely willing to invest significantly to save her son. What, then, is the significance of this twin fish pendant? When the X-ray vision focused on the pendant, Cheng Cheng was left astounded by the sight before him. Chapter 38. City within a city. Between fiche pendant, genuine article. Era, unknown. Value, unknown. Unknown. Both the era and value are undisclosed. This is a first. It is well known that the attributes displayed by X-ray vision are typically accurate, and such a phenomenon has never been encountered before. It appears that this twin fish pendant is indeed a treasure, the kind that cannot be purchased with money. Having encountered such an item, it would be unreasonable to dismiss it. 3 months. If the company stabilizes, I will go to rescue your son in 3 months. Cheng Cheng pondered for a moment and provided a suitable time frame. No one could predict what might transpire in 3 months. With the advantage of his X-ray vision, he would undoubtedly experience rapid growth in that time, potentially gaining considerable strength. Sister Bu did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "All right, in 3 months, I shall wholeheartedly support the development of your esteemed company, and after this period, I shall seek you out. Consider these items as my humble gifts, and I hope for a pleasant collaboration between us." Gazing at the jade pendant and the calligraphy before him, Cheng Cheng suddenly felt a twinge of strangeness. Why was such a grand gift bestowed upon him? Had no one else agreed to assist before? It is essential to note that her son had been missing for a decade, perhaps no longer among the living. Couldn't a casual excuse suffice? Why such an extravagant offering to me? Had no one else offered to help you search? Cheng Cheng, feeling a sense of unease, inquired. Sister Bu appeared somewhat taken aback by Cheng Cheng's question and hesitated for a moment. Someone informed me that a highly skilled individual in the art of gambling stones would soon arrive. This person can rescue my son, and this jade pendant was left by him. Besides you, I believe no other chief appraiser would venture into the black market. They all deem my situation unclean. However, both antiques and individuals can possess purity, for true filth resides within the heart. Who is this person? May I meet him? Cheng Cheng asked, furrowing his brow. That is not permissible. He has specifically instructed that he cannot meet with you. Do you wish to keep these items or not? I shall keep them, A visit should not be in vain, especially since this double-fish jade pendant is undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, the private club of the Jade Pavilion is about to commence, and it is a critical time for financial matters. Could this individual possess the ability to foresee the future? Such a notion seemed absurd. Upon reflection, it recalled the previous incident of acquiring the genuine work of Tang Bohu. Clearly, that was also orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. If all of is connected to a single individual, who could that person be? Bestowing upon oneself the genuine work of Tang Bohu and a double-fish jade pendant? He could not possibly be oblivious to the value of these items. What could be the motive behind such lavish gifts? If not for monetary gain, it must be a request for assistance. Yet the worth of these items could drive 99 of the world into madness. Why choose him specifically? With mounting doubts, Cheng Cheng swiftly departed the black market, clutching the jade pendant and ancient painting. Throughout his journey, he remained sullen, feeling as if he were merely a pawn in someone else's game. Despite possessing the gift of insight, he felt manipulated like a mere piece on a chessboard. How ludicrous. The world seemed to ensnare him in a multitude of nets. Initially, as a food delivery person, he was caught in one net, tirelessly hustling for money. Upon escaping that realm, he found himself entangled in another net, where to earn more, he inexplicably became a pawn for others. An invisible sense of suffocation loomed over him. Contemplating this, Cheng Cheng grew increasingly curious about the person behind it all. One day, he vowed to unmask this individual. Once he stepped out of the alley, he immediately spotted the striking red Audi R8. Lu Xiao's brow was furrowed, clearly indicative of her extraordinary anger. Only then did Cheng Cheng notice over 20 missed calls on his phone, explaining her fury. What's happening? Can you enlighten me? Next time, don't bear it all alone. You have me, Lu Xiao remarked, having noticed Cheng Cheng's peculiar demeanor. And her? Could it be Lu Xiao? Her sincere visage hardly seemed the face of one adept in the art of political maneuvering. Nevertheless, it was indeed the first instance that she had encountered someone with such perceptive insight as Lu Xiao, prompting a prudent wariness. Upon noticing Cheng Cheng's reluctance to speak further, Lu Xiao refrained from pressing matter. Yet, her curiosity was piqued. What could possibly trouble Cheng Cheng to such an extent? Upon returning to the office, Lu Xiao promptly allocated nearly $1 million in funding, primarily to promote Cheng Cheng's esteemed title as chief appraiser. In an instant, Cheng Cheng's reputation soared, becoming a household name within the jade and antique circles of the city. Even individuals from other provinces began to take notice. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxiao felt a rising sense of panic as the 7-day deadline loomed ominously. Learning of Cheng Cheng's newfound status as chief appraiser only deepened her regret for her earlier decisions. Had she known he would accrue such wealth, she would never have strayed. What should she do? If the 30,000 were not produced soon, she would find herself in court. Gu Xiaoxiao lamented her predicament, especially since she had already spent most of that sum, leaving her with no choice but to sell her house. After her last encounter with Zhang Chong, who had fled without a thought, she felt utterly abandoned. At that moment, memories of Cheng Cheng's unwavering support flooded her mind, no matter the circumstances. He had never once considered leaving her behind. Aunt Sue, upon hearing about Gu Xiaoxiao's plight, became increasingly agitated. The previous remarks had left her reputation in tatters, and now she faced the prospect of parting with 30,000, with no hope of safeguarding her money. Faced with her mother's unwillingness to assist, Gu Xiaoxiao fell into despair. She had not worked in years. Where would she find the means to repay her debts? Recalling Cheng Cheng's resolute demeanor at the airport, a fierce determination ignited within her. It was he who had shown no mercy. She could hardly be blamed. With a swift motion, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. I've given your previous suggestions considerable thought. Please arrange for a reporter. I am prepared to proceed. Cheng Cheng, since you choose not to show me any leniency, let us ensure neither of us find solace. Chapter 39. Cheng Cheng faces online harassment. Initially, due to the nearly $1 million promotional campaign, a substantial number of inquiries flooded in, with some clients even requesting appointments. It seemed a promising omen. After all, 10 clients at $1 million in appraisal fees would yield a staggering $10 million. However, Cheng Cheng was taken aback when, by 4 p.m, no one had arrived for consultations. Those who had deposited substantial sums had ceased all communication, leaving him bewildered. Rest assured, we have promoted your services. However, the negative publicity surrounding you is overwhelming. Our firm is actively seeking strategies to manage your public relations. Under no circumstances should you make any public appearances. It would be disastrous, as reporters are currently stationed at our office. Lu Xiao, too, found herself in a quandary. The The promotional funds had already been invested, and Gu Xiaoxiao's interference was unwelcome. What negative publicity? Cheng Cheng has committed no heinous acts. You will understand once you read the City News, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng hastily logged onto the City News website. The headline on the homepage blared, Cheng Cheng abandons wife and child, pursues wealthy heiress. Upon opening the homepage, one sees Gu Xiaoxiao tearfully clutching an ultrasound report before the reporters. My name is Gu Xiaoxiao. I am 25 years old and currently 2 months pregnant. Over the past 2 years, I have not committed any wrongdoing against him. Cheng Cheng. Perhaps due to my role as a housewife, I have grown less youthful. I have come to terms with not being as glamorous as those affluent beauties. Cheng Cheng may choose to deny me as his wife, but he cannot deny the child in my womb. A child must not be born without a father. As she spoke, Gu Xiaoxiao nearly fainted from her grief, showcasing the depths of her determination. She is willing to sacrifice her dignity to draw Cheng Cheng into the fray, whether within the industry or beyond. One who abandons their spouse and child in Huaxia is subject to widespread condemnation. The forums erupted with outrage. This man has forsaken his wife and child. A beast. Worse than a beast. He fails to cherish a beautiful wife and is indeed a disgrace to all men. How pitiful for a woman carrying a child to be out and about. Thus, it is imperative for women to awaken to their independence. I would rather remain unmarried than seek such men. There are far too many lowly individuals among them. Observing the frenzy in the forums, Cheng Cheng chuckled. The online spectators are oblivious to the truth, merely echoing hearsay without any discernment. However, with public opinion escalating to such a degree, those downstairs must be itching to tear themselves apart in despair. Engaging in such behavior will undoubtedly lead to public ostracism, regardless of one's expertise. One cannot afford to appear before the public now, as the proverbial walls are crumbling and the crowd is eager to push. Consequently, none of the clients have come forth, disregarding the tens of thousands in deposits. Cheng Cheng smirked, relieved that he had taken precautions early on, yet he refrained from taking action. It is in times of crisis that one discovers who their true friends are. At that moment, his phone rang. Cheng Cheng, where are you? It's unsafe outside. That shameless woman dares to defame you online. The indignation in Yunai's voice was palpable, a torrent of words spilling forth without pause. You used to be so frugal at home, barely adding an egg to your instant noodles, saving money just to buy her a beautiful dress. Yet in these 2 years, she has never sought you out, nor has she given you a decent gift. She is a disgrace to all women. Cheng Cheng could sense her genuine anger through the phone as he reassured her. I'm at the office. Rest assured, I am safe. There's a certain warmth in knowing one is cared for. Thank you. I assure you I am fine. Just await my good news. No sooner had he hung up than the office door swung open, expecting an onslaught from the fervent online critics. He was surprised to see Lu Xiao storming in with a shareholder. Furrowing her brow, Lu Xiao said, I sincerely apologize. I have done my utmost. But the shareholders insist on confronting you for an explanation. Manager Lu, while we acknowledge his capabilities, a morally corrupt individual has no place in our Jade Circle. Keeping him in the company would tarnish our reputation. Indeed, let it be cast out. The man leading the group, slightly overweight with thinning hair, was named Huang Qingyao. He held approximately 10 of the company's shares and was a prominent figure within the organization. We must trust Cheng Cheng. He is certainly not that kind of person. Lu Xiao can vouch for him. That video is nothing but slander. Lu Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she hurried to defend Cheng Cheng. After much effort, she had finally secured a partnership with him, and she could not simply abandon it now. It's not that we don't believe you, but how could someone end a 3-year relationship without reason? Moreover, that woman is pregnant. No woman would jest with her own dignity, Huang Qingyao thought. Increasingly displeased with Lu Xiao's unwavering support for Cheng Cheng, they had previously put forth considerable effort. Yet Lu Xiao had never taken notice of him. Now, unexpectedly, a new individual had emerged in the company, and Lu Xiao was following him around daily. At this juncture, you must cease your obstinacy. Discarding Cheng Cheng would be for the company's benefit. As a leader, you cannot allow personal feelings to sway your decisions, he admonished. I believe in Cheng Cheng. Lu Xiao was a loss for words. She had met Gu Xiaoxiao a few times alongside Cheng Cheng. That woman was clearly not virtuous, but evidence was paramount. If Cheng Cheng lacked proof, public opinion would inevitably lean toward Gu Xiaoxiao. From a leadership perspective, it was indeed crucial to hold a press conference immediately to distance the company from Cheng Cheng. However, Lu Xiao was reluctant to take that route. Is believing truly effective? We do believe. Yet if we allow public sentiment to spiral, what clients would dare to collaborate with us? The company is bound to face closure. She declared passionately. I will say this. If you do not let him go, I shall depart. With that, Huang Qingyao stormed out, slamming the door. This was dire. Gu Xiaoxiao had brought a throng of people to the office building to confront Cheng Cheng, and some were even hurling banana peels at the security personnel. President Liu, if we don't devise a solution soon, we won't be able to stem this tide. The public sentiment is truly terrifying. A receptionist rushed in to announce. It's about time. The stage is set, and it's now or never. Chapter 40, a twofold reversal. If he is willing to care for the child in my womb, I am inclined to support them. At this point, Gu Xiaoxiao's voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Such a man who abandons his wife and child deserves divine retribution. Come out. Being a coward is futile. We will not relent. Those who dare to pursue a wealthy beauty yet lack the decency to check on their wife and child are despicable. Some even brandished loudspeakers, vociferously shouting their outrage. Isn't that Cheng Cheng? It seems he has emerged. Sisters, let's give him a thrashing. As Cheng Cheng stepped out of the building, the crowd of onlookers pounced on him like ravenous wolves, pelting him with rotten eggs. However, Cheng Cheng had anticipated this scenario. He calmly produced an umbrella from behind him, using it as a shield to deflect the foul projectiles. Everyone, allow me to speak first. Please, hold your fire. Cheng Cheng shouted, brandishing the umbrella with authority. What more do you have to say? The child within me is present, and even if you forsake me, you must consider this child. Gu Xiaoxiao gently caressed her belly, weeping incessantly. Her pitiable demeanor instantly elicited sympathy from those around her. Cheng Cheng, are you not a man? You pull up your pants and deny your responsibility. Is that it? Indeed, she carries your child, and you declare you want nothing to do with it. Do you wish to claim it? If so, I can relinquish it to you. Furthermore, you question whether the child in my womb is yours. Gu Xiaoxiao, do you not have any clarity on this matter? Cheng Cheng scoffed. At this juncture, how can you utter such words? To wrongfully accuse my unborn child of being another's, I might as well end my life. As Gu Xiaoxiao spoke, she attempted to run onto the road, prompting those nearby to rush forward and restrain her, preventing any rash actions. For heaven's sake, you are truly no man. Sisters, let us champion justice for Gu Xiaoxiao. Such a person deserves to be punished. It was rush hour, and the crowd around the office building grew steadily. Seizing the moment, Cheng Cheng inquired with a smirk. Gu Xiaoxiao, are you certain this child is mine? If I possessed evidence, would you still have the audacity to stand here? Gu Xiaoxiao's body stiffened slightly. She suspected Cheng Cheng had no evidence, or else he would have presented it by now. At this point, you still dare to speak thus. If you have proof, produce it instead of casting unfounded slanders upon me. I can accept your disdain or dislike, but I implore you to consider the child within me. He has not yet been born. He cannot be without a father. Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were swollen from crying. It must be said that she truly had a flair for theatrics. The onlookers rallied in her defense. You seek evidence, do you? Just wait. Could someone please hand me a microphone or speaker? Cheng Cheng gestured toward a nearby reporter. I have one. A ponytailed female reporter handed Cheng Cheng a headset. Before the assembled crowd, Cheng Cheng produced his phone and activated the recording function. You toil day and night delivering takeout. Have you ever thought of me? Zhang Cheng shows me care and concern daily. My mistakes are understandable. You believe the child in my womb belongs to him and are discontent. I could simply terminate this one and bear another with you. Just wait, Cheng Cheng. I shall see you utterly disgraced. If I cannot have you, no one shall. Once the recording concluded, everyone present was taken aback, shocked that this woman would so brazenly toy with her own virtue. Those who had earlier defended Gu Xiaoxiao fell silent. After hearing the recording, Gu Xiaoxiao's mind was in a haze. She never expected Cheng Cheng would actually record her. She was astonished that a carefree delivery person could scheme against her. At this point, she had no choice but to go all in, insisting vehemently on her denial. The recording is fraudulent. I never uttered such words. He is a deceiver. Everyone, trust me. The authenticity of the recording can be verified through submission to the relevant authorities. I recall that the corridor of the apartment you rented is equipped with surveillance cameras, as the landlord has mentioned that the footage is refreshed weekly. It would still be possible to check the recordings today. Would you like me to accompany a journalist friend to investigate who the man was that entered your room that afternoon? Cheng Cheng chuckled with satisfaction, initially believing that simply receiving the money from Gu Xiaoxiao would suffice. He felt no need to entangle himself with such a scoundrel. However, unexpectedly, this woman sought to tarnish his reputation. Had he not remained vigilant, he might have been ruined by her machinations. Upon hearing Cheng Cheng's words, Gu Xiaoxiao was utterly dumbfounded. How could she dare to take a journalist to view the footage? The truth was that Cheng Cheng spoke nothing but facts, while she was the one fabricating lies. Xiao, is what he said true? If not, we can check the surveillance, and we will stand by you, they urged. Gu Xiaoxiao, slumped on the floor, suddenly shouted, "Everything I said is true. Please believe me. I suffer from depression. If you do not trust me, I will take my own life." How absurd. You must present evidence. Can mere claims of depression unjustly accuse me? Ridiculous. I can provide proof of your infidelity. You, Gu Xiaoxiao, have been reveling nightly with my superior, Zhang Chong, and the child you carry is not mine. Those are your own words. As for the reasons, you know them well, and I shall spare you any further embarrassment. Cheng Cheng gazed at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was now sitting helplessly on the ground, feeling an immense sense of relief. Perhaps Gu Xiaoxiao was too concerned with maintaining her pride, unwilling to reveal the truth of her betrayal. Yet, she had not considered that for someone who tirelessly worked day and night, pride might be the least valuable of possessions. After 3 years of a relationship, it was time to bring it to a close. Cheng Cheng, you are remarkable. I knew you had evidence. By the way, my father wishes to invite you to dinner tomorrow. Would you honor us with your presence? The situation earlier. And you think your father would still wish to dine with me? Cheng Cheng looked at her with confusion. Although Lu Xiao had never shared much about her father, he had heard rumors. The Lu Group is one of the largest jade jewelry firms in City, and Lu Xiaonan, the chairman, is also Lu Xiao's biological father, a true businessman of significant influence. I intended to contact you this morning, but in the whirlwind of events, it slipped my mind. Now that the matter is resolved, it is not a big deal. Lu Xiao smiled awkwardly, knowing she wouldn't have broached the topic had the issues not been settled. 2 minutes later, Uncle had arrived and took Gu Xiaoxiao away. Cheng Cheng followed to complete the statement. The evidence was irrefutable. Once the procedure was finalized, Gu Xiaoxiao would face a prison sentence of several years. However, considering her status as a pregnant woman, the duration would likely be mitigated. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Returning to the shared apartment, he was immediately enveloped by that familiar scent. At this moment, Yuna was adorned in a classic black maid outfit, complemented by black stockings, accentuating her prominent curves. It must be said that this ensemble was a perfect match for her alluring figure. What is going on? Cheng Cheng was filled with confusion. Just as he expressed his bewilderment, Yuna knelt down to assist him in changing into slippers, her excessive attentiveness leaving Cheng Cheng slightly uncomfortable. Wait, let us skip the role play for now. Let us just be normal. I haven't had proper rest these past few days, and I'm quite exhausted. After speaking, Cheng Cheng worried if his tone had been too cold. Can you cook? Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow. Of course. Just sit tight, and I'll prepare your favorite dish, braised Crucian carp. How do you know I enjoy that dish? Watching Yuna bustling about in the kitchen, Cheng Cheng couldn't help but feel curious about when this woman had learned to cook, as he had never witnessed such skills before. However, observing her today, it seemed she indeed possessed considerable talent. As he pondered, Cheng Cheng realized he hadn't eaten much today and felt a pang of hunger. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yuna returned with a beautifully plated braised Crucian carp. Upon closer inspection, the presentation was quite appealing, with the tender white fish paired with vibrant red chili peppers, making it undeniably appetizing. Yuna offered him a pair of chopsticks, her clear eyes gazing at him with anticipation for his evaluation. Taking the chopsticks, Cheng Cheng delicately tasted a piece of fish and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Impressive. Yuna, when did you learn to cook? Hee, if you find it delicious, eat more. I could prepare many dishes. If you didn't like my earlier demeanor, I can adopt various other personas. I could be the seductive type too. Yuna proudly puffed out her chest, and one couldn't deny that her figure was indeed remarkable. Why are you being so good to me? Cheng Cheng asked, instinctively placing another piece of fish into his mouth. Because you are inherently a good person. That wicked woman tried to frame you today. No matter how well you treat her, both Lele and I have seen it. You're blessed yet unaware of your fortune. All right, just enjoy your meal. It will taste worse if it gets cold. Whenever you wish to eat, I, Yuna, will always be here to prepare it for you. Gazing at Yuna's angelic face, Cheng Cheng understood her intentions. However, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his current situation. The fact that even his trip to the black market could be anticipated by someone filled him with trepidation. Until the matter was resolved, he could not allow anyone to be ensnared in this turmoil. He needed to discern what the hidden figure behind all this truly desired from him. At this moment, he felt ensnared in a fog, and the passivity of his predicament was utterly distressing. After the meal, Yuna took the dishes to the kitchen. And when Cheng Cheng offered to help, she insisted he relax. Lying in bed for a short while, Cheng Cheng received a message from the old witch. Boss. Two suspicious individuals seem to be tailing Cheng Kursin, maintaining a certain distance, and so far, their behavior has been unremarkable. Upon reading this message, Cheng Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. He hadn't anticipated that these individuals would act so swiftly. Do not alarm the snakes in the grass. It is imperative to ensure the safety of my family. Furthermore, keep a vigilant watch on those two individuals, and report to me promptly should there be the slightest disturbance. It seems I must hasten to amass wealth and expand my influence. As long as this person remains at large, I fear I shall find no peace in slumber. Reflecting on a moment, I beheld the Pisces jade pendant in the black market. I felt an extraordinary surge of energy within me. It is evident that my internal energy is currently abundant, teetering on the brink of breaking through its constraints. With this in mind, I once again retrieved the half of the Pisces jade pendant, eager to test whether repeated stimulation from the pendant might yield unexpected rewards. Indeed, upon seeing the pendant, my internal energy surged once more. Yet, I could sense it was still insufficient. It appears I must collect more antiques and artworks. Suddenly, I recalled that Lu Xiao had mentioned her father inviting me to dinner the following day. Typically, businessmen of his caliber have high standards for dining venues. There may well be antiques and artworks present, which could provide an opportunity to absorb some energy under the guise of appreciation. Yao Yao, what time shall we go for dinner tomorrow? You finally remember to call me. I thought you had lost interest, she replied, evidently delighted. I will pick you up tomorrow at noon. Please remember to wear the outfit I gifted you. Thank you for your trouble, I said. There's no trouble at all. Next time, don't be so polite. The next day at noon, I donned a suit Lu Xiao had given me for our appointment. As we were entering high society, it was vital to pay attention to one's appearance. To my surprise, at a height of 1.8 meters, I looked quite sharp in the suit, exuding an air of a commercial elite. Businessmen like Lu Xiaonan, who operate in the Jade Stone Circle, typically discuss related topics over drinks. I had expected to dine at a 5-star hotel, yet Lu Xiao led me directly to a private estate. Are we dining at your home? I inquired, glancing out the window. The estate's landscape resembled a beautiful painting, with rock formations and flowing water harmonizing with pavilions and buildings, a true feast for the eyes. To spend leisure time here sipping tea and enjoying the scenery is undoubtedly a unique charm. The estate spans at least 1,000 square meters. Indeed, it is a mansion built upon the wealth of jade stones, truly extravagant. Yes, Lu Xiaonan insisted on this location, but I cannot fathom his reasoning. I rarely dine with him. Were it not for you, I would have no desire to meet him at all, Lu Xiao lamented as she drove. Moments later, the car came to a steady halt in a parking area brimming with luxury vehicles, resembling a grand auto show. Has your father invited anyone else? I asked, curious. It seems so, however, it matters not. You are our company's stone gambling consultant and chief appraiser. Given the commotion caused by Gu Xiaoxiao yesterday, your reputation has grown considerably. Lu Xiaonan merely wishes to familiarize himself with you. However, you must exercise utmost caution, for he is not a man of good character, Lu Xiao stated with gravity. Cheng Cheng was certainly aware, as Lu Xiao had previously mentioned that this old man had orchestrated a scheme that led to the demise of her former partner in an effort to coerce her into marriage. One must indeed be wary of such a ruthless individual, yet he hardly seemed the type to ensnare anyone in a plot, especially since Cheng Cheng had no intention of pursuing this alliance. Upon arriving downstairs, they encountered Su Hao approaching. Yao Yao, it has been quite some time, and you seem even more radiant than before. He then turned to Cheng Cheng. Ah, if at ISN T Cheng Cheng, you've gained quite a reputation lately. Haven T you? It must be quite uncomfortable to have been betrayed by your former partner. Yao Yao should avoid associating with such individuals. Su Hao continued his habit of disparaging Cheng Cheng upon their meeting. Mr. Su, I would appreciate it if you could speak with a modicum of respect. This is a distinguished guest invited by my father, Lu Xiao remarked, furrowing her brow at him. Very well, then let us proceed upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, one could behold an array of paintings adorning the walls, crafted by renowned artists, while the display cabinets housed jadeite of at least moderate quality. Perhaps later, one might absorb some of its energy and, who knows, achieve a breakthrough today. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s, distinguished by strands of silver in his hair, approached the group. He exuded a formidable presence, his demeanor radiating a calm confidence forged through life's trials. This must be Lu Xiao's father, Lu Xiaonan. I sincerely apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Yao Yao, what are you standing there for? Hurry and usher everyone inside. He continued, is this not young Su? It has been a while. I have heard your family's business is flourishing. Lu Xiaonan greeted everyone warmly, yet his gaze remained deliberately averted from Cheng Cheng. You are too kind. I have not contributed significantly. It is primarily your own endeavors that matter, Cheng Cheng replied. Only then did Lu Xiaonan finally turn his attention to Cheng Cheng, standing beside Lu Xiao. Father, this is Cheng Cheng. All right, everyone, let us not dawdle here. Please come inside. Yao Yao, could you fetch me a fine bottle of wine? I forgot to bring one. Lu Xiaonan gestured to Lu Xiao. Initially displeased by her father's disregard for Cheng Cheng, Lu Xiao suppressed her irritation. Nonetheless, given the presence of others, she felt compelled to maintain decorum. Once Lu Xiao had distanced herself, Lu Xiaonan's previously affable expression morphed into one of sternness. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Cheng Cheng before speaking. So, you are the chief appraiser at my daughter's company? Indeed, Cheng Cheng replied. Uncle Lu, I have done my homework. This fellow is nothing but a charlatan. His parents are factory workers, and after graduating, he merely worked as a delivery driver, never having any experience with jadeite or gemstones. Su Hao seized the opportunity to expose Cheng Cheng's background. Is what he says true? Lu Xiaonan's voice darkened, revealing his growing ire. Cheng Cheng understood that a businessman of Lu Xiaonan's caliber, seasoned by decades in the market, had encountered all manner of deceit and treachery. Thus, it was best to speak the truth in his presence. It is all true. While you may possess some abilities, I advise you to abandon any unrealistic aspirations. A family like ours will never engage in poverty alleviation. Lu Xiao is certain to seek a partner of equal standing. Name your price. How much would it take for you to distance yourself from my daughter? Lu Xiaonan's tone was calm, devoid of menace. Yet Cheng Cheng felt an intangible pressure enveloping him. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I harbor no ulterior motives regarding your daughter. It was she who invited me to join the company. Although I had no prior exposure to jade and gemstones, I discovered my inherent talent in this field, which prompted my entry into this profession. Is that not acceptable? Cheng Cheng explained with a smile, as he recognized the importance of maintaining a good relationship with this senior figure for his future in the city. What joke! A mere delivery worker dares to claim he possesses a talent for identifying jade? Do you take us for fools? Others nearby concurred with Su Hao's sentiment, acknowledging the significant stature of the Lu group and the plausibility of such a scenario. However, Cheng Cheng found humor in the situation. Is it not a matter of luck to test? How could the venerable old gentleman Lu fail to discern right from wrong at his advanced age? Gulme, let us see you locate a top-grade jade right before our eyes. Su Hao, seeing Cheng Cheng's reluctance to concede, became increasingly agitated. Perhaps Mr. Su has imbibed some inferior liquor, clouding his judgment. Top-grade jade is always a matter of serendipity. If it were as simple as you suggest, would I, Cheng Cheng, need to engage in conversation with you? Is there truly no other means to verify my capabilities if I cannot produce a top-grade jade? Chapter 43. Cheng Cheng's Appraisal of Antiques and Calligraphy. Su Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his earlier outburst had been rash and utterly absurd upon reflection. I am eager to see whether you, the esteemed appraiser, truly possess the requisite skills. Everyone knows that I, Lu Xiaonan, am adept in jade, but I'm also quite proficient in antiques and calligraphy. I have a penchant for collecting various artifacts. Currently, there's a Qing Dynasty blue and white dragon jar on display in the hall. I wonder if you can uncover it. Bear in mind, the number of antiques and calligraphy pieces in the hall is substantial, and even seasoned experts can easily be overwhelmed. Furthermore, locating the blue and white dragon jar among dozens of antiques is indeed a formidable challenge. Su Hao awaited the moment Cheng Cheng would falter, eager to expose him as an imposter. No problem. Given the opportunity to engage with antiques, Cheng Cheng would not let it slip away. Moreover, this challenge posed no difficulty for him. With a mere glance, he could swiftly ascertain the answer. However, he had an ulterior motive for this endeavor, to absorb the spiritual essence embedded in the antiques and calligraphy. As Cheng Cheng traversed the room, he paused momentarily at each porcelain piece, lightly placing his fingers upon their surfaces. Perhaps due to their relatively modest value, the spiritual essence he could extract was negligible. Haha, look at him. This is hardly the demeanor of a connoisseur. At this rate, he may never find it. Su Hao could not resist mocking him. If you cannot identify the piece, kindly take your leave. The Lu family does not welcome charlatans. Lu Xiaonan was quickly losing his patience. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao rushed over with a glass of red wine, and upon witnessing the scene before her, quickly realized that these individuals were making things difficult for Cheng Cheng. What are you doing? Dad, isn't he a guest you invited? Is this how you treat your guests? Yao Yao, you do not understand. Nowadays, there are many fraudsters. Those lacking in ability do not deserve to be my Lu Xiaonan's guests, Lu Xiaonan replied, frowning and snorting coldly. Seeing that even the elder Lu was urging him on, Cheng Cheng decided to drop the pretense. Activating his vision, he swiftly scanned the surroundings and soon located the blue and white dragon general jar. However, Cheng Cheng discovered that his enhanced vision seemed to have made new progress. The antique knowledge he had learned appeared to have been fully integrated. For instance, regarding this blue and white dragon general jar, there was a detailed introduction below it. It was evident that the old man was intentionally making things difficult. The blue and white dragon general jar was obscured by other collectibles, and it was not easy to locate without careful observation. This was the Qing Guangxu era, and the blue and white dragon general jar was indeed from Guangxu, although its base was from the Qing Qianlong period. This piece was an official imitation. The design featured entwined lotus on the surface and banana leaf patterns below, with materials characteristic of the Guangxu period, making it a typical collectible of that time. Cheng Cheng, wearing gloves, meticulously examined the blue and white dragon general jar. The vessel was robust and upright, exuding a sense of might and vigor. The jar had a straight mouth, a short neck with broad shoulders, a bulging belly tapering downwards, and a flared foot. Its lid resembled a general's helmet, hence its name. Am I correct in my identification? At this moment, Su Hao dared not speak, as this young man's assertions were well-founded. The attendees had some knowledge of antiques and paintings. If Cheng Cheng were fabricating his claims, someone would surely expose him. Indeed, Lu Xiaonan's stern expression softened considerably. Cheng Cheng then quickly approached a painting and scrutinized it carefully. This is a 6-character blue and white regular script from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. The brushwork is strong and vigorous. The structure is upright, and every stroke is exceptionally precise. Cheng Cheng looked at the crowd with pride. Moments ago, these individuals were deeply skeptical of him. Now, their gazes had shifted in his favor. However, Su Hao's expression darkened further, as he had hoped to publicly humiliate Cheng Cheng in front of Lu Xiaonan, only to be surprised by the latter's display of expertise. He never imagined that a person who ran food deliveries daily could possess such knowledge of antiques and paintings. Not bad. You do possess some skill. I deliberately concealed the blue and white dragon general jar in the most inconspicuous place to test you. I apologize for my poor hospitality earlier. Please forgive me. It must be said, this old fox was quite exceptional, truly deserving of the position he held. Cheng Cheng was also quite understanding. Although Lu Xiaonan was apologizing, he realized he could not appear overly accommodating, lest he seem lacking in social acumen. Mr. Lu, do not speak so. It is a father's instinct to care for his daughter. Your concern is entirely justified. I truly envy Yao Yao for having such a father. Moreover, historical emperors have often been swayed by eunuchs. However, rest assured, I will fulfill my duties and harbor no ulterior motives. Who are you calling a eunuch? Su Hao was instantly displeased and hurriedly jumped out to exclaim. Lu Xiaonan, flattered by Cheng Cheng's praise, was naturally delighted. All right, let us not cause a ruckus. Let us dine together. With a little nurturing, Cheng Cheng would undoubtedly become a distinguished figure in the future. Regardless of the industry, talent is always paramount. The guests seated at this table possessed keen insight and promptly produced their business cards, eager to establish a rapport with Cheng Cheng. Lu Xiao leaned closer to Lu Xiaonan and whispered, Dad, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Cheng Cheng is part of my company. Yao Yao, what are you saying? He has such talent, and I have the means to cultivate him. If he chooses to join my company in the future, wouldn't he be able to realize his ambitions? What can your fledgling company achieve? Lu Xiaonan said, gazing at Cheng Cheng with admiration. Lu Xiaonan, you might be going too far. Are you really trying to poach from your own daughter as company? Yao Yao retorted. In our home, we are father and daughter. But outside, we are competitors. If you lack the ability to manage your own people, you cannot blame others, Lu Xiaonan replied with a smile, sipping his red wine. For her, the company's rapid growth and solid establishment in the jade market undeniably hinged on Cheng Cheng. However, for Cheng Cheng, all he required was a platform that could yield profit. To be honest, Lu Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. She feared she might not be able to retain Cheng Cheng. Is there anything else? Cheng Cheng inquired, puzzled. The auction at the Jade Pavilion Private Club. We need to organize the funds. Your 30 million compensation should be arriving soon. Chapter 44, A Heavy Loss. Has the painting by Qianlong been sold? Yes. It sold for 15 million. According to the contract, the company takes a 20% cut, so you will receive 12.10 million, which will be transferred to your card today. Lu Xiao's efficiency was surprisingly swift. He had initially thought it would take several days to get results for a painting valued in the tens of millions. With the sale of this painting yielding 12.10 million, combined with the remaining 9 million from the house purchase and the 30 million in compensation, he would possess approximately 54.3 million. The exquisite jade he had assisted Lu Xiao in acquiring a few days prior would also contribute to this sum. This time, he must seize any excellent items at the private club auction. Cheng Cheng, would you like to stay tonight and socialize with the younger crowd? It seems many girls around your age will be attending. It's good for young people to mingle, Lu Xiaonan suggested with a smile. Cheng Cheng initially intended to agree. After all, it was an invitation from Lu Xiaonan. An outright refusal seemed inappropriate. One must admit, Lu Xiaonan's tactic was quite shrewd. Most men spend a lifetime pursuing wealth, power, and beauty. Yet here he was, even before casting an olive branch, employing the allure of beauty, with money and charm on the table. Cheng Cheng might find himself at a disadvantage. Perhaps it would be better to gather another time. Cheng Cheng, you are welcome to visit my company, Lu Xiaonan said, handing Cheng Cheng a business card. This card undoubtedly served as an olive branch extended to Cheng Cheng. Only this old man would dare to poach talent right in front of his own daughter. Cheng Cheng cast a glance at Lu Xiao, whose countenance had long since darkened. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to accept or decline. Ultimately, he realized he must offend one party. Given Lu Xiaonan's prominent standing in the city, it was prudent to offend Lu Xiao instead. Thus, Cheng Cheng accepted the business card, saying, "Very well, I shall certainly make an effort to visit when the opportunity arises. I have finished my meal, and there are matters at the company that require my attention, so I must take my leave." Lu Xiao took out a tissue to dab at the grease at the corner of her mouth, then, with her bag in hand, prepared to exit. Observing this, Cheng Cheng offered a conciliatory smile to the elder Lu before hastily following her outside. "Is there truly a pressing matter at the company?" Cheng Cheng inquired timidly. "Of course. You are the company's chief appraiser now, and the contract has yet to be signed. Furthermore, several companies are scheduled to come this afternoon for antique evaluations, and they wish for you to lend your discerning eye. Please do not embarrass us," Lu Xiao replied, her expression somewhat grave, possibly vexed by Cheng Cheng's earlier acquiescence to the elder Lu. Each appraisal is worth 1 million. After all, with ample resources at hand, one remains untroubled. Upon returning to the office, Cheng Cheng immediately noticed a throng gathered at the entrance. "Mr. Cheng, I have already paid the deposit. I kindly ask for your assistance in appraising my items. And me, I have this piece from the Tang dynasty. I have several more." Seeing the multitude of antiques before him, Cheng Cheng felt an elation swell within him. 100,000 in appraisal fees. Was he not on the brink of prosperity? At this rate, why bother with scouring for hidden treasures? He could simply sit in the office and evaluate items daily to amass wealth. Ahem, please remember to pay the fees first. The appraisal fee is 1 million. As you all are aware, Cheng Cheng announced, raising his voice. "No problem. I have brought over a dozen antiques." Someone from the crowd interjected. Typically, those esteemed individuals charge substantial fees for each appraisal. "Mr. Cheng, you are generous. 1 million for each appraisal, and I have nearly 20 items to present. It's quite a bargain when you do the math." Cheng Cheng was taken aback by this revelation. It seemed these individuals had misunderstood his intentions. "No, the appraisal fee is 1 million for each item. My friend, should there be any errors in my evaluations, I am liable for the costs," he frowned and explained. "You did not specify that the fee was for a single item. Otherwise, why would we seek your services? Your advertisements have been disseminated. Are you truly unwilling to accept?" With no other choice, Cheng Cheng felt compelled to proceed. It would not bode well to turn away clients on his first day. However, starting tomorrow, he resolved that the appraisal fee would be 1 million per item, lest he incur significant losses. "Please form a queue and take a number. We will attend to you one by one." As he gazed upon the array of antiques and paintings in the hands of the crowd, Cheng Cheng felt overwhelmed. Before commencing any appraisals, Lu Xiao would have personnel draft a liability agreement with the clients, and the entire process will be documented with photographs and videos. This was primarily to prevent anyone from exchanging genuine items for forgeries and subsequently extorting the company. Otherwise, if each person attempted to defraud them, the company would be rendered defunct. An emerald parrot, a Schwanda furnace, this is a forgery. Su Beihong's galloping horses? Sir, that piece is truly in a museum. And you brought it here. Chi Baisher shrimp? My friend, if that is authentic, you are in for a windfall. Alas, it is a forgery. A red glazed water bottle? Authentic. This round of appraisals would likely consume at least half an hour. In truth, with the use of a discerning eye, he could complete the evaluations in mere moments. However, To ensure that the clients feel that the expenditure of 1 million is justified, one cannot simply provide a casual appraisal. All necessary procedures must be meticulously followed. If a result is hastily given after just a glance, any error could be disastrous. Should word of such negligence spread, one might find themselves scrutinized the very next day. What piqued Cheng Cheng's curiosity, however, was that out of the 20 antiques presented, more than half were forgeries. After all, a 1 million appraisal fee typically implies that the antiques in question possess a certain level of authenticity, which would discourage their owners from presenting anything dubious. Could it be that a competitor is attempting to gauge his abilities? A misjudgment would tarnish his reputation overnight. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng remained unfazed. With his discerning eye, he could appraise 100 items without error. The only drawback was the time invested. Throughout the afternoon, Cheng Cheng remained in his office without stepping out. He attended to 5 clients and appraised roughly 100 antiques and artworks, of which only about 20 were genuine. For every authentic piece, Cheng Cheng would absorb its essence. Yet he found it peculiar that the energy within him remained at a consistently abundant level. After absorbing so much essence, one would expect a breakthrough to occur. What then could be the catalyst for such an evolution? As closing time approached, a considerable number of clients remained in line. When one is devoid of wealth, it is unfathomable to realize that so many would willingly pay 1 million for an appraisal. This encapsulates the incomprehensible nature of the affluent. That will be all for today. Please return next time. As we're now closing, Cheng Cheng called out while leaning against the doorframe. Wow, it's almost my turn. Next time, the price won't be this low. But you all are truly bold to guarantee authenticity. A client exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The reason they were willing to part with such sums was precisely because of the assurance of authenticity. Across the entire land of Huaxia, how many appraisal companies dare to offer such guarantees? Everyone makes mistakes, especially in the realm of appraisals, let alone a newcomer like him. Moreover, with so many antiques present, it is only natural to become overwhelmed when examining dozens or even hundreds of pieces. A single oversight could lead to a costly misjudgment. But for the clients, this meant no risk at all. Once all the clients departed, Lu Xiao excitedly patted Cheng Cheng on the shoulder and said, "Impressive. You earned 5 million in just one afternoon. Next time, remember to implement a rule. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my time to appraise anything indiscriminately." The primary issue was that these genuine antiques were not particularly valuable and lacked significant essence. It would be far more worthwhile to stroll through the antique market instead. Cheng Cheng aimed to earn money while also absorbing essence. That was his true priority, and he was eager to discover the changes that would follow a breakthrough. Furthermore, a portion of this money would need to be allocated to the company, leaving little profit for himself. It would be more expedient to venture into the jade market. By the way, have those exquisite jades been sold yet? Cheng Cheng casually inquired. The Jade Pavilion Private Club was about to open, and the pressing matter was to gather funds quickly. Today, several foreign buyers were in discussions, and if all went well, deals could be finalized today. According to the contract, you could earn 54 million. It must be said, Cheng Cheng, you truly have a knack for making me money. Lu Xiao regarded Cheng Cheng as if she had resolved something. Under no circumstances could she allow Lu Xiaonin to excavate that precious gem from a corner. Indeed, I intend to request a day off tomorrow. After working for such an extended period, it is high time I indulged in the pleasures of life. When will the Emerald Pavilion reopen? The day after tomorrow. Chapter 45, A Different Yao Yao. Well then, if you need an invitation, do remember to send me one. Just as Cheng Cheng finished packing his belongings and prepared to leave the office, he noticed Lu Xiao standing nearby, biting her lip, appearing quite conflicted. What is the matter? Is it that time of the month? Don't be absurd. If you're going out to have fun, can't you take me along? Lu Xiao clutched the hem of her clothing, hesitating for a long moment before managing to utter those words. Wait a minute. Why is Lu Xiao acting like a little girl today? Could it be that she is apprehensive about attending Lu Xiaonin's gathering? Thus, Cheng Cheng chuckled and reassured her. Don't overthink it. Rest assured, I certainly won't be attending the gathering your father organized. I'm merely going out to enjoy myself. What? That is not what I meant. Just because you're taking a break. Does that mean I can't take one too? Can't you bring me along? Besides, I, Lu Xiao, am naturally beautiful. Wouldn't it be a loss for you to have me accompany you? At this point, Lu Xiao glanced down at her figure and her long legs, feeling rather confident in her assets. Are you afraid I might be snatched away by another girl? Blame my damn charm. Don't worry. I wouldn't even glance at ordinary types. Cheng Cheng shook his head, marveling. You? How ridiculously self-absorbed. Lu Xiao placed her hands on her hips and turned her back, her face flushed with indignation. A moment of bravery led to a lifetime of introversion. You must understand how many men have sought her out for dinner, yet she had always turned them down. Now that she mustered the courage to speak up, Cheng Cheng had the audacity to tease her. How could she bear it? All right, if you're not coming with me, then I shall take my leave. With that, Cheng Cheng turned and exited the office. Standing there, Lu Xiao grew increasingly agitated. However, she was determined not to let Cheng Cheng be taken away. She refused to believe that her charm couldn't win over a mere Cheng Cheng. Thus, she hastily grabbed her bag and dashed after him. With some free time on his hands, considering how well Yunai had treated him recently, Cheng Cheng thought to invite her to join him for some leisure. Yunai, are you and Lele at home? Shall we go out for dinner tonight? Absolutely. However, Lele is competing today. It's the Zhujiang City's voice, and she is just about to reach the finals. Currently, she is live streaming her performance at Wanda Plaza. Will you be coming? I remember that during my delivery days, Lele often performed and sang. I must say, she is quite impressive, adept at any instrument, be it guitar or piano. Most importantly, she possesses a wonderful voice. With my good roommate advancing to the finals, I certainly must support her in person. I'll be there shortly. About half an hour later, at Wanda Plaza, seeing the throngs gathered, it was evident that the voice competition was just ahead. The popularity of Zhujiang City's voice is remarkably high. It is no small feat to reach the finals solely based on talent. Whether true or not, I might as well witness it live. Since Lele is a contestant, Yunai procured a few front-row tickets. Upon learning that Cheng Cheng was arriving, Yunai eagerly awaited at the entrance of the shopping mall. It must be said that with her stunning physique and beauty, she stood out remarkably in the crowd. Although she worried that her height of merely 163 centimeters might render her unnoticeable to Cheng Cheng, she resolved to ascend a higher step. To her surprise, this elevated position led onlookers to mistake her for a social media influencer, prompting many to approach for photographs and even to exchange WeChat contacts. Beautiful lady, may I add you on WeChat? I have money in my pocket. Get lost. Gorgeous. I'm not bad looking either. Do you need a boyfriend? Yunai shot him a disdainful glance. The moment she spotted Cheng Cheng, she joyfully hopped down from the step and naturally linked her arm with his. This is my husband, so please take note. My husband has practiced Sanda, and he could easily knock you down with a single punch. Lu Xiao, who had been standing beside Cheng Cheng, was unceremoniously pushed aside. Upon noticing Yunai's remarkably voluptuous figure, she couldn't help but glance down at herself. What a mesmerizing beauty! Such a captivating face as well. Upon seeing Yunai, I could hardly harbor any resentment. No wonder he looks down on ordinary girls. With a stunning gem like her at home, who would he desire? However, Lu Xiao reassured herself, thinking that at least she wasn't lacking in stature. Her legs were long. With this thought, she regained her confidence and approached to link her arm with Cheng Cheng's left. Thus, two exquisite women, one a sophisticated enchantress and the other a delightful lowly, each held onto the arm of the same man. The most astonishing part was that neither woman appeared to be agitated. Was this not a dream come true for any man? Although Cheng Cheng's looks were commendable, he could feel the palpable envy emanating from countless male compatriots. If glares could kill, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Since you claim he is your husband, then who is this woman? A brash individual with yellow hair turned to Lu Xiao and inquired. And what is your relationship with him? I am his boss. Why do you care? Cheng Cheng found himself caught in the middle, quite pleased, though feeling somewhat embarrassed under the public eye. Aren't we here to watch Lele's competition? Oh yes, right. Follow me. Thus, under Yunai's guidance, Cheng Cheng made his way toward the viewing area, where numerous spectators had already gathered. The sight of two women linking arms with the same man was inherently captivating, especially when they were both extraordinary beauties. It was an utter misallocation of resources. In a world where men were scarce and competition was fierce, how could one person monopolize two stunning women? In an instant, many onlookers turned their attention to Cheng Cheng, causing him to feel quite bashful. Typically, Yunai exhibited such a spirited demeanor, but Lu Xiao's behavior was unexpected. She had always been the epitome of a strong woman in his memory. In truth, Lu Xiao herself was unsure why she felt emboldened by Yunai's audacity. Seeing her boldly linking arms with Cheng Cheng inspired her to do the same. I am not lacking in looks. Why should I concede? She thought defiantly. The song being performed was the classic Everywhere a Kiss, a piece of considerable difficulty. Lele graced the stage in a flowing black ball gown, adorned with exquisite makeup and elegantly perched upon a pair of striking red high heels. Her long, fair legs incited a palpable stir among the audience. The music setup was of the highest caliber, and as the background melody enveloped the venue, the ambience reached a crescendo. You revel in passionate kisses, yet shy away from love. You practice for joy, but fear the gaze of acquaintances. You relish in fleeting encounters to gather tales. After her performance, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Wonderful! Sister Lele is sure to succeed, Yunai exclaimed, her fists clenched in delight. She truly sang beautifully. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement, while Cheng Cheng also acknowledged Lele's exceptional vocal prowess. The remaining two contestants, however, did not leave as profound an impression. Following the performances, the host took to the stage. We are utilizing a hybrid voting system for this competition, with a voting window of 5 minutes. The top 3 contestants will advance to the finals, securing their place on television. With the host command, the screen displayed the voting tallies for the contestants. Unsurprisingly, Lele soared to the forefront with 233 votes. I knew Sister Lele would excel. She is going to be on television. Yunai beamed with joy, as if she herself were the one standing on stage. However, in the offline voting, the scores of the other contestants swiftly eclipsed Lele's by nearly 1,000 points. Currently in the lead was a university student named Lu Yi, followed by the glamorous Lu Jiahui, and in third place, a rather effeminate fellow named Shui Jiahao. These 3 had established a formidable lead over the rest, with Lele now in 4th place. How infuriating! These people are throwing around so much money. They have no shame. If only Sister Lele sought family support, these contenders wouldn't stand a chance. Before Yunai could finish, Cheng Cheng interjected. What are you saying? Buying votes? Of course. Look at how they surged ahead by nearly 2,000 points. 100 yuan spent on gifts grants a contestant an extra vote. They must have spent 200,000. Yunai was nearly beside herself with frustration. Even on talent alone, these contenders were no match for Lele. At that moment, the livestream chat became increasingly derisive. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Dreaming of competing without money. If you have the ability, cast your votes. Money talks. What a pity for 4th place. She won't make it. Observing the chat, Cheng Cheng coldly remarked, is it just money? I have that. Yunai, let's play this game to the end. How do I bind it? This app requires real name verification, Cheng Cheng said, slightly overwhelmed by the app on his phone. After logging in, he faced the binding and verification process. Just 2 minutes remained in the voting period. The leaderboard displayed the same top 3 contestants. Although Lele's votes were increasing, the nearly 2,000-point gap was undeniably significant. Without financial backing, breaking into the top 3 seemed utterly unrealistic. Please lend your unwavering support to our artist, Shui Jiahao. From Cheng Cheng Media. To our surprise, the entourage of this pretty boy was seated right next to Yunai. Among them was a woman of considerable girth, adorned with spectacles, who appeared to be the agent of this pretty boy. Given the evident talent, it was rather audacious for her to speak up. Unexpectedly, the portly woman remarked in a mocking tone, "What's wrong with this level? Oh, is he Lele, who ranks 4th, your friend? I thought they were someone important, but it turns out they're just a bunch of impoverished losers. What's wrong with this level? If you can vote, just do it. If you have the means, spend your money to vote." The surrounding crowd could no longer contain themselves upon hearing her words. Indeed, the young lady sang beautifully, and the audacity of the woman to criticize those who spent money to support her was simply shameless. Did you spend your family's money? If you find it displeasing, then invest your own. Perhaps this woman had long endured oppression from her employer, causing her hormonal imbalance. Now, having finally found an opportunity to show off, she was unwilling to let slip away. Moreover, the funds for this voting were primarily invested by the company, aimed at elevating the pretty boy's fame on television. Upon concluding her statement, the crowd erupted with sharp cheers. Who is this? Such lavish generosity. 21 carnivals at once. No, it's already 30, and it keeps rising. Good talent should not be overlooked. Finally, a big shot has stepped in. The overweight woman looked on in bewilderment, her eyes fixed on the screen. The scene before her was almost surreal. In just a few minutes, the number of carnivals had surged to nearly 50 and continued to climb. The gift effects in the live stream had not ceased for a moment, with each carnival valued at 30 points. Lele was now just 500 points shy of 4th place. Cheng Cheng, you are incredible. Sister Lele will surely adore you, Yunai exclaimed, leaping with joy before turning to the hefty woman. What were you saying earlier? If you have the means, spend your money to vote. Consider it done. Today, I shall ensure that your pretty boy is ousted. How delightful. Seeing Lele's score rapidly approaching, the woman began to panic. It is well known that media companies typically impose limits on voting expenditures, it is improbable that they would unconditionally pour money into one individual. Furthermore, a significant portion of these funds would be deducted from the artist's earnings or required to be paid back by their family. The woman was left stunned. Should they truly exceed the budget, her position could be at risk. Moreover, she had not anticipated that such a gap of 200,000 could be bridged so swiftly. In a flurry, she dialed her boss. Boss, this is bad. The fourth place is also spending money to vote. They are about to surpass us. What should we do? What? You mean my budget of 200,000 isn't enough? Are you out of your mind? Just a moment ago, we were ahead by 2,000 points. The fourth place is merely a small internet celebrity. Where could they possibly find such funds? You must find a way to resolve this. We absolutely need to ensure that Xue Jiahao secures his position. After hanging up, the woman felt despondent. Her boss refused to augment the budget. And given Leilei's current rate of score increase, retaining third place was certainly unattainable. However, as long as one can accomplish the company's tasks and secure a performance opportunity for their own artists on television, their commission will undoubtedly increase, and their status within the industry will rise correspondingly. Just as she was hesitating, the score of Leilei displayed on the screen soared to the top position. The audience erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Wow, this is insane. Truly, a formidable figure. 100 carnivals. 100 indeed. This powerhouse has cast an astonishing 300,000 votes. The spectators, with glistening eyes, shouted with exhilaration. Some even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they encountered such a magnate who could easily spend 300,000 votes at a whim. Who knows how generous they might be privately? If one could align themselves with such a benefactor, even a mere token of their generosity could ensure a life of comfort. If only I had participated in the competition, even though my singing is less than pleasant, I can dance. Perhaps if the esteemed gentleman saw my moves, he might come looking for me. The crowd cast envious glances at Leilei on stage. Thanks to Cheng Cheng's fervent voting, the other contenders also cast numerous votes to secure their positions. Currently, Xue Jiahao is nearly 700 points behind the third place, meaning the chubby girl would need to invest almost 70,000 to ensure her artist makes it onto the television stage. Even if she sold herself, she could not possibly gather such an amount. Cheng Cheng, you are simply too handsome. Yunai gazed at Cheng Cheng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The atmosphere in the venue was electric, and Lu Xiao was also swept up in the excitement. Her cheeks flushed. Truly, this is the first time I have seen you so generous. What can I say? This is my good roommate. We cannot let talent go unnoticed. One should accomplish what one is capable of. This amount of money is no issue. In the past, I would occasionally watch live streams out of boredom, pondering why people showered others with gifts. Were these affluent individuals foolish? Spending such sums instead of acquiring something practical, I could never understand the thrill. Now I realize, listening to the surrounding cheers and feeling those envious gazes is indeed exhilarating. However, my primary intention is to assist Leilei. This is akin to a favor owed to me. If one day Leilei truly becomes famous, who knows how she might be able to help me in return? More friends, more pathways. At that time, this 300,000 will have been worth every penny. Voting has concluded. Let us congratulate the top 3 for successfully securing their positions on the television stage. And the first place contestant will also receive an opportunity for exposure on television. The host announced the conclusion, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Leilei's talent is indisputable. She undoubtedly deserves the first place. Her voice sending shivers down everyone's spines. Had it not been for the intervention of a benefactor, her golden voice might have been overlooked. Hence the audience's acknowledgement of this ranking. The chubby girl slumped in her seat, her heart heavy with regret, perhaps lamenting her earlier words that had provoked Cheng Cheng. Otherwise, the top 3 positions would have been assured. Fourth place? What use is that to the company? Spending 200,000 could not even secure qualification? Do you have any idea who supported her? The chubby girl answered a phone call from her boss and was met with a torrent of scolding. I understand. That man appears quite youthful. I shall take a photograph for you. Chapter 47. The private club opens. Very well. I will investigate this young man's background. However, starting tomorrow, you need not come to work any longer, for you have been dismissed. Beep, beep, beep. As she watched the call disconnect, the plump woman realized she had truly lost her job, sitting there in a daze, utterly motionless. After the award ceremony, Leilei approached the viewing area with her trophy. Leilei, you are amazing. I told you that you would definitely qualify. Yonai, why did you spend so much money voting for me? With that expenditure, how will you manage to live? Leilei frowned, clearly irate. It wasn't me. It was Cheng Cheng who voted for you. Yonai quickly defended herself. Cheng Cheng. Where did you acquire such funds to vote for me? Hilele looked at her in confusion. Nowadays, to casually produce 300,000 for voting seemed rather excessive. Yet, how could someone earn such a fortune in such a brief period? To nonchalantly spend 300,000 on voting, one would need at least 1 million. Yet that seemed implausible. Pondering this, Hilele felt an increasing sense of unease. Cheng Cheng, I know it has not been easy for you to earn money in the past. It is only natural to succumb to temptation and desire to earn more. However, that was all through honest means, earned through your own efforts. At least it was a source of comfort. We truly do not need to pursue money that is unclear in origin. Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng laughed outright. Yet indeed, who would dare believe that one could amass such wealth in such a short time? To be frank, even Cheng Cheng found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, this was the reality, earned through hard work. Lu Xiao mused, realizing that this fellow seemed to find making money rather effortless. Indeed, not difficult at all. The money is clean, I assure you, though it does not seem particularly arduous, Lu Xiao remarked after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Cheng immediately became displeased. What do you mean by that? I, Cheng Cheng, regard each one of them as my treasured possession, taking the time to discover their beauty and appreciate their charm. It is through this resonance that I find fulfillment. Doesn't that constitute hard work? Huh? Cheng Cheng, you are not always like this. How did you end up as a male model at the club? Hilele looked at Cheng Cheng in astonishment. Pa, what are you thinking? I am a stone gambling consultant. They are jade stones, not women. Do you perceive me, Cheng Cheng, in such a manner? The three women nodded in unison. It is impossible to defend oneself against unfounded accusations, especially when attempting to reason with women, akin to playing a lute to a cow. Meanwhile, the fund from sale of the Qianlong paintings had just been deposited. Zhujiang City Bank deposit, 1 million yuan, to celebrate Lele's successful qualification for a performance at the television station, and in hopes of acquiring something satisfactory at the Jade Pavilion the day after tomorrow. I shall treat everyone to dinner today. Hooray! Yonai exclaimed excitedly. By the time they returned to their shared apartment, Hilele and Yonai had already fallen asleep. Cheng Cheng, having not had a proper rest in recent days, was indeed exhausted and decided to remain at home the following day to rest thoroughly. The following day, the exquisite jadeite was successfully sold, and the commission that Cheng Cheng was entitled to had been transferred to his bank account. With this, Cheng Cheng now harbored a modest ambition. All was in readiness, awaiting the grand opening of the private club on the day of the Jade Pavilion's private club opening. As was her custom, Lu Xiao arrived early at their shared residence to await Cheng Cheng, impeccably dressed in a new suit, with business cards at hand. At times, Cheng Cheng even wondered if Lu Xiao harbored feelings for him. After all, which female superior would be so considerate towards her male subordinate? Yet, from Lu Xiao's perspective, she was intent on firmly securing Cheng Cheng's loyalty, ensuring he diligently worked for her. To this end, she had even taken the initiative to research online about the art of winning a man's heart. She followed the advice she found in an article titled How to Capture a Man's Heart, though she remained uncertain of its reliability. Since the moment he first stepped into the Jade Pavilion, Cheng Cheng had eagerly anticipated what the private club would be like. The opulence of the VIP area's decor was enough to astonish him. He could only imagine the extravagance of the private club. Moreover, the auction items were likely to be treasures worth millions. If given the chance, he hoped to absorb the essence of a few artifacts under the guise of appreciation, which would undoubtedly aid in his personal growth. After preparing himself, Cheng Cheng once more boarded Lu Xiao's Audi R8, heading towards the Jade Pavilion. Approximately half an hour later, as they approached the entrance, he was greeted by a sight of an array of luxury vehicles parked around them. Stretch limousines and Rolls-Royces dominated the scene. It appeared that many prominent figures were attending the private club's event. Just as Cheng Cheng was about to enter the Jade Pavilion with Lu Xiao, he spotted a familiar figure. What is the matter? Lu Xiao casually inquired. I think I saw Sister Boo, but I couldn't see clearly to confirm, Cheng Cheng replied, squinting his eyes. It's quite normal for Sister Boo to be here. The invitations were extended to notable individuals from various fields. Although she now operates within the black market, her reputation remains formidable, Lu Xiao remarked. Cheng Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Xiao's point for on that day. A single word from Sister Boo could silence even the most audacious of attendees. It was evident that her influence was substantial. Upon entering the Jade Pavilion, they passed through the VIP area toward the trio of elevators, where hostesses and security guards stood sentinel. One could only access the elevator with an invitation in hand. The elevator provided direct access to the second floor, though this second floor was distinctly different from any ordinary second floor, as the ascent was somewhat prolonged. After what felt like an eternity, the elevator finally came to a gentle halt. As the doors opened, Cheng Cheng was left astounded by the scene before him. Flanking the entrance were hostesses who were, astonishingly, some minor celebrities from television dramas. Not top-tier stars, but nonetheless, they were second- or third-tier celebrities. In the eyes of many men, these women were akin to goddesses. If spotted on the streets, they would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Yet here they were, serving as hostesses, a testament to the adage that wealth can indeed command respect. The ceiling of the private club was adorned with a starry sky, the material of which remained a mystery. But it was undeniably beautiful. This is my first visit, so please be mindful of your words and actions and refrain from taking random photographs. I have brought along the painting by Tang Bohu that you requested. Let us proceed to register shortly. Chapter 48. Su Wanning. Certainly, but I am quite curious. Who is the proprietor of the Jade Pavilion? Observing the elegantly adorned young men and women at the private club, Cheng Cheng felt a sense of intrigue. It is known that hosting such a gathering for various prominent figures at an auction requires considerable influence. Additionally, even the etiquette ladies are of second- or third-tier celebrity status. Although the development of a city may not rival that of first-tier cities, it has nonetheless achieved a remarkable GDP of 20 trillion. On the national GDP rankings, it holds a significant place, and typically, cities of this stature boast numerous affluent families, each with fortunes exceeding 1 billion. As for why the names of these individuals do not appear on the lists of the wealthy, it is simply that there are many low-profile magnates in this world. Not everyone is inclined to feature on such lists. For instance, if Li Ka-shing were to convert all his assets into cash for ranking purposes, even a valuation in the hundreds of billions would be considered modest. The owner of the Jade Pavilion is Qian Jiahao, the general manager of the Qian Group, but it is his grandfather who is truly formidable. The Qian Group originally focused on real estate, flourishing during the golden era of property development a decade ago, when his grandfather amassed considerable capital and connections. However, in recent years, he has remained rather discreet. I have never encountered him, Lu Xiao explained after a moment of contemplation. Qian Jiahao. That name rings a bell. Could he be the young master from that antique restoration shop? The previous exhibition was quite a distance from the city, spanning an entire provincial capital. If it is indeed him, then the scope of the Qian Group is truly astonishing. Noticing Cheng Cheng's peculiar expression, Lu Xiao teased, "Are you worried that your Tang Bohu painting won't fetch a good price?" Rest assured, private clubs do not operate continuously. The attendees are all affluent individuals of considerable standing. Moreover, last time we helped elevate your reputation, we have long announced that we will present Tang Bohu's masterpiece at this auction. Many owners have had their eyes on your treasure, so you need not worry. Cheng Cheng nodded. Yet he still found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these wealthy individuals. An antique painting valued at over 100 million, merely serving as decoration at home, cannot be consumed or worn, and must be treated like a precious treasure daily. If a thief were to invade, the heart might not withstand the shock. For Cheng Cheng, liquidating the asset swiftly seemed the most prudent course of action. Before long, Cheng Cheng followed Lu Xiao to the front desk to register the auction item. Upon returning to the hall, he fortuitously encountered a few familiar faces. Su Hao bumped into him and, seeing Lu Xiao accompanying Cheng Cheng, recalled his embarrassment before Lu Xiaonan and felt a surge of displeasure. "Oh, is that not Cheng Cheng? How many coins do you have in your pocket to afford a visit here? Can delivering takeout earn you this much? I should have urged my father to start a delivery service instead of dealing in jade," he remarked, eliciting laughter from those accompanying Su Hao. Lu Xiao frowned and remarked, "He is currently the chief appraiser of my company, so of course he is qualified to attend. Oh, I almost forgot. He has transformed from that delivery boy into someone remarkable. My apologies. If there are any auction items, do let me know, and I promise to help you secure them." The last few words were deliberately emphasized by Su Hao. It was evident that during the auction, Su Hao would not allow Cheng Cheng to easily acquire the items. But bidding required a certain finesse. Cheng Cheng, possessing the ability to assess the value of the items, was confident in his understanding and would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. "Where is the auction taking place? Shall we sit in a private box later?" Cheng Cheng inquired curiously, glancing at Lu Xiao. He had not noticed the entrance to the auction hall while registering at the front desk. It was said that wealthy individuals valued privacy highly. Some tycoons might bring along a few assistants who, when fatigued or weary, could recline on a sofa. These assistants could also provide a massage to help them relax. "Just follow me. But our company has limited funds, so we can only sit in the main hall." Those affluent companies will opt for private boxes. Cheng Cheng intended to ask Lu Xiao how they could procure an invitation to a private venue despite the company's financial constraints. While he was surveying his surroundings, he spotted Lu Xiaonan entering through a grand door, surrounded by a throng of admirers. This explained everything. Although Lu Xiao claimed she was venturing into entrepreneurship, she was clearly benefiting from Lu Xiaonan's connections. Without this relationship, it was unlikely they would be eligible to attend the auction as a company, underscoring that entrepreneurship is not a pursuit for the ordinary person. Lu Xiao possessed both background and capital, which granted her access to the entrepreneurial realm. Currently, Cheng Cheng held a modest goal that, in the eyes of an ordinary individual, seemed quite impressive. Yet, it paled in comparison to the accomplishments of these high-profile figures. Upon reaching a certain level, matters that could be resolved with money hardly seemed significant. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Cheng Cheng and Lu Xiao located their seats according to the assigned names. With less than 10 minutes remaining before the auction commenced, many attendees had already begun to trickle in. Roughly estimating, the auction hall could accommodate nearly 100 people. However, the space was vast, allowing for ample distance between individuals. There were redwood tea tables in between, and occasionally, a uniformed attendant would approach to serve tea and water. This was Cheng Cheng's first experience at such a formal auction, and he felt a flutter of excitement, perhaps due to the anticipation of the items to be presented. Soon, as the background music concluded, a young woman clad in a stunning white haute couture gown gracefully entered the auction stage. Her mere presence elicited gasps of admiration from the audience. I can't believe they managed to invite her. What an impressive feat. Cheng Cheng wondered aloud, intrigued. Oh, are you taken by this young lady? Lu Xiao teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. What? I'm merely inquiring. Cheng Cheng protested. All right, I would just have a bit of fun with you, she chuckled. Lu Xiao gazed at the young lady on stage, explaining, this is Su Weiniang. You may not know her, but you should be aware of her father's reputation. He is Su Yunchang, a renowned master of antique appraisal, celebrated not only nationally but globally. If you were to receive guidance from this venerable elder, your life would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Cheng Cheng scrutinized Su Weiniang. Though she was youthful, her every gesture exuded elegance. When she smiled, two charming dimples graced her cheeks, and her tall stature made her a worthy candidate for consideration. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all distinguished guests for attending our auction at the Jade Pavilion. I trust you have eagerly anticipated today as offerings. I am your auctioneer for this event, Su Weiniang. Without further ado, let us commence with the first item for auction. Chapter 49, the other half of the Pisces Jade Pendant. A white jade chicken cup from the Qianlong era. Soon, two exquisitely adorned ladies presented the auction item, while a breathtaking image of the white jade chicken cup illuminated the screen behind them. As one could observe, even after several centuries, this white jade cup remained pristine and translucent. The rooster on the left sported a delicate crown of colors, appearing remarkably fresh and beautiful. The Ming Dynasty's Doucai chicken cup once garnered significant acclaim, inspiring countless reproductions in subsequent generations. With a lower stature, a flared rim, and a resting foot, the cup features illustrations of hens, roosters, and chicks amidst rocky landscapes, orchids, and peonies, all rendered in vibrant, harmonious detail. The starting bid for this Qianlong era of the white jade chicken cup is set at 15 million yuan. Each subsequent bid must exceed 200,000 yuan. The opening bid of 15 million for the first item suggested that subsequent pieces might reach valuations exceeding 100 million. However, it must be acknowledged that this white jade chicken cup indeed possesses considerable collectible value. Cheng Cheng had utilized his discerning eye to authenticate it as a genuine piece. Despite its current worth being around 23 million, its rarity ensures that its value continues to rise. Holding it for approximately a decade before re-auctioning could easily yield a valuation surpassing 30 million. From a long-term perspective, it is certainly a worthy investment. Nonetheless, Cheng Cheng's available funds were limited, and he needed to allocate his resources judiciously. The auction allowed for bidding either vocally or via the display screens at the seats. Typically, the atmosphere would ignite enthusiasm, prompting spontaneous bids. Lu Xiao, intrigued by the porcelain piece, inquired of Cheng Cheng, "Should I acquire this white jade chicken cup? If you plan to sell it in 10 years, you might consider securing it for around 25 million. Otherwise, I believe the returns may not be substantial." Cheng Cheng replied earnestly. In just a few minutes, the bidding for the white jade chicken cup escalated to 22 million. It was evident that the attendees possessed a certain level of discernment. Further increases in the bidding seemed futile. 22 million once, 22 million twice, 22 million thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully acquiring the white jade chicken cup. Now let us welcome the second item for auction. This auction item is no ordinary treasure. It is steeped in a captivating legend. According to the tale, when two jade pendants unite as one, they may reveal the existence of a transcendent dimensional space, though this is merely a myth. The second item on the auction block is a half of a pair of fish-shaped jade pendants from the Tang dynasty, with a starting bid of 25 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 500,000. Upon seeing the image on the display screen, Cheng Cheng's gaze ignited with fervor. He never anticipated that he would encounter the other half of the fish pendant at this auction. When the item was finally presented on stage, he exchanged only a fleeting glance with it, yet he could feel the energy within him stirring, reminiscent of the last time. Many legends are crafted to imbue antiques with significance and thus elevate their worth. This jade piece is indeed of fine quality, albeit with two noticeable chips that considerably diminish its value. Lu Xiao scrutinized the image with great care. 30 million. Cheng Cheng exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the jade pendant. Lu Xiao stared incredulously at him. Have you lost your mind? 30 million. A bidder has already reached that price. Is anyone willing to bid higher? Su Weiniang enlivened the atmosphere from the stage. Su Haoshuan, having heard Cheng Cheng's bid, quickly raised his offer. 31 million. 33 million. Cheng Cheng was determined to secure this half of the fish pendant. Whatever could evoke such a response from his aura was surely not a mere trinket. To him, perhaps none of the items at the auction held as much value as this pendant. 5 million. Lu Xiao grumbled on Cheng Cheng's behalf. What is wrong with this person? Just increasing it by 500,000. Is it intentional? After all, the attendees here were generally of esteemed status, and such behavior was indeed unbecoming. This delivery boy thinks he has become a phoenix just by associating with the high and mighty. I'll drive the price of this pendant up and teach him a lesson about humility. Su Haoshuan reclined comfortably, crossing his legs. 35 million. 35 million. We have reached 35 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Cheng Cheng was acutely aware that Su Haoshuan was the one obstructing him, but he had no choice. He needed to acquire this pendant. Even Lu Xiao found it hard to comprehend. Purely based on its value, the fish pendant was far from worth this price. Clearly, this was a losing investment, and in Lu Xiao's eyes, Cheng Cheng was never one to act so irrationally. Have you lost your senses? Bidding so high. 5 million. Su Haoshuan countered, indifferent to the disdainful glances from the audience. His sole desire was to irk Cheng Cheng. 40 million. Cheng Cheng knew he had to elevate the bidding to a new tier, as only then might Su Haoshuan hesitate. This kid must be out of his mind. Paying 40 million for a flawed jade pendant? This is too amusing. Su Haoshuan chuckled, unable to contain his delight at the escalating auction price. While many in the audience echoed his sentiments with whispers of disbelief. Who is this person, spending 40 million on a damaged item? Is he merely a nouveau riche who has struck it rich overnight? At such a price, one might as well be left with nothing but their undergarments. Yet, who are we to judge? Perhaps he simply possesses great wealth and has taken a fancy to this jade pendant. With a mere 40 million spent, half of his treasury has vanished in an instant, obliterating the modest goal he toiled so hard to achieve. In the blink of an eye, 40 million is gone. 40 million once, 40 million twice, 40 million for the third time. Congratulations to this client for successfully acquiring the double fish jade pendant. In that fleeting moment when the gavel struck, Cheng Cheng was so exhilarated he nearly shouted in delight. By heavens, whatever Cheng Cheng desire must be mine. Now, Cheng Cheng can hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing the miraculous union of the two jade pendants. Lu Xiao furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by Cheng Cheng's exuberance. This fellow would not have shown such enthusiasm even for a rare painting by Tang Bohu. Why does he treat a flawed jade pendant as if it were a priceless treasure? It simply eludes her understanding. Having already spent 40 million, doesn't he wish to bid on anything of greater value? Lu Xiao inquired with curiosity. I doubt there will be another auction item that excites me as much as this one. Next, let us enjoy some leisure time with our General Su. By the way, if you spot any treasures you fancy, feel free to ask. I can help you appraise them. Chapter 50. The Invitation from Su Weiniang. All right, do let me know if you see any collectibles with investment potential. Cheng Cheng nodded in agreement. The next dozen items up for auction had transaction amounts ranging from 30 to 40 million. including antiques, paintings, and necklaces. Why not take these tens of millions and invest in something else? Perhaps it could yield even greater returns. However, it must be said that the quality of the auctioned items is quite commendable. Thus far, they're all genuine articles without any fakes mixed in. Valuable antiques and paintings worth tens of millions are truly top tier, and many spectators feel their time here has not been wasted, broadening their horizons. Cheng Cheng contemplated that he should at least casually acquire an item. After all, he couldn't attend an auction without purchasing an antique or painting, especially as he is a chief appraiser. Just then, a Yuan Dynasty red glazed peony pattern jade whose spring vase caught his eye. This is an early Yuan Dynasty piece, a rare red glazed imperial porcelain, characterized by its graceful and slender form, with vibrant and diffused red glaze. Standing at 286 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 78 centimeters and a foot diameter of 98 centimeters. Su Weiniang smiled sweetly. This Yuan Dynasty red glazed peony pattern jade whose spring vase has a starting price of 30 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 500,000. Upon hearing this, the audience stirred with excitement, knowing this porcelain piece is valued at least 50 million or more, a true gem from the Yuan Dynasty. Lu Xiao asked, Cheng Cheng, this one seems promising. Shall we secure this porcelain piece? We can't leave empty-handed. Seeing his employer take the initiative, Cheng Cheng employed his discerning eye to assess its true worth. Red glazed peony pattern jade whose spring vase. Replica, high-quality, imitation. Value, 1 million. Age, 2 years. Upon perceiving the insights gleaned from his X-ray vision, Cheng Cheng could not help but furrow his brow. The presence of forgeries at an auction of such caliber was indeed perplexing. However, a counterfeit valued at 1 million, crafted with such exquisite imitation techniques, was undeniably remarkable. Noticing Cheng Cheng's prolonged silence, Lu Xiao felt a growing sense of urgency. After all, the current bid had escalated to 35 million. It was indeed not worth it, for this item was a forgery, albeit of the most sophisticated craftsmanship, likely indistinguishable to the average observer. Could it be that such a prestigious auction would harbor forgeries? Cheng Cheng's curiosity was piqued, given that all present were titans of industry. Logically, the appearance of a counterfeit at this level would tarnish the reputation of the Qian Group. Following this incident, the group's standing would likely suffer considerably. A forgery? Lu Xiao frowned, her expression incredulous. It is not impossible. This auction has invited individuals of notable standing in the commercial realm. If it were a shell company with impressive external promotion, it could very well be feasible, as the authenticity of antiques often eludes precise verification. One can only discern the era and material of antiquities through a series of professional comparisons and knowledge. After Lu Xiao's elucidation, Cheng Cheng comprehended that this porcelain piece was likely presented by a shell company to ensnare unsuspecting buyers. He wondered which fool would fall for it. 38 million. Forgive me, but I shall claim this antique. Everyone, do grant Su Hao some consideration. Su Hao lao gom fotan. Sipping tea with an air of nonchalance. Soon, his pocket money would swell, and he could invite a few charming celebrities to join him for an evening gathering. A little drinking, some flirtation. What a delightful prospect. 45 million. Upon hearing Su Hao's claim, Cheng Cheng felt compelled to respond. It would be remiss not to assert his own worth. Their eyes met, and Cheng Cheng smiled, gesturing towards him. However, if he intended to challenge me, he was still rather naive. After all, I have grown up amidst jade and stone, and I possess a keener eye for the true value of antiques. 47 million. Su Hao declared with great pride. This price was nearing the limits of its appreciation potential. Any further bids would yield diminishing returns, provided it was indeed authentic. 47.5 million. Good lad, I, Su, shall match you until the end. Should you raise the bid again, I shall refrain from further participation. I am no fool, and I have no intention of becoming the unwitting victim here. 48 million. Su Hao reveled in his cunning strategy, feeling particularly astute that day. 48 million once. 48 million twice. 48 million thrice. We congratulate this esteemed client on successfully acquiring this treasure. Su Hao cast a bemused glance at Cheng Cheng, surprised that he had ceased to bid. Yet, it mattered little. The profit margin on this treasure was likely above 50 million, and 48 million still offered a considerable profit. A mere fly's leg is still meat. As long as it is profitable, he felt content. After the auction concludes, the back-end team will initiate the payment process. And once the client has completed their payment, the item will be delivered by a dedicated personnel, observing others receiving their treasures. Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of impatience. Where was his precious double fish jade pendant? With a wave of his hand, he inquired with his server. Apologies. I forgot to mention earlier that Miss Su Weining will personally deliver your double fish jade pendant shortly. Su Weining coming to deliver it herself? Could it be that she has an interest in this jade pendant? What a splendid opportunity for conversation. The thought brought a smile to Cheng Cheng's face. Given his currently diminished influence, establishing a connection with Su Weining would be nothing short of beneficial. Upon receiving the auction item, Su Hao noticed that some individuals hurriedly exited from a corner of the venue, likely those so-called shell companies. Ha ha! I managed to secure this treasure after all. I shall take a photo to show the old master. Several million is still money. Su Hao then busily snapped photos and recorded videos of the exquisite jade vase. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is of utmost importance to this auction. A renowned painting by Tang Bohu, The Lonely Wild Goose at Dusk, with a starting price of 1.5 billion. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. Chapter 51. The main event. At last, it was time for Cheng Cheng's painting. He pondered who might ultimately acquire this piece. He fixated on the flickering numbers on the screen, deep in contemplation. If this painting had been deliberately placed at the exhibition, what could the intention behind it be? After all, the rarity of this artwork is well acknowledged, and Tang Yin's reputation is not to be taken lightly. With a starting price of 1.5 billion, there surely weren't many bidders capable of affording such a masterpiece. Besides a few top-tier families who could readily present 1.5 billion, with this thought, Cheng Cheng felt a surge of anticipation. Once this painting is sold, he will be transformed into a wealthy individual with a net worth in the billions. It was a stark contrast to when he was merely delivering takeout on the streets. Such rapid change was astonishing. Lu Xiao genuinely admired Cheng Cheng. His discerning eye for jade and antiques was remarkable. He consistently acquired high-value items at minimal cost, a staggering rate of profit that surpassed her own 6 months of business. Moreover, the beautiful women around him were equally impressive, leading Lu Xiao to wonder about the allure he possessed, though she could not pinpoint the answer. Being by Cheng Cheng's side imbued her with an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if everything was unfolding as it should. It was evident to anyone that Cheng Cheng held immense potential. Meanwhile, the numbers on the screen surged to 160 million, 170 million, 170 million. Our esteemed Mr. Qian has bid 170 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Upon hearing this, many clients quickly grasped the underlying implications. As the host, Qian Jiahao's name had been announced by the auctioneer. It was a clear signal that the Qian family intended to acquire this painting, and any further bidding would be seen as a slight to their prestige. 180 million. Upon witnessing a bid, Su Weining and the audience were astonished. Someone had dared to compete with the Qian family on stage. Who could this individual be, lacking such discernment? Had they not noticed that President Qian had already placed a bid? Indeed, although this person possessed considerable resources, as evidenced by their willingness to stake 180 million, they were not to be underestimated. Qian Jiahao, observing the digits on the screen from the private booth, scoffed. Who besides the Liu family would dare challenge us? If it weren't for the old man's restrictions, crushing the Liu family would be a trivial task. 200 million. The esteemed guests in the hall gasped at the figure displayed on the screen. This was indeed a staggering sum, while many among them boasted fortunes in the billions. It did not imply they could casually withdraw 200 million for an artwork. This price even exceeded the quarterly profits of some large enterprises. It was undeniable that the lives of the affluent were beyond imagination. Some toiled tirelessly for a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, while others treated antiquities worth hundreds of millions as mere playthings. A smile graced Su Weining's lips as she announced, "Congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully acquiring Tang Bohu's sunset with solitary cranes for 200 million. Truly, the Qian family was remarkable, steeped in profound heritage." Lu Xiao remarked softly, expressing her admiration. The remaining auction items did not hold the same allure. Cheng Cheng, noticing the blue and white porcelain that had entered the fray, recognized its potential for profit and encouraged Lu Xiao to bid on 2 pieces. They ended up spending around 40 million, ensuring their visit was not in vain. Lu Xiao shot Cheng Cheng a disapproving glance. "You, having secured pieces you were satisfied with, seem indifferent to the company's well-being. When I asked if you wanted to bid earlier, you claimed they held little collectible value. Yet now, you've left me with no options, compelling me to bid on 2 pieces. This is rather excessive. What are you saying? The earlier bids have concluded, and this presents an opportunity for you to seize." These two pieces of blue and white porcelain are worthwhile collectibles that could yield a profit of 20 million in the latter half of the year. Isn't that advantageous? With Cheng Cheng's reasoning, Lu Xiao found merit in his words. From her appraisal perspective, the two pieces of blue and white porcelain were indeed relatively valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has come to a close. We invite all guests to proceed to the dining area in the private booths. At 2 p.m., there will be a networking session, Su Weining announced with a smile. The screen gradually dimmed, and the hall lights illuminated. The waitstaff guided the guests toward dining, while Cheng Cheng lingered behind. What's the matter? Aren't you joining for a meal? Lu Xiao inquired curiously. My jade pendant has yet to be secured. What is there to dine on? No sooner had he spoken than Su Weining rushed over, guided by the staff. Upon closer inspection, the woman had a fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. Whether due to makeup or not, her delicate features were undeniably alluring. She stood tall, her figure accentuated by her curves, captivating to behold. Apologies for the wait. Su Weining. May I ask if you were the one who bid for the Pisces jade pendant? Su Weining inquired with a warm smile. Cheng Cheng gazed at her with a look of confusion. Why must my auction item be delivered by you personally? Others do not seem to have this privilege. Because the item is special, she replied. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Su Weining, 20 years old. With a polite gesture, Su Weining extended her hand. Lu Xiao, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Who exactly was Su Weining? Her father was a world-renowned treasure appraisal master. Individuals who could barely cross the threshold with gifts were now being approached by Su Weining herself. Moreover, why did she feel the need to disclose her age? Is 20 such a tender age? I shall remain forever 18. Cheng Cheng politely shook her hand. I am Cheng Cheng, 24. To be honest, it truly surprises me that you wish to become acquainted with me. Haha, no need to be nervous. I am just an ordinary person. Here is your Pisces jade pendant. Upon receiving the artifact, Cheng Cheng distinctly felt the spiritual energy within him stir once more, faintly hinting at a breakthrough. At that moment, the other half of the pendant still lingered in his pocket, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to unite the two halves. Thank you. Where's the restroom? Nature calls, my apologies. The attendant indicated the direction of the restroom, and Cheng Cheng hurriedly excused himself, leaving the two behind. Hello, I am Lu Xiao. Just a single? At this moment, Lu Xiao felt her toes awkwardly digging in. This was far too embarrassing. Only ahem in response? How absurd. The contrast was almost too great. In the restroom, Cheng Cheng sat on the toilet, eagerly retrieving the other half of the Pisces jade pendant. The two halves radiated a soft glow, and the spiritual energy within them pulsed with greater vigor than ever before. The two pendants seamlessly fit together, and Cheng Cheng felt an unceasing flow of energy within him channeling into the jade. His hands seemed to be magnetically drawn to it, rendering them motionless. What is happening? Chapter 52. What I desire is you. A dazzling white light flashed, piercing his eyes like a sword, causing Cheng Cheng to instinctively shield them. The Pisces jade pendant in his hand appeared to be imbued with life, suddenly levitating and pressing firmly against his chest, refusing to part. In mere moments, the white light receded like a tide, and the pendant vanished without a trace. When Cheng Cheng opened his eyes again, he was astounded by the surrounding scenery. It was as though he had stepped into a dreamlike paradise, with a canopy of stars adorning the night sky like sparkling jewels. Nearby, mountains, forests, and a gently flowing stream were visible. Yet, everything was rendered in shades of gray, resembling a colorless canvas that exuded an eerie desolation. Cheng Cheng sensed that the spiritual energy within him had been nearly depleted. However, he could also feel that every blade of grass and every tree here possessed its own essence, albeit faint. After taking only a few steps, he discovered that he could advance no further, as the space was no more than 5 square meters. Cheng Cheng, are you all right? Why are you taking so long? Should we call a server to check on you? Upon opening his eyes once more, he found that the Pisces jade pendant had inexplicably vanished. Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Could it be that the previous world was somehow linked to the Pisces jade pendant? Could the legends be true? With this thought in mind, Cheng Cheng decided to experiment once more. A waiter called out at the restroom door. Mr. Cheng, are you inside? Cheng Cheng, with a hint of apology, responded, Yes. I'm here. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't hear you speak. I'll be out shortly. However, he found it curious that he had only been in the restroom for a mere few minutes. So why the urgency? As he stepped out, he was met with Lu Xiyuan's worried expression. Have you eaten? How could a trip to the restroom take half an hour? We were about to call for emergency assistance. Was it really that long? I sincerely apologize. Cheng Cheng was puzzled. It had only been a brief moment for him, yet so much time had seemingly elapsed in the real world. This required further contemplation. Su Weiniang smiled and said, "It's all right. No need to blame him. As long as he is fine, that's what matters. Let's all go eat together." Watching Cheng Cheng and Su Weiniang engage in such a harmonious exchange, Lu Xiyuan was perplexed. This was their first meeting, after all. Why was Su Weiniang being so kind to Cheng Cheng? Something felt off. It seemed Cheng Cheng was blinded by his desires, unable to see the reality before him. Upon arriving at the private dining room, only Cheng Cheng, Su Weiniang, and Lu Xiyuan were present. Having left home early without breakfast, Cheng Cheng was indeed quite hungry. He paid no heed to gentlemanly decorum, opting instead to satiate his hunger first. To the astonishment of the two young women, he devoured 3 bowls of rice and let out a satisfied burp. "Why are you both just staring at me? Help yourselves to some dishes," he urged. Cheng Cheng downed a glass of red wine and then turned to Su Weiniang, saying, "This wine is delightful, but I am quite curious. You are the daughter of Su Yunchang, and logically, anyone eager to befriend you could form a line extending overseas. I understand my position, and I am aware of my worth. What merits do I possess to associate with someone of your stature, given the multitude of esteemed guests present? Why would you choose to approach me? It seems rather peculiar." Su Weiniang met his inquiry without surprise. "It is because you purchased the Pisces jade pendant. So, merely buying the pendant grants me the privilege of your acquaintance? If you were to announce this on stage, I fear the pendant would incite a frenzy among the crowd, and its value would far exceed 40 million. Cheng Cheng squinted as he scrutinized Su Weiniang, who was undeniably attractive, embodying a uniquely charming persona. She resembled the sweet girls from Jiangnan, her voice carrying a delightful sweetness. With this thought, Cheng Cheng used his perceptive gaze to observe her further. He noticed that her undershirt and personal garments bore patterns of small strawberries, prompting a deeper investigation. But what unfolded before him shocked him even more. Beautiful women were indeed captivating, but those without facial hair were even more enchanting. Such women warranted extra caution. This woman was undoubtedly after the Pisces jade pendant. Yet there was no way he would relinquish a treasure that had found its way into his possession. Moreover, the exquisite Pisces jade pendant has vanished. The statement made on stage seemed rather pointless. "I wish to acquire the Pisces jade pendant at double the price. Would you be amenable to this proposition?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao was utterly astounded. 80 million for a fragment of jade? This is Su Weiniang we are talking about. Her willingness to offer 80 million indicates that the pendant's worth far surpasses that figure. Just moments ago, in the entire auction hall, it was only Cheng Cheng who regarded this pendant as a treasure. She found herself admiring Cheng Cheng's discerning eye once again. Given her understanding of him, she had expected the pendant to be sold. It remains unsold. Is he out his mind? You sold a painting by Tang Bohu for 1.5 billion, yet you hesitate to part with this incomplete jade pendant for 80 million? Lu Xiao was filled with confusion. This was entirely unlike the Cheng Cheng she knew. One thing is separate from another. I cherish this pendant and shall not sell it. Cheng Cheng replied with a smile. Can one truly compel the purchase of something bought with one's own money? Besides, the pendant is no longer here. What if 3 times the price? Not even 10 times will persuade me to sell. I advise you to abandon that notion. I, Cheng Cheng, am fond of wealth. Yet I have taken a liking to this pendant. No sum is sufficient to make me part with it. Seeing Cheng Cheng's unwavering stance, Su Weiniang felt even more elated. Not selling, it is inconsequential. Let's exchange contact information. Cheng Cheng and Lu Xiao were both taken aback by Su Weiniang's approach. Is this really a method of flirting? Quite impressive. One learns throughout life. Cheng Cheng cautiously remarked, "Let me reiterate. I am open to exchanging contact information, but the pendant is off limits." Su Weiniang waved her hand dismissively. "No worries. What I desire is you." "What? Me?" This statement only deepened Cheng Cheng's confusion. Does she have an interest in me? I mean your contact information. Please don't misunderstand. Observing Su Weiniang's cheerful demeanor, Cheng Cheng felt increasingly uneasy. Although he considered himself quite handsome, he doubted it was sufficient to captivate a young woman to such an extent. Well, you should think carefully. Cheng Cheng has no interest in women. He is only captivated by antiques and artwork, and he remains unmoved even with 2 stunning beauties at home. With your appearance, you likely hold no significant advantage. Not interested in women? Could it be you prefer men? Chapter 53. An unexpected incident at the banquet. Nonsense. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Cheng Cheng was both amused and bewildered, unsure of Lu Xiao's reasoning. Come closer. I wish to show you something. Su Weiniang inched closer with curiosity. Lu Xiao pulled out her phone and revealed a group photo taken during a recent singing competition. Look here, the one on the left is called Yunai. Is she not beautiful? Her figure is almost exaggerated. She is practically glued to him. Yet, he remains indifferent, even though it is evident that she is quite fond of him. Now look at the one on the right. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. She is quite the catch as well. They're all his roommates, yet he shows no interest whatsoever. Lu Xiao earnestly critiqued Cheng Cheng, and surprisingly, Su Weining began to question Cheng Cheng's sexual orientation as well. After all, the girls in the photo were undeniably stunning. What normal man would remain unaffected? Hey, why are you holding his hand too? Su Weining pointed at the photo of Lu Xiao. Well, I was just getting close. It was a casual gesture, which further confirms that he definitely doesn't like women. Lu Xiao replied with a determined gaze, instilling unwavering belief in Su Weining. Initially, Lu Xiao had doubted her own allure when encountering the enigmatic Cheng Cheng. However, upon witnessing his indifference towards both Yunai and Hilulu, she began to question whether the issue lay with her expectations. For Cheng Cheng evidently had no inclination towards women. I understand that same-sex attraction is true love, while opposite-sex relations are merely for procreation. Although I cannot fully accept it, I can respect and comprehend your choices. Su Weining acknowledged that unique individuals often harbor peculiar preferences, which she could appreciate. Cheng Cheng waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you babbling? It's just that I currently prefer to focus on my career. Let me reiterate, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Being a man is truly challenging. If I take the initiative, I'm accused of harassment, and if I don't, my orientation is questioned. If this continues, I won't hold back next time. No wonder he insists on holding my hand in front of so many people. Could it be that he harbors feelings for himself? When did this infatuation begin? Perhaps from the day he collided with me while riding the electric bike? Don't listen to his nonsense. Trust your judgment. Especially for women like us who navigate the jade and stone circle, we must be discerning. A moment's inattention could lead to choosing a counterfeit, which would significantly diminish the value of the jade. Lucy always reserve on Suvan. Had it not been for the Pisces jade pendant, she might not have considered engaging with Cheng Cheng, as their first meeting had revealed no exceptional qualities. After Lu Xiao's remarks, she too began to perceive Cheng Cheng as less than admirable. Regardless of his preference for men, character was paramount. If he possessed good character, he should maintain distance from these girls instead of fostering ambiguous connections. All right, I've finished my meal, and I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Su Weining picked up her phone and prepared to depart. Cheng Cheng called after her retreating figure. Don't you want my contact information? Are you forgetting so soon? Lu Xiao smiled, having merely stated the facts. At this age, everyone should possess their own discernment. Thus, she saw nothing amiss. Foolish woman, isn't knowing her beneficial for the development of our company? Cheng Cheng pondered her actions with some confusion. It was at this moment that Lu Xiao realized what she had just been doing. Meanwhile, Su Weining found herself in an empty private room. This fellow indeed accepted the jade pendant, regardless of the price. Perhaps he simply did not wish to sell it. Was there truly no legend behind it? Maybe the person you described doesn't even exist. Furthermore, this individual has questionable character, engaging in ambiguous interactions with several young ladies. Su Weining furrowed her brow as she expressed her concerns. A muffled voice resonated from the other end of the phone. It's only natural for a promising young man to attract the attention of young ladies. Qian Jiulong has mentioned this lad to me. His character is commendable. He is indeed a fine young man. Ying, exercise a little more patience. Do not be swayed by sweet words. Cultivate your own discernment. A good man is akin to a precious gem. The more you interact, the clearer the truth will become. Without allowing Su Weining a chance to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. She found it incomprehensible that a mere legendary tale had led her to pursue such a person for over a decade. It seemed utterly absurd, especially coming from a world-renowned appraiser. In the afternoon, the exchange meeting commenced, where prominent figures were engaged in mutual flattery. Lu Xiao felt remorseful about the earlier incident. Tugging at Cheng Cheng's sleeve, she murmured, "I apologize. My mind went blank just now. It was unintentional. I've already stated it's fine. What is done is done, and there is nothing more to be said." Cheng Cheng replied, his disinterest palpable. Now that he has left, what purpose does an apology serve? You saying that makes me feel miserable. I'd rather you hit me or scold me, Lu Xiao said, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Do you think your delicate frame can withstand a beating? Enough of that. With so many big shots at this banquet, this is your domain. I prefer to avoid dealings with these business people, so I shall not attend. Lu Xiao nodded, acknowledging that her previous actions had indeed been rather foolish. She needed to remain composed and avoid further missteps. The banquet, aside from commercial discussions, offered little of novelty. Cheng Cheng casually sipped some light wine and nibbled on pastries. Moreover, he utilized his keen observational skills to scrutinize the second and third-tier celebrities present. These were goddesses in the eyes of many men, revered and untouchable. The mere thought was exhilarating, although most could only fantasize. Cheng Cheng, however, was taking action. He plucked a few grapes from the fruit platter and savored one, declaring delightful. This grape is both sweet and plump. Suddenly, a frantic voice broke through the ambience. Dad, what's wrong? Call for medical assistance. Hurry, summon an ambulance. Cheng Cheng turned towards the commotion, only to see a middle-aged man clutching his chest, collapsing onto the floor. The man's face contorted in agony, gradually paling as time passed. Before long, the emergency personnel arranged by the venue arrived. This is a classic case of acute myocardial infarction. He must be transported to the hospital immediately. Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng froze momentarily, realizing that the Jade Pavilion had specifically chosen its location in the suburbs to safeguard the privacy of its affluent clientele, including celebrities. Transporting him to the nearest hospital would take at least 30 minutes, and by the time the ambulance arrived, it would likely be too late. Leave him. There is no time to reach the hospital. You will cost him his life. Chapter 54. To save the poor is to gain a peace. To save the rich is to earn half. The crowd turned to see Cheng Cheng striding purposefully towards them. The middle-aged man before him appeared gravely weakened, requiring immediate intervention. Yet, if he were to employ his spiritual energy for treatment in such a public setting, it would undoubtedly reveal his true identity. After a brief pause for contemplation, Cheng Cheng recalled that traditional Chinese medicine often employs acupuncture as a method of healing. If one were to use silver needles as conductors and channel spiritual energy into the body, would it not be seamless? Who among you possesses acupuncture needles? Cheng Cheng exclaimed sternly. Who are you? Do you hold a medical license? A slender man wearing glasses questioned sharply. The surrounding crowd echoed with skepticism. Who is this young fellow? Can such a youth truly be a competent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? I have never encountered such a young physician. If he fails to treat properly, old Master Lu may not survive today. Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow and scanned the crowd. The patient is currently suffering from acute myocardial infarction. If immediate treatment is not administered within 10 minutes, he may lose his life. Do you possess a medical license? And can you save him now? The doctor scoffed. Miss Lu, you're the only family member of Mr. Lu Ziliang present. We strongly recommend transporting him to the hospital for treatment without delay. Mr. Lu's condition cannot be postponed. It was then that Cheng Cheng recognized the delicate young girl before him. Wasn't she Lu Yi, who had participated in the singing competition? Is there still time to send my father to the hospital? Lu Yi's voice quivered as she spoke. The doctors exchanged glances. The situation is urgent. Every wasted minute equates to a lost opportunity for rescue. If Mr. Lu can endure, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. He is in such a weakened state. Do you believe he can endure? If you have the capability, why not endure it yourself? Bring forth the acupuncture needles. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. Cheng Cheng shouted once more. I have some. A portly man from the emergency team stepped forward. Clutching a first aid kit, I possess acupuncture needles. Without allowing him to continue, Cheng Cheng opened the needle pack, currently unable to discern which needles were which. He casually selected a needle that felt comfortable, reasoning that as long as it was not inserted deeply, it would not harm the body. It was merely for show. What a farce. Look at this fellow. He doesn't even grasp the proper acupuncture technique, yet claims to heal. I, Chun Xiaojian, have held a medical license for over a decade and have never witnessed such reckless practice. Chun Xiaojian's expression was one of utter disdain. In his view, the best course of action was to expedite a trip to the hospital. The audacity to practice medicine publicly without a license is truly brazen. Cheng Cheng paid no heed to his words. With a semblance of seriousness, he sought an appropriate spot for acupuncture, preparing to insert the needle. What do you intend to do? Acute myocardial infarction. Are you truly considering this acupoint? Have you lost your mind? Although I have not studied traditional Chinese medicine, I am well aware of the significance of acupoints. Chun Xiaojian rushed forward to obstruct him. Separate fields of expertise are like mountains apart. Step aside. If we delay further and he perishes, you will be deemed his murderer. Upon uttering those words, Chun Xiaojian fell silent, realizing that if this young man failed to provide treatment, the blame might be cast upon him. He feared being accused of delaying the critical moment. especially since the patient's family had no objections. His intervention would indeed be unnecessary. Chen Xiaojian sighed, shaking his head, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. From that moment onward, no one dared to impede Cheng Cheng. They all stood back as mere spectators. Only Lu Yi appeared somewhat anxious, uncertain if her choice was indeed the right one. As the acupuncture needle merely grazed the surface of the patient as skin without penetrating further, Cheng Cheng refrained from proceeding. He gently closed his eyes, and in the realm of his consciousness, the flora seemed to possess a life of its own, swaying gently in the breeze. In an instant, these plants emitted wisps of ethereal energy, which flowed through the acupuncture needle into the patient's body like a gentle stream. During this transmission, Cheng Cheng was astonished to discover that the whispers of those seated in the corners of the banquet had been amplified, reaching his ears with crystal clarity. Furthermore, he sensed an enhancement in his vision. This remarkable transformation filled him with both excitement and astonishment. Yet, the urgency of saving a life took precedence. There would be time to ponder these phenomena later. Within moments of the energy entering his body, Lu Ziliang's complexion visibly improved. After a few minutes, he took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh air with great vigor. Goodness, he has come back to life. Who is this person? How extraordinary. He is so young, yet proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. Remarkable. What the doctors could not achieve, he accomplished with a single needle. Dad, you're finally awake. I was terrified just now. Lu Yi's restrained tears burst forth in a torrent as she collapsed into Lu Ziliang's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The doctor who had previously mocked Cheng Cheng now stood in utter shock. This is impossible. This defies reason. It is unscientific, Chun Xiaojin exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Cheng Cheng smirked. Unscientific? Wherein lies the lack of science? I am not a deity. I am merely human. However, I bear no grudge against you. After all, it surpasses your understanding. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and you will never grasp the allure of traditional Chinese medicine. Chun Xiaojin stared blankly at Cheng Cheng, suddenly struck by a desire to study traditional Chinese medicine anew. He glanced at the doctor who had handed him the needle package. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? What is the principle behind this? I did not comprehend either. The doctor stammered. Those present, primarily business people, were astounded to witness Cheng Cheng miraculously revive a dying man with a single needle. In an instant, Cheng Cheng transformed into a revered figure in their eyes. While Western medicine often involved costly treatments and lengthy procedures, Cheng Cheng's single needle had proven sufficient. Eager individuals approached in hopes of befriending this miraculous healer. For to the wealthy, life was far more precious than wealth. A news story had once mentioned a gambling tycoon who had clung to life for years through sheer financial means. Su Weining glanced at Lu Xiao and inquired, "Can he heal others as well?" "Presumably," was the reply. Seeing the multitude of affluent individuals encircle him, Cheng Cheng realized this situation was far from over. He needed a plan. Thus, an idea sparked within him, and he spoke up. "I apologize, but I adhere to my ancestral teachings and do not typically offer my healing services indiscriminately. Today, as circumstances were urgent, and I felt a connection with him, which prompted my intervention. Allow me to clarify my principles. I charge the impoverished 1 coin and the wealthy half of their estate." Curiosity piqued among the crowd. One person asked, "What do you mean by charging the wealthy half of their estate? Is that not easily understood? To heal the wealthy, I demand half of your fortune." Chapter 55. My son strikes it rich, and I become a wealthy generation. What? Treating an illness costs half of one as fortune? Have you lost your mind over money? Even the hospitals in Putian are not as unscrupulous as you. Cheng Cheng chuckled. "I apologize, everyone, but this is our ancestral instruction, and I dare not easily contravene it." Indeed, this statement had a remarkably immediate effect, prompting the bystanders to disperse. It is worth noting that each individual present possessed a fortune worth several hundred million. To relinquish half of their wealth for medical treatment was unthinkable. Who would part with such sums before the final moments of life? Once the crowd had thinned, Lu Ziliang, supported by Lu Yi, approached with a shaky demeanor. "Young man, I am grateful for your timely assistance. My name is Lu Ziliang, chairman of Jianmei Company. I overheard your words earlier." He continued, "My fortune stands at approximately 300 million, which means half would amount to 150 million. However, it cannot be liquidated immediately, as much of it is tied up in shares and real estate and requires time to convert." Seeing Lu Ziliang's earnestness, Cheng Cheng was somewhat taken aback. He had merely spoken casually, yet this man took it to heart. "I was just making a passing remark. It is of no consequence. I shall not accept your money this time." To Cheng Cheng's surprise, Lu Ziliang shook his head and insisted, "No, it cannot be so. If it is an ancestral decree, how can it be treated lightly? As a businessman, I must uphold my commitments. Moreover, as long as one is alive, wealth can continue to be earned. This 150 million is worth the expenditure. I am well aware of my own condition. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have already met my end." Upon finishing his words, Lu Ziliang attempted to bow in gratitude. Cheng Cheng quickly stepped forward to prevent him, exclaiming, "You are of the same age as my father. There is no reason for an elder to bow to a younger person. It is not permissible. That would shorten my lifespan. I shall give you my bank account details. You may proceed as you see fit. This is my contact information. Should any matters arise, feel free to reach out. I have other matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave." After exchanging contact details, Cheng Cheng chose not to linger further. After circulating for a while at the banquet, he finally located Lu Shiyao. Though Su Weining was nowhere to be seen. "I did not expect you, Cheng Cheng, to possess such a sense of justice. If one day I fall ill, will you demand half of my fortune as well?" Lu Shiyao inquired with a smile. "Absolutely, without a doubt," Cheng Cheng affirmed with righteous conviction. After all, the energy expended in healing is derived from one's own essence, which is not an ordinary commodity. Asking for half of one's wealth is hardly exorbitant. Lu Shiyao rolled her eyes at him. "In front of so many people, you reveal your medical prowess without fear of unnecessary trouble? You are currently soaring in City, a young man skilled in both treasure appraisal and extraordinary medical arts. Do you remember what transpired at the last exhibition? While it is true that everything was orchestrated, I am now unaware of who the orchestrators are or their intentions. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light. The situation is not in my favor. Why should I not seize the opportunity to create momentum? If a powerful family wishes to collaborate with me, what might the hidden forces think?" Observing Cheng Cheng's innocent smile, Lu Shiyao increasingly felt that all of this was a deliberate display orchestrated by him for the onlookers. Initially, the focus was solely on earning money, but now there are aspirations to cultivate one's own influence. "You have indeed amassed a considerable fortune this time. That painting sold for 200 million at the auction, and with the sum promised by the Lu family. Have you contemplated what to do with such wealth? After all, money tends to depreciate." Lu Shiyao's words serve as a reminder to Cheng Cheng. Keeping such a large sum in a bank account seems impractical. It is high time to invest in personal enterprises. Money can not only generate more wealth, but can also enable some individuals to serve one's interests. This thought prompted Cheng Cheng to recall that during his last hurried departure, he had neglected to send his parents some money. Having earned a substantial amount, it is fitting to provide them with a little spending money. At that moment, Cheng Hua, having spent the day tightening screws on the assembly line, was sneaking a smoke during a restroom break. A notification from Alipay indicated a deposit of 200,000 yuan. Upon seeing the amount and Cheng Cheng's accompanying message, Cheng Hua was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept across his face. "Ha ha ha. I knew this rascal still thinks of me, his father. I hope my son can strive a bit harder, so I can swiftly ascend to the ranks of the wealthy." "Old Cheng, are you hiding in the restroom to smoke again? You've been away from your station for more than 20 minutes. That's a 50 yuan fine." A middle-aged man dressed in workshop attire barked sternly from outside the restroom. Cheng Hua kicked open the restroom door, frowning at him. "Huang Qiwen, it's just a 50 yuan fine. What is the big deal?" "Old Huang, I usually call you boss out of respect, but now I'm done pretending. My son has struck it rich, and I'm on my way to becoming wealthy. What do you intend to do, old Cheng? Stop daydreaming. I heard about your son's situation. If you were truly wealthy, why are you still working here?" Huang Qiwen was indeed startled by Cheng Hua's sudden shift in demeanor. But upon hearing the latter part of his statement, he suspected Cheng Hua was merely boasting. Who would continue working on the assembly line if they had money? Thus, he continued to assert his authority on the production floor, belittling both Cheng Hua and Huang Xiaowei. No matter how grand the rumors about his son might be, Huang Qiwen remained unconvinced, believing that Cheng Hua still had to heed his commands. The more extravagant the tales spread outside, the more inflated Huang Qiwen's ego became. Within the factory, these managers were exploitative, with higher-ups oppressing the lower-level managers, who in turn vented their frustrations on the employees. They leveraged their positions to satisfy their immense vanity. "I'm happy to do it. Who are you to interfere?" Cheng Hua pushed past Huang Qiwen and approached Huang Xiaowei's workstation. "You know, unexcused absences will cost you 200 yuan in wages. Old Cheng, you're getting on in years, yet here you are boasting. Who continues to tighten screws on the assembly line if they're wealthy?" Huang Qiwen's remarks elicited laughter from the crowd. "Old Cheng, stop daydreaming. You're destined to tighten screws for life. If your son were truly wealthy, you and Xiao Wei would have left this place long ago instead of still tightening screws here. Ha ha ha. Chapter 56. The Depleted Jadeite Rough Old Huang. May I pose a question? In a pond, what typically exists in the shallower areas? Huang Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Fish, or perhaps shrimp. No. You must ponder deeply. This pertains to the art of divination. Previously, I sought the wisdom of an old sage, and this practice is inherently linked to the one posing the question. Those who can discern the truth are destined to alter their fate. Cheng Hua whispered a few words in a Huang Chuan's ear, then patted Huang Xiaowei, saying, "My dear, why are you still dawdling? What merit is there in attending this wretched class? Besides, today is Friday. We ought to take a break." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Hua hurriedly exited the factory with Huang Xiaowei. The couple had always been honest within the factory, never uttering a falsehood. Thus Huang Chiwen firmly believed Cheng Hua's words and pondered them in his mind. What could possibly be found in such shallow waters? Merely fish and shrimp, one might think. How could that relate to me? Could it be a dragon? What could it truly be? Old Huang, you've been misled by Lao Cheng. What does the saying go? Shallow waters abound with turtles. He suggests you are a turtle? Ha ha. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Cheng Cheng had yet to catch sight of Su Weiniang. Logically, his recent display should have garnered some favor. So why had the woman vanished? Did you see Su Weiniang earlier? Yes, I spoke with her briefly, and then she left. Lu Xiao shrugged, her expression one of indifference. Lu Xiao tilted her head and smiled charmingly. Is this for real? Would you actually speak well of me? That would indeed be a rarity. Whether you can achieve this remains to be seen. At first, Cheng Cheng felt no discomfort in his words. But upon noticing Lu Xiao's fair complexion flush slightly, he instantly comprehended. However, since she did not clarify, he felt no need to elaborate further. Sure enough, not long after, Cheng Cheng received a new friend request on his phone, yet he did not agree to it immediately. There exists a rationale for such hesitation. When a woman adds you on WeChat, what does it signify? It denotes her importance in your life, elevating her to a position of power. As a man, one must seize the initiative. What did a certain lyric say? The unattainable forever stirs. Xiao, are there any other intriguing attractions in this private club? Perhaps raw gemstones, or the like? Surely, it's not merely an auction? Cheng Cheng inquired with curiosity. As the banquet progressed, the crowd had thinned considerably. Cheng Cheng sought an opportunity to engage with exquisite antiques and jadeite raw stones. Lu Xiao appeared surprised, not expecting Cheng Cheng's ambition to remain undiminished. Of course there are. However, most are for appreciation purposes. I can show you. Very well, leave me there. Appreciation was merely an excuse. The true objective was to absorb the aura within the environment. Furthermore, one should never miss an opportunity for a complimentary experience. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng followed Lu Xiao towards the appreciation area. One must admit, the ceiling of this private club echoed the lavish decor of a casino. Within its confines, one could entirely lose track of time should they refrain from glancing at their phones. Beautiful women and dashing gentlemen were ubiquitous. After all, wealth knows no gender. In such service venues, the paramount aim is to cater to every client's needs. The customer is eternally regarded as a deity. Upon entering the appreciation area, one can observe a gathering of onlookers. Not far away stands a familiar figure. Is that not the screwy pepper? However, Su Hao has already completed his appraisal and is preparing to leave. Upon closer inspection, one finds an array of jade raw stones, each accompanied by descriptions of their origins. For instance, the first piece of jade before him is imperial green jade, precisely cut to facilitate appreciation. Its hues are pure, vibrant, rich, and uniform, imparting a sense of solemn nobility. This particular jade hails from the Pakong mining area in northern Myanmar's Myitkyina, and it is undeniable that jade from esteemed locales possesses a distinct quality. This imperial green is indeed a top-tier specimen. To enhance the participants' experience, the staff provides ice silk gloves, allowing attendees to touch the jade raw stones. Observing the throngs engaging with the stones, Cheng Cheng secretly delights for a moment. Xiao, I must say, this jade is truly stunning. I wish to touch it as well. With that, Cheng hurriedly approached a staff member to request 2 pairs of gloves. You have plenty of jade at home. Why have I never seen you touch any? Lu Xiao inquired curiously. Ah, you wouldn't understand. The flowers at home lack the fragrance of wild blooms. Once Cheng donned the ice silk gloves, he quickly rushed over to join in the excitement. The instant his hands made contact with the jade raw stone, he distinctly felt a stirring in a small region within himself. Before he could brace himself, the ethereal energy swiftly flowed from the jade into his being. The richness of this energy was akin to that of Tang Bohu's painting. Delightful. He relished the substantial jade raw stone, exclaiming, "Xiao, come try this. Don't you appreciate such size?" While caressing the jade, he cheerfully beckoned to Lu Xiao. "Could you refrain from speaking? I can't shake the feeling that your words sound utterly misplaced." Lu Xiao frowned. "What is wrong with that? Is it not quite normal? Surely you must enjoy such size?" "Yes, yes." Subsequently, with each jade raw stone they encountered, Cheng donned his ice silk gloves to stroke them, his expressions of pleasure causing Lu Xiao's scalp to tingle. One might mistakenly think he was caressing a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the back of the appreciation area. Goodness, could this jade raw stone possibly be fake? It's really darkening. Just a moment ago, it was fine. This is too eerie. At that moment, every jade raw stone that Cheng had touched began to gradually lose its luster. Observing this, Lu Xiao firmly believed it was Cheng's doing, though she remained baffled as to how he managed it. However, it was likely inextricably linked to him. Shortly thereafter, the area's supervisor approached, his heart racing at the sight of the dimmed jade raw stones. It is known that each of these stones is worth millions. With nearly 10 stones present, this was a disaster in the making. Given the numerous wealthy clients here, it would be difficult to ascertain the cause. Retaining these individuals was not feasible, yet releasing them was equally problematic. Noticing the supervisor's dismay, Cheng hurriedly made his way over. "I recently observed an individual exhibiting suspicious behavior. However, I am uncertain if it was indeed him." He furtively touched the jade raw stone before departing. "Who was he? I am unfamiliar with him as well. We will need to review the surveillance footage to ascertain the truth." Chapter 57. You are Su Hao, so who am I? Shortly thereafter, Cheng Cheng followed the administrator to the monitoring room. Lu Xiao was equally curious about the antics of this individual and decided to accompany them. Cheng Cheng squinted, fixated on the surveillance screen. The moment Su Hao and the footage touched the jade raw stone, Cheng Cheng sprang up, exclaiming, "It's him! It's this rascal! I noticed his shifty demeanor the moment he entered the appraisal area. It must be him." Indeed, Cheng Cheng's assertion swayed several others to regard Su Hao as increasingly suspicious. Normally, one would casually touch the jade raw stone, but under the magnified scrutiny of the video, every action of Su Hao appeared particularly lewd. "Boss, I too believe it's this fellow. Look at how lasciviously he touches the jade, as if he were caressing a woman. Yet, how could merely touching jade cause it to lose its luster?" When someone raised a question pertaining to himself, Cheng Cheng quickly interjected, "Hey, our task is to apprehend the suspicious individual. Whether or not the jade dims is not our concern. Wouldn't you agree?" The group found Cheng Cheng's reasoning compelling, as the video footage continued to amplify Su Hao's suspiciousness. "Thank you, young man. I'm truly grateful for your assistance. What is your name?" The administrator shook Cheng Cheng's hand appreciatively. "I am Su Hao. You may also refer to me as Screw Pepper, which is my nickname. However, in our line of work with jade, we often attract the envy of our peers. If any wrongdoing occurs outside, my name may be implicated, so please remember, I am Su Hao. Do not fall for slanderous tales." Su Hao grasped the administrator's hand tightly, his voice filled with fervor, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Rest assured, we shall not allow good people to suffer." Cheng Cheng rallied his comrades, stating, "Anyone appearing in this video, regardless of their claims, must be apprehended. If we fail to resolve this matter, we all risk losing our positions. Working at a private club comes with a lucrative salary. Many aspire to break through the doors." The security personnel scrutinized the video footage for an extended period, some even taking photographs to avoid misidentification. Observing this scene, Lu Xiao chuckled inwardly, wondering when Cheng Cheng had become so cunning. "All right, this is our duty, my brothers. It is not easy to be on the job. Encountering such matters can be quite disheartening. Hurry and capture the suspect. My girlfriend and I shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a surge of joy rather than annoyance. "What did you just say? My girlfriend?" Lu Xiao, being astute, linked her arm with Cheng Cheng's, leaning affectionately against his shoulder, exuding an air of intimacy. The others felt it inappropriate to detain them further, as they had already imposed upon their time. Before long, the security personnel had cordoned off all exits, necessitating one-on-one identification to leave. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Cheng and Lu Xiao slipped away. At that moment, Su Hao found himself in a rather compromising situation, squatting in a restroom within a high-end club that, surprisingly, offered both squat toilets and conventional ones. After all, Many affluent patrons in this establishment were middle-aged men, some of whom were not accustomed to the latter. The club had thoughtfully designed the facilities to accommodate both preferences. Just as Su Hao reached into his pocket for toilet paper, it inadvertently slipped from his grasp and fell into the abyss below. Reflexively, he groped for the wall-mounted paper dispenser, only to discover it was void of any supplies. How unfortunate am I? Su Hao lamented inwardly. Not a shred of paper left when I need it most? It was quite the embarrassment to exit without attending to such a personal matter. So he reluctantly retrieved the fallen paper, enduring the discomfort. Once finished, he lavished extra soap on his hands, ensuring he could rid himself of any unpleasant odors before stepping out, satisfied with his efforts. However, mere moments after exiting the restroom, a nearby security guard shouted, "We found him. This brat is here. Capture him. Don't let him escape." Su Hao instinctively sidled aside, but to his dismay, the guard barreled over and executed a swift takedown, pinning him to the ground. "At last, we've caught you, engaging in wrongdoing and thinking you could flee? It's scoundrels like you we despise. Now, tell us your name." "Wrongdoing? Surely, they can't have discovered my rather private predicament?" Su Hao mused, bewildered. "Is there surveillance in the restroom? How utterly bizarre." The guard's grip was unforgiving, and Su Hao winced in pain. "Let me go. This is trivial. Spare us your excuses. What is your name?" "My name is Su Hao. I advise you to release me. I have connections in the jade industry in Just City." Su Hao hoped that invoking his status would elicit a measure of respect from the guards. However, upon hearing his assertion, one guard launched into action. "So you claim to be Su Hao? Ah, you refuse to speak the truth, aiming to tarnish others' reputations? I cannot abide such deceit. Brothers, I know of a blind spot in the cameras. Let's drag him there and teach him a lesson." "Wait, who am I slandering? I genuinely am Su Hao." Faced with the menacing demeanor of the guards, Su Hao felt a surge of panic. "Claiming to be Su Hao? Just because you can, does that make it true? I too am Su Hao. Who are you then?" Su Hao's mind reeled. Had it truly come to this over a mere mishap involving fallen paper? "You will soon learn exactly who you are." The guard cracked his knuckles, preparing to unleash a flurry of blows upon Su Hao. "Which scoundrel dares to misrepresent my name?" Meanwhile, Cheng Cheng rubbed his nose, suspecting that by this time, they had indeed apprehended Su Hao. With no acquaintances at the Jade Pavilion other than him, he felt compelled to avoid unjustly accusing a stranger. Lu Xiao, curious, inquired, "Were those jade pieces earlier connected to you?" "How could that be? I suspect Su Hao is behind it, for I spotted him lurking as soon as I entered. He must be up to no good." Noticing Cheng Cheng's reluctance to divulge the truth, Lu Xiao refrained from pressing further. She understood the importance of being a discerning woman, maintaining an appropriate sense of distance while ensuring Cheng Cheng felt at ease. By doing so, she aimed to capture his heart securely. "Have you contemplated what career path to pursue? If so, do share your thoughts with me. I may be able to offer some advice, and perhaps even invest in your venture, thus creating a shared enterprise." It must be said that this woman is indeed astute, considering Cheng Cheng's extraordinary insight. The likelihood of success in any endeavor he undertakes far surpasses that of the average individual. In the early stages, Lu Xiao invested in Cheng Cheng, ensuring maximum profit and a bond between them, achieving a dual benefit. Chapter 58. A birthday gift. At this moment, within a 5-star hotel, Su Weiniang, having observed Cheng Cheng's performance at the banquet, began to reconsider her initial judgment of him, especially after Lu Xiao's persuasive words. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she took the initiative to add Cheng Cheng's contact information, hoping to extend an apology. She expected him to accept her request immediately. However, half an hour passed without a response. It was perplexing, as throughout her life, many men had been eager to be close to her, yet Cheng Cheng was distinctly different. Setting aside her connection to Su Yinzhong, she considered her own appearance and figure to be quite commendable, possessing the right curves where they mattered. "Father, why must I engage with him? What if he is not the person you seek?" "Frustrativ, su guanin kayet su yunsang. Are you not concerned that others may take advantage of your daughter?" she inquired, her brow furrowed. While it is often said that a daughter is a father's little cotton-padded jacket, she felt more like a bulletproof vest for him. How could a mere anecdote compel her to interact with another man? Although there were those who offered protection from the shadows, Su Weiniang had never encountered them. Yet, she had also not faced any aggressive men, perhaps due to Su Yunzhong's influence, which instilled a sense of caution in them. "You're clever enough. Who could possibly bully you? Besides, someone is watching over you. You merely need to help your father confirm whether he is the right individual. Jinlong has mentioned that this young man possesses considerable potential." Su Yunzhong chuckled from the other end of the line. "If he has potential, why don't you seek him out yourself?" Su Weiniang pouted. her irritation growing as she noticed her friend request remained unapproved. The time has not yet come. When the moment is ripe, I will certainly meet him. Exercise a bit more patience. After hanging up, Su Weinian glared at a cushion in the hotel, her frustration boiling over as she clenched her delicate fists and pounded it fiercely. Yet, Yunai insisted on dining at home, claiming she wanted to showcase her skills, leaving Su Weinian perplexed by her intentions. Cheng Cheng reclined on the sofa, comfortably enjoying music with his legs crossed. I'm coming out now. As the bedroom door swung open, Yunai emerged wearing a simple shirt, several buttons undone, her ample figure nearly spilling forth. Her luscious lips, complemented by exquisite makeup, provided a visual feast. Particularly captivating were her long, fair legs, tantalizingly revealed beneath sheer stockings, each moment teasing Cheng Cheng's resolve. This was the first time Cheng Cheng had encountered Yunai in her alluring, authoritative demeanor. Noticing Cheng Cheng's unwavering gaze, Yunai realized her outfit was a resounding success. Am I not beautiful? Today, I am a lowly, tomorrow a seductress, and who knows what character I shall embody the day after. I possess both figure and face. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Why did you decide to wear such makeup today? Cheng Cheng inquired with curiosity. I just wanted to try a different version of myself. You sit tight here while I prepare dinner for you. Yunai replied with a cheerful smile directed at Cheng Cheng. One cannot help but admit that a charming girl's smile is utterly irresistible. At least, that was Cheng Cheng's sentiment. At that moment, he felt he could not refuse anything she said. Yunai donned an apron and turned to enter the kitchen. Through the glass of the sliding door, it was clear that her culinary skills had significantly improved since their last encounter. After approximately half an hour, the dining table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried beef with celery, chicken soup, and a plate of side dishes. Yunai ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Cheng Cheng, saying, "You've surely been exhausted these past few days. This chicken is from a local farm, very nutritious. Perfect for rejuvenating your body. Drink some soup before your meal. I'll serve you rice shortly. I specially searched for your favorite dishes to prepare, so I hope they suit your palate." Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng felt a slight shock run through him. No wonder he had felt an appetite upon seeing the dishes. It turned out Yunai had tailored her cooking to his tastes. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Cheng Cheng pondered, already aware of the answer, but still wishing to ask. Yunai looked at him with a playful grin. "Silly. If I don't treat you well, who will? You've been sharing a house for so long, and no one else has really reached out to you. By the way, this is a gift for you. Your birthday is tomorrow. Happy early birthday." Unbeknownst to him, Yunai had hidden a present behind her back. The moment Cheng Cheng received the gift, he felt an exhilarating rush. In a whirlwind of recent days, he had completely forgotten that tomorrow marked his own birthday. After 3 years with Gu Xiao, he had never received a gift intended solely for him. The thought that someone remembered his birthday and even prepared a present touched him deeply. "Should I open it? I really have no idea if you'll like it. I took quite a while to choose." As he unwrapped the gift, he discovered a key to a Kawasaki Ninja 400 motorcycle. He recalled mentioning this model to Gu Xiao in passing, dreaming of one day owning a motorcycle of his own, riding it proudly while delivering food. "I can't believe you remembered," Cheng exclaimed. "After dinner, let us head to the parking lot to see it." "It belongs to you now," Yunai said, delighted to see Cheng Cheng's happiness. "You treat me so well. I'm not sure how to repay you. If you want anything, just tell me. I could buy you a gift now." Cheng Cheng felt a surge of excitement. It was the first time he had encountered such kindness from a girl. "There's no need for you to go out of your way to gift me anything. Just enjoy your chicken soup. It will get cold otherwise." Cheng Cheng nodded and quickly finished his bowl of chicken soup, followed by 2 bowls of rice. Yunai's culinary skills had indeed flourished, and the flavors were exquisite. After their meal, Cheng Cheng followed Yunai to the community parking lot. Before him stood a brand new Kawasaki Ninja 400, its sharp and stylish appearance captivating him, with sleek and dynamic lines adorning its body. Cheng Cheng gently caressed the car's sleek body, an indescribable excitement swelling within him. He turned and embraced Yunai tightly. "You have been so incredibly kind to me. I truly cherish the gift you have given." Just then, a striking red Audi R8 came to a halt not far behind them. Chapter 59, You Shall Be My Secretary. Witnessing the intimate embrace between the two, Lu Xiao felt as though her heart had been forcefully struck, causing a tremor within her. She turned her gaze towards the meticulously prepared gift in the passenger seat, a wave of bitterness washing over her. She had intended to turn the car around and leave. Yet as her eyes fell upon Cheng Cheng's silhouette, an overwhelming sense of resentment surged within her. Could she really depart like this? Was she, Lu Xiao, truly inferior to Yunai? In terms of resources, connections, and opportunities, how could Yunai possibly compare to her? She was unaware of when she had begun to care so deeply for Cheng Cheng. All she knew was that he was a man of commendable character and boundless potential. Lu Xiao did not wish to miss the chance with Cheng Cheng. Thus, with the gift in hand, she opened the car door and strode towards the two with the swiftness of an arrow. Today, Lu Xiao sported a high ponytail, her alluring figure enveloped in a black spaghetti-strap dress, with her already statuesque height accentuated by a pair of striking red stilettos standing 8 centimeters tall. She exuded a formidable presence. In contrast, Yunai stood before her, appearing nearly a head shorter. Upon seeing Lu Xiao approach, Yunai did not immediately release Cheng Cheng, but gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Your boss has come to find you." Cheng Cheng turned around and instantly recognized the exquisite gift box in Lu Xiao's hands, understanding her intentions. This woman had also come to celebrate his birthday. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me?" Cheng Cheng's words carried a hint of surprise. Lu Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Is it not permissible for me to seek you out? This is a birthday gift I prepared for you, but what was occurring between the two of you just now?" A flicker of uncertainty glimmered in her eyes. Seeing Cheng Cheng fall silent, Yunai quickly interjected, "I merely presented him with a gift. He was quite pleased with it. Please do not misunderstand." Her voice held a trace of urgency, as if fearful of sparking unnecessary misconceptions. "Is that so? Why not open the gift and take a look? I'm uncertain whether you will like it." Cheng Cheng accepted the gift box, noting its substantial weight, surmising it might contain an electronic device like a phone. However, given Lu Xiao's status, it was rather unconventional for her to gift a phone. Curiosity piqued, he opened the gift box in front of everyone. "Richard Mille," Yunai exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the watch. "What on earth is this Richard Mille?" Although the watch appeared exquisite and to her liking, she was unfamiliar with the brand. "Do you not know? While I have never seen it in person, I did come across this model in a short video before." Yunai's voice trailed off, her gaze drifting to the motorcycle parked behind them. She suddenly realized the stark contrast between the two worlds. Lu Xiao, too, keenly perceived the change in Yunai's expression. She smiled and remarked, "It is merely a watch. Cheng Cheng has now amassed a certain amount of assets. He should learn to present himself well. Since we are all here to celebrate Cheng Cheng's birthday, why not allow me to treat everyone? Let's take a stroll together. As a girl, I am sure you have a plethora of cosmetics and designer bags you wish to acquire. Later, I will take you shopping, and I shall cover today's expenses." To be honest, Lu Xiao genuinely desired to acknowledge Yunai as her younger sister. After all, there is an innate camaraderie among beautiful women, especially with such a charming and adorable girl. "It is my birthday. How can I allow you to spend on me? I will pay. Since Boss Cheng has spoken, we shall set off." However, an awkward situation soon unfolded. The Audi R8 driven by Lu Xiao only accommodates 2 passengers. As the guest of honor today, Cheng Cheng could not be absent, leaving only Yunai alone. The presence of an extra person inevitably created a sense of superfluity. "Why don't you two go?" Yunai's face flushed with embarrassment as she forced a smile. "No, let us all go together, Cheng Cheng. Didn't I give you a BMW X6 last time? Let's take that car." It was unclear whether Lu Xiao intentionally directed her comments towards Yunai. A mere watch and a BMW X6. These were luxuries that Yunai could not afford. In that moment, Yunai suddenly felt as though she and Cheng Cheng belonged to different worlds. He was no longer the delivery boy she once knew, while she remained the same Yunai of the past. There's a saying, one would not obstruct another from achieving a better life, would they? As Cheng Cheng walked away, the two women exchanged glances in silence. "You have feelings for Cheng Cheng, don't you?" Lu Xiao broke the silence. "Honestly, I have liked him for quite some time. As the saying goes, only women truly understand women." As soon as Lu Xiao spoke, Yunai comprehended her intentions. Her previous demeanor had been quite evident, so she decided to be forthright. "Today, I asked him whether he has aspirations to pursue a career of his own, and it seems he does. What do you believe you can offer him in that regard?" Yunai had previously thought that simply loving Cheng Cheng and being devoted to him was enough. She had never considered how she might assist him in his career. Though she understood that a solid economic foundation is crucial for a sweet romance, she felt she had little to contribute beyond her admirable figure and her artistic talent. Observing Yunai's silence, Lu Xiao, in the manner of a caring elder sister, earnestly advised, "Do not overthink it. Love is a fair competition, and Cheng Cheng has not declared his affection for anyone." At that moment, Cheng Cheng appeared with the car keys, approaching from the elevator. Noticing the two women deep in conversation, he remarked casually, "What are you discussing? You both seem rather serious. This afternoon, I asked you if you had any career aspirations. Is that a source of unhappiness?" Could it be that the setbacks at work and the lack of money are the reasons behind this? How about this? I will expedite matters over the next few days, and if you don't mind, would you consider being my secretary? I could offer you a salary of 20,000 a month. Huh? The two women exclaimed in unison. However, Yonai felt a mix of surprise and joy. 20,000 a month is quite substantial. Perhaps serving as Cheng Cheng's secretary could even aid her career. At the very least, during late-night work sessions, she could help ease his stress by massaging his shoulders or pouring him a cup of tea. Chapter 60. Encounter with a drunkard at the barbecue stand. However, it would still take some time. Starting a company is no trivial matter, and I will need Yao Yao's assistance. Seeing Cheng Cheng's beaming smile made Lu Xiao somewhat irate. She initially intended for Yonai to back down. Yet Cheng Cheng had straightforwardly invited her to be his secretary, offering a salary of 20,000. What does that imply? A secretary is meant for tasks. Idle time is not for them. Without absolute confidence in winning Cheng Cheng's affections, she could never confess. Lu Xiao refuses to lose. You're currently our company's chief appraiser. The contract is signed, and you have $1 million annual salary. Are you planning to abandon this position? Lu Xiao pressed. How could that be? I must work. Turning down money would be foolish. I can manage multiple roles without hindering progress. Ultimately, I will still require Lu Xiao's help, considering she has been exposed to the intricacies of business since childhood. In this regard, she could be immensely beneficial. Noticing Cheng Cheng's desire to continue working, Lu Xiao displayed a pleased smile. As long as he remained under her influence, controlling a little Cheng Cheng would be manageable. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng led the two to the most bustling shopping mall in the city. One cannot deny that the provincial capital is indeed remarkable. The luxury goods section boasts numerous brands, many of which Cheng Cheng could not even name. The next time Cheng Kursin has a holiday, the family should definitely come here for a proper shopping spree, as some garments are of commendable quality. At least, Cheng Cheng believed they merited their price. Cheng Cheng, what do you think of this dress? Does it fit well? Yonai emerged from the fitting room, wearing a white strapless dress. Her skin radiated a rosy hue, and her ample bosom seemed on the verge of spilling out. Even the sales assistant couldn't help but marvel at such a stunning figure. How could anything look unappealing on her? I find it rather lacking. I suggest you try something else, Cheng Cheng stated earnestly. What should I change to? Yonai furrowed her brow in inquiry. I think this dress has too much fabric. If it were a bit less, it would surely look better. Why not try a different one? Really? Yonai gazed at him, somewhat perplexed. Cheng Cheng nodded with eager anticipation. Cheng Cheng, you should go to hell. Yonai, don't listen to him. One cannot trust what men say. Lu Xiao shot Cheng Cheng a glare and then took Yonai to another section. After wandering a bit, the two women quickly transformed into sisters who hadn't seen each other in years, holding each other as hands. They had been silent in the underground parking lot, yet now they had become the best of friends. Why is it that when two women stroll hand in hand, it is deemed perfectly normal, yet when two men do the same, it is perceived as aberrant? After an hour of leisurely wandering, Lu Xiao and Yunai remained buoyant, clamoring for a bite to eat. Suddenly, Lu Xiao had a whimsical notion. Instead of dining in a restaurant, she insisted on indulging in barbecue from a roadside stall, perhaps yearning for a taste of the simpler fare after her usual indulgence in gourmet delicacies. As a delivery man, Cheng Cheng was well-versed in the delights of roadside barbecue, so he guided the two ladies to their favorite stall. Not long after they settled in, Cheng Cheng noticed that the allure of these two women seemed to be rather potent, drawing the attention of passers-by, regardless of gender. You old man, stop staring. I'll count to 3. One woman threatened. If you dare glance again, I'll gouge out your eyes and use them as balls. Darling, it's unjust. I wasn't looking at all. The man protested, his eyes nearly glued to the ladies. Tonight, sleep is out of the question. Upon witnessing the man being chastised by his wife, Yunai could not stifle her laughter. Cheng Cheng, will you sneak peeks at other beauties like that? She teased. Why would I need to sneak? I can gaze openly. I have the two of you right here, Cheng Cheng replied with a smile. As truth would have it, he had no need to sneak a glance at other women. He had ample beauty before him. Soon, their order of barbecue arrived. 3 pounds of garlic shrimp, 2 bottles of beer, 3 chicken legs, and several skewers of lamb. Being meat lovers, they had opted against ordering vegetables. As they savored their meal, a burly man approached, flushed and holding a glass of liquor. Ladies, care for a drink? He asked. No, thank you, Lu Xiao replied, her brow furrowing in irritation. To their dismay, the man, undeterred by the rejection, plopped down on a nearby stool. His gaze fixated on Yunai's chest, and he frequently swallowed, exuding an air of utter sleaziness. Oh, come on, don't be a spoilsport. Let us just make friends while we're out. Don't be so rude. I'm Sun Jiqiang. Just call me brother Sun, he said, leaning in with his glass. Cheng Cheng, noticing the situation, swiftly grasped the man's arm. Sun Jiqiang, feeling embarrassed and angry, found his arm immovable, as if it had been welded in place. Get lost, Cheng Cheng commanded. Brother, don't be so aggressive. There are two beauties here. What is wrong with me toasting them? Sun Jiqiang shouted, his face still flushed. Who the hell considers you a brother? I'll say it again, get lost. The pleasant atmosphere had been tarnished by this drunken intruder, leaving the trio devoid of their appetite for barbecue. Cheng Cheng waved to the owner, settled the bill, and intended to escort the two women away, unwilling to engage further with the drunken fool. However, Sun Jiqiang, mistaking Cheng Cheng's actions for fear, summoned a group of his drinking companions to approach them. Seeing this unfolding scene, Lu Xiao and Yunai contemplated pulling out their phones to call the authorities. Oh, planning to call the police? Call the police. None of you will leave here standing today. Sun Jiqiang bellowed, pointing at the two women. Brother Sun, these girls are truly stunning. I've never seen such beautiful women in my life. 5 years of waiting has not been in vain. 3 years of profit. My vision is impeccable. I advise you to wise up and leave, or I shall be the first to take you down. Relying on his numbers, Sun Jiqiang acted brazenly. Reaching out with his greasy hands toward Yunai, Cheng Cheng swiftly grabbed a bottle and smashed it down on his son's hands. Ouch, you little brat. Brothers, take this kid down. Xiao, take Yunai and leave. Cheng Cheng commanded sternly. Now, the only strategy was to stall these men and ensure the women did not fall into the hands of these drunks. Originally, there had been some patrons at the roadside stall, but witnessing this scene, they all retreated to a safe distance. The owner cowered in the shadows, trembling, afraid to intervene. It was no surprise, as in such circumstances, those willing to step forward and act heroically are few. Most simply seek to preserve their own safety. However, Yunai furrowed her brow, worried for Cheng Cheng's safety. Let us leave and call the police. Thinking of leaving? Brothers, we've already started. Wouldn't it be a loss to stop now? Chapter 61. Changes in the body? Are you not afraid of being caught? Even if you don't care for yourselves, think of your families. Cheng Cheng took a deep breath, his brows furrowed tightly. If a fight truly broke out, he would undoubtedly face some hardship. But under no circumstances could he allow Lu Xiao and Yunai to fall into the hands of this group. What a joke. We haven't done anything yet. Is it wrong to ask for a beautiful woman's contact information? You kid, you seem eager to show off in front of the beauties today. Let's take care of you first. Brothers, we need to act quickly. Otherwise, if too many people gather, it will be troublesome. Sun Jiqiang noticed the crowd of onlookers growing and felt a twinge of fear. However, with the words already spoken in front of his brothers, he could not back down without losing face. Suddenly, a man, closer to Cheng Cheng, lunged forward, his right fist slicing through the air towards him. In that moment, to Cheng Cheng, the man's punch appeared to move in slow motion. Remaining calm, Cheng Cheng sidestepped the fierce blow. Ah, kid, you've got some skill. Are you a trained fighter? The man sneered derisively. Immediately, 3 to 5 people surrounded Cheng Cheng. There are 5 of us. What if you've trained? You won't leave here on your feet today. If I, Sun Jiqiang, can't handle this, I might as well quit this area. Seeing their leader's fierce declaration, the others rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. Sun Jiqiang swung a fist at Cheng Cheng, who again sidestepped, only to find another man raising his leg for a sweeping kick from behind. That man, seeing Cheng Cheng's back turned, smirked slightly, as if he had foreseen the ensuing chaos. However, to his surprise, Cheng Cheng leaped, evading the kick, and as he landed, the remaining men lunged at him once more. The speed of the punches fell like raindrops, and Cheng Cheng calmly countered, dismantling the attacks of several opponents. Damn, boss, this guy's a bit of a freak. One of them exclaimed. I can't believe it. No matter how skilled he is, everyone fears a knife. Brothers, grab your weapons. Seeing that his fists and kicks were ineffective against Cheng Cheng, Sun Jiqiang seized a nearby bench and a bottle as makeshift weapons. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Cheng felt a pang of anxiety. His previous brawls had merely been childish squabbles during school days, mere trifles. Should he resort to the 36 stratagems and retreat? What if he infused some spiritual energy into his punches? Would it yield unexpected results, akin to healing a patient? After all, if he fled today, there might not be another opportunity for such training. Noticing a gleeful expression on Cheng Cheng's face, Sun Jiqiang felt irked. If he failed to bring this kid down today, his reputation would be in tatters. This guy thinks he's in a movie, putting on a show from afar? Let's see if you can still smile after I smash this beer bottle over your head. You'll be in the hospital for at least half a month. With a thunderous shout, Sun Jiqiang swung the beer bottle towards Cheng Cheng's forehead, clearly intent on inflicting serious harm. Cheng Cheng swiftly sidestepped and infused his fist with spiritual energy, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Jiqiang's chest. The impact was explosive. Sun Jiqiang was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, clutching his abdomen with a grotesque expression. It was evident that several ribs were likely broken. Could a mere human possess such strength? Even Cheng Cheng was astonished by the formidable power of his spiritually enhanced punch. The assailants, who initially thought Cheng Cheng was merely a soft target to bully, were utterly taken aback by his ferocity. They exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance. What? Do you wish to try your luck? Cheng Cheng mocked with a disdainful smile. The group, now thoroughly intimidated, turned tail and fled, including the fallen Sun Jiqiang. You little brat, you're ruthless today. Dare to tell me who you are? Sun Jiqiang, though sprawled on the ground, maintained his bravado. You want to know who I am? Cheng Cheng strolled leisurely to Sun Jiqiang, a smile playing on his lips. What are you planning? Sun Jiqiang finally felt a flicker of fear. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to inform you. I remain unchanged in name and nature. My name is Su Hao. If you have the guts, come find me. As he spoke, Cheng Cheng delivered a stinging slap to Sun Jiqiang's face. The sound reverberated, leaving a visible five-finger imprint on Sun Jiqiang's cheek. He cast a cold glance at the onlookers, feeling as though everyone was mocking him. It was the first time in his life he had been slapped in front of so many people. Though silent, he etched the name Su Hao into his memory with fervor. I shall not rest until I avenge this insult. Glancing into Sun Jiqiang's fierce eyes, Cheng Cheng knew he had accomplished his goal. With that, he turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. At this moment, Lucy Yao and Yunai brought Uncle Hat to the scene. Upon witnessing the chaos before them, a chill ran down their spines, fearing that Cheng Cheng had met with misfortune. The thought of so many assailing a single individual filled them with dread. Tears welled in their eyes as they contemplated the severity of the situation. Yunai, with a quivering voice, cried out, Cheng Cheng, where are you? Can you please call for an ambulance? I'm in excruciating pain. It feels as if several of my ribs have broken. It was then that the crowd noticed a figure lying not far away. It was Sun Jiqiang, while Cheng Cheng was nowhere to be found. Feigning an accident, Yunai deliberately stepped hard on Sun Jiqiang's fingers. Ah, you're crushing my hand, he exclaimed. Uncle Hat is the one. He sexually harassed us and even called others to attack my friend. Yunai pointed an accusing finger at Sun Jiqiang. No, who is attacking whom? I can barely move. I think I've broken a few ribs. Please, help me and call 120. Sun Jiqiang protested. The pain he initially dismissed now surged within him, intensifying exponentially. It felt as though his bones had shattered into fragments, stabbing into his flesh with each pulse of agony. Where have you taken my friend? If you don't tell me, I want to let this go. Yunai's eyes glinted with a hint of menace as she cast a glance at the shards of glass scattered on the ground. That fleeting look sent Sun Jiqiang into a panic, fearing that she might indeed act on her threat. Your friend is fine. He just left. We couldn't possibly overpower him. He is truly unharmed. He stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Yunai clutched a shard of glass in her hand, apprehensive that her fury might compel her to use it. Uncle Hat, hurry and take me away. The sooner the better. You must ensure my safety. Chapter 62. You're playing with fire. I'm here. Cheng Cheng strolled over leisurely, a cup of milk tea in hand. Yunai and Lu Xiao rushed towards him, circling him several times, relieved to confirm his well-being. Without hesitation, Yunai leapt forward and embraced Cheng Cheng tightly. He felt a softness against his chest, a sensation he found rather pleasant. Yunai, nestled against him, sobbed, You must never engage in such dangerous actions again. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. All right, I'm perfectly fine. I'm quite formidable. Those people stood no chance against me. Cheng Cheng gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. Observing this scene, Lu Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort, taken aback by Yunai's boldness. It was undeniable that her feelings for Cheng Cheng were genuine. Later, following an investigation by Uncle Hat, numerous witnesses corroborated Cheng Cheng's account, confirming that it was the group who had initiated the harassment. Coupled with surveillance footage, it was clear that Cheng Cheng's actions were merely an act of self-defense. After a brief statement, they were free to leave. On the journey back, Lu Xiao remained silent, her expression darkening. After much contemplation, she finally spoke. Cheng Cheng, I am truly sorry. If I hadn't suggested we eat at that street stall, none of this would have happened. I want to give you a wonderful birthday celebration. Let us make it up to you tomorrow, shall we? Why apologize when everything is fine? What does this have to do with street food? The crux of the matter lies in encountering some ruffians, individuals who, after indulging in alcohol, become utterly oblivious. I appreciate your concern, but I must return to work tomorrow. Is there not a project at hand? While driving, Cheng Cheng inquired. You've just been assaulted, and yet you still think of working? As your employer, I can certainly grant you a day off. The truth is, Cheng Cheng yearned to absorb more spiritual energy. Today, he had spent the evening healing others at a banquet, and afterward, he utilized his spiritual energy to confront those thugs. Ever since acquiring the Pisces jade pendant, the vitality within him had diminished, leaving him in a state of depletion. It is crucial to understand that his abilities relied heavily on this spiritual energy. If a similar incident were to occur in the future, and he found himself lacking in energy, he would be left with no recourse but to await his demise. An abundance of spiritual energy was Cheng Cheng's greatest asset. I'm quite all right. The company needs to generate revenue. After all, you pay me a substantial salary. Am I to refrain from working? Lu Xiao, seeing that Cheng Cheng had sustained no serious injuries, conceded, all right, there is indeed work available in the coming days. As for the sourcing of antiques, aside from auctions and serendipitous finds, there exists a third avenue. Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow and retorted, are you suggesting I engage in tomb raiding? I shall not partake in any illegal activities. Lu Xiao hastily clarified, what are you thinking? There are legitimate avenues as well. Recently, an elderly gentleman approached us, mentioning treasures buried beneath his ancestral property, left behind by the previous generation. He wishes for us to assist in locating them and, while at it, appraising their historical value. Who would dare entrust such a task to outsiders? Be cautious. You might find yourself ensnared. One must recognize that opportunities rarely fall into one's lap. Most individuals would clandestinely dig for such fortunes themselves rather than seek a treasure appraisal company. This individual is a longtime acquaintance, a businessman who has collaborated with our firm for years. He lacks the expertise in excavation, which is why he seeks our assistance. With Lu Xiao's explanation, it began to make sense to Cheng Cheng. He recalled his previous visit to the black market, where the antiques unearthed were imbued with rich spiritual energy. While the colors of those artifacts may have faded after drawing upon their energy, who besides Cheng Cheng would be aware of his actions? Very well, when shall we depart? Tomorrow morning at the company. Someone will come to pick you up. Cheng Cheng was accustomed to such arrangements. After freshening up, Yunai stood at the threshold of Cheng Cheng's bedroom, clad in an adorable bear-themed pajamas. The bear's eyes were exaggeratedly large, captivating attention. Cheng Cheng, furrowing his brow, asked, aren't you going to sleep? Is there something on your mind? I'm feeling a bit scared. May I sleep here with you tonight? Yunai stammered, nervously twisting the hem of her garment multiple times. Given the day's unsettling events, it was entirely understandable that she found it difficult to sleep. Yet, having such an enchanting being beside him was a torment in itself, testing his resolve. Noticing Cheng Cheng's hesitation, Yunai hastily added, I'll simply lie next to you and do nothing. I'm just frightened to sleep alone and truly can't manage it. Very well, you may sleep beside me, but do not move around too much. Yunai nodded and promptly nestled into Cheng Cheng's blankets. As she settled in, Cheng Cheng was greeted by a subtle yet enchanting fragrance, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. It was a rather unavoidable reaction for a man of his stature. Noticing Cheng Cheng's peculiar expression, Yunai turned to him, her clear, luminous eyes blinking innocently. In this position, the exquisite beauty before him was laid bare, leaving Cheng Cheng feeling parched and somewhat overwhelmed. Are you all right? Are you hurt or unwell? She inquired with concern. No, I'm fine. Do go to sleep, Cheng Cheng replied, apprehensive that he might lose control while gazing at Yunai's adorable visage. To his astonishment, Yunai leaned in closer, her tender lips pressing against his. Cheng Cheng's mind went blank as he greedily reciprocated the kiss. They lingered in this embrace for quite some time, reluctant to part, while Yunai's eyes sparkled with delight. Are you not afraid I might consume you? He teased. You cannot. Yunai giggled in response. Why not? Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow. I believe my time has come, she said, eliciting a sigh from him as he resigned to the situation. Yunai, do sleep quickly. I have much to attend to tomorrow. Strangely enough, he found the experience quite pleasant, the lingering scent of her lips still tantalizing him. With such a captivating creature in his arms, it was only natural to harbor certain thoughts, yet now was not the time to pursue them further. Yunai, undisturbed, was content and smiled as she drifted off to sleep. To distract himself, Cheng Cheng idly glanced at his phone, only to realize he had neglected to respond to Su Weiniang's friend request for half the day. He hurriedly accepted it. In the hotel, Su Weiniang saw that her request had finally been accepted. It was already the early hours of the morning, and her pillow had been contorted from her anxious grip. All right, it's accepted. I assent it. You'll talk to me soon, but I'll leave you hanging for a while, she thought, staring at her phone, eagerly awaiting Cheng Cheng's message while deliberately ignoring him. However, 5 minutes passed with not a single word from him. Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. This is utterly outrageous. In truth, Cheng Cheng had intended to send a polite greeting after such a prolonged silence, as it seemed rather impolite not to. At that moment, however, Ampu also added him as a friend and sent a document. Cheng Cheng, I have some leads regarding my son. Please assist in finding those responsible for harming him. Chapter 63. The Professional Exploration Team. This was an encrypted file that would automatically delete itself after being read. Upon opening it, the contents detailed 3 individuals who frequently associated with Zhao Qianquan. 2 of them came from relatively affluent backgrounds. During the early 2000s, their families boasted annual incomes exceeding $1 million. One was Liu Zhixiong, whose family operated a large recycling business, while the other was by Baoshan, who had made his fortune in jade. The third was Xiao Bai, hailing from less fortunate circumstances, with a father who was an alcoholic burdened by high-interest debts and a mother gravely ill. After Zhao Qianquan's disappearance, the 3 individuals vanished without a trace, including their families. Everything simply evaporated from the city as if they had never existed. Sister Bu had once harbored suspicions about a person named Xiao Bai, given that his motives appeared dubious. Deceiving Zhao Qianquan was merely a ploy for financial gain. Yet, despite extensive manpower and resources devoted to uncovering their whereabouts, all efforts yielded no results. It is no trivial task to completely erase all traces from a world. The vast resources expended by the other party were ostensibly aimed at luring Zhao Qianquan to northern Myanmar, a notion that defies logic. Sister Bu could not even fathom the true intentions behind such actions. Upon finishing the email, it automatically deleted itself, leaving Cheng Cheng staring blankly at the empty screen for an extended period. However, he was not entirely devoid of clues. Earning millions in the jade trade in City during the early 2000s indicated that Zhao Qianquan was undoubtedly a person of some renown back then. The Liu and Qian families had long established their presence in City, with the Liu group holding a significant position within the local jade industry. Perhaps seeking a breakthrough from Liu Xiaonan might reveal some leads. Nevertheless, it would require careful deliberation. Orchestrating the complete disappearance of these individuals in such a short span suggests formidable capabilities. If Liu Xiaonan possessed any knowledge, he might be reluctant to disclose it. Otherwise, Sister Bu would have already uncovered some leads. After reading the email, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He set his phone aside and succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned cradling a large steamed bun, his stomach grumbling with hunger. He attempted to grasp the bun tightly, only to realize that its texture felt oddly unfamiliar. What are you doing? Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Yonai had snuggled into his embrace, the two entwined in an exceedingly intimate position. Noticing his hand resting inappropriately, he understood why the bun in his dream had felt amiss. Fortunately, Yonai had roused him. Had he been ravenous enough to take a bite, it would have ended poorly. I just had a dream. Sorry, it's dawn, and I must get up. You can sleep a bit longer. Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he hurriedly donned his clothes. Yonai blushed, clutching the blanket to partially shield her face, cautiously observing him. Seeing the morning light, he recalled he had to go to work today. After a quick wash-up, he rushed out the door. An hour later, he arrived at the company entrance. Today, Liu Xiao appeared different from usual, sporting a pair of glasses and a white shirt, exuding an aura of a studious girl. Why are you staring at me like that? It's not as if you've never seen me before. Liu Xiao adjusted her glasses. I find you quite beautiful today. The doctor says that looking at lovely women can prolong one's life. Cheng Cheng chuckled, then noticed additional documents on his desk. Are these prepared for me? Liu Xiao nodded. Yes, they have already visited the property owner's residence, and these are their basic details to help you familiarize yourself with them. In a moment, a person named Fanzeng will join you. He is our company's exploration expert. Sometimes, Cheng Cheng felt that Liu Xiao was less of a superior and more akin to a personal assistant. What kind of boss would undertake so many preparatory tasks for their subordinates? However, Cheng Cheng was too indifferent to ponder this further. After all, it posed no detriment to him. Casual perusal of the materials allowed Cheng Cheng to grasp that these 5 individuals constituted the company's so-called professional exploration team. Although termed an exploration team, it bore a striking resemblance to tomb raiding. The distinction lay in the fact that tomb raiding occurs without consent, whereas this endeavor was sanctioned by the property owner. Hence, the designation of professional exploration team. At that moment, a man in his 20s carrying a brown backpack entered the scene. "Manager Liu, we are ready to depart," he announced. Cheng Cheng scrutinized the young man before him, somewhat astonished. "Is this the exploration expert you mentioned?" he inquired. "Indeed, do not be misled by his youth. He is a true expert in this domain," Liu Siyao asserted, clearly holding a high regard for Fan Zhang's professional capabilities. It was evident that Liu Siyao possessed commendable work ethics. Given her endorsement, it was likely that Fan Zhang would prove competent. "Are you going as well?" Cheng Cheng curiously asked Liu Siyao. She shook her head. "No. Such tasks require delving underground. I suffer from claustrophobia, so it's not feasible for me." "Have you finished reviewing the documents?" "I have." "Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and get to work. Do you think wages are earned without effort?" Liu Siyao frowned, her tone somewhat stern, embodying the demeanor of a formidable woman in charge. With the boss's directive issued, the two had no choice but to hasten to the parking lot, where they boarded Fan Zhang's vehicle and set off for their destination. During the ride, Cheng Cheng repeatedly perused the exploration data. According to the records, the property owner bore the surname He, and his ancestors had once held official positions during the Qing dynasty. However, due to the corruption of the court and various other reasons, their lineage had fallen into decline. Nevertheless, this ancestor had reportedly buried numerous treasures in the family homestead, the veracity of which would only be revealed through exploration. Given that Liu Siyao was entrusted with this task, it was evident that the client was a person of considerable wealth and status, making it highly probable that the claim was indeed legitimate. Frankly, in this day and age, it was quite remarkable that the ancestral estate remained intact. "Your name is Fan Zhang, correct? Yao Yao mentioned you're the expert of the company's exploration team. What valuable items have you excavated in the past?" Feeling somewhat bored in the vehicle, Cheng Cheng decided to engage in small talk. "For me, there are no particularly valuable items. I am solely responsible for the exploration, not for appraisal," Fan Zhang replied. Cheng Cheng pressed on. "What is the most valuable object you have unearthed?" "None." The conversation appeared to be reaching an impasse, prompting Cheng Cheng to close his eyes for a brief nap. As the journey spanned several hours, a few hours later, they finally arrived at their destination, the vehicle coming to a gentle halt. "We have arrived. Let us disembark," Fan Zhang said as he turned off the engine and removed the key. Cheng Cheng rubbed his eyes and, upon glimpsing the grand residence outside, felt a surge of energy. It was apparent that the stone lions flanking the estate had stood the test of time, suggesting that this exploration team would likely return with fruitful discoveries. Chapter 64. The world's finest brick, the Imperial Kiln Gold Brick. As soon as they stepped out of the vehicle, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the estate, closely following a portly man. "If all goes as expected, this should be the client." "Mr. Cheng, greetings. My name is He Qian, though everyone refers to me as Boss He. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you, and I must say, your demeanor is truly remarkable," Boss He remarked with admiration towards Cheng Cheng. "Have we met before?" Cheng Cheng inquired, puzzled as to when he had become so renowned. "No. Today marks our first encounter. It is due to General Liu's commendations and the media coverage that I have long been aware of you. General Liu has assured me that you are entirely trustworthy." Boss He courteously gestured for them to enter. Upon stepping into the grand residence, Cheng Cheng swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The architecture retained a layout from the Qing dynasty, perfectly replicating the traditional Chinese style from centuries past. The green tiles and blue bricks, along with the antiquated gardens, created an atmosphere of exquisite elegance. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the materials used in construction were not of ancient origin. "Bossy, I am quite curious. Why do the stone lions outside date back to the Qing dynasty, while the building materials of this residence appear modern?" Cheng Cheng inquired politely. "General Liu mentioned that this house is your ancestral home, which piqued my interest. If my question is inappropriate, I beg your pardon." Bossy chuckled at this. "Mr. Cheng, you truly possess a discerning eye. You have discerned the age of the residence in mere moments. Indeed, you are a premier appraiser. To be candid, this house was once the property of my ancestors, but due to certain historical circumstances and unforeseen events, his expression remained calm and natural, revealing no hint of discomposure. As the saying goes, there are no merchants without guile. Hence, one should only heed half of what a businessman says." Cheng Cheng, however, was less concerned about whether it was indeed Boss He's ancestral home. He was more focused on the necessity of it belonging to him. Otherwise, being inexplicably dragged into tomb raiding could lead to significant trouble. Your colleagues have already begun exploring the entrance. Would you both care to join them? Bossy asked, squinting slightly at the two. Cheng Cheng and Fanzeng nodded in agreement. They followed Boss, he to the rear garden, where a portable climate-controlled tent came into view. This must be the exploration area. In the previous documents, Lu Xiu had noted various exploration equipment, primarily with the intention of preparing materials for Cheng Cheng, who had not previously encountered such things. As they approached the tent, faint rustling sounds could be heard emanating from below. Where should we begin digging? Before them stood a wall that appeared to be over 100 years old, a veritable treasure. Lifting the tent flap, they entered to find a large hole revealed before them. From the entrance of the tent, steps led down into the depths, illuminated by lights strung along the earthen walls. Through the dim light, several individuals could be seen crouching, meticulously examining their surroundings with magnifying glasses and flashlights. Bossy turned to the two and said, aside from this, we have already excavated several entrances, yet each has been thwarted by a wall such as this. If we are to continue excavating, it may necessitate the destruction of this wall. However, this wall is constructed from exquisite imperial kiln gold bricks, which are too precious to damage. Thus, I thought it prudent to consult with you esteemed experts. Imperial kiln gold bricks? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Cheng could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could it be that this individual's ancestors were none other than the notorious First Grand Corrupt Official, He Kuan? It is well known that imperial kiln gold bricks are revered as the finest bricks in the land, with some even claiming that one brick is worth a tale of gold. Each brick undergoes a staggering 29 processes and takes a full year to craft. Due to their exorbitant cost, such bricks are only laid in the halls frequently visited by the emperor, such as the Hall of Supreme Harmony and the Hall of Preserving Harmony, where they shine like mirrors and resonate like chimes. However, this gold brick is not the same as others, due to the exceptionally fine particles of imperial kiln gold bricks. They produce a sound akin to that of gold and stone, hence their designation. A decade ago, at the inaugural auction of Ming and Qing imperial kiln gold bricks, 89 bricks fetched a total of 5 million yuan, with a pair from the Yongle period commanding a hammer price of 700,000 yuan. If this is indeed imperial kiln gold bricks, and in such vast quantities, they could be worth tens of millions. It is no wonder the proprietor sought professional exploration teams for this venture. The loss of even a single brick equates to a significant financial setback. Engaging professionals distinctly alters the dynamic. I pay, you work, and should any errors arise, the company is accountable. Indeed, the exterior is entirely constructed from imperial kiln gold bricks. The proprietor could not suppress a laugh at this juncture. Inside, one can only speculate the treasures that await. An immeasurable fortune would soon be his. Cheng Cheng shared this sentiment, yet he recognized the importance of executing the task flawlessly, as it was a commission entrusted to him. Should the exploration conclude with the antiques inside losing their value, it is unlikely that future clients would seek his services again. Let us descend and take a look, he suggested, driven by curiosity. Despite having acquired a wealth of knowledge, he yearned to witness the reality firsthand. Upon receiving a nod from the proprietor, Cheng Cheng cautiously followed Fan Zeng down the steps. Fan Zeng retrieved a minor headlamp from his backpack and donned it, switching it on. Instantly, the depths illuminated as brightly as day. This is splendid, Cheng Cheng exclaimed. It can only last for an hour, but I have spare batteries. Let us hurry down. Soon, they reached the lowest level, approximately 10 meters below the surface. The individuals who had been speaking moments before, clad in gloves and wielding brushes and flashlights, looked at the two newcomers with dusty faces. Fan Zeng, you finally arrived. The wall is to be opened, and the proprietor does not wish to preserve it intact. How can we possibly accomplish this? Remarked a bespectacled man of slight build, identified as Su Mo, whom everyone referred to as Old Mo. A professional explorer, according to the information provided by Lu Xiao. Fan Zeng ignored him, squinting as he approached the wall, then pulled gloves from his pocket and donned them. After brushing away the dust from the surface of the bricks, he gently placed his hands upon the dark brown bricks. Indeed, these are authentic imperial kiln gold bricks. It is certainly no easy feat to remove this wall without damage. Cheng Cheng had anticipated a more conclusive statement from him, yet was met with only these few remarks. Wait a moment. Let me conduct a preliminary exploration. Fan Zeng retrieved a device resembling a computer from his backpack. What is this? Cheng Cheng inquired with curiosity. It is a surveying instrument. We must keep pace with the times. Soon, the device displayed imagery that was indecipherable to the untrained eye. Observing the confusion among the group, Cheng Cheng decided to employ his X-ray vision for clarity. Upon doing so, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 65, Crisis. Fortunately, the wall constructed of imperial kiln bricks was not excessively thick, allowing his X-ray vision to be of use. Beyond the wall lay the unmistakable structure of a tomb. At that moment, they stood directly above the tomb's entrance, where the construction materials were entirely composed of red bricks and green tiles, grand in scale and luxurious in resources. Such opulence was a privilege reserved for the nobility of the Qing dynasty. It was uncertain which prominent figure resided within. The treasures inside were undoubtedly numerous. Cheng Cheng needed to devise a reasonable plan that would enable him to absorb some spiritual energy while fulfilling his obligations to his employer. After a moment of contemplation, he hurried to the surface to discuss matters with his employer. Sir, if we breach this wall, there's a high likelihood that some antiquities will be damaged, given that these artifacts have been buried for an extended period. Once the ground is opened, the influx of oxygen may cause some porcelain to lose its luster. Have you considered this issue? It was evident that Cheng Cheng's concerns resonated deeply with his employer, who had indeed familiarized himself with such knowledge beforehand. To extract all the antiquities intact would require considerable manpower and resources, inevitably attracting media attention, a scenario they both wished to avoid. Some losses are preferable to leaving empty-handed, but I must have this wall constructed from imperial kiln bricks, his employer stated solemnly. Not a problem. Fan Zeng continued to observe the display screen while meticulously recording and analyzing the data, constantly assessing the potential dangers lurking behind the wall. After all, ancient tombs were often fortified against grave robbers with measures such as molten iron fill and adamant walls. The paramount concern during the exploration was ensuring personal safety. Seeing a lack of progress, Cheng Cheng approached the wall of imperial kiln bricks, employing his X-ray vision with utmost caution. He suddenly noticed that the intricate patterns on the surface of the bricks, while seemingly complex, revealed a discernible order upon closer examination. Thus, he fetched a fine brush and began delicately clearing the dust from the bricks. What purpose does this serve? To surpass this wall, we must still breach the imperial kiln bricks. You might as well rest. Do not engage in futile endeavors. Old Mo sighed, observing Cheng Cheng's actions. Striving to keep the wall intact while extracting the treasures within had become an insurmountable task in their eyes. They could only place their hopes in Fan Zeng, whose instrument was the most advanced surveying device available. Unfazed by the skepticism of others, Cheng Cheng continued his meticulous cleaning of the dust from the bricks. Approximately 10 minutes later, the exquisite gold bricks before him had been meticulously cleared. Cheng Cheng stepped back a few paces, revealing the intricate patterns on the wall, which now resembled the visage of a beautiful maiden. Could this maiden possibly be the long-lost beloved of the tomb's master? At that moment, Cheng Cheng noticed a brick in the maiden's abdomen that exhibited a slightly different hue and a notably smoother texture. Upon utilizing his X-ray vision, he discerned that this particular brick appeared thinner than the others. Intrigued, he cautiously extended his hand to touch the surface of this brick. Suddenly, the soil atop the gold brick began to loosen, and dirt began cascading down from above. Run! It's about to collapse. Cheng Cheng, what have you done? I told you not to meddle. The work of appraising artifacts is distinctly different from that of excavating them. As the crowd rushed upward, they shouted in exasperation. The boss, sensing the disturbance from the surface, hurried over with urgency. Is everyone all right? Thanks to a certain someone's mischief, no one is harmed, but the entrance has caved in. Some members of the exploration team harbor grievances towards Cheng Cheng, mainly Lu Xiao, who held him in high regard, and the boss who had specifically come to meet him. It is worth noting that among them were seasoned employees who looked down upon those who relied on connections or favoritism to advance. The collapse is inconsequential. As long as no one is hurt, we can simply have the workers clear the debris, the boss reassured. If there had been a fatality, it would have been a major crisis. With the substantial financial backing of the boss, the soil blocking the passage was swiftly cleared. Boss, the wall is gone. Gone? The crowd expressed their astonishment. Cheng Cheng, you are in deep trouble, an older man shouted, pointing a finger at him. Cheng Cheng was perplexed. He had merely touched a brick. How could such a commotion ensue? The boss shot Cheng Cheng a glance, his brow furrowed, and hurriedly made his way downward. The crowd hastened to follow, arriving at the previous location to illuminate it with flashlights. The wall had not vanished. It remained intact, merely oriented differently from their perspective. Before them emerged a passageway, constructed of red bricks and green tiles, with remnants of jars and vessels scattered across the floor. Among these were gold and silver bowls and dishes, as well as gold-inlaid chopsticks and basins, the opulence of which exceeded their wildest imaginations. Witnessing this spectacle, the boss beamed with delight. Mr. Cheng, The conundrum that had stumped us for so long has been resolved with your arrival. We must express our gratitude this evening." Cheng Cheng hastily replied, "It is my duty, but we must promptly secure the antiques within. Otherwise, the potential losses would be considerable." "Very well. I shall summon assistance immediately." Once the boss departed, the group, armed with their tools, cautiously ventured into the passageway. Considering the multitude of antiquities already discovered in this mere passage, they could only speculate on the greater treasures that awaited them deeper within. "What do you think? If it weren't for me, would things have progressed so smoothly?" Cheng Cheng remarked to those who had previously disparaged him. It was merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Your youth belies your capabilities. Their regard for you stems solely from your modest renown, yet I am indifferent to such trivialities." The individual snorted coldly and ventured deeper into the shadows with a flashlight in hand. Cheng Cheng found this person somewhat amusing, as he merely wished to convey that there was no need for such unwarranted animosity towards him. After advancing several meters, a sudden crunch underfoot revealed a soft patch of ground, as if he had stepped upon something. In the next instant, a multitude of arrows erupted from the darkness of the passageway. The man's face contorted in terror as his body seemed paralyzed in place, unresponsive to his commands. Abruptly, a powerful force yanked him backward. The area where he had stood was now riddled with arrows. Had Cheng Cheng not intervened in time, he would have been a lifeless corpse. You may be an experienced explorer, but even I, a novice in ancient tombs, am aware that precautions against tomb raiders typically include various traps. Exercise caution. You may not be so fortunate next time. Chapter 66. It is not unreasonable for me to claim my family as possessions. Judging by the density of these arrows, it was clearly intended to ensure a fatal strike against any would-be tomb raider. Many individuals were already reconsidering their involvement. Although they were a professional exploration team, they had never encountered such perilous circumstances. The current atmosphere felt akin to grave robbing. They were merely laborers receiving wages, yet now expected to risk their lives. Understandably, no one was eager to comply. This task was one for those willing to engage. The initial promise was merely to excavate some treasures from a designated site. How had this devolved into tomb raiding? Earning a meager salary over the course of a month hardly warranted risking one's life. Cheng Cheng, however, had come with the intention of discovering unique antiques and treasures to absorb their spiritual essence. Yet upon entering the tomb, he was immediately confronted with traps. What secrets lay hidden deeper within? "If none of you dare venture forth, then I shall proceed alone." Cheng Cheng then turned to Fanzeng. "May I borrow your headlamp? This cavern is exceedingly dark, and your device appears quite useful. Did I ever state I would not go?" Fanzeng shot him a frosty glance before continuing alone into the depths of the tomb. Observing the receding figure, Cheng Cheng found himself intrigued by this man's perpetual aloofness. He was formidable yet taciturn, appearing earnest. Certainly, he had never experienced a romantic relationship. Indeed, his hasty disposition likely deterred potential admirers. Soon after, Cheng Cheng followed suit. The other members of the exploration team remained behind, each harboring their own reservations. It was entirely reasonable to refrain from a route fraught with peril. As he trailed Fanzeng deeper into the cavern, Cheng Cheng anticipated an arduous journey rife with danger. Thus, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, unwilling to sacrifice his life in this endeavor. To his surprise, the journey thus far had been remarkably uneventful. How peculiar! Were the traps merely positioned at the entrance to deter a few intruders? Cheng Cheng shook his head in confusion. "That is because I have dismantled all of them. I did not observe you taking any action." "You dismantled them all?" Cheng Cheng had been closely following this individual, and it appeared that the man indeed possessed the credentials to be so self-assured. Fanzeng chose to ignore Cheng Cheng, donning a headlamp and advancing a few steps before standing still for an extended moment. Before them lay an array of antique paintings and artifacts, neatly packed in boxes, while the ground was strewn with an assortment of intriguing antiquities. This scene was reminiscent of a small antique fair. Who could the master of this tomb be, to possess such treasures? Cheng Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as Cheng Cheng surveyed the surroundings. His gaze was drawn to a statue of Buddha displayed on a counter in the corner. Hetian jade seed material, white jade Buddha statue, genuine article. Era, Qianlong period. Value, 20 million. The white jade Buddha, crafted from Hetian seed material, exhibited a pure and lustrous quality, smooth as cream and delicately fine. Despite being buried for an extended period, the surface still glimmered faintly, revealing a soft patina. Cheng Cheng approached the statue with utmost care, donning gloves before gently resting his hand on its base. With his eyes slightly closed, he sensed the statue's aura, which radiated into his consciousness like twinkling starlight. This aura felt purer than ever before, and the flora in his consciousness transformed after absorbing its essence. Fanzing noticed that the colors of the Buddha statue appeared somewhat altered after Cheng Cheng's contact. "What did you just do?" he inquired, his brow furrowed. "What else could I do? I was appraising the antiques," Cheng Cheng replied innocently. "Did you not notice the statue's colors have become considerably duller?" Fan Zeng pressed. "Impossible. You must be mistaken. Hurry and call the boss to bring more people to transport the antiques. If we delay and the colors of the porcelain fade, I won't take the blame," Cheng Cheng insisted. Now, he was left alone amidst the multitude of antiques and paintings, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not captivated. "I am a descendant of Huaxia. This is my homeland. These artifacts are the brilliant treasures of Huaxia civilization, and it is not excessive for me to claim what belongs to my heritage." With this thought, Cheng Cheng nodded and began to explore further. The more valuable the antiques, the richer their aura. Thus, he sought out the pricier items to absorb their essence. Consequently, he also drew upon the energies of some of the less expensive artifacts. Indeed, quantity begets abundance. He managed to absorb the essence from over 20 antiques. Cheng Cheng could distinctly feel a qualitative leap in the energy within him. Undoubtedly, the aura of unearthed antiques was the most potent and pristine. At that moment, he noticed that the area within his consciousness seemed to have expanded significantly. What once accommodated 5 individuals now appeared to have doubled in size. The flora that had absorbed the essence now thrived, shedding their previous ashen hue. What would transpire if the quantity of absorbed aura were substantial enough to fully develop the entire space? About half an hour later, with the mechanisms of the tomb disabled by Fan Zeng, the hired workers swiftly connected electricity to the tomb passage. Upon entering, the boss was greeted by the sight of box after box of antiques, his delight unmistakable. "Ha ha ha, splendid. This journey has truly been worthwhile. I have arranged a banquet to celebrate this occasion. Let us all indulge tonight." As the words fell, the boss and his companion gazed at the dimly lit white jade Buddha statue with complex expressions. It is essential to note that the box of antiques and paintings was not particularly valuable. The truly precious items were meticulously arranged. This white jade Buddha alone could be worth several boxes of antiques. The boss struggled to articulate his thoughts as he pointed at the statue. Fanzeng glanced at Cheng Cheng, but remained silent. "Boss, I had previously mentioned that upon opening this wall, there would inevitably be air circulation. Just a moment ago, the white jade Buddha appeared quite radiant. Alas, we arrived a step too late. Had we been just 10 minutes quicker, it would have been different," Cheng Cheng sighed, as if mourning a lost treasure. The boss's expression reflected his distress, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. "Hurry up and move. We must avoid even greater losses," he urged. For a businessman, money is his lifeblood. Upon hearing this, there was no room for hesitation. Fortunately, there were still numerous treasures here, providing some solace. "I shall assist you," the boss declared, and Cheng Cheng immediately turned to help transport the antiques. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar chest in the corner, seemingly concealing a hidden compartment. Upon closer inspection, the chest was entirely crafted from tin, boasting a square shape. Its surface was adorned with a vivid image of a clawing azure dragon, symbolizing imperial majesty and nobility. The inscription indicated it was made during the 6th year of the Jiaqing era, confirming its status as an artifact from that period. Typically, princes and nobles would place auspicious items within to ward off malevolent spirits. Yet, who could be the true master of this tomb? Few would dare utilize a dragon motif. A crack marred the base of the chest, suggesting there was indeed more than meets the eye, and the treasures hidden within were far from ordinary. One could surmise that the items within the tomb chamber might not even compare to those in this concealed compartment. Since the tomb passage was opened, the boss had employed numerous workers to transport the antiques. These workers appeared quite professional, donning gloves and handling the items with the utmost care. Before long, the entire tomb had been thoroughly explored, yet no coffin was discovered. This indicated that the tomb was not intended for burial, but rather for concealing these antiques and paintings. Observing the bustling workers, the boss's expression soured. "Why are there only worthless items? This makes no sense," Cheng Cheng quickly reassured him. But there were several pieces of blue and white porcelain, each valued at over 1 million. Having circled the area, Cheng Cheng was most aware of the presence of valuable treasures, having left quite a few for the old man. "Merely a few million? It shouldn't be limited to just these," he shouted to the workers, Be more meticulous in handling the antiques. Report anything unusual. The boss truly was affluent, seemingly indifferent to sums in the millions. However, with so many workers around, did he not fear that someone might secretly conceal valuable items? Despite many of the antiques being of little worth, collectively they could still amount to tens of thousands, making it inevitable for someone to harbor selfish intentions. Mister, he smiled without speaking, when suddenly a commotion erupted at the exit. Oh, you little rascal, daring to conceal something? Break his hand. No, no, please. I have elders above and young ones below. I beg you, spare me. I swear I won't do it again. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the tomb, startling those who wished to surreptitiously pilfer antiques. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the old fox's ruthlessness. Mr. Cheng, I have already made arrangements for these matters. When you transport the antiques, you must be meticulous. Do not overlook anything in your pockets, the old man said with a sly smile while observing Cheng Cheng. Impossible. That won't happen, Cheng Cheng replied with a chuckle. It was evident that this old fox had ulterior motives, subtly hinting at something deeper. The tomb was already confined, and with the presence of the exploration team and porters, the air felt somewhat thin. The aged Mr. He, having descended not long ago, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. I hope you all pay close attention. I will await your good news above. After uttering this, Mr. He turned and hurriedly departed. As the old man walked away, Cheng Cheng pondered his recent words. Upon descending, the most expensive item he had encountered was the white jade Buddha. However, the aura of the Buddha had been drained by Cheng Cheng, rendering it dull and significantly diminishing its value. Although Mr. He's expression hinted at discomfort, it did not seem to reach an unbearable threshold. They had already transported numerous antiques and paintings, yet Mr. He still did not display any signs of delight. This indicated that there must be treasures of even greater worth hidden within the tomb. The old man undoubtedly knew something but was reluctant to divulge it. With this realization, Cheng Cheng felt as though he had been enlightened, awakening to the possibilities before him. He slowly turned his gaze towards the hidden compartment of the treasure chest, sensing that the most valuable item in the tomb lay within. However, guards were stationed at the exit, and there were several workers inside the tomb. How could he discreetly open the hidden compartment in plain sight of everyone? What are you doing standing here, not moving the antiques? Fan Zeng approached Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng glanced at the backpack behind him, recalling that it contained an exploration device. An excellent idea struck him. I was contemplating Mr. He's words. It seems there must be even more valuable treasures in this tomb. You frequently enter others' tombs. In this regard, you are an expert. Based on your experience, where would treasures typically be hidden? Fan Zeng frowned, replying, What do you mean by frequently entering others' tombs? I am an explorer, not a tomb raider. Oh, it's all the same. Hurry up and speak. Fan Zeng squinted thoughtfully, considering the specifications of this tomb. It is evident that the owner must have had a prestigious lineage, and it is indeed plausible that there are more valuable treasures hidden away. Is it possible that the owner concealed treasures within the walls? Cheng Cheng recalled scenes often depicted in television dramas and casually remarked, It is possible. There is indeed such a likelihood. Shall I use the exploration device to scan again? Fan Zeng's expression brightened. He would undoubtedly be delighted to uncover more valuable artworks. Let us use this chest as a table, as there are plenty of them here. After Cheng Cheng spoke, he casually moved the treasure chest over. Everyone. Shortly our exploration team's expert will re-examine the area using instruments. This device is sensitive to interference, so I kindly ask everyone to maintain a respectful distance. If the equipment is disrupted and we miss any treasures, the blame shall fall upon you. Upon hearing Cheng Cheng's words, the employees hesitated, recalling the previous incident with the individual who had acted unscrupulously. Fan Zeng, observing Cheng Cheng's overly enthusiastic demeanor, couldn't shake the feeling that his intentions were not entirely sincere. Why are you so eager? He inquired. Cheng Cheng's expression soured at this remark. What a peculiar question. We are from the same company and currently working on the same project. Naturally, cooperation is essential. Now let us get to work. Fan Zeng then retrieved the exploration device from his backpack and placed it atop the treasure chest. Cheng Cheng, mysteriously producing 2 small stools, hurriedly offered one to Fan Zeng. Fan Zeng glanced at him, puzzled, but he had no time to ponder the reason. His focus was on whether there were more valuable antiquities within the tomb. As the exploration device activated, Cheng Cheng leaned in closer. What are you doing sitting here if you can't comprehend it? Perhaps they were too close for comfort. And Fan Zeng felt it prudent to maintain a certain distance to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. If you don't understand today, you can learn for tomorrow. Isn't that why you're here? Now let us get to work. Seeing the incessant chatter from this young man, Cheng Cheng grew slightly impatient. While Fan Zeng concentrated on his task, Cheng Cheng cautiously extended his right hand towards the hidden compartment. Click. What was that sound? Cheng Cheng inquired, curiosity piqued. What sound? Fan Zeng replied, perplexed. I distinctly heard a click, as if something had been activated. Fan Zeng, momentarily bewildered, attempted to rise, but was pressed back down by Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng, biting his lip, appeared hesitant to speak. There's truly no sound, he insisted. Fan Zeng shook his head, but I really heard something. During exploration, every sound is significant. I cannot be mistaken. With a sense of despair, Cheng Cheng replied, Brother, I just let out a fart. Must I be so explicit? A fart? And it made a clicking sound? Do it again, so I can hear. Fan Zeng had no choice but to continue his exploration, albeit with a lingering sense of unease. Having lived so long, it was his first encounter with such a peculiar situation, which felt quite surreal. Fortunately, Fan Zeng was a workaholic, and his intense focus allowed Cheng Cheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he gently prodded the hidden compartment with his finger. To his astonishment, the inner layer sprang forth, startling Cheng Cheng. Thankfully, Fan Zeng was absorbed in his work and did not notice the commotion from the treasure chest. Cheng Cheng feigned interest in the display screen while slowly pulling open the compartment. After much effort, a small opening was made, and under the dim light, an object of half white and half green caught the eye. What could this be? Cheng Cheng employed his X-ray vision to ascertain its nature. Genuine Qing Dynasty Jadeite Cabbage. Era, Qing Dynasty. Value, 200 million. Upon reading the first line, Cheng Cheng's body shuddered slightly. The jadeite cabbage is a national treasure. It is carved from a piece of jadeite, showcasing its natural hues in the form of a cabbage. Wasn't this artifact housed in a museum in a certain provincial capital? How could it be here? Cheng Cheng took another look, sensing a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him. Could this jadeite cabbage also react to spiritual energy? Such a treasure must not fall into the hands of merchants. It is our duty to protect cultural relics. But how could he manage to take this jadeite cabbage away? Could it be transported into the consciousness space? With this thought, Cheng Cheng decided to experiment. He casually picked up a stone from the ground. Closing his eyes briefly, he entered the realm of consciousness, spreading his hand to reveal the stone he had just collected from the tomb. It now appeared within the consciousness space. A smile crept onto Cheng Cheng's lips. This meant that in the future, he could simply bring any treasures he encountered into the space. Should he find himself in a situation like this again, inspections would prove futile. Yet, there remained a pressing dilemma. Fan Zeng was still present. Cheng Cheng was adamant about not revealing the existence of the consciousness space to anyone. To extract the jadeite cabbage in front of him, only to stealthily take it away, was utterly impractical. Furthermore, Cheng Cheng was uncertain of Fan Zeng's reliability. Thus it was best he remained oblivious to the jadeite cabbage's existence. What to do then? Cheng Cheng pondered for a moment before suddenly clutching his stomach, contorting his face in agony. Oh dear, oh my. What's wrong? What's wrong? Fan Zeng, noticing Cheng Cheng's peculiar demeanor, hurriedly set down his exploration device to support him. Cheng Cheng inhaled sharply, feigning distress. I'll take you to the hospital. As Fan Zeng began to rise, Cheng Cheng interjected, Going to the hospital is futile. This is not something that can be resolved there. Cheng Cheng frowned, appearing quite tormented. Then how shall we resolve this? I can't hold on much longer. Could you possibly leave first? I seem unable to contain myself, he said, covering his belly and casting an apologetic glance at Fan Zeng. Recognizing this demeanor, Fan Zeng understood Cheng Cheng's intentions, but this was work. How could one behave so? We are at work. Can't you hold a little longer? There's a restroom above. Fan Zeng even went so far as to remind Cheng Cheng, fearing he was unaware. It would take no more than 10 minutes to reach the surface. Surely, he could endure. Can't you empathize with me? It's said that holding one's bladder allows one to travel great distances, yet the urge to relieve oneself can hinder every step. You know how many people are around? And with the boss still up there, what if I can't hold it and end up soiling myself? If that got out, how could I face anyone? Seeing Fan Zeng's hesitance, Cheng Cheng felt a surge of irritation. Fan Zeng was reluctant to leave, having only explored half of the site. However, Cheng Cheng interjected, but I am here as well. If word gets out, it will not bode well for you. Then simply refrain from spreading it. Cheng Cheng exclaimed, barely able to contain himself, as he began to unfasten his trousers. Hurry up and leave. I cannot pull you out while you remain here. One might have witnessed shamelessness. But never had they encountered someone as brazen as Cheng Cheng. Observing Cheng Cheng's imminent state of undress, Fan Zeng hastily retreated, clutching the exploration tool. It is worth noting that the air within the tomb was already stifling. The sudden release of gas was unbearable. Once Fan Zeng had distanced himself, Cheng Cheng chuckled softly. Your acting has indeed improved. He then fully extracted the hidden compartment. Before him lay an exquisitely crafted jadeite cabbage, so lifelike that for a fleeting moment, Cheng Cheng believed it to be a genuine cabbage. The jadeite cabbage measured 87 centimeters in height, 91 centimeters in width, and 50 centimeters in thickness. The cabbage, with its lush green leaves, was crisp and refreshing, while the jade was translucent and lustrous, with a pure hue. These seemingly unrelated elements were flawlessly united through the artisan's masterful craftsmanship. Truly, it deserved its title as a national treasure. Due to the pressing nature of time, Cheng Cheng could not afford to linger in admiration. He donned gloves and cautiously lifted the jadeite cabbage from the compartment. With his eyes gently closed in that instant, the jadeite cabbage was transported into his consciousness space. Within the space, a tempest arose, and the ethereal energy emanating from the cabbage shimmered like starlight, continuously flowing into the realm. Remarkably, the jadeite cabbage showed no signs of dimming. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the tomb. Mr. Cheng, came the voice of a concerned individual. I heard you were feeling unwell, so I summoned a doctor to attend to you. Following him was the boss, who had procured an oxygen mask from an unknown source. Fan Zeng stood nearby, sniffing the air, but it seemed devoid of the scent he had anticipated. Strange. Weren't you just feeling ill? Why is there no odor? I merely had a stomachache. Nothing came out, Cheng Cheng retorted defensively. Yet it was evident that the boss was not convinced by his explanation. Chapter 69, Clue. Cheng Cheng did not refuse the doctor's presence, aware that the boss likely harbored suspicions, thus dispatching a doctor for examination. After all, the jadeite cabbage was safely hidden within his consciousness space. They would never uncover it. He might as well allow the doctor to conduct a thorough examination. From the medical kit, he retrieved gloves and a stethoscope. Mr. Cheng, please remove your outer garment for a more convenient examination, the doctor requested. All right. After shedding his outerwear, the doctor proceeded with the examination while feigning to locate acupressure points. Occasionally, his hand inadvertently brushed against Cheng Cheng's pocket, which did not escape Cheng Cheng's keen observation. The doctor chuckled, shaking his head. You have been burning the midnight oil too frequently, leading to excessive liver fire. Rest well and take care of yourself. Hearing the doctor's assessment, the boss smiled broadly at Cheng Cheng. My apologies. We are simply concerned for your well-being. Cheng Cheng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. I truly need a rest. He surveyed the ancient artifacts in the tomb, concluding that his work for the day was nearly complete. With a smile, he addressed his boss. The work has indeed reached its conclusion. However, I kindly request that Mr. Cheng stays for dinner tonight. I had the pleasure of witnessing your charisma at the auction banquet a few days ago, and I wonder if we might forge a friendship? This cunning old fox, previously displaying a predatory demeanor, now transformed his expression upon realizing his pockets were devoid of treasures, like a magician performing a trick. Given their current collaborative relationship, it will be inappropriate to refuse. Very well, I'm somewhat fatigued. Is there a place for me to rest? Indeed, arrangements have already been made for your accommodations upstairs. We shall call for everyone when it is time for dinner, the boss replied, gesturing with a bow of invitation. Cheng Cheng found it curious that the boss felt it necessary to extend such courtesy towards him. It seemed rather excessive. However, as it posed no detriment to him, he decided to ponder it no further. Upon returning to the ground level, Cheng Cheng followed the butler's guidance to a room in the attic. The decor of the room resembled that of the quaint inns featured in period dramas, though the bed was quite comfortable. Once inside, Cheng Cheng intended to delve into the study of the jadeite cabbage. Ever since the cabbage had entered his space, the artifact had been radiating spiritual energy, showing no signs of depletion, albeit the energy was somewhat diluted. At that moment, a message from Lu Xiao appeared on his phone. Expecting a routine work-related greeting, he was taken aback to find it contained clues regarding the robbery from last time. Today, one of the bodyguards had taken his mother to the city hospital for treatment, as she appeared to be suffering from malignant tumor. The medical expenses were staggering, ranging from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million, even with insurance. This was a considerable sum, and suddenly producing such an amount for treatment seemed unrealistic. Reading the message from Lu Xiao, Cheng Cheng felt less elated than he had anticipated. If the investigation continued, would the bodyguard ultimately find himself unable to cover the medical expenses? The chances of successfully curing a malignant tumor were exceedingly slim. Cheng Cheng's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire, is it possible he has some hidden assets? Unlikely. You must understand, our bodyguards are not from an ordinary security company. They are responsible for the transport of extremely valuable items. Therefore, a thorough background check on each individual's family information is conducted before employment. This fellow has only been on the job for half a year. Now, 2 weeks later, he is being treated again. I find the source of these funds rather dubious. Lu Xiao's perspective held merit. It was plausible that the bodyguard's mother had experienced a deterioration in her condition, necessitating immediate hospitalization. Cheng Cheng stared at the words on his phone screen, feeling conflicted. Misfortune tends to seek out the unfortunate, and if he pursued this investigation, the bodyguard would likely lose the remaining medical funds. Conversely, if he chose not to investigate, he would remain oblivious to the machinations behind this entire affair. After contemplating for a moment, he composed a message. What do you propose we do? Perhaps we could attempt to cover his medical expenses? However, this amount is at least in the millions, and there is no guarantee of success in treatment. Furthermore, the information obtained may not reveal the perpetrator's identity. Typically, those who orchestrate such schemes do not engage directly. The ones who take action are merely scapegoats. Indeed, from a merchant's perspective, this investment appears decidedly unwise. Yet, Cheng Cheng feels an invisible hand propelling him forward, a sensation that is quite unsettling. I will cover this expense. When shall I meet him? Remember to bring me along. The first time he stumbled upon a priceless painting by Tang Bohu, only to be betrayed and robbed by his bodyguard. And somehow, all of this was orchestrated to resemble a traffic accident. Subsequently, a visit to the black market revealed that this individual could arrange for Sister Boo to set aside a pair of fish-shaped jade pendants for him, coincidentally, at a private club, the other half of which was also present. Sister Boo had participated in the private club as well. She undoubtedly knew she possessed a matching pair of fish pendants. Yet, she was reluctant to divulge this information. All these coincidences seemed too improbable, and the value of these items was exorbitantly high. To be frank, those fish pendants were akin to treasures beyond price. Su Weiniing had mentioned previously that she was seeking him out. Could it be that this young lady was also a piece in the intricate puzzle? Unable to fathom it all at once, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of fatigue and decided to rest on his bed for a moment. In the evening, the butler entered his room to wake him for dinner. Upon arriving in the living room, Cheng Cheng was met with the sight of his boss's beaming face, sending a chill down his spine. The dining table was adorned with a plethora of exquisite delicacies, accompanied by several bottles of Flying Fairy Mao Tai. Mr. Cheng has arrived. We must indulge in a few drinks tonight. I originally intended to connect with you at the banquet, but an unforeseen matter prevented my attendance. His boss greeted him with a beaming smile. This man was a cunning fox, a two-faced tiger. The more courteous he was, the more one should be on guard. What are you saying, Mr. Cheng? As the chief appraiser of the company and a renowned healer, how could Mr. Lu pressure you so? Besides, isn't it quite ordinary to share a drink with clients? While speaking, his boss personally poured Cheng Cheng a glass of baijiu, causing the exploration team members to feel that the boss's enthusiasm for Cheng Cheng was somewhat excessive. It seemed as though tonight's dinner had been specially arranged for him. With the boss, I prefer to be straightforward. Do you have a matter you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 70. The Banquet at Hongmen. Oh, you jest. I merely wish to become acquainted with you and enjoy some dishes. The seafood was flown in today. It is exceptionally fresh. Do give a taste, his boss said, gesturing toward the seafood on the table. Cheng Cheng, feeling a bit hungry, decided not to prolong the conversation, picking up his chopsticks to savor a piece of meat. Chewing slowly. To his surprise, it was indeed quite delicious. Having earned money without indulging in such delicacies, he thought he should certainly try them more often. Don't just focus on the dishes. Come, let us drink. This Mao Tai has been stored for several years. This sauce-flavored baijiu must be aged to perfection. The reason such liquor is expensive is that the longer it is stored, the more fragrant it becomes. Do give it a try. His boss hastily poured Cheng Cheng another glass of baijiu, and indeed, the appearance of the liquor was quite exquisite. Cheng Cheng took a small sip, and a wave of rich, savory aroma enveloped him. Initially, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the taste, but once swallowed, he found it quite delightful. Soon, he and the owner engaged in conversation over drinks, sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives. The others at the table sat nearby, enjoying their dishes while observing the two men converse. A few of them huddled together, whispering among themselves, pondering the owner's unusual kindness towards Cheng Cheng. One might think he was the owner's adopted son. Who knows? In this day and age, fame has its privileges, attracting admirers wherever one goes. It mattered little. Our sustenance comes from skill, not mere appearance. Cheng Cheng overheard their words, but chose to ignore them. After several rounds of drinks, more guests began to depart, leaving only Cheng Cheng and the owner at the table. Unexpectedly, the owner seemed reluctant to let him leave. "Mr. Cheng, let's have a few more drinks. At my age, encountering you feels like finding a kindred spirit. Rest assured, I shall ensure your comfort this evening." Cheng Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "I have never had the chance to enjoy such exquisite liquor before. I cannot afford it, and I have a low tolerance. I think I shall stop here for today." After speaking, he shook his head, feeling a pleasant lightheadedness. At that moment, he noticed the owner exchanging glances with a servant. Soon after, a beautiful young woman entered, her features sweetly appealing. She wore a crisp white shirt atop ultra-short denim shorts, her long, fair legs captivatingly prominent. The owner beckoned her over, and she promptly sat beside Cheng Cheng, pouring him a glass of wine. "Mr. Cheng, this is Xiaowei, my adopted daughter. Today, let her keep you company and share a few drinks." Xiaowei subtly shifted her position, deliberately inching closer to Cheng Cheng, whether by intention or coincidence remained unclear. A few buttons of her shirt were deliberately undone, revealing her ample figure. "What do you mean by this, owner?" Cheng Cheng inquired, though somewhat tipsy, his awareness still intact. The owner chuckled. "This has nothing to do with me. The young lady simply wishes to get to know you better. It is good for young people to engage in conversation." Xiaowei, crossing her legs, gently brushed them against Cheng Cheng's. Then, she poured him a glass of liquor. "I have heard many rumors about you, and have admired you for quite some time. Today, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I toast to you." She raised her glass and downed it in one gulp, her fair complexion instantly flushed. Seeing her exuberance, Cheng Cheng also lifted his glass and finished it in one go. "You two take your time. I shall take my leave," the owner said with a smile, rising to depart. Just as Cheng Cheng intended to stand, Xiaowei grasped his arm. "Will you stay for another drink?" she implored with a pitiful gaze, her fiery red lips exuding an irresistible allure from that angle. It was clear to any observer that this woman had set her sights on Cheng Cheng. However, he was baffled. Was she not the owner's daughter? What kind of father would allow this? At that moment, Cheng Cheng suddenly felt a wave of heat rising in his chest, followed by a sensation of dryness in his throat. Upon encountering Cheng Cheng in such a state, Xiaowei realized the effects of the drug were taking hold. She approached the entrance of the hall and closed the door behind her. Then, she moved closer to Cheng Cheng, extending her delicate hand to gently stroke his chest. It was impossible for there not to be some peculiar reaction. Could it be that the drink contained some sort of drug? Perhaps an aphrodisiac? "What is your relationship with the boss?" Cheng Cheng managed to ask, suppressing his discomfort. "He is my father. I am his adopted daughter," Xiaowei replied candidly. "Then why would he allow you to act in this manner?" Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow, feeling the rising tide of desire within him increasingly difficult to contain. Logically, his physical constitution should have rendered him immune to such substances. Xiaowei also found the situation perplexing. The boss had mentioned that Cheng Cheng was skilled in medicine, which led her to increase the dosage, thinking that someone adept in pharmacology might possess a degree of tolerance. It was indeed absurd that Cheng Cheng was still managing to hold himself together. Noticing his reluctance to act, Xiaowei boldly settled onto Cheng Cheng's lap, her slender legs wrapping tightly around him. Leaning forward, she drew closer to him, her youthful fragrance teasing his senses. Seeing that Cheng Cheng remained restrained, she leaned in to kiss him. This kiss, combined with the effects of the drug, led Cheng Cheng to greedily savor the moment's allure. Yet in the next instant, he recalled that the boss was a duplicitous character. There could be countless cameras recording their every move. With this thought, he hastily pushed her away, breathing heavily as he attempted to quell his desires. "What is wrong, Mr. Cheng? I like you very much," Xiaowei panted, biting her lip. "You've only just met me, and you already like me? I find that hard to believe." Cheng Cheng chuckled, shaking his head as he swiftly rose to leave. Xiaowei felt a pang of urgency, shedding her outer garments and rushing to embrace him. "Can't you stay, just for today? I do not strike women. Release me," Cheng Cheng exclaimed, prompting her to let go. He hurriedly exited, realizing that remaining in the house was unwise, especially since that old scoundrel had drugged him. Lying down to sleep could lead to unknown consequences. Who knew what might transpire by nightfall? Perhaps in a couple of months, he would find himself in quite a predicament. That old man truly lacked humanity, sending his daughter to entertain clients and administering such a potent dose of drugs. The effects might linger for hours. Chapter 71. The fallen petals are not without emotion. Perhaps due to the heat, and with her being alone at home, Yunai donned an extremely thin nightgown, akin to the wings of a cicada. Cheng Cheng, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, caught a glimpse of her ample curves. Bathed in the silvery glow, they appeared almost ethereal, stirring an irresistible yearning within him. This time, as he prepared for exploration, Cheng Cheng wore loose-fitting trousers. Coupled with the influence of the drug, Yunai immediately noticed his undeniable arousal. "You've been drinking. Let me pour you a cup of tea." Yunai stood at the threshold of the bedroom, immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of alcohol. Initially, she thought his flushed face was merely the result of intoxication. In a hurry, she rushed to the living room to pour a glass of water, which she then handed to Cheng Cheng. He accepted the cup and drained it in one go, his gaze fixated on her with an intensity akin to that of a famished wolf. Yunai's skin was as fair as snow, tinted with a delicate blush, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. Under the gentle caress of the moonlight, she appeared even more enchanting. "What's wrong with you?" Yunai asked, her brows slightly furrowed. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Cheng Cheng, as if she could foresee his next move. A mixture of trepidation and secret delight stirred within her. Cheng Cheng remained silent, tightening his embrace around Yunai. He leaned in, pressing his face against her earlobe, gently nibbling it and greedily inhaling her subtle, elegant fragrance. Frozen in place, Yunai felt lost. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and a tingling sensation began to spread through her head. Soon, her lower body felt weak, making it difficult to stand. Observing her state, Cheng Cheng swiftly encircled her delicate waist, struggling to maintain his composure in the presence of such a captivating beauty. As he gazed at her succulent lips, he could no longer resist, sinking his teeth into them, gently nibbling and fervently savoring her sweetness. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her. Noticing the slight stickiness between their lips, Yunai's ears turned crimson, feeling as though she could be squeezed to extract water. "What's wrong?" she asked, a hint of fear in her voice. "I don't know. I just can't help myself. I feel so overwhelmed," Cheng Cheng replied, slapping his own cheeks in an attempt to regain clarity. Yet, Yunai's alluringly white skin proved irresistibly tempting, and he contemplated losing himself in her embrace. No, I need to take a cold shower," he declared, dashing toward the bedroom and turning on the shower. With his eyes closed, he allowed the cool water to cascade over his body. This old man is truly ruthless, administering such a potent dose. If it weren't for my significantly enhanced physique, I would have surely succumbed to his scheming, he mused. After some time, the heat within him persisted. The effects of the substance were simply too exaggerated. He seriously doubted whether the dosage was intended for mere mortals. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the bathroom door. "What's the matter?" I accidentally discarded your towel. I bought you a new one," Yunai announced. It was then that Cheng Cheng realized the towel was indeed missing. "All right, just hand it to me." As he opened the bathroom door, he took the towel, only to find that Yunai seemed reluctant to let go of it. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked it sharply, perhaps too forcefully, causing Yunai to be swept into the bathroom like a fleeting apparition. The cool water poured down in torrents, relentlessly drenching her. The already sheer nightgown she wore now appeared almost translucent, subtly outlining her alluring curves. Yunai acutely sensed Cheng Cheng's fiery gaze, akin to a consuming flame. Yet, rather than retreating, she lunged toward him, wrapping her arms around his neck and fervently kissing him with an insatiable hunger. Her other hand, like a sinuous serpent, coiled around Cheng Cheng's waist, gently teasing the muscles of his abdomen. The cool water did not extinguish the flames of their desire. Rather, it acted as a catalyst, intensifying their passion to an even more fervent blaze. "You are playing with fire, engaging in mischief, do you not realize?" Cheng Cheng panted in inquiry. "I am aware. Was it not you who kissed me first? Why should I be forbidden from kissing you back?" Yunai furrowed her brow, exuding an air of playful defiance. "If I am unafraid, what is there for you to fear?" Yunai stepped forward, and Cheng Cheng felt an exquisitely soft sensation against his abdomen. "Indeed, if you are unafraid, what is there for me to fear?" With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, any further restraint would surely indicate a physiological anomaly or a physical defect. Cheng Cheng scooped Yunai into his arms and pushed open the bathroom door. Striding into the room, "I have long envisioned this day. In truth, I have liked you for quite some time, but back then, you were in a relationship." Yunai's gaze towards Cheng Cheng transformed. "At that time, I was merely a humble delivery boy. What could you possibly find likable about me?" Cheng Cheng queried, curiosity evident in his tone. Yunai wrapped her arms around Cheng Cheng's neck and playfully licked his shoulder with her delicate pink tongue. This action struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending tingles throughout his body. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. The room was dimly lit, heightening the thrill of secrecy. It is a fragrant allure. Liking someone requires no justification. I like you simply because you are you. I adored you when you were delivering food, and I continue to adore you now that you are affluent. Am I being foolish? Foolish indeed, Cheng Cheng replied, gently placing Yunai upon the bed. Yunai lay there, her eyes slightly shut, whether genuinely closed or feigning slumber, he could not tell. Nevertheless, her small hands clenched into fists, betraying her evident nervousness. They both reclined on the bed, and Cheng Cheng cautiously caressed Yunai's cheek, acknowledging the undeniable softness of her skin. Yunai blushed, her eyes tightly shut, remaining utterly still as if pretending to be asleep. It must be noted that Cheng Cheng was quite charming, standing at 6 feet tall with a pleasing appearance. Now wealthy and capable, Yunai recognized that Lu Xiu also harbored an interest in Cheng Cheng, and should competition arise, she might not prevail. Yet, she had never had a boyfriend, and Cheng Cheng was still willing to share a rented apartment, presenting her with an opportunity. When opportunity presents itself, one must seize it. Only a woman lacking ambition waits for a man to take the initiative. A good man must be grasped by one's own hands. Even under the influence of substances, Cheng Cheng's movements remained gentle. Observing Yunai's demeanor, he understood that he must not be too hasty, lest she be hurt. In that moment, her delicate sleepwear vanished, and Cheng Cheng began to caress her in the manner typical of lovers. Gradually, only the sounds of their breaths filled the air. Time slipped by, and until the stroke of midnight, this rogue departed, content, taking with him the crimson-stained sheets. After a considerable time, Yunai, lulled by Cheng Cheng's gentle touch, fell into slumber in his embrace. This night was both wondrous and absurd. However, next time they imbibed, Cheng Cheng would undoubtedly exercise caution. Chapter 72. Investigating at the hospital. Early the next morning, Lu Xiao sent a message to Cheng Cheng. Since Cheng Cheng had not stayed over at his boss's place the previous night and had recklessly wandered off after drinking, it was indeed perilous. Feeling a tinge of anxiety about his boss, he called Lu Xiao to check in. Cheng Cheng reassured her that he was safe and would head to the office shortly. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Yunai nodded slightly. It was understandable. The effects of the medication from last night were rather potent, and the prolonged duration of its influence inevitably caused some discomfort. Close your eyes. It will be fine soon, Cheng Cheng gently advised. Without hesitation, Yunai obediently followed his instruction. Cheng Cheng extended his right hand and lightly rested it on her arm, prompting Yunai to shiver slightly. Are you still wanting more? I truly cannot manage it anymore. Ah, you misunderstand. Just close your eyes, and all will be well, Cheng Cheng replied, realizing that perhaps he had gone a bit overboard the previous night. He then channeled his energy into Yunai's body. Within mere seconds, Yunai felt the pain dissipate, replaced by an unexpected wave of comfort. How marvelous! How did you accomplish this? She marveled. Cheng Cheng smiled. A secret. I will gradually share it with you. I need to go to work today, so you must stay home obediently. Yunai curled up in her blanket and nodded. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Cheng arose to wash his face and brush his teeth. Just as he was about to leave, the door to their shared apartment swung open. Wow, Cheng Cheng, you're up so early. Why do you look so radiant? Lei entered the room, having changed into a pair of slippers. Yunai, are you awake? Hiding in Cheng Cheng's bedroom, Yunai dared not utter a sound, burying her head deep within the sheets. A delicate fragrance of heather lingered in the air. Understanding the situation, Cheng Cheng quickly closed the bedroom door. She left early with her sketchpad, Cheng Cheng explained. Lei expressed disbelief. How could that be? She's usually someone who doesn't rise before noon. Has she lost her mind? Yunai, come out. I need to talk to you. Lei pushed open the door to Yunai's room and, finding it empty, genuinely believed she had left for the day. All right, what are you standing around for? Are you going to work? Lei curiously inquired upon seeing Cheng Cheng lingering at the bedroom door. I was just about to head out. Cheng Cheng replied as he straightened his clothes and walked towards the front door, hoping that Yunai would manage on her own. Upon stepping outside, Cheng Cheng suddenly felt the necessity to purchase a home in the city. Otherwise, encountering situations like today would be rather uncomfortable. After all, they were adults and need not tread so cautiously. Having indulged a bit too much in alcohol the previous night, Cheng Cheng felt slightly dizzy and opted not to drive. He hailed a taxi and went directly to the office. Coincidentally, Lu Xiao had just arrived at the company as well. I prepared some tea and breakfast for you, to help sober you up. I didn't expect you to arrive so early, she said, lifting the insulated box she held. You mentioned having new leads yesterday. We need to investigate them promptly. There's one more thing. The next time my boss invites me to dinner, please help me decline. I shall not go again. Thinking of this, Cheng Cheng felt a flicker of anger. After careful contemplation last night, he suspected that this old man was a habitual offender, capable of exploiting his stepdaughter's body for personal gain. Such a businessman was utterly unhinged. For Cheng Cheng, while the pursuit of wealth is acceptable, one must not covet all types of riches. Money obtained without moral integrity should be shunned. One ought to seek wealth that is ethically acquired. A gentleman loves wealth attained through righteous means. All right, Lucy Yuan nodded without a hint of hesitation. Cheng Cheng, however, was curious. Why do you not inquire about my reasoning? As Lucy Yuan spoke, she retrieved breakfast from the thermal box. Let us eat while it is warm. Once finished, we shall head to the hospital. Observing the steaming buns, Cheng Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger. He took a few buns and tasted them. Delicious. However, you must disguise yourself. If discovered, they may avoid us. Lucy Yuan found Cheng Cheng's words quite reasonable. Why do you not disguise yourself? Cheng Cheng glanced at his own attire. What should I disguise? I am merely an ordinary person. It is you who is remarkably beautiful. With your height and looks, upon entering the hospital, a throng of people would surely gaze in your direction. Lucy Yuan nodded, recognizing the truth in Cheng Cheng's words. She then retrieved sunglasses and a mask from her handbag, significantly enhancing her appearance. Yet, no matter how she dressed, Cheng Cheng thought she resembled a celebrity sneaking out. Her inherent charm could not be concealed. Observing Cheng Cheng's complex expression, Lucy Yuan questioned, even with my face covered, I still appear beautiful? No, the mask may obscure your face, but it cannot hide your unique aura. Nevertheless, fear not. I shall ensure that no one dares to glance your way, Cheng Cheng assured confidently, patting his chest. Lucy Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, wondering what schemes he might be up to. The two soon arrived at the office building, hailing a taxi to the city hospital. The taxi driver, catching sight of Lucy Yuan in sunglasses and a mask through the rearview mirror, presumed she was a celebrity. Who is this? Cheng Cheng leaned closer to the driver and whispered a few words. Upon exiting the cab, Lucy Yuan expressed curiosity. What did you say to the driver? Oh, nothing significant. Let us hurry into the hospital. You seem overly concerned each day, Cheng Cheng replied, pulling Lucy Yuan into the hospital. As expected, despite her careful disguise, Lucy Yuan's extraordinary aura still attracted numerous glances. Consequently, Cheng Cheng engaged in conversation with anyone who ventured too close, successfully diverting attention from her. Impressive. I'm increasingly intrigued by what you tell them, Lucy Yuan remarked, her tone tinged with excitement. Cheng Cheng gently patted her hand. The secrets of the universe must remain undisclosed. Revealing them would ruin their magic. Now, let us proceed to the ward. The two swiftly made their way to the door of the hospital room. The bodyguard, Zhao Side, stood by the bedside of his mother, who lay frail and pallid, battling late-stage lung cancer with little time left. Lucy Yao's voice grew heavy as she conveyed this somber reality. Upon entering the hospital room, Zhao Side, who had been resting with his head on the edge of the bed, awakened to see the two figures at the door, instinctively tensing up. Chapter 73. Treating terminal illness. Lucy Yao and Cheng Cheng approached the bedside, where the ailing woman was connected to a multitude of tubes. Are you Zhao Side? Cheng Cheng inquired. With great effort, we opened her eyes and gazed at Cheng Cheng. Son, who are these two? Her voice was faint, a clear indication of her dire condition. Mom, please rest. I'll talk to them for a bit. Zhao Side reassured her before exchanging a glance with the two visitors and stepping out of the room, followed closely by Cheng Cheng and Lucy Yao. Zhao Side paused, looking at them with a hint of confusion. Mr. Cheng, did you come to see me for a reason? Surely, it's not just to visit my mother? Isn't it normal for us, as your employer, to check on an employee's immediate family during illness? Cheng Cheng responded, though Zhao Side appeared skeptical. To be frank, I've already shared everything during the investigation. There is no need for you to concern yourself with me any further. I have nothing left to say. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by the young man's straightforwardness, as he had not even posed a question, yet Zhao Side was already divulging information. Your mother's illness is not something that can be remedied by money alone, Cheng Cheng stated earnestly. I am well aware of that, but without funds, death is the only option left. I must find a way to treat her. She is my mother. Just then, a nurse hurried into the room, exclaiming, I heard there is a patient with an infectious disease. Where is he? Upon hearing the nurse's words, Lucy Yao suddenly realized, could this infectious patient be referring to me? Impossible. Don't be ridiculous, Cheng Cheng chuckled. The nurse peered into the room, but, not seeing anyone, was about to leave when she spotted Lu Xiao in the corridor. She quickly donned her mask and gloves and approached her, asking, "Do you not understand that running around while infected is illegal?" "Me?" Lu Xiao asked curiously, pointing to herself. The nurse, growing increasingly agitated, insisted, "Or is it me? Come with me to the infectious diseases department. This place needs to be sanitized." Lu Xiao glared at Cheng Cheng before removing her mask and sunglasses. "Do I look like someone with an infectious disease?" "Cheng Cheng, you are being utterly unreasonable." Zhao Side's heart sank further upon seeing Lu Xiao. Having worked at the company for an extended period, he knew that her reputation for reliability was well established. The visit today, without solid assurance, seemed out of character. Her complexion appears healthy, and she seems fine. Such rumors are baseless. We were on the verge of calling the authorities. "My sincerest apologies, truly," the nurse replied, flustered. Upon seeing Lu Xiao's fair countenance, the nurse finally exhaled in relief and strode away, muttering under her breath. Cheng Cheng, feeling a tinge of awkwardness, managed a faint smile. "Please do not be angry. This was merely a desperate measure. At least it has accomplished its purpose, hasn't it?" Zhao sighed. "Behold, this is General Lu. We have come together, and you should be aware of the matter at hand. Firstly, I empathize with your current predicament. However, you must discern who can truly assist you. With the present medical advancements, what are the chances of effectively treating such an affliction? Observing your mother lying on the hospital bed, subjected daily to various infusions. Have you inquired whether she is suffering?" Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow and queried. "You speak from a position of comfort. If such a calamity befell your family, I trust you would also stand here and converse calmly," Zhao Side retorted, his words resonating with truth. Cheng Cheng had yet to experience the effects of utilizing spiritual energy to combat cancer, and he could not guarantee success. All he could do was attempt a treatment. For this was indeed a terminal illness. "If I could alleviate your mother's condition even slightly, not to say I can ensure a complete recovery, but at least lessen her suffering, would you be willing to disclose who initially orchestrated this predicament?" In just a few days, the news had spread across the entirety of a city, becoming no secret within their circles. Zhao Side had certainly heard the tales surrounding Cheng Cheng. Each time he brought He Xiaowei for treatment at the hospital, her hair would diminish a little more, as the side effects of chemotherapy were exceedingly severe. In a mere few months, He Xiaowei had lost nearly 30 pounds. If he could ease his mother's suffering, it would be his greatest wish. Is this truly the case? What if there are no results? Zhao Side appeared somewhat swayed. "I shall do my utmost, but you must place your trust in me," Cheng Cheng asserted earnestly. Locking eyes with him, "You can have complete faith in him. I can vouch for his capabilities," Lu Xiao affirmed, nodding resolutely at Zhao Side. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng and Lu Xiao followed Zhao Side into the hospital room. Upon witnessing the pallid and lifeless He Xiaowei, Zhao Side smiled gently. "Mother, this friend of mine specializes in traditional Chinese medicine, and he wishes to assist you." "All right," He Xiaowei weakly nodded. At this juncture, even someone devoid of medical knowledge could discern her dire state through her visage. Cheng Cheng could only take her pulse and attempt to employ spiritual energy for treatment. This was his inaugural endeavor in treating a malignant tumor. "If you experience any discomfort, please inform me immediately," he instructed, noticing He Xiaowei's nod of understanding. Cheng Cheng then gently closed his eyes, endeavoring to channel spiritual energy into her body. In a mere moment, he gasped for breath and withdrew his hands. "What is it?" Zhao Side inquired urgently. Cheng Cheng hesitated before responding. Typically, delivering spiritual energy to a healthy individual would allow it to circulate throughout the bloodstream. However, this instance was markedly different. Several areas within He Xiaowei's body were obstructed, preventing proper circulation of blood. Cheng Cheng had exerted considerable effort, but without circulation, therapeutic efficacy could not be achieved. Noticing Cheng Cheng's silence, Zhao Side instinctively understood. "Mother, do not worry. Let us heed the doctor's advice and focus on her treatment." Lu Xiao, observing Cheng Cheng's lack of options, leaned closer to Zhao Side's ear and whispered, "If you are willing to disclose who is behind this, I will ensure your mother receives the finest treatment, fully covered." This proposition was undeniably tempting for him, yet it was still insufficient to coax him into speaking. In truth, Mr. Cheng's words held merit. "My mother's illness is indeed quite agonizing, and the location of her treatment is of little consequence. My sole desire is to prolong her life." Zhao Side murmured softly, "Well, have I ever uttered such words?" "Do not speak carelessly," Cheng Cheng interjected, eager to clarify. "One can indulge in a variety of dishes, but such statements must not be made lightly." The situation at hand was indeed precarious. primarily due to several blocked meridians impeding the flow of vital energy. If these areas could be unblocked, there would be a chance for a remedy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Cheng Cheng's mind. Chapter 74, where Western medicine fails. Traditional Chinese medicine prevails. What if we were to apply vital energy during acupuncture and insert needles at these acupoints? Might this not yield a therapeutic effect? I have conceived a potential method to alleviate her condition. However, it necessitates the collaboration of acupuncture and your consent, he stated, observing Zhao Side's uncertain demeanor. Zhao Side hesitated, fearful that the rumors might be unfounded. If these needles were to be applied without effect, or worse, with adverse consequences, he would never forgive himself for this choice. Gently, Cheng Cheng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You are well aware of your mother's current state. Though I cannot guarantee a cure, I assure you that there will be no negative repercussions. It is up to you to decide whether to take this chance. He shall we lay in her hospital bed, squinting her eyes and occasionally emitting pained whimpers. Witnessing this, Zhao Side's brow furrowed in evident turmoil. It required immense courage to entrust a beloved family member to the care of someone he had never met. After all, the doctors in the hospital possessed qualifications, offering at least a semblance of reassurance. Zhao Side turned his back to Cheng Cheng and said, given your insistence, it seems you wish to dismiss me. The patient requires rest. Thus, Cheng Cheng and Lu Xiao left the ward, only to be startled by a sudden outcry behind them. Doctor! Doctor! My mother is in critical condition. Zhao Side shouted frantically as he dashed out of the room. Nurses and doctors promptly rushed to the scene. Hastily wheeling He Xiao Wei into the emergency room for treatment. Outside the emergency room, the three sat silently on a bench. Zhao Side trembled slightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the door, fearing that a mere blink might mean he would never see her again. Do not worry. Your mother will be all right. Lu Xiao softly reassured him. I'm aware of her condition. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor in a white coat emerged. Zhao Side rushed forward, demanding, How is my mother? The situation is not favorable. You must prepare yourself. Shortly, you will receive a notice of critical condition. The doctor stated grimly. As the words left his lips, Zhao Side's legs buckled, but Cheng Cheng swiftly caught him. We will do everything in our power. As Zhao Side gazed at the departing figure of the doctor, tears of anguish streamed down his reddened cheeks. It was over, truly, utterly over, raised solely by his mother. She had given him everything, despite relatives claiming she had spoiled him, leading to his downfall. But that was not the case. From this day forth, would he truly be without a mother? Zhao Side lifted his gaze to Cheng Cheng, his eyes filled with reluctance. Soon, the emergency room door swung open once more, revealing He Xiao Wei, whose complexion appeared even more pallid than before, reaching the point of utter exhaustion. You are a family member of the patient, correct? You should bid her farewell, the doctor advised before turning to leave. Zhao Side looked upon his mother in the hospital bed, unable to maintain his composure any longer. He grasped He Xiao Wei's veined hand tightly, feeling the last remnants of warmth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mom, please get up. I want to take you to enjoy some delicious food. Do you remember when you said you wanted to travel and see the beautiful landscapes of our homeland? You are still waiting to hold your grandchild, yet I don't even have a girlfriend. How can you bear to leave me? There will be no one to care for me anymore. In that moment, Zhao Side resembled a wronged child, collapsing onto the bed in a fit of tears. Do you believe me? Cheng Cheng gently patted Zhao Side's shoulder, looking at him earnestly. Can you save her? Zhao Side raised his head to meet Cheng Cheng's gaze. Traces of tears still visible on his face. Time is running out for your mother. I can only try my utmost. I need acupuncture, Cheng Cheng stated resolutely. At that moment, Zhao Side found himself devoid of options, placing his last hope in Cheng Cheng. Acupuncture, you say? I'll fetch the doctor. There's a traditional Chinese medicine department here. They must have what we need. Zhao Side dashed towards the doctor's office with fervor, aware that He Xiao Wei was racing against death itself, and he had to outpace it. Cheng Cheng, can you really treat her? Lu Xiao asked, concern etched on her face, especially since the doctors had advised Zhao Side to prepare for the worst. In truth, Cheng Cheng felt uncertain, yet he was compelled to try. The sight of He Xiao Wei's weathered face unconsciously reminded him of Huang Xiaowei. Just then, Zhao Side returned, carrying a medical kit, followed closely by the attending physicians. Cheng Cheng accepted the kit, opened the acupuncture supplies, and withdrew a silver needle. Stop! What are you doing? Acupuncture? Have you lost your mind? The attending physician shouted sharply. Cheng Cheng, undeterred, took He Xiao Wei's pulse, subtly channeling a bit of his energy into her. Wherever the blockages lay, he inserted the energized needle to facilitate the flow of energy. Can traditional Chinese medicine really treat malignant tumors? I must emphasize, this is a hospital. Everything must adhere to regulations. The patient has already been declared critically ill. Instead of allowing her a peaceful farewell, you wish to torment her further? Absurd. If Western medicine has failed, how can traditional medicine succeed? The attending physician scoffed coldly. Stop him. He cannot treat her here. If she dies in the hospital, we will all bear the consequences. Just as he finished speaking, security personnel approached. Cheng Cheng found himself unable to divert his attention. He Xiaowi's breath was becoming increasingly faint. If the silver needles were improperly inserted, all efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, when he placed the first needle, the corresponding point was successfully unblocked. Ladies and gentlemen, the patient is nearing the end. Since Western medicine has proven ineffective, why not consider traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Xiao stepped forward to block several individuals. She understood that Cheng Cheng must not be disturbed at this critical moment. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but the charlatanry of quacks. Everything must adhere to scientific principles. If Western medicine cannot cure her, what hope is there in TCM? Surely you do not believe that soaking your feet daily will extend your life? The attending physician mocked with a smile. Suddenly, a thud echoed through the room. Zhao's side knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "Please, let him try to treat her. This is my last hope." Huh, who would have thought that in this day and age, someone still believes TCM can cure late-stage cancer? You might as well go burn incense and pray. Chapter 75, The Hidden Hand. Your mother is in this condition. Can you not allow her to depart with dignity? Why cling to TCM? This is sheer folly. The attending physician shouted, prompting the security to attempt a forceful entry. My mother has already received a critical condition notice. Why can't he at least give it a try? Zhao Sai confronted them fiercely. Issuing a critical condition notice means that if she passes away, it is within the bounds of reason and procedure. However, if she has not yet died and undergoes TCM treatment, and then subsequently passes away, the situation changes entirely. Moreover, after 2 decades of medical practice, do you truly believe that TCM can effectively treat malignant tumors? Isn't that preposterous? You would rather trust a man in his 20s than believe in my expertise? I have been practicing medicine for 20 years. The attending physician's remarks held a measure of validity, causing Zhao's side to momentarily falter, his gaze fixed on Cheng Cheng. He himself was unsure why he felt compelled to trust Cheng Cheng. Standing nearby, Lu Xiao felt a surge of anxiety for Cheng Cheng and could only silently hope for a stroke of luck. Cheng Cheng remained silent. After inserting all the acupuncture needles into the appropriate points, he began channeling his vital energy into He Xiaowi's body. At present, cancer cells had spread throughout He Xiaowi's system, and complete eradication was unattainable. Yet, to Cheng Cheng's astonishment, after the cleansing of vital energy, the number of cancer cells indeed diminished significantly. Encouraged, he increased the rate of energy infusion. 10 minutes later, Cheng Cheng withdrew the needles from He Xiaowi's body. How is she? Will my mother awaken? Zhao Sai's heart raced as he noticed He Xiaowi had not opened her eyes. This is the price of blindly believing in TCM. Foolishness. How can one be so naive? The attending physician berated Cheng Cheng and his companions. Could we not take her for an examination first before continuing this discussion? The attending physician hesitated, then scrutinized He Xiaowi closely. To his astonishment, her previously pallid cheeks now bore a hint of color. Impossible. This cannot be. How could TCM possibly treat cancer? He murmured. Disbelief etched across his face. Why are you so verbose? Hurry up and check. Cheng Cheng snapped at the attending physician before turning to Zhao's side. Your mother has come back to life. Not only was Zhao's side astonished, but the surrounding doctors were equally incredulous. They had issued the critical condition notice, and He Xiaowi was already half a step into the realm of the dead. Quickly, go check. Zhao's side accompanied several doctors as they wheeled He Xiaowi away for examination. Lu Xiao noticed that Cheng Cheng seemed somewhat off, so she hurriedly approached him and inquired, "What is wrong? You don't look well." "I'm fine. I just need a rest for a moment. I exerted too much energy earlier," Cheng Cheng replied, sitting down on a chair and closing his eyes to recuperate. In his consciousness, the spiritual energy in that spatial realm was nearly depleted. Were it not for the continuous infusion of energy from the jadeite cabbage, it would have been fully exhausted by now. Such an abundance of spiritual energy would require the absorption of ancient artifacts worth several million. If he weren't searching for the one behind the scenes, he would be reluctant to expend so much energy to assist a stranger. After all, there were far too many individuals like He Xiaowi, and he couldn't save them all. Everyone has their own fate. In the examination room, the doctors gaped in astonishment at the CT images displayed on the screen. This is impossible. How can this be? A dying person, and she has actually survived. Although the cancer cells within her body were not entirely eradicated, a significant portion had been diminished. With proper care, she could live for at least another decade. Who was the practitioner that treated her just now? We must keep an eye on him. They were astounded to find such a young, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in China. If this medical skill could be passed down, how extraordinary would that be? Hearing the doctor's remarks, Zhao Side realized that his mother had truly returned to life. The doctors all flocked to find Cheng Cheng, eager to learn more. At that moment, Cheng Cheng was resting in his chair, bewildered as he saw the crowd rushing towards him. What's going on? Surely, there can't be any deception here. She must be fine. I am well aware of the situation. Sir, please pardon me. May I ask who taught you this medical art? Is it possible to share it publicly? This way, we could save more lives. The attending physician, who had spoken so arrogantly earlier, now lowered his head in shame. It's not convenient to disclose. This art cannot be learned by everyone. It depends on innate talent, and you all lack it. Cheng Cheng's words left the crowd speechless, particularly the attending physician, who had graduated from a prestigious university and was undoubtedly a top student, yet was now deemed lacking in medical talent compared to Cheng Cheng, who could treat ailments that he could not. Mr. Liu, Mr. Cheng, thank you both. I am at a loss as to how to repay your immense kindness. Zhao Side expressed deeply, bowing to Cheng Cheng. You know how to repay, Cheng Cheng remarked, glancing at the surrounding doctors. Aren't you all supposed to be at work? Is this merely a spectacle for your enjoyment? This isn't just a spectacle. Can you not share your treatment methods with us? We would like to learn from you. The attending physician boldly pressed. That's not possible. After Cheng Cheng finished speaking, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them, barely recalling what had been said moments before. The ineffectiveness of Western medicine made them hope for a miraculous cure from traditional Chinese medicine. Cheng Cheng held a deep disdain for those who fawned over foreign ideals, believing that a mere acquaintance with Western medicine did not grant them the wisdom to elevate themselves beyond their station. Both traditional and Western medicine possess their unique strengths. The true essence of healing lies in the methodology employed. If it leads to patient recovery, then the medical skill is indeed commendable. Why must there be such academic discrimination? Noticing that the others had departed, Cheng Cheng gestured for Zhao Side to speak. These arrangements were orchestrated by General Su. In fact, we received the plan just a few days before you obtained that painting. Upon receiving the plan, we simply followed the directives, and upon its successful completion, each of us would receive 1,000,000, beyond which we would know nothing else. General Su? Which General Su? It couldn't possibly be Su Hao? Cheng Cheng felt a surge of astonishment. Zhao Side nodded in affirmation. Cheng Cheng pondered deeply. If that renowned painting by Tang Bohu was indeed meticulously arranged, it seemed plausible. However, considering Su Hao's family background, utilizing such an extravagant bait appeared impractical. Who else in the entirety of a city could possibly warrant such an expensive lure? Chapter 76. Departing for Tongqing. No matter how ruthless Lu Xiaonan might be, he would never gamble with his daughter's life. The arrangement of such elaborate schemes could likely only be achieved by the Qian family conglomerate, as Lu Xiao had previously mentioned. The Qian family had risen to prominence in real estate over a decade ago, their connections intricate and extensive, allowing them to swiftly dominate the jade market in City within a matter of years. They had even managed to rival the Lu family, showcasing a power and influence that surpassed expectations. Seeing Cheng Cheng furrow his brow, Zhao Side understood the gravity of the situation and quickly excused himself. The less he knew about this matter, the better. As Zhao Side retreated, Lu Xiao, being astute, surmised the identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes. Do you have any plans? My father will certainly not lend his assistance. Cheng Cheng reflected on the recent days. Considering that the funds from the auction should soon be available, combined with the capital from the Lu family, he would have approximately 3.5 billion at his disposal. In the bustling City, where eyes are plentiful and discerning, attracting the attention of powerful figures could be perilous. Although he had previously enlisted Lu Xiao's help to promote his title of chief appraiser, working under a company inevitably led others to attribute his endeavors to the Lu family, which would diminish his standing in their eyes. Yet, Cheng Cheng could not fathom when he had drawn the attention of the Qian family, seemingly without having made any noteworthy waves. But as the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must defend with soldiers. To stand against the Qian family, he would need to muster the requisite capital. Which region in China produces the most jade? Cheng Cheng inquired, raising his gaze to Lu Xiao. That would undoubtedly be Tongqing. It is renowned as the first city of jade in China, a hub for jade commerce, historically a significant center for the trading of jade materials. Lu Xiao quickly grasped Cheng Cheng's intention. You wish to procure jade in large quantities to reap substantial profits, and then utilize that capital to establish your business in the city? Is this your entrepreneurial vision? Cheng Cheng's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. You are partially correct. However, I do not plan to develop my endeavors in the city, but rather in the bustling metropolis. The city of Zhejiang is nearing saturation, and the realm of jade primarily belongs to the Liu and Qian families. Thus, it is no easy feat to carve out a share from their dominion. Lu Xiao's expression was somewhat intricate. However, there are numerous affluent families in the Magic City, and several billion is merely a drop in the ocean there. It is precisely due to the abundance of wealthy families that entrepreneurial ventures find a glimmer of hope. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Observing Cheng Cheng's fervent gaze, Lu Xiao understood that this man was slipping beyond her grasp. Although she had mentally prepared for this eventuality, it seemed to arrive all too swiftly. A man of wealth and capability inevitably seeks to forge his own path in the world. However, such a man undoubtedly requires a woman of equal strength to complement him. Most presume that affluent men are drawn to youth and beauty, seeking mere physical allure. Any man, alive and breathing, is inclined towards the young and attractive. Yet, when it comes to choosing a wife, inner qualities and strength are paramount. At present, who besides Lu Xiao could possibly fit this role beside Cheng Cheng? It must be said that Lu Ziliang was quite impressive, willing to part with half of his fortune without hesitation, something most could not accomplish, and Cheng Cheng certainly could not. Yao Yao, please expedite the funds from the auction. We are in urgent need. Once the money arrives, we can head to Tingxing. Just as Cheng Cheng finished speaking, a familiar figure emerged from the office. What are we going to Tingxing for? Take me along. Why is she here? Lu Xiao wondered. Don't look at me. My makeup is flawless today. No smudges or excess powder. I am quite satisfied with my appearance, Su Weining declared, flashing a sweet smile adorned with two charming dimples. A sudden sense of danger washed over Lu Xiao. Su Weining's background was far superior to hers. Miss Su, have you come to our company for consultation? The appraisal fee is 1 million per session. Payment is required in advance. Su Weining initially thought Lu Xiao was intentionally making things difficult for her and became slightly displeased. 1 million for an appraisal? Surely, you jest. Cheng Cheng chuckled awkwardly. That is the price I said. I am not joking. You appear empty-handed. So I assume you're not here for an appraisal. As long as you're not looking for me, you two can chat at your leisure. I am indeed looking for you. Earlier, you mentioned going to Tingxing, the foremost jade city in China. Take me along. Su Guaning Giprawit, Cheng Cheng. Her unique fragrance exuding an inviting comfort. This is a professional matter. It may not be appropriate for you to accompany us, Cheng Cheng asserted firmly. Lu Xiao added, Miss Su, this involves business secrets. Cheng Cheng is our chief appraiser. Perhaps next time, you can join us for a proper outing. Su Weining, recognizing the hint, refrained from further insistence, grabbed her handbag, and exited the company. Once Su Weining was out of sight, Lu Xiao teased, You truly are remarkable. After all, she is the daughter of Su Yunchang, and she specifically came to find you. What charm you possess. Who knows what she wants from me? She didn't even articulate it. Surely, she isn't interested in me. Cheng Cheng replied, equally perplexed. Perhaps she truly is interested in you, Lu Xiao mused. Cheng Cheng understood that Lu Xiao was merely teasing him and decided to ignore her. Perhaps it was due to Lu Xiao's persistent urging that the funds from the auction successfully arrived in his account that afternoon. Gazing at the 9-digit balance in his bank card, a faint smile graced Cheng Cheng's lips. This journey to Tingxing was sure to yield returns several-fold. Upon returning to their shared apartment, Cheng Cheng instructed Lu Xiao to purchase 3 plane tickets, intending to bring Yunai along to Tingxing. Having previously mentioned making her his secretary, it was essential for Yunai to begin familiarizing herself with the intricacies of the jade industry. Practical experience was far more invaluable than theoretical knowledge, and this trip would undoubtedly provide her with ample learning opportunities. Should she require clarification, he could always assist her with extra lessons in the evening. I miss you, Yunai said, wrapping her arms around Cheng Cheng's neck and biting her lip shyly. What do you miss about me? Cheng Cheng gently caressed Yunai's cheek. Whispering in his ear, Yunai's words instantly ignited a spark within Cheng Cheng's heart. He then carried her into the room, tenderly caressing her delicate legs before sharing a deep kiss. Soon after, they engaged in unspeakable acts. Sometimes, it was precisely because they had transcended that barrier in their relationship that the distance between them seemed to vanish entirely. This night was destined to be extraordinary. The following morning, Yunai busily retouched her makeup in the car. "You look quite lovely. Why bother with more makeup?" Cheng Cheng remarked, perplexed. "It's all your fault. With these dark circles, how can I face anyone?" Chapter 77. Cheng Cheng, the first city of jade in Huaxia. Upon arriving at the airport, Lucy Yao effortlessly spotted Cheng Cheng amidst the bustling crowd, primarily due to Yunai's striking figure. Although Cheng Cheng had previously informed her that this trip was for work, not leisure, and had specifically advised her to dress conservatively, she remained conspicuously alluring. Sometimes, it was unclear whether having such a figure was a blessing or a curse. Seeing Lucy Yao, Yunai confidently linked her arm with Cheng Cheng's, as if declaring her territory. To onlookers, Cheng Cheng and Yunai appear to be a young couple deeply in love. Lucy Yao had grown accustomed to this. From their first encounter, Yunai had always been this way. Occasionally, she found herself envying Yunai's vibrant personality. After completing the check-in process, they prepared to embark on their journey. Lucy Yao handed Cheng Cheng a stack of documents containing information about Cheng Cheng. With a border stretching 148 kilometers and located approximately 50 kilometers from the Myanmar frontier, this area boasted a rich ecosystem, being one of the world's rare and quintessential regions where volcanic geothermal activity coexisted. Here, various individuals mingled, necessitating caution when venturing outside. The reason was simple. The proximity to northern Myanmar made trust a scarce commodity. Typically, an auction for jade would commence approximately every 10 days. A grand event in jade trading that represented a unique and equitable auctioning method. It was a contest of financial prowess, discernment, and audacity. Prior to the formal opening, all raw jade materials would be numbered, detailing their quantity, weight, and reserve price, which was generally set relatively low. Then, the optimal bid price was determined and placed into the bidding box. Generally, multiple competitors vie for the same lot, making the determination of the bid price a highly nuanced endeavor. Setting the price too high could lead to losses, while pricing it too low might result in losing the opportunity to others. Instances often occur where bids are set excessively low, resulting in a forfeiture of potential profits that could reach nearly 100-fold. With a discerning eye for the value of jadeite rough, Cheng Cheng need not worry about overpricing. This was his first visit to such a distant city, and Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of anticipation. After several hours, they finally arrived in Chengqing. Upon exiting the airport, Cheng Cheng instructed Yunai to book a room at the finest local hotel, tasks that would henceforth fall to Yunai. After all, Lucy Yao was the employer, and it was not befitting her status to handle such matters. However, unbeknownst to him, Lucy Yao felt somewhat displeased, a hint of jealousy simmering beneath the surface. Booking the best hotel, Cheng was indeed extravagant, his generosity evident. Cheng Cheng responded seriously. "How could you say that? When traveling, safety is paramount. I wouldn't dare let you two stay in a hotel with inadequate security. With such beauty, if any ill-intentioned individuals were to target you, it could end disastrously." He continued, "In northern Myanmar, for girls as lovely as you, even death would be a luxury." Upon hearing these words, the mood of the two women soured immediately. Terms like kidney harvesting and pig slaughtering came to mind, resembling a hellish realm where the absence of legal constraints rendered humanity grotesquely ugly. They recalled a recent short video about an influencer who had been lured there and had since vanished without a trace. Fear crept into Yunai's voice. "Cheng Cheng, perhaps I should share a room with you tonight. I'm scared." "Scared to share a room with me?" A young lady should maintain her dignity. "To sleep in his bed would be to demean yourself," Lucy Yao interjected, pulling Yunai's hand. "Let us forget it. I'll take a room by myself," Yunai replied, subsequently pulling out her phone to book 3 rooms. Whether intentional or not, 2 of the rooms were identical suites, likely on the same floor, while the third was a luxurious suite, typically situated on a higher floor. "Would you rather sleep with him than with me?" Lucy Yao asked incredulously. "No way. I was just joking," Yunai explained with a smile. The 3 then hailed a cab to the hotel. Cheng Cheng had a habit of subconsciously noting the surrounding architecture when traveling. As a tourist city, Chengqing boasted uniquely characteristic buildings, despite its proximity to the border. The city thrived. Exploring the locale imparted a sense of security. Upon reaching the hotel, when Lucy Yao received the key card for the luxurious suite, she noticed that Cheng Cheng and Yunai held different cards, leading her to an understanding. "Why do I have the luxurious suite?" Yunai replied earnestly. "Because you are the boss, and we are merely workers. Naturally, the boss deserves to stay in the finest accommodations." Observing her innocent expression, Lucy Yao began to question whether Cheng Cheng had orchestrated this arrangement. Could it be that these two have already developed a clandestine affair? Approaching Yonai, she whispered a few words of caution. Remember to lock the door tightly at night. We must not allow anyone inside. Men are inherently deceitful, and that includes Cheng Cheng. Yonai promptly nodded in agreement. Given their close proximity, Cheng Cheng could hear their exchange, even if he wished to ignore it. Standing to the side, he smiled faintly. After all, who was to say who should be wary of whom, especially since that fateful incident transpired? It seemed as if Pandora's box had been opened, requiring no initiative from Cheng himself. The dish they were served bore a rather unique name, earthen pot. Unlike the conventional hot pot crafted from metal, the earthen pot was fashioned from a local clay, and the cooking was done in the same vessel. The broth, a sumptuous concoction of chicken and fresh pork bones, was enriched with a plethora of vegetables including taro, yam, and radish, among other ingredients. The flavor was distinct and delightful. After their meal, the group meandered about, uncertain if they had wandered into an emerald cavern. Of the 10 shops along this street, 7 or 8 specialized in selling raw jadeite. One could even spot street vendors peddling uncut jade stones. In contrast to the prices in City, here the cost of raw jadeite could be as low as several hundred yuan, likely due to the proximity to the source of the jade. Furthermore, nearly every household had a stone processing area, where customers would typically have their stones cut on site. If a shopkeeper spotted a stone they fancied, they would not hesitate to make a purchase. Embracing local customs, Cheng Cheng, whose intention was to profit, could not let the opportunity to find a bargain slip by. He approached the shops, casually inspecting for jadeite worth acquiring, while also familiarizing himself with the gambling rules of Tung City. Chapter 78. One cut to poverty. One cut to wealth. One cut through burlap. Earlier, he had glimpsed the raw jadeite displayed outside. The smaller pieces were priced at 300 yuan per kilogram, while larger ones fetched 1,000 yuan. These prices were relatively standard, and upon using his discerning eye, he noted that the likelihood of finding green jade here appeared higher than in City. However, the majority of the jadeite was of the glutinous or icy glutinous variety, which did not particularly pique Cheng Cheng's interest, prompting him to venture into the shops. Inside, the jadeite was priced at least double that of the street vendors. Noticing Cheng Cheng's astonished expression, Lu Xiao smiled and elaborated. There's a rationale behind these prices. In our industry, we say, without knowledge of the source, do not gamble on stones. The source refers to the origin of the stones. Myanmar is home to 6 major jadeite mining regions, each with vastly different qualities. Without understanding this, one is destined to lose. Shops like this possess relevant documentation for their jadeite, which naturally makes it more expensive, although such documentation can sometimes be misleading. Cheng nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Lu Xiao's words. After all, even gold shops can have their share of counterfeit documentation. At that moment, the stone processing area within the shop was particularly lively, drawing the attention of Cheng Cheng and his companions. Bro, this piece of jadeite will undoubtedly yield a top-notch imperial green. I'm just short of 20 million. Just lend me 20 million. I have amassed over 20 years of experience in stone gambling, and I'm certain that this piece will yield an imperial green. Rest assured, I shall return your investment with interest. The man before me, somewhat frail and bespectacled, bore a flushed visage, suggesting he was somewhat intoxicated by the thrill. His friends turned away, reluctant to lend him money, primarily due to the inherent risks involved. However, who would dare to dissuade him in such matters? After all, if he were to strike fortune, it would only hinder his opportunity for wealth. Everyone understands that obstructing another's path to riches is akin to committing a grave offense. A saying in the industry goes, one cut brings poverty, another brings wealth, while yet another reveals the essence. The outcome of such gambles is entirely dependent on fortune. Above the stone-cutting area hangs a gong. Whenever someone is about to unveil a stone, they strike the gong 3 times, believed to invoke prosperity. My friend, lending is certainly possible, but you are aware of the interest involved, remarked a tattooed man as he patted the bespectacled man's shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, it appeared that the bespectacled man had exhausted all his savings and still needed an additional 20 million. Cheng Cheng, employing his X-ray vision, glanced at the stone. It would indeed yield jade, but not the exquisite imperial green. Instead, it would be a yellow ice jade, far from the required value. Otherwise, this investment might have been worthy of consideration. Great, lend it to me. This will surely produce jade. The bespectacled man smiled, exuding confidence. Subsequently, he signed agreements with the tattooed man and, upon receiving the funds, purchased the block of jade. This raw jade was the most valuable piece in the entire venue, causing a crowd to gather curiously as he approached the cutting area. What do you think of this jade, Cheng Cheng? Lu Xiao inquired, intrigued. Let us observe carefully. The crowd is dense and observant. Soon, the cutting machine roared to life. With a swift slice, the crowd surged forward. It seems green. The bespectacled man leaned in for a closer look and immediately fainted. Call a doctor. Someone shouted, and swiftly, medical personnel arrived, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Their efficiency was remarkable. Alas, he had revealed a yellow ice jade. What a tremendous loss. The onlookers sighed as they watched the bespectacled man being carried away. Witnessing this scene, Yunai reflected on how Cheng Cheng's wealth was similarly acquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Cheng Cheng, please do not get carried away. Lacking funds is one thing, but I fear for your well-being. If you were to faint and become a vegetable, who would care for you? Lu Xiao burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Rest assured, even if you faint, he shall remain unscathed. This lad possesses a discerning eye. My young brother, I assure you, these are fine materials. A portly man interjected, presumably the owner. Fine materials? They can also land one in the hospital. Yunai's remark left the owner momentarily speechless. One cut brings poverty, another brings wealth. Nothing is absolute. There are indeed those who stumble upon fortune overnight. The owner managed to reply with a strained smile. Cheng Cheng paid no heed to him, meticulously scrutinizing the jadeite rough stone. Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, he preferred to limit his interactions with outsiders. Observing more and speaking less was always prudent. After approximately 10 minutes of observation, Cheng Cheng approached and pointed at a rough stone, inquiring, "How much for this one?" "This material is priced at 200,000, came the response. "Very well. Have it delivered to the cutting area," Cheng Cheng replied, his demeanor unflinching and heart-steady. A client who was so forthcoming was typically affluent. The owner would eagerly welcome more clients like Cheng Cheng. Yunai, on the other hand, was witnessing jade gambling for the first time and was visibly anxious for him. Lu Xiao found Yunai's anxiety amusing. If only she knew that Cheng Cheng's net worth was in the billions, would she still feel this way? The rough stone, valued at 200,000, was not insignificant. Soon, a crowd of onlookers began to gather around Cheng Cheng. Many of the local residents, with little to occupy their time, enjoyed watching jade gambling, deriving vicarious pleasure from others' wagers. Some shop owners wandered about, ready to make a purchase if they found a desirable piece of jade. Cheng Cheng utilized his keen eye to identify the optimal cutting position and made a decisive cut. Such audacity in cutting jade rough stones was uncommon. One might suspect that a wealthy heir was merely playing around. Wealth often breeds recklessness, and it was indeed a pity to waste fine material. Upon completion of the cut, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "It's green," exclaimed one onlooker. "This surpasses the jadeite worth millions that was just revealed." In an instant, the spectators hurried closer as Cheng Cheng rinsed the rough stone, revealing the freshly cut surface. It was a piece of green ice jade of commendable quality, and judging by the size of the cut, it was substantial. "My goodness, this jade must be worth at least 2 million, someone remarked, recalling that this young man had purchased it for 200,000. He has struck it rich overnight. Many in the crowd began to fantasize about what it would be like to unveil such a piece of jade. Typically, rough stones have 6 sides, and this was merely one side that had been cut. Cheng Cheng proceeded to use the cutting machine to slice open another side. With a deft touch of a small grinding machine, a pristine piece of green jade emerged before the astonished crowd. "Brother, sell me this jade for a flat price of 5 million. 5 million, you say? I'll offer 4 million. I doubt anyone here can outbid me," interjected a kindly middle-aged man. The jade's estimated value hovered around 4 million, and with a skilled craftsman, it could yield a profit. This price was reasonable, and the onlookers had no further intentions of bidding. Cheng Cheng agreed. "Very well, for a million it is." "Good friend, how refreshing. I enjoy dealing with straightforward individuals. Here's my business card. Remember to reach out if you find any good jade in the future." Cheng Cheng accepted the card, exchanging a few pleasantries. Once the transaction was concluded, Yunai looked at Cheng Cheng with wide eyes, nearly bubbling over with excitement. In mere minutes, he had earned close to 4 million. Some people might never earn that much in a lifetime. The speed at which he made money was faster than a printing press. It was simply outrageous. It is no wonder that Lu Xiao has developed feelings for Cheng Cheng. With such extraordinary financial acumen, any discerning woman would wish to secure his affections. Of course, Yunai is no exception. To captivate a man's heart requires substantial skill. "Shall we select a few more raw stones?" Lu Xiao inquired with curiosity. "Are we aiming to earn several more sums of 400,000? Yunai's delicate lips parted widely, as if she could consume an entire sausage in one bite. In truth, it was not that Cheng Cheng was unwilling to make further purchases. After revealing such a valuable piece of jadeite, he noticed that many gazes had shifted towards him. If he were to unveil several more high-quality jade stones in succession, he might attract the attention of unsavory individuals. It would be imprudent to buy inferior jade merely to divert attention. As a secretary, one must not only diligently study jade knowledge, but also grasp various aspects of my work processes. Occasionally, assistance with brewing a cup of coffee may be required. Remember my words. If I am in good spirits today, I shall grant you a commission, so strive to perform well. Cheng Cheng then transferred a sum of money to Yunai. Upon seeing the amount credited to her phone, Yunai's mouth widened even further. 200,000. Just moments ago, she felt as though she had been financially supported by Cheng Cheng, receiving such a substantial commission without any effort. The speed at which this money arrived felt almost surreal. How many paintings would one need to create to earn such a sum? And what about me? Lu Xiao shrugged, clearly displeased. You are President Lu? You do not lack for money. She is my secretary. Cheng Cheng chuckled, initially considering granting Lu Xiao a sum, but realizing that she was not in need of such funds, felt that doing so might insult her. It seemed better to refrain. Had I known that being your secretary came with such generous benefits, I would have gladly taken that role. Besides, was I not considered enough before? Cheng Cheng found merit in Lu Xiao's words and subsequently allocated a sum to her as well. At last, Lu Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction and joy. Her concern was not the money itself, but rather the notion of equal competition. Yunai's privileges and high commissions cast her in a less favorable light. When a woman harbors deep affection for a man, she becomes particularly sensitive to any special treatment he offers. Such distinctions could be a gentle touch, a kiss, or even more intimate gestures. Receiving such preferential treatment ignites a thrill within her. Conversely, if a man withholds such distinctions, she may feel discomfort. Currently, Lu Xiao yearned for Cheng Cheng to take the initiative in their interactions. Yet, due to her habitual aloofness, she found it difficult to lower her pride and approach him. Her previous advances had been prompted by an intoxicating atmosphere, devoid of conscious thought. Now, however, she was fully aware and unable to let go of her reservations. Thus, the reason why a man's playful gestures towards a woman are deemed flirtatious, while the same actions from a man she does not favor are labeled as lewd, is rather straightforward. Is the allure of luxury. Cheng Cheng had come to Tongqing with intentions to take risks, with his perceptive eye. Multiplying his fortune should be no arduous task. The challenge lay in successfully transporting this wealth out of the region. Being situated near the border, many individuals seeking to escape their transgressions within the country might lurk about. The value of this item, exceeding billions, would entice anyone to devise a plan. Cheng Cheng could not permit such an unforeseen incident to occur. Although it was possible to conceal these jade, raw stones within the realm of consciousness, Yunai and Lu Xiao were present. Cheng Cheng was reluctant to disclose this secret to anyone. Given that Lu Xiao had grown up in the world of jade, she naturally had more acquaintances. It was common knowledge that most of the jade raw stones from the Lu family were transported from this region. This underscores the significance of connections. Yao Yao, I may need to trouble you to find some reliable bodyguards. This will be a tough battle. Upon observing Cheng Cheng's serious demeanor, Lu Xiao recognized the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, there will be no repeat of the previous mishap. I will reach out to old acquaintances of my father's company. Cheng Cheng casually inquired, Aren't you on poor terms with your father? Ever since our last meeting, my father has mentioned you daily. He has grown quite fond of you, especially after the incident at the banquet where you saved someone. He now regrets not asking for your contact information back then. Cheng Cheng was taken aback by Lu Xiao's words, though it seemed rather normal. The wealthier individuals become, the more they fear death. These affluent people desire connections with top-tier specialists in the field, just in case something goes awry. After all, it is challenging to secure appointments with such experts. Although Cheng Cheng lacked formal qualifications, he possessed practical experience, and making acquaintances could only prove beneficial. All right, I will leave this matter to you, but we also need to procure a truck and find a site for the stone unveiling. If the quantity is significant, it would be inconvenient to do so in public. Cheng Cheng's intent was to profit from this venture, and the raw stones he sought were undoubtedly of exceptionally high value. Conducting the unveiling in public could potentially attract unsavory groups from northern Myanmar, who might come the night to abduct Cheng Cheng. And what about me? Iunai Inquit, pointing to herself. You will merely assist and observe. Your primary tasks this time are to watch, learn, and gain insight. Rest assured, once you familiarize yourself with the process, there will be ample opportunity for you to contribute. Lu Siyao intentionally spent some time in Yunai's room. Before departing, she repeatedly cautioned her to never open the door to anyone, especially Cheng Cheng. This was primarily due to Yunai's excessive enthusiasm towards Cheng Cheng. It was likely that if Cheng Cheng were willing, Yunai might very well surrender herself without any prompting. If that were to happen, what would become of Lu Siyao? She certainly could not present herself as an offering. That would be unbecoming of her. Cheng Cheng lay on the bed for quite some time, feeling a sense of disappointment as he noticed no activity at the door. Suddenly, there was a knock. Is that you? Cheng Cheng hurriedly slipped on his slippers and opened the door, exclaiming, "Finally, I've been waiting for you." However, the person standing at the door was not Yunai. Chapter 80. Not worth the money. He. Have you been waiting for long? May I come in? The woman before him wore high heels and sported heavy makeup, yet the cosmetics could scarcely conceal the multitude of wrinkles adorning her face. She scrutinized Cheng Cheng closely, her gaze piercing. Upon noticing Cheng Cheng's muscular arms, she could not resist lightly licking her lips with her tongue. Cheng Cheng was handsome and well-built. A man of such caliber would inevitably captivate even women. What is the matter? Why did you suddenly close the door? I just turned 18, and I'm a student. A woman outside the door cried out in a sultry tone. 18? More like 48. The wrinkles on her face could trap several flies. With such a visage, I wouldn't even pay to engage. This is supposed to be the finest hotel in Chengcheng. Should there at least be someone pleasing to the eye? How is business conducted here? Do the guests truly lack the means? Earning money is one thing, but deceiving people is the most disgraceful act. Claiming to be 18 at 48 years of age is absurd. Just donning a uniform does not make one a student. If I wore a yellow robe, does that mean I would become the emperor? Contemplating this, Cheng Cheng felt a surge of anger, knowing that this scene would haunt his dreams tonight. After 10 minutes of silence outside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, however, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Is this ever going to end? If a young and beautiful person were to come, it would be acceptable, but an elderly woman claiming to be a student? Cheng Cheng muttered curses under his breath as he opened the door, only to find Yunai standing there with a dazed expression, holding a bag. What did you just say? What student? Cheng Cheng chuckled, hastily explaining. There was an old woman pretending to be young, and, as a gentleman, how could I possibly engage in such sordid affairs? Yunai nodded in contemplation. Oh, so you don't partake in such vile activities? Then shall I leave? Cheng Cheng swiftly pulled Yunai inside and closed the door with his right hand. Leaning in close to her ear, he laughed. Now that I've shut the door, where do you think you're going? To his surprise, without a word, Yunai squatted down and swiftly darted out from under his arm, slipping into the bathroom with lightning speed. The door slammed shut with a bang. You can't get in now. She giggled triumphantly from behind the door. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom, igniting a wave of heat within Cheng Cheng. Those who have forcefully entered a bathroom know that even if the door is locked from the inside, it can still be opened from the outside. Simply use a key to secure the latch and turn it counterclockwise like this. Click. How did you get in here? Seeing Cheng Cheng push the door open, Yunai quickly covered her chest with her hands, but alas, her small hands could not conceal anything. Perhaps the water was too hot, as her body flushed a deep crimson. Get out. I'm still bathing. So what if you're bathing? I haven't bathed yet. Can I come in? Cheng Cheng couldn't resist pinching Yunai's cheek. Be good. I can't wash like this. Once you're out, I promise I'll treat you well. Yunai pouted, looking pitifully at him. Really? Yunai nodded. Cheng Cheng was particularly desperate, and waiting a bit longer was no issue. After lying on the bed for about 10 minutes, he knew that girls often took their time in the shower. Moments latte. Yunai emerged from the bathroom clad in a rather scant uniform. Upon seeing this, Cheng Cheng's eyes widened. Yunai naturally belonged to the adorable yet fierce type. The uniform seemed as though it had been meticulously tailored just for her. Is it not beautiful? Yunai bit her lip, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Beautiful is simply exquisite. How can you be so stunning? Cheng Cheng couldn't help but shower her with compliments. Satisfied, Yunai approached the bedside and patted Cheng Cheng. Hurry and take a shower. Cheng Cheng spread his arms wide and then embraced Yunai, his right hand mischievously finding its way to a certain spot. I was just teasing you. In fact, I've already bathed. If you don't believe me, you can smell. I am fragrant. Yunai cautiously leaned in to sniff, but suddenly the mood shifted. She gently caressed Cheng Cheng's abdomen and then, with a mischievous grin, warned, next time you intrude upon a girl's bathroom, I shall. What man could endure such a challenge? Hence, Cheng Cheng swiftly turned and pinned Yonai beneath him, his gaze fixed intently upon her. You dare. If you do, I shall make you regret it. Yonai hastily covered her eyes, then slyly pinched him. Be fiercer, and I shall pinch you to death later. Cheng Cheng then restrained Yonai's hands, rendering her immobile, and proceeded to lavish attention upon her neck with fervent kisses. Initially, it was Cheng Cheng who took the initiative, but soon Yonai let go of her pretense, slowly climbing closer. Were it not for the crimson stains upon the sheets they had seen days prior, Cheng Cheng might have suspected she was quite experienced. The ensuing moments were a tapestry of comfort. Yonai was not only endowed with an exquisite figure and striking beauty, her body's flexibility was also remarkable, particularly her delicate pink tongue, a mere glance at which was utterly enticing. How could Nuwa sculpt such perfection? Even the most difficult dance moves were effortlessly displayed in this intimate setting. It was only deep into the night that they finally ceased their playful banter. Brother, you are incredible, though I seem to feel a bit spicy. Yonai bit her lip, her expression a mix of emotions. Observing her little expression, Cheng Cheng realized that his earlier actions may have been rather rough and indeed impulsive. Close your eyes. Yonai obediently shut her eyes, and Cheng Cheng, as before, channeled his spiritual energy into her. At the moment the energy entered her being, Yonai felt an unparalleled comfort, nearly unable to stifle a moan. When she opened her eyes, she was startled to discover dark, murky substances seemingly clinging to her skin. What is this? Yonai dipped her finger into the muck and sniffed it, recoiling at the foul odor, and quickly dashed into the bathroom for a wash. What's wrong? Cheng Cheng rushed toward the bathroom without even donning his shoes. Upon hearing her exclaim, he indeed noticed that Yonai's skin had become noticeably more delicate. Could it be the effect of the spiritual energy? Previously accumulated energy had been depleted, and the energy now in use was derived from the jade cabbage. Yonai patted her rosy cheeks and casually remarked, How did you manage this, Cheng Cheng? I find you quite extraordinary now. It's as if you are not human. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why must you insult? It is already quite late. You should hurry and sleep. After a brief wash, the two embraced and fell asleep, the warmth of holding such beauty lulling Cheng Cheng into slumber swiftly. The following day, when Cheng Cheng awoke, Yonai had already departed, but the lingering fragrance remained upon the pillow. Then came a series of knocks at the door. Chapter 81. A Gamble in Fracture. Cheng Cheng, are you there? Why aren't you answering your phone? He must not have gone out. I saw him here last night. Surely he hasn't been abducted for his kidneys, has he? Outside the door, Yonai and Lu Xiong were quite anxious. Last night, with nothing to do, Lu Xiong recalled the stories Cheng Cheng had shared about northern Myanmar and specifically searched for information online. To her dismay, after browsing through the materials, restful sleep became a distant memory. Thus, at the crack of dawn, she called Cheng Cheng, hoping to rouse him from slumber. After a dozen unsuccessful attempts, she contemplated calling the authorities. Thankfully, Yonai was there to dissuade her, assuring that Cheng Cheng was likely still asleep and advising her to wait a little longer. When she finally pushed the door open and found Cheng Cheng unharmed, Lu Xiong let out a sigh of relief. Why didn't you answer the phone? She inquired. I'm sorry. I had my phone on silent before going to bed. I promise I'll answer next time. Cheng Cheng replied with an embarrassed smile. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng treated the two to lunch at the hotel. After the meal, Lu Xiong went off to attend to matters with an old acquaintance, while Cheng Cheng took Yonai to explore the Jade Street, hoping to uncover a hidden treasure. Yonai expressed a desire to revisit the jade shop from the previous day, reassured by her successful acquisition of a fine piece of jade. However, Cheng Cheng held a different perspective. One cannot continually exploit the same source without consequence. Moreover, he deemed the prices at yesterday's shop rather low, far from meeting his profit aspirations. Cheng Cheng's aim for this trip to Chengcheng was to double his assets. As the several million in profit he saw it would take ages to amass into billions. Last night, Cheng Cheng had taken the time to educate himself on the locale, discovering that this Jade Street is also known as Treasure Street, a renowned tourist attraction in Chengcheng. Centrally located, the jade shops here boast significant fame, with numerous pieces valued in the millions. Upon entering a shop, Cheng Cheng was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman. Hello, we offer both jade raw stones and finished products. Which would you like to see? It appeared she was a sales associate. I would like to examine the jade raw stones. Cheng Cheng responded. Please follow me, she said, leading him further into the shop. Cheng Cheng observed that nearly every customer was attended to by a sales associate, each ardently promoting the jade on display. In our jade industry, we have a saying, without knowledge of the market, one should not engage with jade. The raw stones here originate from the 8 renowned mining areas of Myanmar. She continued, "Take a look at this raw stone. It comes from Damakin, located downstream of the Uru River, known for its hard jade deposits. The jade skin here is notably thin and referred to as water stone, often yielding top-quality jade, hence its elevated value. The second type originates from the Hojiang area, where two varieties of jade raw stones can be found, one covered by a layer of slope deposits at the mountain's edge, and the other from modern riverbeds." The sales associate continued to elaborate on the origins of the raw stones. Cheng Cheng had already perceived through his discerning eye that the quality of the raw stones was indeed promising, with many capable of yielding jade worth millions. At that moment, Cheng Cheng was drawn towards a nearby commotion. "Incredible! It's imperial green. Young man, you've struck it rich." Someone exclaimed. "Wait, what's this? So many cracks. This is a horsehair crack. With such a multitude of fissures, you've lost a fortune. If it weren't for the cracks, this piece of imperial green would be worth several hundred million at the very least." A wave of regret swept through the crowd, as they felt that this man had missed an opportunity for immense wealth. In the world of jadeite gambling, cracks are ubiquitous. It's not the large fissures that are concerning, but rather the smaller ones. Nonetheless, this piece of imperial green was still classified as semi-transparent material. Semi-transparent jadeite, also known as transparent material, reveals the quality of the stone when polished on both sides. The vibrant color of this imperial green was evident, and the presence of cracks dramatically altered its value. Had there been no horsehair cracks, based on its weight, its worth could easily be in the billions. Seeing this semi-transparent material, the man's hopes were dashed. He dared not continue bidding, as the odds were heavily stacked against him. Therefore, he turned to the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, you can all see this material, genuine imperial green. Despite its cracks, I'm willing to sell it for 20 million. If I slice it again and no further cracks appear, it could yield a substantial profit." Although the spectators were wealthy, they were not naive. The chances of a price increase were exceedingly slim, and no one was inclined to purchase it. Cheng Cheng stepped forward, using his X-ray vision to examine the stone. To his surprise, he discovered that the cracks were merely superficial. 20 million, you say? I'll buy it." The salesperson, seemingly earnest, patted Cheng Cheng on the shoulder and softly cautioned, "With so many cracks, if this gamble fails, the loss would be considerable. Do not let excitement cloud your judgment." Cheng Cheng smiled, and with his enhanced vision, he had a clear understanding of the stone's potential. Failure was not an option. Seeing someone willing to make a purchase, the man quickly approached Cheng Cheng, providing his bank account details. "Young brother, you truly display remarkable audacity. There are countless examples of successful gambles, but alas, I lack the resources to take such a risk myself." Cheng Cheng, undeterred, promptly made the payment, fearing the man might change his mind. "Do you want to proceed with the cutting?" the salesperson inquired softly. "Yes," Cheng Cheng replied. The crowd of affluent onlookers was plentiful, and once the stone was cut, it would likely sell immediately. The man, relieved by Cheng Cheng's decision, was eager to witness whether this imperial green would turn out to be a winning gamble. Soon, the raw stone was brought to the cutting area. Cheng Cheng did not allow the cutter to operate. Instead, he took matters into his own hands. Given the unique nature of the horsehair cracks, precision in cutting was paramount. There could be no room for error. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cheng Cheng meticulously employed an unconventional cutting technique on the imperial green. The onlookers were filled with apprehension for Cheng Cheng. "He dares to gamble on horsehair cracks. He must be quite the affluent heir," they mused. "Those with wealth think differently. Perhaps their judgment is a bit clouded. Ha. If this imperial green were to appreciate in value, it would indeed be a stroke of extraordinary luck." These spectators, not young by any means, likely possessed considerable experience in jadeite gambling. However, mere experience is insufficient in this game. Once the cutting was completed, Cheng Cheng rinsed the imperial green with water. The jade on the cutting surface remained impeccably intact, its green hue nearly effervescent. The jade was exquisitely fine, pure and flawless, boasting a vibrant and rich color. And it was indeed a substantial piece of imperial green. Even though Cheng Cheng already recognized this as a rare specimen of imperial jade, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Goodness, this lad truly hit the jackpot. Curse you. If only I had the resolve to continue cutting, I would be immensely wealthy. The man gritted his teeth in frustration, yet this was the allure of stone gambling. One cut could lead to poverty, while another could usher in wealth. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through from behind. "This piece of imperial green is worth 1.5 billion. I'll take it." Chapter 82, a lavish bid of 1.6 billion. Who is it that dares to offer such a staggering price of 1.5 billion? The crowd turned to the source of the voice, where youthful maiden was sweetly gazing at Cheng Cheng, her smile revealing two charming dimples. With her elegantly curved eyelashes and large, expressive eyes, she was undoubtedly a beauty. This was Su Wenying. To an outsider, one might suspect her presence to be merely disruptive. How could a young girl possibly possess the means to present such a bid? However, Cheng Cheng was fully aware that she indeed held that capability. What brings you here? Cheng Cheng inquired. Su Wenying cast a glance at Cheng Cheng, then shifted her gaze to Yunai. Oh, you. Isn't this supposed to be a confidential matter? With General Liu absent, why did you bring a stranger along? This is my secretary. Allow me to introduce you. Her name is Yunai. This is Su Wenying. A significant figure in her own right, Cheng Cheng replied with a smile, facilitating the introduction between the two. Su Wenying appraised Yunai, noticing her ample bosom, and then glanced down at her own figure, feeling somewhat ordinary by comparison. What vexed her further was Yunai's adorably charming face, which could easily rival that of Liu Xiyang. Why were there so many exquisite beauties surrounding Cheng Cheng? It was no wonder he seemed disinterested in her. Yet, Su Wenying possessed an indomitable spirit. If he wouldn't pay her any mind, she was determined to make Cheng Cheng fall for her, only to cast him aside later, leaving him to secretly shed tears of regret in the solitude of his nights. Hello, I'm Yunai. Yunai extended her hand towards Su Wenying, displaying a sweet smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll take this piece of jade for 5 billion. Her offer was not merely a gesture of goodwill towards Cheng Cheng. This imperial green truly warranted such a valuation. Su Wenying was not the type to foolishly squander money for a man. I bid 6 billion. A foreign man with golden hair and a full beard approached. I'm Jack. The quality of this jade is exceptionally exquisite. If you're willing to sell, perhaps we could become friends. Upon hearing this, murmurs of intrigue filled the air. Cheng Cheng gleaned from the discussions that Jack hailed from Britain, owning numerous gold mines in East Africa, a true capitalist at heart. Just days prior, in an effort to please his wife, he had splurged over 10 billion on a diamond necklace at an auction. Spending less than half a month in Tangcheng, he had lavishly invested billions in jade, thus establishing a formidable reputation in Tangcheng. To possess hundreds of billions is not something within the reach of just anyone. If one were to encapsulate him in a single word, it would undoubtedly be wealthy, immensely wealthy. They are not mistaken in their assertions. Should you be inclined to sell the jadeite to me, I would genuinely contemplate forging a friendship with you. I witnessed everything in the lounge when you gambled on that fisher. There exists an ancient adage in your esteemed culture: the timid starve while the bold overindulge. I hold great admiration for your audacity. Jack was utterly forthright, unreservedly revealing his identity. This was the first occasion for Cheng Cheng to engage with a foreigner. If he genuinely wished to befriend him, it could very well be possible. However, Su Wenying was less than pleased, having finally gained some prominence only to have a capitalist intrude. The funds allocated to her by the elder were limited, and any further escalation in price would certainly provoke his discontent. Cheng Cheng, will you sell this jadeite to him or to me? Su Wenying bit her lip, her mood distinctly sour. Oh, come now, what you're saying is absurd. To forego profit is sheer folly. Once the transaction concludes, I shall treat you to dinner. Cheng Cheng cast a knowing glance at Yunai, who understood perfectly and led Su Wenying to a nearby lounge for a chat. This infuriated Su Wenying. She had thought her beauty would be her trump card, only to first encounter Liu Xiyao and now Yunai. One was an exquisite femme fatale, the other a dangerously adorable girl. Against such competition, her advantages seemed utterly diminished. Thus, she was left to compete with wealth. Yet even in that regard, she found herself outmatched. Su Wenying had never felt so humiliated. Observing the scene, Jack understood that Cheng Cheng had indeed agreed to sell the jadeite to him. He instructed his assistant to transfer the funds to Cheng Cheng. This assistant, still possessing her allure, walked towards Cheng Cheng with a confident sway, her curvaceous form drawing the attention of onlookers, who momentarily forgot the jadeite in their fascination. That is quite a sight, someone remarked. I wonder what it would feel like to give it a good slap. Cheng Cheng transmitted his bank account number, and soon after, the funds were received. Seeing the sum of 6 billion, an indescribable joy welled within him. However, he remained grounded, wary not to let this wealth cloud his judgment. Friendships must be approached with caution, for one may know a face, but not the heart behind it. The jadeite now belongs to you. Seek a skilled craftsman to carve it. Its worth far exceeds this amount, Cheng Cheng stated earnestly, just as he believed the transaction concluded and prepared to rise and depart. Jack had his men bar Cheng Cheng's path. Cheng Cheng instinctively became vigilant, readying his internal energy for any unforeseen circumstances. Should anything untoward occur, he could guarantee that Jack would be grievously injured within 3 seconds. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I noticed your remarkable confidence while you were gambling on the stone. How did you ascertain that this jadeite would undoubtedly yield a premier result? Jack, sensing a hint of menace, spoke directly. It is difficult to say. Nothing is absolute. I, being someone who relies on intuition when it comes to gambling on stones, would choose to take a chance if my instinct suggests the possibility of jade. Cheng Cheng explained with a smile. Intuition? What exactly is that? Jack asked, somewhat perplexed. His assistant promptly elaborated on the concept. How intriguing. In a few days, there will be an auction for jade here, and I eagerly anticipate your performance. Here is my contact information. Should you come across any exquisite jade, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will be delighted to engage in a transaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than a striking foreign woman handed Cheng Cheng a business card. To get to know him better, Cheng Cheng would need to utilize a software to bypass restrictions. He tucked the card into his pocket, exchanged a few pleasantries, and they parted ways. Upon returning to the lounge, he found Yonai and Su Weining engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter. How many lives must be lost to amass such wealth? Cheng Cheng wondered. His curiosity piqued. Jack possesses numerous industries across various nations, particularly in the gold mines of East Africa, where the local populace endures tremendous hardship. It is rumored that for every gram of gold extracted, 3 lives are claimed. To befriend him requires utmost caution. Chapter 83. An Unexpected Encounter. Cheng Cheng understood that Su Weining's remarks were devoid of exaggeration. It is always wise to exercise caution. After a brief conversation, Cheng Cheng learned that Su Weining was staying at the same hotel as he was. How coincidental, he mused, wondering if she might be following him. However, considering her status, that seemed unlikely. At that moment, Lu Xiao sent Cheng Cheng a message confirming that the arranged matters had been taken care of. Personally verifying everything would provide him with peace of mind. Soon, the trio exited the jade shop together. As Cheng Cheng casually surveyed the crowd, he spotted a figure that appeared somewhat familiar. Without waiting for Su Weining to speak, he discreetly followed the person. How could he speak like that all his life? Su Weining exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration at Cheng Cheng's retreating figure. Cheng Cheng quickened his pace to catch up, and upon closer inspection, he recognized that although this person had gained weight, their features remained unchanged. Was it not by Baoshan? He recalled the email from Sister Bu a few days prior, which contained a photograph. His memory had been significantly enhanced. To his astonishment, the seemingly vanished by Baoshan from the city had resurfaced in Tung City. To confirm his suspicions, Cheng Cheng continued to trail behind by Baoshan, who walked directly into a jade trading establishment. Yushan Jade Shop. Is he returning to his former profession? Cheng Cheng thought. Following him into the jade shop, where numerous customers were milling about. Various jade stones adorned the counter, and through the glass window, Cheng Cheng observed by Baoshan, sitting in an office, sipping tea. Have you not found a satisfactory style? The man speaking was none other than by Baoshan's father, Bai Yuman. To Cheng Cheng's surprise, the entire family had relocated to Tong City, and it appeared they were doing quite well. The jadeite on display is decent, yet it fails to capture my discerning eye. To be frank, I harbor aspirations of establishing my own jadeite business, but my lack of experience leaves me somewhat troubled. Thus I sought your wisdom. Cheng Cheng shook his head and sighed. Bai Yuman then instructed the front desk to serve a cup of tea, taking a sip before continuing. In this day and age, the jadeite trade is rather challenging. Just look around. This entire street is filled with them. To be candid, I have observed numerous shops, and your presence here is quite a rarity. If you're inclined, I might consider collaborating with your establishment. Cheng Cheng took the cup and drained its contents in one go. It is quite novel for me to hear someone express interest in joining my modest shop. Bai Yuman remarked with a playful smile. Are you aware of the franchise fee? Cheng Cheng silently extended 5 fingers. 500,000? Bai Yuman inquired tentatively, to which Cheng Cheng shook his head. 5 million? Cheng Cheng continued to shake his head. You underestimate me. I intend to establish a jadeite city in the coastal area, requiring no less than 500 million in investment. Upon hearing that figure, Bai Yuman's breath quickened, though he was not naive. How could a young man possibly muster such a sum? At that moment, a customer in the shop recognized Cheng Cheng. Isn't this the young man who just sold the exquisite imperial green? You truly are remarkable. You managed to gamble on that crack. Hearing this, Bai Yuman's interest was piqued. This customer was an old patron whose words carried weight. The ability to sell such high-quality imperial green indicated that Cheng Cheng possessed considerable financial resources. suggesting that his proposal held substantial merit. "I merely had a stroke of luck," Cheng Cheng modestly replied, surprised to find someone advocating for him, leaving one to wonder if he had hired a plant. Acknowledging Cheng Cheng's capabilities, Bayumin promptly shifted his demeanor, hastily producing his business card to present to him. Upon receiving the card, Cheng Cheng noted, "Yushan Jadeite Shop Bayumin." No wonder Sister Bu could not locate him. He had completely changed his name, and perhaps even his family had adopted new identities. Were it not for Cheng Cheng's remarkable memory, he might have doubted his recognition. However, over the span of a decade, changes were inevitable. Bayumin, once a slender man, now bore a slight paunch. If one did not look closely, they might not recognize him at all. "You are Mr. Bai, correct?" Given our proximity to Myanmar, the jadeite rough stones sourced here typically boast superior quality. I plan to engage an agent to assist in locating rough stones, while the agent would handle sales in the coastal region. However, I would like to inquire if you have any connections with insiders. After all, materials obtained through internal channels are truly exceptional. As soon as Cheng Cheng's words left his lips, Bayumin comprehended their implication. He squinted, toying with his teacup. "You overestimate me. I am merely an ordinary shop owner, lacking any connections to insiders. If I truly had such ties, why would I be running a jadeite shop?" It was evident that Bayumin remained cautious of Cheng Cheng. Yet mattered little, as Cheng Cheng had already confirmed the Bai family's identity. Perhaps Lu Zhixiong and that Xiao Bai are also hiding in some corner of Chengcheng. The transformation of a family, relocating to a city thousands of miles away, piqued Cheng Cheng's curiosity about whom Zhao Qianquan had offended. Having a clue is ultimately a positive development, to allay Bayumin's suspicions. Cheng Cheng engaged in a brief conversation with her before inquiring at other shops. His approach remained consistent, yet the owners of the other establishments exhibited considerable interest. It is worth noting that this nearly 500 million investment would undoubtedly result in a substantial annual volume of jade and stone being wholesaled in the area. This represented a veritable treasure trove, yielding dividends at the year's end, free from concerns of loss or sales performance. Their sole responsibility was to handle wholesale transactions. Upon learning this news, Bayumin felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that this individual genuinely intended to join? The profits were indeed enticing. Bai Baoshan jestingly remarked, "If you wish to pursue it, then do so. If it fails, it's no great loss. I wonder what you truly fear." "You know nothing," Bayumin retorted, irritated at the mention of events from over a decade ago. "If it weren't for that incident, would your mother and I have ended up here?" Bayumin glared, recalling the unpleasant memory. Had that incident not occurred, could they have secured such funds? After all, it had been over 10 years, aside from that old woman. Who would still care about him? Bai Baoshan dismissed the thought. "By the way, is Zhao Qianquan still alive?" "Indeed, he is thriving. This fellow is quite tenacious. I initially thought it would not take long to subdue him in the park, yet he has even managed to rise to a supervisory position," Bai Baoshan mused, shaking his head. "There are goods arriving tonight, so keep an eye on the time. We must leave after dinner." Chapter 84, Surveillance. Ever since the announcement about joining the jade trading business was made, the owners seeking Cheng Cheng have been relentless. After all, with profits to be made, everyone is eager to seize a share. Yet, not every jade business possesses the requisite qualifications for him to partner with them. Otherwise, the ruse would appear too contrived. To ensnare the cunning Bayumin, Cheng Cheng deliberately established certain thresholds. Upon exiting Bayumin's jade business, Cheng Cheng did not flounder aimlessly. He observed that on the street, aside from the few jade businesses located centrally that thrived, the rest exhibited a significant variance in daily revenue. Thus, he purposefully selected some that were moderately successful. Consequently, the number of eligible jade businesses diminished considerably. "What are you doing out there? Did we not agree to view the venue together?" Cheng Cheng intentionally switched off the speakerphone before answering the call. "So, you wish to join as well?" "There are indeed numerous interested businesses today," he replied. "I must give this some serious thought. Even among brothers, we must be clear about finances, and I fear your jade business may not meet my standards." Cheng Cheng recognized that Lu Xiao was astute enough to comprehend his implications. Now, having found a place to rest, Cheng Cheng surveyed the street. A dozen individuals were observing him intently. Each harbored their own ulterior motives, naturally ensuring the performance was convincing. Since he continues to engage in the jade industry, it is evident that Bayumin aspires to expand and strengthen this field. Gradually, as the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk enveloped the surroundings, Cheng Cheng intended to rise and take his leave. At that moment, he noticed Bai Baoshan emerging from the trading house. Clad in a duck-billed cap and outfitted in professional mountaineering gear, he appeared poised for a significant undertaking. Thus, Cheng Cheng hurriedly followed suit, deliberately taking several winding routes to shake off the lackeys trailing him. Over the past decade, Bai Baoshan had grown somewhat complacent, his vigilance waning. He hailed a taxi, as usual, and proceeded to a village near the border. This village was home to various ethnic minorities, some of whom held particularly strong clan beliefs and adhered to unique customs. Consequently, Cheng Cheng instructed the driver to park nearby, opting to pursue on foot, a feat made possible by his enhanced physical condition. For an ordinary individual, such a trek would undoubtedly prove exhausting. Upon entering the village, Bai Baoshan was approached by two men wielding hunting rifles. "Xiangzi, it's me. I've come to collect the goods," Bai Baoshan called out, waving his hand. "You still have a driver behind you. How dare you say that?" Xiangzi scowled at him. The driver, sensing the tension, quickly covered his eyes and exclaimed, "I am deaf and blind. I saw nothing and heard nothing. Did you get out of the car?" Bai Baoshan found the driver's antics amusing and quickly alighted, chuckling. "How could someone both deaf and blind manage to drive here? Are you jesting with me? Ha ha ha." The driver, now intimidated, turned to leave. Observing Bai Baoshan's audacity, Xiangzi felt compelled to caution him. "Shan, I must remind you to exercise caution in your dealings. Do not forget your standing." "Of course, I haven't forgotten. It has been over a decade. Do you think I intend to live in such a constrained manner?" Bai Baoshan spat on the ground and strode deeper into the village. For Cheng Cheng, however, things were not as simple. Being an outsider, he would be easily recognized. Gaining entry required taking a less trodden path. In a village where hunting rifles were commonplace, one could imagine that traps for game were not in short supply. Thus, as Cheng Cheng navigated the wild route, he remained acutely alert, knowing that a misstep could lead to a leg caught in a trap. A mere limp would be the least of his worries. In this desolate area, devoid of surveillance and human presence, discovery by the villagers could culminate in dire consequences. Along a wild path spanning several dozen meters, dozens of traps were set, including numerous snares. The sheer number of these traps was sufficient to eradicate a herd of beasts, leading Cheng Cheng to occasionally question whether these traps were ever intended for animals at all, as few creatures dared to intrude upon the territory of two-legged beings. After Bai Baoshan entered the village, he first encountered two elder men, evidently figures of authority, perhaps village leaders. The elders gathered around Bai Baoshan, murmuring a series of peculiar phrases, before ladling water from a vat and sprinkling it upon his shoes. This seemed to be a ritualistic prayer. Only upon its completion was Bai Baoshan permitted to proceed into the mountains behind the village. Following Bai Baoshan was the man named Xiangzi, who had just brandished a shotgun. It was rumored that this particular deal held significant weight, promising us ample profit for some time. Bai Baoshan appeared jovial, as if on a leisurely excursion, while Xiangzi maintained a stern expression. "Can you not be so reckless? This is not a matter of frivolity. What is there to fear? We've already entered the village. Who could possibly intrude?" Bai Baoshan retorted audaciously. "If someone provokes me, I'll send them straight to northern Myanmar. If it's a girl, I'll see her appearance first. If she is pretty, I might indulge myself. If it's a boy," Bai Baoshan's arrogance was palpable, and Xiangzi found himself at a loss for words. "By the way, what about those piglets?" Bai Baoshan inquired, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Xiangzi quickly grasped his implication. "They're all locked up in the back mountain. We will send them over together shortly, but don't get reckless. Several of them are still untouched and could fetch a good price. Why concern yourself with such details? Who would know about one?" Bai Baoshan remarked, striding toward the back mountain. "We still have business to attend to." Xiangzi felt a pang of anxiety, regretting his earlier words. "It's still early. They want to arrive so soon. I might as well enjoy myself." Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Cheng had already followed, witnessing the scene unfold. He clenched his fists in frustration. By day, Bai Baoshan feigned a reformed demeanor, but by night, he morphed into a beast. Arriving at the back mountain, they approached a wooden structure. Even before entering, faint sobs reached their ears. Upon pushing the door open and lighting an oil lamp, they beheld a sight, aside from few adults. The remaining dozen or so appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, huddled together, their eyes filled with terror. A girl with a ponytail suddenly knelt before Bai Baoshan, believing that her submission would elicit his pity, only to inadvertently draw his attention. "This one is good, quite tender, and pleasing in appearance. You will first entertain me, and if you serve well, I may consider you," he leered. Chapter 85. The Mysterious Girl. The girl looked up, her clear eyes blinking at him. "Really? Of course. How can my words not hold weight?" Bai Baoshan replied with a lecherous grin. "Then I am willing." Another girl, summoning courage, stepped forward. "Am I allowed?" A stout girl timidly asked, "Can I?" Get lost. You think too highly of yourself. Bai Baoshan spat disdainfully at her. At that moment, he noticed a particularly stunning girl amongst the crowd. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a delicate nose and cherry lips, her features flawless. Her figure a perfect golden ratio. Her long black hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall, unadorned yet strikingly beautiful, resembling a goddess descended from the heavens. Seeing her was akin to recalling Liu Yifei's portrayal of Wang Yuyan at the tender age of 15 or 16. Bai Baoshan's gaze fixated on her, beautiful, absolutely breathtaking. I can't bear to part with such a gem. Remarkably, the girl did not display fear. Instead, she remained astonishingly composed. He merely glanced at her, a faint smile gracing his lips, and within Bai Baoshan, the hormones surged rapidly. I can no longer endure this. Xiangzi, keep an eye on this group. She must be dealt with. This girl is exceptionally beautiful. Her background must be extraordinary. Perhaps she is a lucrative prize. Just as Xiangzi began to speak, Bai Baoshan interrupted him. Are you blinded by wealth? How many times in a lifetime can one encounter a woman of such caliber? Money is abundant. Opportunities to earn are plentiful, but a beauty like her must not be missed. Having said that, Bai Baoshan approached the girl, his expression lewd, his mind perhaps already conjuring images of undressing her. As he brought himself before her, he found her expression still devoid of emotion. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? She retorted coldly. Ha ha ha. Well said. I relish women like you, untamed and fierce. It will surely be exhilarating later. Bai Baoshan reached out, intending to touch her, while those around averted their gazes in fear. Some underage boys, however, fixated on the girl, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Cheng Cheng, observing from distance, saw a flash and felt a chill run through him. It precisely struck Bai Baoshan's arm. Ah, Qiangzi, someone coming. Who dares to ambush me? Qiangzi quickly grasped his hunting rifle, scanning the darkness surrounding them, but saw nothing. How can this be? Look at my arm. Bai Baoshan grimaced, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a gruesome wound, crimson blood flowing profusely and staining his sleeve. Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow. He knew this was no ordinary feat. The force was fierce and precise. Who is there? Show yourself. You have the audacity to shoot from the shadows, but lack the courage to stand before me. Right? Are you trying to protect this girl? Fine. I shall have her before your very eyes. Xiangzi, shoot anyone you see. After issuing the command Bai Baoshan, gritting his teeth against the pain, slowly approached the girl. With your arm injured, how can you still think of this? Xiangzi admonished him. Mind your own business. If you don't let me have her, I'll take her regardless. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me, especially upon seeing the girl's expressionless face. Bai Baoshan was convinced she knew who was behind this. As he extended his left hand, nearly touching her, a shadow flitted through the forest once more. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared in his left hand. Xiangzi, why aren't you shooting? I haven't even seen anyone. Or should I shoot? Xiangzi responded, a hint of panic in his voice. The village elders often recounted legendary tales, and now the situation felt eerily uncanny. Could it be a ghost? He lifted his gun, peering into the darkness, yet saw nothing. A ghost? If it were a ghost, why didn't he appear before? Bai Baoshan, grinning at the girl's exquisite visage, declared, I know this is connected to you. There is no way you're leaving today. I will send you out, and once you reach Myanmar, even a monkey king will have to shed a layer of skin. I'm curious to see who could possibly save you. Xiangzi, make a call and find out if they have arrived. Without delay, Xiangzi took out his phone and made a call. They'll be here shortly? Good, good. We have a top-quality sheep here, quite remarkable, but this sheep is rather unusual. It seems her companion is nearby. There's something eerie about it. After hanging up, Xiangzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. You should focus on your work and avoid recklessness. Otherwise, how could you end up injured? Bai Baoshan gritted his teeth, drew a dagger, and tore a piece of cloth from his clothing, tightly wrapping it around his wound. However, the blood showed no signs of clotting. It continued to flow profusely. If this persisted, Bai Baoshan was at risk of bleeding to death. Outside, Cheng Cheng dared not act impulsively. He could not discern whether the person in the forest was friend or foe, and he doubted his own strength was a match. Gradually, there was movement in the woods as a group of over a dozen individuals, armed with daggers, approached the small wooden cabin. Hey, you little rascal, are you thinking of indulging again? Finally got a taste of your own medicine. Ha ha ha. The man speaking was robust, his face marked by several scars. Liu Zhixiong, spare us your sarcastic remarks. There's a rare beauty here, one that you might not even be able to touch, Bai Baoshan replied coldly. Liu Zhixiong peered into the cabin and instantly spotted the girl from earlier. He stood rooted to the spot, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Can we really capture such a prime prize? How did this happen? After speaking, Lu Zhixiong discarded his gear, tossing it to his companions, and strode towards the girl. Do you desire me as well? She asked with a smile so enchanting that it seemed to melt the world around her. Yes, of course. Lu Zhixiong eagerly nodded, his anticipation to feel her warmth palpable. At that moment, countless dark figures re-emerged from the depths of the forest. These shadows struck with lightning speed at the arms of all present, while those imprisoned remained unharmed. I give you 10 seconds to vacate. The farther you flee, the better. Otherwise, you shall perish. A furious roar echoed from the forest, the weight of its presence suffocating even Cheng Cheng. Damn, we've run into those cultivators. We must flee. Upon seeing the bloody hole in his arm, Lu Zhixiong dared not resist any longer. A group of them hurriedly dashed outside. Inside the cabin, the captives exchanged bewildered looks. What are you waiting for? Run, the girl coldly urged. Finally, they grasped the gravity of the situation. This was their chance to escape, and they scrambled out of the cabin, crawling and stumbling in their haste. In the end, only the girl remained seated. Her gaze swept towards Cheng Cheng's position. Come forth. I know you have been here all along. Chapter 86, Seeking a Mentor. Cheng Cheng, feeling curious, pointed at himself. Are you referring to me? It can't be. Indeed, it is you. I am aware that you harbor no ill intentions. Step forward, the girl stated coolly. Subsequently, Cheng Cheng clumsily emerged from the forest. At the same time, an elderly man with white hair appeared, ambling towards the wooden cabin, unnoticed by Cheng Cheng until that moment. Tanner, I have told you numerous times not to wander recklessly. The world outside is fraught with treachery, yet you refuse to heed my warnings. The old man turned his back, his countenance stern, but he cast a furtive glance at her. Alas, what is there to enjoy in the mountains? Should we encounter these vile individuals, it would be better to eliminate them altogether. The girl, playfully tugging at the old man's hand, purred, then glanced at Cheng Cheng. What were you sneaking around for just now? I was hoping to find an opportunity to rescue you, Cheng Cheng hurriedly clarified, aware that uttering even a half-truth would surely incur the old man's wrath. Ah, a good person. In that case, you Tanner, might consider befriending you. You Tanner flashed a sweet smile, leaving Cheng Cheng momentarily speechless. Her beauty was beyond compare. Even Yonai and Lu Xiao, who were already striking, paled in comparison. Yet, she seemed almost ethereal, as if she were not meant to exist in this realm. Tanner, how many times must I reiterate? One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Friendships should not be based solely on appearances. The old man admonished sternly, snapping Cheng Cheng back to reality. Observing the old man's formidable stature, despite his white hair, it was evident that he possessed a physique sturdier than many a youth. He was clearly no ordinary individual. With his spiritual prowess, Cheng Cheng had an advantage in combat against common folk. However, should he encounter a seasoned practitioner, the tides might not favor him. The thought of possibly becoming a disciple filled him with eagerness. Resolutely, Cheng Cheng bowed deeply, proclaiming, Esteemed elder, I am Cheng Cheng. Having witnessed your prowess in the woods, I wish to beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Should I confront malevolence henceforth, I shall fear no more. I earnestly hope you will take me under your wing. Your heart is commendable, but your wit leaves much to be desired. In such perilous circumstances, you ought to flee, not linger. Quickly now, we must depart. Those individuals will not relent. The old man grasped Tanner's hand, preparing to exit. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Yet the old man remained unscathed, opening his fist to let the ashes of the spent bullet disperse in the wind. Cheng Cheng stood transfixed, incredulous. Could a mere mortal truly catch a bullet with their bare hands? If not for the enhancement of his vision, he would have thought he was hallucinating. With such skill, you cannot harm me, the old man scoffed. You are a practitioner, and thus impervious to harm. Your martial prowess is indeed commendable. But our firepower is not to be trifled with, came the voice of the village chief from the shadows, flanked by several dark figures. A group of young girls knelt before him, likely the ones who had fled from the wooden shack moments earlier. In this unfamiliar wilderness, it was all too easy to lose one's way. We villagers do not wish to be your adversaries. Simply compensate us for the medical expenses, and you shall be free to go. Otherwise, what face shall we have left in the village? The chief concluded, signaling for his men to ready their rifles. The dark muzzles aimed at the girls' heads. Please, save me. I do not wish to die. I promise I will never wander aimlessly again. One girl pleaded desperately. The chief abruptly raised his foot and kicked her to the ground. Tanner's eyes glinted with fury. She was enraged. Master, these people are utterly excessive. These girls are so young. How can they be so cruel? They cannot be regarded as human. These individuals are akin to beasts, and beasts, by nature, do not ponder such matters. The elder spoke softly, then raised his sleeve, ready to take action. You must consider carefully. There are several lives at stake here. If you strike, they will all perish. The village chief coldly retorted, I am aware of your swift strike. Shall we wager whether our trigger fingers are swifter? He, too, was gambling, betting that this cultivator possessed a benevolent heart. Otherwise, the elder could easily disregard the lives of these individuals. His gamble proved correct, yet he was overly complacent. For a cultivator cannot be judged by the standards of ordinary minds. In an instant, the elder's figure appeared somewhat ethereal, and before they could react, he swiftly struck out with both palms. Those individuals were sent flying several meters away, tumbling down the slope, their heads crashing violently against the trees. Blood gushed forth, flowing from their hair. The village chief stared in astonishment. You are not human. You are no human. I have always detested threats against me. How dare you threaten me? As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's fist struck the village chief like a phantom. Before the chief could comprehend the situation, his body was torn apart, exploding into a puddle of blood that splattered around. Cheng Cheng, witnessing this scene, struggled to suppress his physiological discomfort, gasping for air. The air in the forest became saturated with a heavy scent of blood. Tanner glanced at Cheng Cheng and retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve. Here, my handkerchief has a pleasant fragrance. Holding it may ease your discomfort. Cheng Cheng accepted the handkerchief, inhaling its subtle, refreshing aroma, reminiscent of jasmine, with a hint of rose. What will happen to these girls? Tanner inquired curiously. The girls, having never encountered such a scenario, fainted upon witnessing the village chief's demise. Indeed, this is quite troublesome. I cannot be seen carrying them. It would not suit my stature. The elder frowned in contemplation, then turned his gaze to Cheng Cheng. You seem quite sturdy. How about you carry them down the mountain? Cheng Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. But that asks several people. Moreover, I came via a rough path. How can I manage to carry them? After a moment's reflection, he conceded. Well, I suppose I must carry them, but you could accompany us. There's a safer path that some herbal gatherers frequently use. Tanner, biting her pink lip, looked at Cheng Cheng with a pitiful gaze. If I carry them down, will you accept me as your disciple? Cheng Cheng asked in a hushed tone. No. The elder had not finished his sentence when Tanner immediately replied, yes, absolutely. If you carry them down, I will take you as my disciple. I shall speak on your behalf. Chapter 87. Young yet rendered disabled. Upon hearing Tanner speak, Cheng Cheng covered his mouth and nose with a cloth and hurriedly descended. Fortunately, his physical prowess was strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry several individuals down at once. Oh dear, Su Laotu, there's no need for you to be upset. After we descend the mountain, simply part ways with him, and the matter is settled. It's not as if you are truly taking on a disciple, Yuten said, playfully entwining her arm with Su Laotu's. Su Laotu, unable to resist her charm, revealed a contented smile. All right, I shall heed your words. Moments later, Cheng Cheng staggered behind them, carrying 4 girls on his back. Hurry up. At this pace, do you still wish to be my disciple? How can the youth of today lack such basic physical stamina? Su Laotu chided, noticing Cheng Cheng's sluggish pace. Is this slow? Each girl weighs nearly 100 pounds, and here I am, carrying 4. I could compete in a contest and bring glory to the nation. Cheng Cheng thought, surprised at his own ability to bear the weight of 4 individuals. Having never tested his physical limits before, I must take the opportunity to assess my endurance. I don't care. Slow is slow. If you can't keep up, don't blame me for not accepting you as a disciple later, Su Laotu declared. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yuten, both sharing a subtle smile before quickening their pace. Seeing their increasing speed, Cheng Cheng wondered if it was intentional, so he too accelerated his strides. He was nearing his physical limits, his garments soaked through with perspiration. Su Laotu, he possesses quite a robust constitution to keep up. Perhaps we should truly consider taking him on as a disciple? Yuten glanced back, observing Cheng Cheng gritting his teeth, refusing to yield. Absolutely not. We have 10 more minutes until we reach the base of the mountain. Muster more strength. Su Laotu replied coldly, continuing onward. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Bai Baoshan had initially thought that the bandaging would stem the bleeding, but to his dismay, it was futile. In a desperate bid for survival, he summoned an ambulance to the hospital. Upon receiving the hospital's call, Bai Yuman hurried over. As she arrived at the hospital entrance, she called out to a passing nurse, "Excuse me, where's my son Bai Yushan? How is he?" The nurse pondered for a moment before responding, I recall now. Your son is in the emergency room, and his condition appears to be quite grave. Hearing this, Bayumin felt a chill run down her spine. Although the jade trading business seemed to be thriving with considerable profits, the owner was not her, and half of the earnings were relinquished. After purchasing a home over the years, little remained. Yet, regardless of the cost, she was determined to save Bai Baoshan, for he was the sole heir of the Bai family. With urgency, she rushed to the emergency room's entrance. Just then, the door swung open, and a doctor clad in deep green scrubs emerged. Removing his mask, he inquired, "Are you a family member of Bai Baoshan?" "Yes, I am. How's my son?" Bayumin asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "The situation is dire. We are uncertain of the cause, but both of his arms have suffered nerve damage. You must prepare for the possibility of amputation. By the way, the medical fees remain unpaid. Please settle that promptly," the doctor stated before turning away. Bayumin stood there, dazed, repeatedly murmuring, "Amputation?" He seemed perfectly fine when he left. How could he lose his arms? I warned him to be cautious, yet he would not listen. At merely 30 years of age, one cannot succumb to disability. With this thought racing through her mind, Bayumin hastily pursued the departing physician. "Doctor, I implore you, please save my child's hand. He is only 30 this year, yet to marry. If he loses this hand, who would still wish to wed him? If we do not amputate, there is a risk to his life. Would you prefer your son to have both hands or to preserve his life?" The doctor replied, "Moreover, modern medicine has advanced significantly. If conditions permit, we can eventually provide him with a bionic arm." Upon hearing this, Bayumin felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. A glimmer of hope illuminating her thoughts. "How much does this bionic arm cost?" The doctor pondered for a moment. "Approximately 5 million. This is the best technology available, indistinguishable from a real arm. Alternatively, if your budget is limited, there are less sophisticated options. 5 million for one arm? You may wish to contemplate whether to proceed with the amputation surgery," he continued. Yes, preserving his life is paramount, Bayumin resolved. She understood that selling the jade shop was the only way to amass the funds for a pair of mechanical arms. Yet the shop was not solely hers to sell. Decisions must be made collectively. To restore her son's hands, there was but one opportunity remaining. She resolved to contact Cheng Cheng. Indeed, negotiating a partnership could not only generate the necessary funds, but also elevate their family's circumstances. With this thought in mind, Bayumin immediately dialed a number, seeking Cheng Cheng's whereabouts, eager to agree to his terms before someone else could seize the opportunity. However, at present, even divine beings could not reach Cheng Cheng. The mountains offered no signal. The path down the mountain, originally a half-hour trek, had turned treacherous and convoluted. The ground was damp, and Cheng Cheng, burdened by several individuals, had to maintain pace, which was an arduous trial. A moment's lapse in concentration could result in a catastrophic fall, endangering not just one life, but 4. Old Sue and Yu Tanner had not even considered lending a hand. "I can't go on. I truly cannot move any longer." Cheng Cheng gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from his brow, his eyes nearly closing in exhaustion. "Do not give in now. We are close to the base, just a little longer, approximately 10 minutes. Old Sue reassured him. "Another 10 minutes? Just half an hour ago, you said it would take another 10 minutes, and now once again, it stretches to 10 minutes. This time feels interminable." Cheng Cheng paused, his legs trembling, refusing to heed his mind's commands. "Enough of this jesting. Do not tease the poor lad," Yu Tanner said, approaching Cheng Cheng. She gently tapped the backs of the girls he carried with her index finger. Before long, they began to stir awake. "Huh? You could have awakened them earlier. I've been carrying them for over an hour on this mountain path." Cheng Cheng lamented, glancing at his quaking legs. On the verge of tears. "Had I done so earlier, how would I test your mettle?" Yu Tanner replied with a playful smile, her sparkling eyes twinkling, causing Cheng Cheng to lose his irritation. "So, can I now become your apprentice?" Cheng Cheng inquired, casting a curious glance at Old Sue. "I never stated that I must take you as my disciple." Just as Yuten was about to leave, Cheng Cheng seized her hand. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 88, The Film Queen Yuten. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to inquire if I could have your contact information." Observing her from such proximity, he realized that this woman possessed an almost otherworldly purity, one that was truly unforgettable. "I do not possess any contact information," she stated. "Old Sue warned me that the outside world is fraught with danger, particularly from men who often deceive girls. Thus, I'm not permitted to use a mobile phone. However," Yuten leaned closer and whispered, "if you buy me a phone, I might consider sharing my contact information with you." "Very well, it shall be done." Cheng Cheng nodded in agreement. Was it truly that simple? Throughout the journey, Cheng Cheng discerned that winning over Old Sue was far less effective than gaining Yuten's favor. When he spoke, Old Sue disregarded him, yet he hung on to every word Yuten expressed. After all, they were both human. One could not assume that Yuten's words were inherently more fragrant than his own. Quickly catch up, and you little sisters must not wander off recklessly in the future. Yuten said, bending at the waist with her hands on her knees, smiling at them. Cheng Cheng found himself in a fortuitous position, allowing him to steal a glance. And he certainly did not let this opportunity slip by. Oh, kitty cat, what's this? Do little fairies fancy this style? Upon descending the mountain, the girls dispersed from a group. Cheng Cheng had anticipated that Old Sue would follow suit, but to his surprise, Yuten exchanged a few words with him before walking off alone. Indeed, the allure of a beautiful woman was potent. Her words held far more sway than his. It was no wonder that some had fallen victim to deception. With such a stunning girl, any man would surely have thoughts. All right, take me to buy a phone, Yuten said cheerfully as she approached him. Sure. By the time they descended the mountain, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and it took quite a while to hail a ride. After traveling toward the city for a bit, they discovered that the mobile phone stores were already closed for the night. Cheng Cheng had intended to take her tomorrow instead. However, Yuten insisted that he was a fraud and began to weep in the car. Her tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, prompting the driver to intervene. How could you let such a beautiful girlfriend cry over a mere phone? She is not my girlfriend, Cheng Cheng weakly clarified. Yet, Yuten's tears only intensified, cascading like pearls. Such talent in her performance was surely wasted if she did not pursue acting. You would utter such words. If she were my girlfriend, I would gladly buy her not just one phone, but 10. Each time the driver glanced at Cheng Cheng through the rearview mirror, disdain was etched across his face. Is it true? Yuten's tears suddenly ceased as she curiously leaned against the driver's seat to inquire. Indeed, it is true. Your boyfriend wouldn't mind, would he? The driver replied, somewhat apprehensive, as he struggled to adjust to his rapidly changing role. Forget him. Can you take me to buy a phone? Yuten gazed at the driver, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Focus on the road. We are still driving, Cheng Cheng admonished loudly. To his surprise, the driver simply parked the car by the roadside. At such a late hour, all the doors were indeed closed, and any online orders would not arrive until the following day. The driver appeared somewhat troubled. It seemed that men were indeed deceitful. As Yutaner spoke, she began to sob once more, provoking an anxious reaction from the driver. Shall I lend you my phone? Really? Cheng Cheng was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a gesture. Had this driver never seen a woman before? The driver hesitated, gazing at Yutaner's stunning beauty, reluctantly retrieving his Huawei Mate 60 Pro from his pocket. Yutaner stepped forward and snatched the phone. Yet the driver still seemed reluctant to let go. Are you trying to deceive your sister? With a playful flutter of her beautiful eyes, Yutaner managed to extract the phone from his grip. She then proceeded to format the device right before the driver's eyes. Thank you, brother. Farewell, brother. Tomorrow, I shall come to play with you. It turned out that Yutaner was the true trickster. Indeed, sophisticated hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow, incredulous. Is this really possible? Surely, one must have seen a pig run, even if one has never eaten pork. Are you calling me a pig? You tar not på en till self, clearly displeased. Of course not. I never said that. As she sauntered closer to Cheng Cheng, she once again blinked her enchanting eyes, causing him to momentarily lose his senses. Something is amiss. To his astonishment, this woman possessed an alluring charm. The adage that the more beautiful the serpent, the more venomous it is, rang true. Yutaner scrutinized Cheng Cheng for a moment. Oh, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Quite impressive. Remember to take me to buy a phone tomorrow. Did you not just deceive someone out of a phone? Why do you need me to buy another? Cheng Cheng inquired with curiosity. Yutaner earnestly explained. Who said I tricked him? He willingly gave it to me. Did you see me force him? Besides, you haven't made your purchase yet. Do you wish to back out? I wouldn't dare. How about I treat you to something to eat? I promise to buy you a phone tomorrow. It's just that it's really late tonight, Cheng Cheng hastily clarified. Who knew what other tricks this Yutaner had up her sleeve? Yutaner nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. And the two decided to find a barbecue restaurant. The streets were bustling with people out for late-night snacks, and they deliberately chose a crowded spot to avoid any unpleasant encounters. Yutaner sat at the table, fiddling with her phone, and declared, You order what I will eat. Just don't delay me from playing with my phone, or else. Oof. With ease, she crushed the chopsticks in her hands. Cheng Cheng dared not disturb her further, opting to order some skewers and vegetables, all of which he enjoyed. After a while of playing with her phone, Yutaner announced her need to visit the restroom, and a waitress promptly escorted her there. Cheng Cheng noticed the phone still resting on the table, and out of curiosity, he picked it up. To his surprise, there was only one contact in the WeChat app, a recently added friend with the alias, Old Man Little You. No rush. I just deceived someone out of a phone, and tomorrow I shall trick you into giving me another. See how generous I am. Old man, you must exercise caution. What if that young rascal has some tricks up his sleeve? Little Yun, then I shall shatter his skull. Old man, in such a crowded place. Isn't it rather reckless to go about bursting heads indiscriminately? Little Yun, no worries, I never specified which head to burst. If he is disrespectful to me, well, he might just find out. Little Yin, a small head, no one would ever notice. As Cheng Cheng perused the venomous exchanges, he found it difficult to reconcile the visage of Billionaire with such treacherous words. Did you just sneak a peek at my phone? Chapter 89, The Fish Bites. No. How could I? Am I the sort of person who would do that? Cheng Cheng chuckled as he explained. Surely, you wouldn't dare. Where'd I sleep tonight? Billionaire said playfully as she popped a skewer of grilled meat into her mouth. Shall I book a hotel for you? Cheng Cheng retorted, furrowing his brow. Though he had gleaned from their brief interaction that this woman was rather carefree, he never anticipated her to be quite so nonchalant. Are you suggesting I sleep on the streets? Billionaire pouted, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Cheng Cheng. I was merely teasing. Do not take it to heart. Upon entering the hotel, he spotted Lu Xiao and Yu Nai seated on the lobby sofa, their brows furrowed in concern. See, I told you he'd be fine. Look at you all, fretting so much you can't even eat. Yet there he was, with a lovely young lady in his arms. Indeed, she appeared even more enchanting than any of them. Su Weiniang scrutinized Billionaire closely, and even when compared to Yunai and Lu Xiao, she seemed to possess an unmatched beauty. Curiosity piqued. She wondered where Cheng Cheng had found such a stunning girl. She was simply breathtaking. At that moment, Cheng Cheng realized that amidst the mountains there was no signal, and his phone was nearly overwhelmed by their calls. Thus, he quickly interjected, please don't misunderstand. She is merely a new friend I made. I was occupied with some matters outside, hence my lack of response. Cheng Cheng glanced at Billionaire, silently hoping she would not act out at this inopportune moment. However, Billionaire clung to Cheng Cheng's arm, her voice sweetly coaxing. But brother just said he would care for his sister for a lifetime. How is she now? Just a new acquaintance. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes brimmed with tears. Cheng Cheng, how could you be so cruel? You would deceive such a lovely girl. Su Weiniang exclaimed, pulling Yutane closer. Yunai bit her lip, a complex expression on her face, clearly displeased. Yutane, Inuk, no one wishes to indulge your whims endlessly. If you consider me a fool to toy with, then you are free to leave. Cheng Cheng owes you nothing. I can seek guidance elsewhere. I refuse to believe that your family is the only one in all of Huaxia. With that, Cheng Cheng declared emphatically, before elegantly departing in front of them. Billionaire was momentarily taken aback, having never expected the jest to go too far, and hurriedly began to explain herself to Lu Xiao and the others. Cheng Cheng was not genuinely angry. He merely intended to caution Billionaire against jesting inappropriately. Although he had an affinity for beautiful women, he had no desire to be a sycophant, especially not when funds were low. In today's world, wealth and strength abound, and there is no shortage of beautiful women. Thus, there is no need to cling desperately to a single opportunity. Upon returning to his room, Cheng Cheng sent a message to Yunai, requesting her company to accompany Yu Tanner in purchasing a mobile phone the following day. He was resolute in his commitments, especially since finances were not an issue at present. Moreover, he had to contend with Bai Yumin the next day, who likely had inquiries stemming from the jadeite raw stone sales. It appeared that Bai Baoshan's injuries were quite severe, as it was only in dire need of funds that he would seek Cheng Cheng out so late. Cheng Cheng did not connect with any acquaintances and enjoyed a restful sleep, only visiting Bai Yumin's jade shop the next day. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Bai Yumin hurried over, displaying an impeccable service attitude. Mr. Cheng, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. After contemplating the matter all night, I believe your proposal is quite feasible. Therefore, I am pleased to inform you that I am willing to accept your partnership with our jade shop. Bai Yumin promptly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, glanced at the teacup but did not take it. What did Mr. Bai say? You are willing to accept me? He chuckled lightly. Oh, forgive my blunder. It should be that I am honored to join your establishment. It is indeed a privilege for us. Bai Yumin explained with a grin. Cheng Cheng replied with a smile. I apologize, but the price I quoted yesterday stands. However, you did not agree, and should you miss this opportunity, it may never present itself again. I believe Mr. Bai is aware that numerous merchants sought me out yesterday, and now I have options. What advantages does your shop offer that would persuade me to choose you? Cheng Cheng understood that this old fox was exceedingly cautious. Those who navigate the business world are astute individuals, and an immediate agreement would raise suspicions. If one must act, they should do so in full measure. Half-hearted efforts yield little satisfaction. Bai Yumin awkwardly smiled, feeling reassured that Cheng Cheng was not a charlatan. Yet, he also knew that his shop's advantage over others lay in its prime location and favorable foot traffic. However, Cheng Cheng aimed to establish a jade empire, requiring only a supplier of raw materials. This diminished Bai Yumin's advantages considerably, especially since Bai Baoshan needed nearly 10 million for medical expenses. Without securing these funds, his son would face dire consequences. Would you consider revising your offer? Bai Yumin tentatively inquired. Cheng Cheng, not wishing to conceal his intentions any longer, recognized the moment had come to cast a compelling lure. To speak plainly, we require a substantial quantity of jade raw materials, at least several billion annually. Thus, acting as an intermediary may not be in your best interest. Bai Yumin was well aware of Cheng Cheng's intentions to eliminate the intermediary step to avoid profit margins. Yet, he hoped to glean some benefit from the arrangement. Otherwise, there would be little profit to be made. Rest assured, I will provide you with a 1% commission on every batch of jade raw materials. That is quite substantial. One mustn't be overly greedy, Cheng Cheng reassured, patting Bai Yumin on the shoulder. After a moment of careful contemplation, Bai Yumin realized that this commission could yield him over 1 million annually, which would indeed suffice for his needs. It must be said, this young man was astute. Typically, one cannot circumvent the intermediary stage. In essence, Bai Yumin is currently in a state of urgency to rescue her son. Otherwise, she would not have so readily compromised. All right, no problem. If you could handle the necessary procedures in the next few days, I shall accompany you to Myanmar, Bai Yumin inquired with a smile. No way, I'm not going. Everyone knows that place is beyond the reach of even the king of hell. If they come for us, there will be no discussion. What if you all get captured and I end up as a piglet? I must remain vigilant, Cheng Cheng remarked as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Bai Yumin nodded quickly before turning to enter the office. To be honest, she had indeed been contemplating the notion of deceiving such a plump pig. The commission at stake was worth far more than this trifling sum, primarily due to Cheng Cheng's audacity, which left her feeling quite displeased. Fortunately, Cheng Cheng had remained cautious. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yumin emerged with her phone in hand. President Cheng, my boss is seeking you. Chapter 90. The world is a grand illusion. Cheng Cheng did not immediately answer the call, but instead squinted as he scrutinized Bai Yumin for a moment, sensing that her capitulation seemed overly simplistic. It did not align with her identity. Someone capable of relocating an entire family to a distant city must possess exceptional counter-surveillance skills, or else Sister Boo would have had no trouble tracking them down. Caution was paramount. Bai Yumin smiled, assuming Cheng Cheng was reluctant for her to overhear, thus bending slightly. Please, this way. The office offers greater privacy. Only then did Cheng Cheng rise and walk into the office, where Bai Yumin handed him the phone and securely closed the door. Upon receiving the call, Cheng Cheng coldly greeted, "Hello?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat altered. "Hello, I am General Zhang. Are you the one interested in opening the Emerald City? How should I address you?" "I am Su Hao. You may call me President Su." Cheng Cheng instinctively responded, aware that revealing his true name might be precarious. "President Su, could you kindly provide the full name of your company? After all, we are uncertain of your capabilities," General Zhang inquired with a smile. "You need not worry about the financial aspects. However, if discussions are to commence, they must take place within the country. Primarily, your location raises concerns for me," Cheng Cheng replied, deliberately lowering his voice as he activated the recording function on his phone, curious to see if Bai Yumin would surreptitiously record the conversation. Sensing no recording, he exhaled in relief, yet remained cautious. "Rest assured, President Su, we have no intention of jeopardizing financial matters. If there is profit to be made, we shall be allies. Should you come, we will certainly ensure your safety. You may not be aware, but we have control over the jade market in Pakong, and we maintain partnerships with those inside. This place is renowned as a paradise for jade, and we can guarantee both the quality and quantity of emeralds. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, one must treat others with sincerity. Do you not think it is fair for you to demonstrate a corresponding sincerity to us?" Initially, Cheng Cheng harbored some skepticism, but upon hearing those words, he was convinced that the person on the other end was undoubtedly up to no good. What is the significance of the Pekin market? It is claimed that it is under his control. How could a powerful figure from Myanmar personally reach out to him? Bai Yumin is merely an ordinary businessman. How could he possess such influence? The only plausible explanation is that he seeks to deceive Cheng Cheng into becoming a pawn in his scheme. President Bai. Everyone has their principles. Mine is that all transactions must occur domestically. Myanmar is not safe, and I cannot afford to take such risks. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall end our conversation here. If you wish to discuss further, you may come to my country, and I will converse with you at length. Otherwise, all negotiations are off. After hanging up, Cheng Cheng exited the Jade trading house. Bai Yumin, upon witnessing Cheng Cheng's demeanor, realized that his machinations might have been uncovered. He had not anticipated that this young man, in his 20s, would exhibit the cunning of a seasoned fox. The root of this situation lay in Cheng Cheng's confidence. With wealth in his possession, he found no reason to engage in perilous ventures. Those lured into the park were, in essence, individuals who believed in the illusion of easy fortune. The money in question could very well be the bounty earned from selling those unsuspecting pawns. Cheng Cheng never subscribed to the notion of serendipitous windfalls. His years delivering takeout exposed him to many unsavory characters. The nature of human relationships is often duplicitous. Even those bound by blood can betray, let alone strangers. Bai Yumin grew increasingly anxious, having presumed his plan was flawless, yet he had underestimated Cheng Cheng. Currently, an urgent sum was required for his son's medical expenses, and he had recently researched prosthetic options, discovering that even basic prosthetics could cost several $100,000, albeit appearing evidently counterfeit and lacking unique features. Upon returning to the hotel, Cheng Cheng promptly shared the information he had gathered over the past few days with Sister Boo. Rest assured, Sister Boo, I witnessed it firsthand. To avoid misidentification, I even ventured into their store, but they have since changed its name, so it is understandable that you may not find it immediately. Cheng Cheng hurriedly explained. Silence lingered on the other end of the line, and Cheng Cheng sensed an unsettling atmosphere. I had considered the possibility of their connection with individuals in northern Myanmar. It would be foolish to overlook those border cities. To be candid, I have sent people to Chengcheng more than once. I visit at least 10 times a year. Sister Boo's voice conveyed urgency. Chengcheng is vast. Perhaps I was simply fortunate to stumble upon it. Cheng Cheng admitted, feeling that his explanation was somewhat tenuous. Bai Yumin's jade business had evidently been established for years. If one truly sought it, finding it should not pose a challenge. No, that is impossible. The reason I could not uncover any leads before is solely due to an informant within my ranks. Sister Boo took deep breaths, attempting to regain her composure. In the next moment, the sound of a shattered cup echoed through the phone. Do you have any idea how I have endured over these years? I have hidden in the depths of this dark market, spending my entire fortune, all in pursuit of leads regarding my son. How could these people vanish without a trace, leaving no clues behind? I had previously harbored doubts, prompting me to make a special trip to Chengcheng and Ruicheng, 2 cities adjacent to the border. I have come to a realization. I now know who the traitor is. Those seemingly casual invitations to certain locations were, in fact, part of a meticulously crafted scheme. What has my son Zhao Qingquan done to incur such animosity? Why must he be subjected to this torment? Surely, if they seek his demise, there ought to be a rationale behind it. One can only fathom the anguish of a mother searching for her son for over a decade, particularly upon the unsettling discovery that there is a traitor among those close to her. Any individual would find their emotions unraveling under such circumstances. However, Cheng Cheng is equally perplexed. The adversary does not covet wealth, nor does it seek Zhao Qingquan's life, but rather seems intent on subjecting him to deliberate torment. What could their objective possibly be? I must now attend to some family matters, so I shall take my leave for now. Chapter 91. The Unexpected Visit from Qianjiahao. City. Sister Boo ended the call and swiftly drafted a list. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for many years, Sister Boo possesses formidable capabilities. She promptly dispatched trusted confidants to notify those on the list, commanding their presence at the black market today for critical discussions. Yet, despite her meticulous planning, a loose end remained, and a fish managed to slip through the net, catching wind of the situation. Mr. Qian, you must come to my aid. Sister Boo is not to be trifled with. Upon receiving the call, Qian Jiahao furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. How had they remained undetected for so long, only to face complications today? At this very juncture, who else could be responsible but that brat? He was entirely unprepared for the notion that Cheng Cheng had established contact with Sister Boo, and now the situation had spiraled beyond control. At this point, you should know what course of action to take. Your family need not worry, for I shall ensure their well-being. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Qian. After hanging up, Qian Jiahao leaned back against the sofa, pressing his temples. Old man, If Cheng Cheng continues to provoke me, I shall have no choice but to show no mercy. Meanwhile, in Chengqing, the jade auction was about to commence. Cheng Cheng sought out Lu Xiao to accompany him to the rented stone inspection venue. Securing a location was relatively straightforward, as many flocked to Chengqing specifically for the procurement of jade rough stones. In such a scenario, even if one were to draw attention, there would be ample distance to evade capture. After thoroughly inspecting the venue and meeting with the guarding bodyguards to confirm everything was in order, he finally felt at ease. Observing Cheng Cheng's earnest demeanor, Lu Xiao could not suppress her curiosity. Why are you so cautious today, handling everything yourself? There could be no room for error this time. I am prepared to give my all, making this endeavor of utmost importance to me, Cheng Cheng earnestly explained. How much do you plan to spend on jade rough stones? Lu Xiao pressed further. I currently have around 2 billion, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I intend to invest it all in purchasing jade rough stones. Cheng Cheng smiled at Lu Xiao's inquisitive expression. She assumed he was jesting and did not take it seriously. For no one would wager their entire fortune on a gamble in a single day, unless they were utterly mad. Upon returning to the hotel, Cheng Cheng casually consumed a light meal before intending to rest and rejuvenate for the upcoming jade auction the following day. At the break of dawn, he summoned Lu Xiao and Yunai, only to be surprised by the unexpected presence of Yitanner. Meanwhile, Su Weining had mysteriously vanished. However, as the daughter of a gem appraisal master, her whereabouts were hardly anyone's concern. The commencement of the jade auction attracted a plethora of visitors, rendering the streets of Chengqing bustling with activity from early morning. Yet, the most striking sight was undoubtedly Cheng Cheng and his companions, each woman more enchanting than the last. One couldn't help but remark on the stark contrast of fortune, the drought-stricken and the flood-ridden. In this auction, participants were categorized based on their assets, primarily to enhance the consumer experience. After all, profit hinged on the spending of the affluent. Ordinary individuals might spend tens of thousands, while the wealthy tycoons would casually part with hundreds of thousands, even millions. Thus, the scales of wealth were distinctly disparate. Participation in the jade auction required a security deposit. Lu Xiao had already submitted the deposit on behalf of everyone a few days prior, which typically amounted to 500,000 yuan per person. However, she had contributed 1 million, seemingly due to Cheng Cheng's assets exceeding 100 million, a factor influencing the asset-based categorization. Having assets beyond 100 million also conferred the privilege of attending the VIP-level jade auction. The VIP auction not only boasted a superior environment, but also featured higher quality materials. The jade was categorized according to varying levels of consumer expenditure. Upon entering the VIP room, dozens of substantial jade pieces were displayed at the center, undoubtedly commanding a hefty price. It is worth noting that 90 of materials at the jade auction are semi-transparent, and among these were prized specimens such as the old pit glass jade and the imperial green jade. Cheng Cheng even felt a fleeting impression that imperial green jade had become somewhat commonplace. Using his X-ray vision, he discerned that the imperial green only exhibited a thin layer of green on the surface, with the interior being predominantly white. This could indeed lead to substantial financial loss. The bidding process here was divided into two types. The first was the blind bid, where bidders filled out their issued number, name, auction number, and bid price on a designated form. Once completed, they would submit it into the corresponding bid box for the item. During the reveal, the winning bidder and their bid price were announced based on the auction item number, with blind bids accounting for over 80 of the jade materials. The second type was the open bid, where all participating merchants gathered in the hall, akin to an auction, as the auctioneer announced the item numbers. Bidders would then take turns offering their bids, with the highest bid deemed the winner, constituting less than 20 of the items. The proceedings commenced with the blind bids. Shortly after entering the venue, Cheng Cheng spotted a somewhat familiar foreigner. It was indeed Jack. This could pose a problem, as Jack was not financially constrained. How would they compete? Spotting Cheng Cheng, Jack greeted him with a smile. "Hi, my friend. Long time no see. I knew you would come." Cheng Cheng chuckled. "Now that you're here, how are we supposed to bid on these jade materials?" "Do not speak so, for my visit this time is entirely to observe your performance. Rest assured, I shall not be too excessive," Jack remarked, as his large hands descended upon the assistant's ample form, violating her personal space with unabashed fervor. "My previous success was merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat." Cheng Cheng exchanged a few pleasantries before following Lu Xiao to his designated seat. Hearing Jack's words, Cheng Cheng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Otherwise, engaging in bidding would have been futile, as here, wealth dictated one's authority. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao gently patted Cheng Cheng's shoulder, prompting him to gaze in the direction she indicated. Where he beheld a familiar visage, Qian Jiahao had also arrived. When had this fellow come to Tongqing? He had not been seen for days. I am not certain. He may have just arrived, Lu Xiao casually remarked. As it turned out, Qian Jiahao had indeed just landed in Tongqing that morning, intent on targeting Cheng Cheng. The moment Cheng Cheng laid eyes on Qian Jiahao, an ominous premonition stirred within him. It was known that all prior clues pointed toward the Qian family, and he had only just communicated with Sister the day before. Why had Qian Jiahao suddenly appeared today? Was there perhaps a connection? Nonetheless, Cheng Cheng found it difficult to associate Qian Jiahao with those from northern Myanmar, considering the considerable distance separating the city from northern Myanmar. Even if the Qian family possessed formidable influence, it was unlikely that their reach extended overseas. Once everyone was in position, the auctioneer struck the gavel, officially commencing the Jade Auction. Chapter 92. Jade Auction, the boisterous Qian Jiahao. The dark bidding typically lasted several days, allowing jade merchants to continue participating as long as the bidding remained unopened. Cheng Cheng scrutinized the jade materials numbered 1, 3, 6, and 8 with his X-ray vision. They were barely acceptable, while the rest were utterly unremarkable. Although most were semi-transparent, many could only yield a hint of green. Thus, Cheng Cheng casually placed a few million as a token gesture, reserving his focus for the open bids. After approximately half an hour, it was finally time for the open bidding. In Tongqing, successful bids in open auctions typically required public stone reveals, primarily because the jade auction sought to showcase exceptional pieces to enhance its reputation. Everyone was aware that gambling on stones could lead to ruin or fortune with a single cut. Each year, during this juncture of the jade auction, numerous individuals faced catastrophic losses, some collapsing under the weight of their despair, while others suffered complete financial ruin, resulting in shattered families and even madness. After all, many reckless individuals wagered their entire fortunes and lives, Cheng Cheng included. However, with the aid of his X-ray vision, he was assured of victory. With so many adverse outcomes looming, it was essential to evoke a sense of positivity and good fortune. Otherwise, they would be deprived of even a single exceptional piece of jade. This year, the jade auction would face criticism. Hence, the officials were anxious, as featuring quality jade would attract more visitors for the next auction. The first auction jade stone, a semi-transparent piece sourced from the Myanmar Masa Quarry, commenced with a starting price of 30 million. This is officially certified. Generally, venues do not engage in deception, for that would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. What the officials seek is precisely the spectacle. This is a piece of high-quality, semi-transparent jadeite, characterized by its notable transparency and rich saturation of color. For instance, this jadeite before us appears exquisitely refined, pure, and flawless, boasting a vibrant and authentic hue. Furthermore, considering its substantial size, it is worth at least 50 million. 35 million, 37 million, 40 million. Cheng Cheng, with his unique perspective, discerned that this was a piece of old pit glass jadeite, which possesses a strikingly intuitive feature. Under the naked eye, one can perceive a hint of fluorescence, a phenomenon referred to by connoisseurs as the glow. Of course, only Cheng Cheng could see it, as others lacked such insight. Given that this is indeed old pit glass jadeite, its price is destined to rise significantly. Witnessing the escalating bids, Cheng Cheng promptly exclaimed, 60 million. He leaped from 40 million to 60 million, attracting the attention of various guests in the VIP section. It is important to note that these individuals were seasoned patrons, with few newcomers gracing the scene. Upon noticing Cheng Cheng's bid, Jack wore a broad smile, which sent chills down Cheng Cheng's spine. It is said that wealthy foreigners tend to be quite indulgent, whether this is true or not. Cheng Cheng would never entertain the notion. As the wildflowers outside bloomed brilliantly, there was no need to covet a mere chrysanthemum. Qian Jiahao, upon seeing Cheng Cheng raise his bid, was equally unwilling to concede. If it came down to financial might, the Qian family was not lacking in resources either. 80 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, for this was merely a piece of semi-transparent jadeite, and the bidding for the first raw jade had soared to 80 million. Surely, the subsequent bids would skyrocket further. This jadeite before us could easily be valued at 1 billion, with potential for even greater appreciation. Thus, Cheng Cheng raised his bid once more. 90 million, 95 million. Qian Jiahao, not to be outdone, immediately matched Cheng Cheng's bid, clearly intent on outmaneuvering him. Oh, so this is how we play, is it? The Qian family truly lives up to its name, with wealth and audacity that set them apart. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but applaud. Ha ha ha, naturally. Those lacking strength should refrain from challenging us in the Qian family. That would be a disgrace to themselves. Qian Jiahao boasted loudly. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Cheng Cheng glanced at the second auction item, the imperial green he had noticed earlier, and a smile crept upon his lips. If they wished to engage in this game, he was more than willing to accompany them to the end. We congratulate this esteemed bidder on successfully acquiring this piece of jadeite raw stone. Let us invite Mr. Qian to the stage for the unveiling. The operator announced with a smile. Subsequently, Qian Jiahao stepped into the stone unveiling area under the gaze of the crowd, activating the stone-cutting machine. With a flash, he splashed water onto the raw stone, revealing to all a piece of old pit glass jadeite. What keen eyesight! This is a remarkable piece of old pit glass jadeite. Despite the exorbitant price, it has not faltered. I truly admire this. The exuberance of youth and wealth certainly provided him with confidence. As Qian Jiahao basked in the flattery of the audience, a triumphant smile adorned his face. He cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Cheng, as if to convey that competing with him would only lead to ruin. After the conclusion of the first auction item, the auctioneer presented the second item before the crowd. It is well known that imperial green is the finest among jadeite. This particular piece, visible to the naked eye, showcased remarkable quality, coupled with its substantial size. Its value was incalculable, especially since it originated from the renowned mines of Myanmar, leading to an opening bid of 130 million. As the auctioneer's hammer struck once more, several bidders eagerly prepared to participate. Imperial green, old son, don't compete with me for this one. It's clearly an imperial green. Are you afraid to take the risk? I'm not competing. Isn't it possible that the material could collapse during cutting? Old Wong, you should tread carefully. Fortune favors the bold, yet I'd rather be the one who feasts well. 150 million, 170 million. It must be said, the bidders present exhibited formidable prowess. Cheng Cheng recalled that during his last visit to the jadeite auction, the highest bid was merely 200 million. Yet here, by the second item, the bid had already escalated to 170 million. The allure of gambling stones truly drove people to madness. Cheng Cheng initially believed Qian Jiahao would continue raising the stakes. But to his surprise, Qian seemed disinterested. Thus, Cheng Cheng tentatively called out a bid, feeling quite apprehensive. What if Qian Jiahao chose not to bid again? That would mean the piece would fall into his hands. 190 million. However, Cheng Cheng's gamble paid off. Qian Jiahao was indeed fixated on him. Upon hearing the new bid, Qian Jiahao immediately rose, shouting, 250 million. Today I, Qian, will play to the end. Come on, keep bidding. With Qian Jiahao's declaration, Cheng Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Lu Xiao grew anxious. Noticing her almost about to shout, Cheng Cheng quickly covered her mouth. What are you doing? Lu Xiao looked at him puzzled. Please do not bid. Whoever does will be the one to suffer. Cheng Cheng whispered softly in her ear. If only I had the money, this imperial green would certainly be mine. Cheng Cheng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he watched Qian Jiahao. At that moment, Qian Jiahao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. A poor wretch would always remain a poor wretch. No matter how hard you strive, in the eyes of Qian, you will always be but a destitute fool. Chapter 93. The clear imperial green crushed 260 million. Everyone present was well aware that this was a definitive high-stakes affair. Jack looked at Cheng Cheng with admiration in his eyes, saying, Mr. Cheng, if you fancy it, I can purchase it for you as a gift. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in murmurs. A treasure worth nearly 300 million. Casually gifted? How extravagant. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. This foreigner might indeed be infatuated with this person. Who can say for certain? Let us wait and see. At this moment, Lu Xiao and her companions regarded Cheng Cheng with newfound interest. Yuten, with a playful smile, remarked, Someone has taken a liking to you. Not bad. You have the potential to be a kept man. Stop joking. Cheng Cheng was utterly astonished that Jack would consider purchasing this raw stone as a gift for him. From this perspective, it certainly appeared somewhat ambiguous. In truth, Jack was not a fool. The stone was a high-quality imperial green jadeite, and it was quite substantial in size. Most individuals present were optimistic about its value. Anyone with a modicum of wealth would be inclined to take a chance. The allure of exquisite imperial green jadeite was simply irresistible. Qian Jiahao, with his leg crossed, shrugged his shoulders and ceased to speak. Are there any more bids from our esteemed guests? The operator inquired with a melodious voice. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Cheng Cheng sighed, feeling a twinge of frustration. What was Jack doing, frivolously shouting out prices without a care? Was he so affluent that he had nothing better to do? On the surface, it appeared he was lavishly spending in hopes of eliciting a smile from Cheng Cheng. In reality, it was quite the foolish endeavor. Just as the operator was about to strike the auction hammer, Qian Jiahao raised his hand and declared 270 million. Instantly, Cheng Cheng's worries dissipated. Observing that Jack was still eager to raise the bid, Cheng Cheng intentionally cleared his throat a few times. Ahem, Jack, in our culture, we have a saying, a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Since Mr. Qian seems so fond of this jadeite, why not let him have it? I would rather not owe you such a significant favor. What did a gentleman does not take away what others cherish mean? Jack's voluptuous companion whispered a few words into his ear. Jack nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I did not expect Mr. Cheng to remain unmoved by such a generous gift. Thus, I shall honor your request and let this jadeite go to this gentleman. Upon hearing this, Qian Jiahao erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Mr. Cheng must be worried about his well-being tonight. This remark ignited a chorus of laughter among the crowd. At that moment, Jack's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure, and Cheng Cheng subtly gestured for him to remain calm. With the gavel strike, the second auction item, the high-quality imperial green jadeite, was ultimately secured by Qian Jiahao. Following the operator's guidance, Qian Jiahao ascended the stage to unveil the stone. It was known to be a high-quality imperial green jadeite. The surface displayed a pure, vibrant green, with an exceptional probability of a substantial increase in value. Many journalists and merchants in the audience eagerly aimed their phones at the scene, wishing to capture the moment of unveiling this exquisite imperial green jadeite. As the flashes continued to illuminate the room, Qian Jiahao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He was delighted to participate in this jade auction. Securing this high-quality imperial green jadeite was not only due to the Qian family's formidable heritage, but also to my discerning eye. Those who wish to oppose the Qian family should reconsider their own standing. Attempting to challenge us would be tantamount to courting disaster. Judging by the weight of this jadeite, its value far exceeds 300 million. Let's witness this splendid moment together. With his speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Cheng Cheng clapped fervently as well. The higher one rises, the harder they may fall. The most perilous aspect of bidding is succumbing to impulse. Being led by emotions makes one susceptible to exploitation by others. Yonai gazed at Cheng Cheng with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Didn't you desire this uncut stone? Why do I sense that you seem quite pleased now?" Lu Xiao beckoned Yonai closer and whispered, "Cheng Cheng is rather astute. He will not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. We shall see shortly." To be frank, Lu Xiao was also uncertain why Cheng Cheng exuded such confidence, especially given that this was a piece of high-quality imperial green jadeite, which had a significant probability of not being compromised during cutting. Otherwise, it would not command such a lofty price. Yet, her intuition urged her to trust Cheng Cheng. Qian Jiahao proceeded with great caution in his cutting, unlike the previous piece that had been sliced with such finesse. After all, this was a high-quality imperial green jadeite, a treasure of resplendent gold hue, so it warranted a careful approach. Most importantly, Qian Jiahao relished the pretentious air that accompanied this endeavor. As the cutting machine halted, everyone stood on tiptoe, eager not to miss this monumental moment. "Everyone, Qian Jiahao, shall host a banquet shortly to treat you all to a meal," he proclaimed with a smile, casually scooping a ladle of water to wash the cutting surface. However, the ensuing revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. How could there be nothing? The cutting surface was blank and devoid of any jade, not even a single strand of fiber. This was a piece of imperial green jadeite purchased for 270 million. The absence of any yield was unbearable for anyone, despite the Qian family's substantial wealth. Qian Jiahao's expression resembled one who had just tasted something revolting. Journalists swiftly aimed their cameras at Qian Jiahao, eager for sensational headlines. They were less concerned about the jadeite's quality and more intrigued by the spectacle of spending 270 million on a worthless stone. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Qian, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. Spending such a fortune on a worthless rock. Ha ha ha." Cheng Cheng could not suppress his laughter. "Are you certain this is jadeite from the Pakal mine? I've spent so much, and there's not even a single fiber to be found. Are you jesting with me?" Qian Jiahao bellowed, gripping the operator's collar in anger. "We possess all the necessary documentation. You may verify it. Besides, it's not entirely devoid of value. There's indeed a thin layer of imperial green on the surface, the operator replied. This remark elicited laughter from the audience. That meager layer of imperial green is hardly useful. Crafting a bracelet from it would be a challenge. Fortunately, I refrained from making a bid. But to think that even this high-quality imperial green jadeite could fail. Truly, what abysmal luck. Earlier, this young man had been impressive. Had he not advised the foreign gentleman, Mr. Qian, might have escaped this debacle. Qian Jiahao was acutely aware that he had no grounds to complain. Gambling stones inherently involve risk and acceptance of loss. Yet, the disparity was simply too stark. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled Cheng Cheng's fervent warnings to Jack. I see now. You're quite clever. Just wait. Mr. Qian, if you cannot afford to lose, why partake in a game? I have done nothing wrong. The nature of gambling is that one wins and loses. Surely, you understand this principle? All right, you have bested me today. Qian Jiahao retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. At this moment, the journalists were practically thrusting their cameras into his face. Enough! Stop filming. Qian Jiahao's furious shout resonated through the entire venue like thunder. He had lost all interest in the subsequent auction item. Just moments ago, he had confidently made bold declarations, only to find himself utterly humiliated. It felt akin to receiving a resounding slap in public, leaving him with no place to hide. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow and, noticing Cheng Cheng's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed as if everything was within his grasp. Although Lu Xiao was well aware of Cheng Cheng's extraordinary discernment in the realm of jade gambling, describing it as almost supernatural, this was a piece of imperial green jadeite. Thus, she quietly inquired, how did you know this piece of jade would fail? Cheng Cheng smiled and replied, intuition. Lu Xiao shot him a disbelieving glance. She found it hard to accept that one's intuition could be so eerily accurate. Soon, it was time for the third auction item. This was a rough stone, known to originate from the renowned Munin mine, famous for its uniform and vibrant jadeite. The raw material exhibited noticeable speckled cotton and relatively few cracks. With a starting price of 10 million. After the auctioneer announced the item, the crowd began to call out bids, though the increments were noticeably slower. The recent failure of the imperial green jade had left many apprehensive about the quality of this jade auction. 13 million. Old Chun, be cautious. What if you end up with another worthless stone? That's unlikely. I don't believe it's that cursed. Although the merchants spoke with bravado, their hearts were tinged with worry, and they regretted their bids almost immediately, feeling the need to justify their decisions in the face of pride. The official staff also sighed in response to the atmosphere. Cheng Cheng squinted at the rough stone for a moment, watching as the thick layer of material gradually vanished, revealing a piece of purple jadeite. His heart raced. If he was not mistaken, this purple jade was likely royal purple jade, while green jade is prized for its value. Purple jade holds a status of respect. The color saturation of this jade was exceedingly high, with a rich and pure hue. Its luster radiant and exuding an air of opulence, truly a masterpiece. Moreover, given its substantial size, its value was incalculable, estimated to be worth at least 200 million. Observing that the crowd hesitated to bid, Cheng Cheng steadied himself and called out, 15 million. Those who frequently employed their discerning vision knew that finding treasure among rough stones, betting small to gain large, was the most exhilarating pursuit. That fellow has bid again, raising the price of the rough stone by 2 million in one go. Is he not afraid of it failing? Perhaps he was simply willing to take a gamble. The crowd murmured among themselves, but refrained from further bidding. Collectively skeptical of the rough stone, the color and quality of this jadeite paled in comparison to the previous imperial green jade. Thus, they maintained a cautious stance. Let us congratulate this gentleman for successfully bidding 15 million for item number 3. Following that, Cheng Cheng, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, approached the appraisal area. He proceeded to cut the jade with utmost caution, even slower than Qian Jiahao had earlier. Isn't it merely a block of rough jade? A single cut should suffice. Yet the process is dragging on. What is this fellow up to? However, Yuten and the audience cast an appreciative glance. As the rough jade gradually diminished, Cheng Cheng halted the jade processing machine and commenced the polishing directly. The entire polishing procedure was excruciatingly slow. I wonder if it could be expedited. What exquisite piece could possibly emerge from just one rough jade? It's akin to concealing one's wife from prying eyes, isn't it? Cheng Cheng paid no heed. After all, in this world, there are plenty of nouveau riche lacking in civility, and it is unnecessary to stoop to their level. When Cheng Cheng finally paused his actions, revealing a hint of purple, the audience gasped in astonishment. Could it be purple imperial jade? This rough material could yield such a treasure? Merchants, officials, and reporters alike couldn't contain their curiosity and flocked closer. Cheng Cheng scooped a handful of water and poured it over the jade. This is royal purple jade. My goodness, this young man has unveiled royal purple jade from his rough material. Royal purple jade is as opulent as its name suggests, boasting a rich and pure hue, high saturation, and excellent luster. Such jade is exceedingly rare and highly coveted, with immense collectible value. After the initial gasp, someone in the audience boldly made an offer. Brother, will you sell this royal purple jade? I'll offer 200 million. Such a substantial amount for just that? Sell it to me. I'll give you 230 million. Truly remarkable, I must say. If you're willing to sell, I could offer 400 million. Jack too could not resist making an offer. His visit to Chengcheng was primarily to secure funds, and this piece of royal purple jade was worth that price. So Cheng Cheng acquiesced. No problem. Once the transaction is completed, this royal purple jade will belong to you. Meanwhile, Qian Jiahao chose not to leave, but rather remained in a corner, observing the unfolding drama. Cheng Cheng, you are quite arrogant, aren't you? Just wait. I'll see if you can still wear a smile. Qian Jiahao smirked coldly, then retrieved his phone and made a call. Upon witnessing the unveiling of royal purple jade, the officials promptly summoned celebration, ringing bells and igniting 10 boxes of fireworks. It was evident to all that another wealthy individual had emerged from this jade auction. Only those who unveil exceptional jade would warrant such a grand display. With the revelation of this remarkable jade, the remaining attendees regained their vigor, all aspiring to become the next millionaire or even billionaire, hoping fortune would smile upon them. Upon returning to his seat, the bidding resumed with Ming Biao's auction. The subsequent pieces presented were rather ordinary, leaving Cheng Cheng somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, it was to be expected. The occurrence of exceptional jade is lamentably rare, and patience is requisite. At that moment, Cheng Cheng's phone incessantly buzzed. Checking his phone, he saw it was a call from Old Yao. Old Yao had been carefully watching over the family, and the sudden influx of calls suggested something was amiss. Thus, under the pretense of visiting the restroom, Cheng Cheng hurried out. What is wrong? What has happened? A group of individuals attempted to abduct Cheng Cheng. Chapter 95, Codename, Wolf. Abduct Cheng Cheng? Where are they taking her? Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired. Cheng Cheng is unharmed. We managed to rescue her. Unfortunately, the kidnappers escaped. They are not ordinary criminals, but rather trained professionals. They wielded daggers, and their combat techniques were lethal, indicative of a meticulously planned and organized abduction. From the moment they entered the campus to their eventual escape, the entire operation was flawlessly executed, and we were overly complacent. Lao Yao's voice grew somber as he elaborated on the situation. They are veterans, and for the kidnappers to slip away right under their noses is a profound humiliation. However, during the scuffle, we observed that they all bore identical tattoos on their arms, a black wolf. Upon confirming that Cheng Cheng was safe, Cheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she is well, we must ensure that next time we capture them. The tattoo you mentioned, I will find a way to investigate it. Rest assured, we shall not allow them to evade capture again. After concluding the call, Cheng Cheng stood still, pondering for a moment. The group led by Lao Yao comprises elite members who have retired from special forces. To infiltrate their vigilant watch so stealthily and escape is not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. Why would such well-trained kidnappers target Cheng Cheng? After some contemplation, he surmised that only Qian Jiahao possessed the capability, yet he doubted Qian Jiahao would be so petty. After all, Sister Bu has long been entrenched in the black market and should have substantial knowledge in this area. Lu Xiao noticed Cheng Cheng's expression and sensed something amiss. Have you encountered a serious issue? Seeing Cheng Cheng's grave demeanor, she presumed the matter must be quite severe. Otherwise, how could he forsake a lucrative opportunity? Nevertheless, for Cheng Cheng, family will always take precedence over wealth. Upon returning to his room, he immediately contacted Sister Bu and informed her of Cheng Cheng's abduction. Upon hearing Cheng Cheng's words, Sister Bu gasped. That tattoo design is likely associated with an organization codenamed Wolf. The members of this organization are not to be trifled with. It is rumored that most of them hail from orphanages devoid of parents and have honed their combat skills to lethal proficiency. Moreover, only a select few can gain access to this organization. How did you incur their wrath? How should I know? It defies logic that they would target Cheng Cheng. After all, she is merely a minor. It is akin to someone taking on a contract to fulfill a task, indifferent to the identity of the target. I will endeavor to inquire on your behalf, but you must exercise caution in the coming days. They will not relent until their mission is accomplished. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. They have arrived? Cheng Cheng cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole, revealing it to be Yunai. He hurriedly opened the door. Yunai entered and closed the door, then wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with tender affection. At that moment, Cheng Cheng noticed a comforting fragrance emanating from Yunai's body. Upon closer inspection, he found himself inexplicably parched. It was noteworthy that Yunai had never worn perfume before. It was surprising that she had opted for such an enticing touch today. "Darling, I've missed you," Yunai pouted playfully. Over the past few days, she had noticed the presence of numerous beautiful women around Cheng Cheng. To capture a man's heart, one must make an effort. Otherwise, if he were to favor another, he would not visit her home. "Are you just hungry?" Cheng Cheng playfully smacked her rounded backside, his palm perfectly covering its curvature. Yunai bit her lip and nodded shyly, her cheeks flushing crimson as she met Cheng Cheng's gaze. "I'm hungry for food, not what you're thinking," he chuckled, lifting her into his arms and carrying her to the bedside. "I know, whatever you desire to eat, you shall have." As he laid her on the bed, he noticed that she was adorned in lace lingerie and a delicate lace top, a sight that was both mesmerizing and distracting. "What are you staring at? It's not for your eyes, you lecher." Yunai shot him a playful glare, hastily tugging the blanket over herself. Cheng Cheng couldn't help but laugh. She dashed into his room dressed like that and then accused him of being a pervert. Perhaps she was the real seductress. In truth, both men and women possess a certain lustfulness, with women particularly drawn to lascivious men, provided they are the object of their affection. The more flirtatious the couple, the harder it becomes to separate them. Such is the nature of love. Cheng Cheng threw back the covers and lunged at her, leading to an unspoken intimacy. Meanwhile, Qian Jiahao learned of their failure and was reprimanding his subordinates in his room. "What use are you? Didn't you claim to be capable? How could you fail at such a trivial task? I can't believe that kid hired a personal bodyguard. I don't care how you do it. The mission must be accomplished. I want him to see no light of day tomorrow." Qian Jiahao was displeased, having spent a considerable amount of money today, all of which seemed wasted. He resolved to unwind at a club that evening. "Rest assured, everything is proceeding according to plan. We will not fail," his subordinates assured him. In reality, Qian Jiahao was not overly concerned about this mission, as his men were trained killers. However, it was imperative that they handled the situation discreetly, leaving no trace behind, which required the expertise of professionals. At the hotel, Yunai had just emerged from the bathroom when a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. "Cheng Cheng, something has happened. Lucy Yao is missing." Chapter 96, Threats. "What?" Cheng Cheng barely had time to put on his shirt before he hurriedly opened the door. Yutong upon seeing the wet-haired Yunai and the bare-chested Cheng Cheng, instantly understood what had transpired moments before, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Lucy Yao is missing. It appears she has been kidnapped, and they left you a letter." Cheng Cheng received the envelope and tore it open. "When you read this letter, Lucy Yao is already in our possession. However, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Our focus is solely on you. As long as you adhere to our instructions, we will not harm her. Yet, this lady is truly beautiful, and if you were to secretly alert the authorities, she would face unspeakable torment tonight. One cannot ascertain whether she could endure it, considering we have over 20 brothers here. In 10 minutes, your phone will receive a text message. Remember to follow its instructions without any hope of evasion, for we are aware of your every move." After reading the letter, it wasn't long before a message from abroad indeed arrived on his phone. It appeared to have seen the envelope. "From this moment, descend to the hotel entrance. I shall send you the address, and you must go alone without any accomplices." Cheng Cheng furrowed his brow. Could they be wolves? Were these not the individuals who kidnapped Cheng Kursin in Jia City? How did they end up in Tingqing? And why have they now taken Lucy Yao? How did he know I had seen the envelope? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Cheng Cheng glanced up at Yu Tanner. However, judging by Yu Tanner's character, she did not seem capable of such actions. Otherwise, she would not have intervened to rescue those girls that night. There was no time for further contemplation. Cheng Cheng quickly donned his jacket and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" "Let me accompany you," Yu Tanner implored, grasping Cheng Cheng's arm. "No need. Just ensure that you protect Yuna here. I fear that a diversion could lead to trouble. Please take good care of her. Thank you." As he stepped out of the hotel, his phone immediately received a second message, also from abroad. Cheng Cheng's first instinct was that someone was tailing him, so he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The hotel's flanks were quite open, offering little cover. Across the street stood a residential building. Although darkness had fallen, many windows remained unlit. It was impossible to discern where the adversary might be hiding. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone to read the message. Mr. Cheng, you indeed are a man of your word. You must now immediately hail a taxi to Tungza village. Upon your arrival, we shall send you a third message. Once again, I emphasize, do not attempt to contact the police or inform anyone of this matter, for your every action is under our surveillance. Soon enough, Cheng Cheng hailed a taxi bound for Tungza village. It seemed an opportune moment to alert the authorities, as no one but the driver would be aware of his actions. Cheng Cheng found it hard to believe that this organization possessed such sinister capabilities, monitoring every move. Just as he reached for his phone, the driver coldly remarked, Mr. Cheng, do you not wish to rescue your friend? Cheng Cheng was taken aback, entirely unprepared for the revelation that the driver was one of them. He glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror, but the mask obscured his features. Recalling the earlier threats, Cheng Cheng raised his fist as large as a sandbag, ready to strike the driver's head. Yet, just as his fist was mere inches from the driver's forehead, the driver uttered words that rendered him unable to act. You may kill me now, but Miss Liu shall undoubtedly endure unimaginable torment in her next life. Given her figure and beauty, I am certain that wherever she goes, many men will vie for her attention. Cheng Cheng let out a cold snort. I am no saint. Why would you assume I would save her? Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. I could very well kill you first. No sooner had he spoken than his iron grip tightened around the driver's neck, causing the driver to slam on the brakes in panic. You may choose not to save her, but should you kill me, your friends and family will not be spared. We will sell them abroad, where they will be forced to entertain countless clients day and night. Just envisioning their lascivious faces fills me with exhilaration. You will surely be enraged then. If you have the guts, kill me now. At this moment, the driver was nearly suffocating. If he could just hold on a little longer, he would surely perish. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng released his grip, recognizing that he could not kill him just yet. If he were to act, it would be to eradicate the entire threat. Once freed, the driver greedily gasped for air and then laughed. Haha, didn't Mr. Cheng exhibit great courage just now? Our target is solely you. As long as you comply, they will remain unharmed. Given the current circumstances, these individuals may not even be able to inflict harm upon him. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tungza village. Shortly after disembarking, Cheng Cheng received a new message. Mr. Cheng, your earlier performance has saddened us. Do not let us down now. My brothers are on the verge of losing control. Please walk to the ancestral hall in Tungza village. It will take you about 10 minutes to reach it by following the village entrance. The surroundings were deserted, and the roads were cloaked in darkness. Cheng Cheng looked up under the faint moonlight and saw a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Tungza village. Vines wrapped around the monument indicated that this was a forsaken settlement. Every step he took henceforth had to be cautious. The sole purpose of bringing him here was to take his life. On this dark, windy night, he proceeded deeper into the village, where the reeds towered over a meter in height and the croaking of frogs echoed from a nearby pond. After approximately 10 minutes, a dilapidated ancestral hall came into view, its splintered wooden door and cobweb-laden beams signaling danger. Cheng Cheng cautiously stepped inside. There, he found a dozen young men cloaked in black, their faces obscured. Liu Xiyue was bound to a central pillar, her attire intact, suggesting she had not suffered any harm. She had merely fainted. Mr. Cheng, how brave you are. We thought you would not come. We were planning to have some fun with Miss Liu. One of the men leaned in close, inhaling deeply. How delightful. Keep your distance. I have honored my promise and arrived. Release her at once. Cheng Cheng bellowed in fury. What is wrong with you? Do you not understand? We are kidnappers. Do you know what that means? If we release her, she will report us, bringing trouble upon us. Only the deceased will forever remain silent. However, I cannot bear the thought of such a stunning young lady meeting her end so soon. Chapter 97. The Rescue of Liu Xiyuan. He then tightly embraced Liu Xiyuan's delicate waist, his eyes half closed, immersing himself in the enchanting contours of her form. Another masked individual whispered softly. At that moment, the wolf loosened his grip and feigned calmness, saying, If you wish for us to release her, it is not impossible. Simply strip completely naked, kneel down, and bow 3 times before me, and we shall set her free. Huh, how can I trust your words? Cheng Cheng scoffed. You don't believe you have any choice? The wolf frowned, drawing a dagger and slicing toward Liu Xiyuan's body. No, in an instant, Liu Xiyuan's clothing was shredded, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin to the air. She was undeniably beautiful. I had never encountered anyone so exquisite in my lifetime. You have one last minute, disrobe, kneel, and bow, and we shall let her go. Otherwise, right before your eyes, ha ha ha. As the wolf spoke, he pressed his face against Lu Siyuan's. Perhaps he exerted too much force, and Lu Siyuan abruptly awoke. Upon seeing the group of masked individuals wielding daggers, she quickly grasped the situation. Cheng Cheng, run. These kidnappers are beasts. Their words cannot be trusted. Lu Siyuan understood that Cheng Cheng was no ordinary person. He had single-handedly battled intoxicated foes at the barbecue stall. Coupled with his extraordinary medical skills, escaping alone would pose little challenge. However, if he insisted on taking her along, it was likely that neither would survive. Damn it. Did I ask for your opinion, you filthy wench? You love to scream, don't you? Soon, you'll be screaming incessantly. The wolf delivered a harsh slap to Lu Siyuan's face. You struck her with your left hand, didn't you? Cheng Cheng narrowed his eyes, questioning. Are you out of your mind? What does it matter which hand I used? Hurry up and kneel and confess, or I'll deal with this filthy woman right in front of you. The wolf, emboldened by his numbers, spoke with a brazen tone. Before taking action, he had already investigated Cheng Cheng's background. To someone untrained in combat, Cheng Cheng appeared to him as nothing more than a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Cheng Cheng, at this moment, can you not think? They never intended to let us go. Lu Siyuan, after speaking, closed her eyes slightly, her long lashes trembling lightly, as crystalline tears began to spill from the corners of her gently closed eyes. They may not possess the means to keep us here. I, Cheng Cheng, have lived a wretched life these past few years. From now on, I wish to embrace a different way of living. Cheng Cheng stood his ground, hands stuffed in his pockets, flashing a grin. The masked individuals before him were momentarily taken aback. Even at death's door, he still tried to appear nonchalant. Take action. No need for a video. Just dispose of this brat. Then right before his eyes, we'll have our fun with this woman. Ha ha ha. Line up, brothers. Everyone gets a share. The wolf shouted with laughter, wholly disregarding Cheng Cheng. As soon as the words fell, dozens of masked figures silently converged like phantoms, brandishing glimmering daggers that reflected cold ruthlessness and determination in their eyes. Cheng Cheng slightly closed his eyes, summoning spiritual energy from his consciousness to channel it into his body. Even if it meant exhausting all his power, he was resolute in his intention to bring Lu Xiao out alive today. In an instant, the masked assailants unleashed their attack like a torrential storm, surrounding Cheng Cheng in an impenetrable net. They then surged towards him en masse. Cheng Cheng's figure flickered as he evaded a blade aimed at him, retaliating with a powerful kick that harnessed a portion of his spiritual energy, amplifying its force severalfold. Although Cheng Cheng had never trained in martial arts, he was adept at kicking, and with his agility at its peak, his opponent's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion. This kick struck the masked man's chest, sending him flying out of the ancestral hall, crashing heavily onto the ground. Swiftly, Cheng Cheng maneuvered through the flurry of blades, each strike executed with the swiftness and precision of lightning. Gradually, those who had attacked lay incapacitated on the ground, leaving only a few masked figures standing. Wild Wolf, something's amiss with this kid. His moves may seem simple, but his strength is somewhat monstrous. With just a punch or a kick, my brothers were sent flying, Wild Wolf thought, astonished. The young man before him, barely in his 20s, possessed such extraordinary strength. Could he be a practitioner of the mystical arts? Contemplating this, Wild Wolf furrowed his brow. But even if he couldn't overpower him, he could still use Lu Xiao as leverage. Thus, Wild Wolf pressed the dagger against Lu Xiao's neck. Kid, what does it matter if you can fight? Shall we have a contest to see if your fists are quicker than my dagger? Brute, is threatening all you know? Cheng Cheng's fists clenched tightly, emanating a palpable aura of menace. What can your threats accomplish? Seeing that Cheng Cheng refrained from attacking, Wild Wolf grew increasingly arrogant. Cheng Cheng, don't mind me. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, she began to struggle violently, inadvertently causing the blade in Wild Wolf's hand to slice her neck. You filthy wench, do you wish to die? Wild Wolf spat. Then, noticing Cheng Cheng's intent to act, he shouted, if you come any closer, I'll stab her. Just as the words left his mouth, a cold gleam shot past Cheng Cheng, striking with precision and power at Wild Wolf's brow. Stunned, Wild Wolf stood motionless, a gruesome hole appearing in his forehead. A moment later, a deafening explosion resonated as his body disintegrated into dust, leaving not even a trace of bone. Unaware of the events unfolding behind her, Lu Xiao was greatly frightened. Cheng Cheng revealed a long-lost smile. He recognized that lethal gleam. It was old Su's arrival. All right, Lu Xiao nodded obediently, gently closing her eyes. Before long, the wound on her neck healed completely. At this moment, Lu Xiao noticed several knife wounds on Cheng Cheng's arm, the injuries appearing dark and ominous. "You've been hurt? You need to treat yourself quickly." Cheng Cheng shook his head. "It's futile. If I could heal it, I would have done so already. This poison is not ordinary. Stay right where you are, or you shall bleed to death." Chapter 98. Taking a Disciple. An elderly man with white hair approached, his hands resting on the air behind him. Indeed, this was the venerable Su. Upon seeing Su's furrowed brow, Lu Xiao assumed he was in league with the kidnappers and positioned herself protectively in front of Cheng Cheng. "What do you intend to do?" Cheng Cheng feebly protested. "Yao Yao. He is an ally. I know him. I had not expected you to possess such fortune, young rascal. If you wish to survive, lie still and do not move," Su instructed, moving closer to Cheng Cheng. He then raised his fingers and pressed them on several acupoints along Cheng Cheng's body. In mere moments, Cheng Cheng felt a noticeable alleviation of his pain. He nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Su stood behind Cheng Cheng and gently pushed forward with his hands, causing a deep, dark blood to erupt from Cheng Cheng's mouth. "This poison targets practitioners. Whom have you offended?" Su inquired, casually uncovering one of the masked assailants, revealing a wolf tattoo on the man's neck. A wolf? Su continued to unveil several more masks, and, as expected, each individual bore the same tattoo. Noting Su's grave expression, Cheng Cheng pressed, "You recognize this organization?" "Naturally. However, it seems these individuals are not practitioners. Otherwise, with your current strength, you would not have been able to overcome them. They must all be eliminated," Su declared before striding toward the entrance of the shrine. Lu Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. Having lived in a bustling metropolis, she had never witnessed such violence. "Cheng Cheng, if we kill them, will we be imprisoned?" she asked, fear creeping into her heart. "Do not worry. They would not dare to report us. You saw for yourself that these men are not virtuous," Cheng Cheng reassured her, patting her shoulder. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the shrine. "Oh no, had I not seen you in peril, I would have dealt with that group outside first, and now they have all escaped," Su lamented, before re-entering the shrine. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he slightly raised his hands. A powerful wave of energy surged from his palms, and the masked men within the shrine were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, showering the ground like a gentle rain. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, causing Lu Xiao's stomach to churn, and she promptly retched. "Why must they all be killed?" Cheng Cheng asked, puzzled. "Young rascal, you have attracted trouble. This organization's members are divided into two categories: ordinary individuals, like those you just fought, and practitioners. In this world, practitioners and ordinary people coexist. Unless they encounter a practitioner, the members of their organization will refrain from striking. We practitioners adhere to a covenant that forbids us from attacking ordinary people. Failing to comply invites the wrath of the Martial Arts Alliance," Su explained with profound significance. Cheng Cheng continued to inquire. "I seem to recall that you took action against those villagers last time. They are merely ordinary folks, are they not? Ah, are they truly human? Would a person engage in the trafficking of underage girls? Such beings are less than animals. I have dispatched a few beasts, which is hardly a transgression. Furthermore, who witnessed my actions? Did you see me?" Old Su, stroking his beard, regarded Cheng Cheng with curiosity. Cheng Cheng hastily shook his head. "Are you suggesting that their organization would send practitioners to hunt me down? What am I to do? You must assist me." "You brat," Old Su scoffed. "The only reason I came to your aid today is because of you, Tanner. If you expect my assistance, think again." With a cold snort, he turned to leave. "If you refuse to help me, the next time they come for me, I shall claim that you orchestrated it. After all, that group lying outside the ancestral hall has fled. They must have seen you." Cheng Cheng was acutely aware of his precarious situation. While he might stand a chance against these ordinary people, facing practitioners would likely not bode well for him. The only person capable of aiding him was Old Su. Upon hearing this, Old Su could not help but smack his forehead. "You rascal, you truly are insufferable. Had I not noticed your dire circumstances, I would have dealt with that group outside first, and we wouldn't be embroiled in this mess." Enduring the pain from his wounds, Cheng Cheng suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Predecessor, you see for yourself that I have not provoked them. They press me relentlessly, even seeking my life. Is it the fate of the good to be trampled upon? Those vile and wicked individuals, simply because they possess wealth and power, believe they can easily extinguish the lives of others? In this vast world, who will advocate for us, ordinary folk?" Old Su remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "I, Cheng Cheng, was once merely a delivery man, yet I now possess remarkable abilities. Should you take me as your disciple, I shall endeavor to eradicate evil and promote good in the world. Those malevolent individuals, who no one dares confront, I shall face. As his words fell, a fierce determination gleamed in Cheng Cheng's eyes. Old Su felt an unsettling chill run down his spine as he perceived the resolve and determination within Cheng Cheng's gaze. Since you have declared so boldly, I shall take you as my disciple. But heed my words closely. With that, Old Su opened his palm to reveal nothing, then raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. A streak of icy light shot forth like lightning, striking the wall of the ancestral hall directly. This icy beam mirrored his previous techniques, yet its power was magnified several-fold. With a resounding crash, a fissure appeared at the center of the wall, spiderwebbing outward before crumbling into dust. Old Su turned to Cheng Cheng and asked, "What do you perceive?" Cheng Cheng smiled, realizing Old Su was testing him. Positioned closely and aided by his enhanced vision, he observed the entire process of the spell casting with clarity. I perceive that you condensed a surge of internal energy within your palm, subsequently manifesting this energy into form. Old Su was quite taken aback, pondering to himself, this lad has grasped what took me 50 years to comprehend with just a glance? Could he be a rare prodigy in martial arts? No, I cannot allow this boy to become too arrogant. Thus, feigning composure, Old Su remarked, "Indeed, that seems to be the case, but remains rather superficial. I recall that it took me a decade of tutelage under my master to master this move. You will likely need at least 20 years. 20 years, you say? Boom. Master, I believe I have mastered it." Chapter 99, The Way of Martial Arts. Suddenly, the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Although it lacked the force of Old Su's strike, it bore a resemblance. Unable to suppress the beads of sweat forming on his brow, Old Su mused, could this lad truly be a genius? I have never seen anyone learn so much from merely observing once. If given time and training, his future cultivation would be immeasurable. However, this boy is rather conceited. I must not allow him to revel in his triumph. Thus, Old Su disdainfully commented, "Is this what you call mastery? The precision is lacking, the force insufficient, and the internal energy too weak. Not nearly enough. Your talent is rather poor. Now, strike me, and I shall gauge your cultivation. Isn't that inappropriate?" Cheng hesitated. What is inappropriate about it? A man shouldn't dither like a woman. If you can injure me, then you have some skill. Old Su declared, hands on his hips. Hurry up. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling light emanated from Cheng Cheng's palm, striking directly at Old Su. The latter appeared momentarily dazed. Master, are you all right? Cheng Cheng asked weakly. Cough, cough. I'm fine. How could I possibly be harmed? Old Su forced a smile despite the pain, inwardly cursing. This boy strikes without warning. How ruthless. That hurt immensely. Your cultivation has evidently progressed. You are likely at the initial stage of the third tier in martial arts. The third tier? What is that? Cheng Cheng queried with curiosity. In our realm of cultivation, abilities vary, and so does combat strength, ranging from the first tier to the ninth, and then onward to master and grandmaster. After hearing Old Su's explanation, Cheng Cheng felt more confused. Isn't this akin to something out of a novel? Are you jesting with me? I have nothing better to do. You should understand that not everything arises from thin air, Old Su retorted with a roll of his eyes. Cheng Cheng became even more curious. So, how can I advance? Old Su glanced at Lu Xiao. She is one of us, reliable, Cheng Cheng explained. As for advancement, every individual has a unique constitution, and the methods and pathways to progress vary accordingly. It is a personal journey that you must feel for yourself. However, combat experience is invaluable for every cultivator. Battling strong opponents will significantly enhance your cultivation. The premise is that you must survive. What appears to be a mere tier difference can, in reality, equate to a disparity of dozens of times in strength. Upon hearing Old Su's words, Cheng Cheng realized that absorbing the spiritual essence from jadeite raw stones and antique artworks might be one of the pathways to elevate his cultivation. Unexpectedly, Cheng Cheng found himself pleasantly surprised at the prospect of embarking on the path of cultivation. Could he truly hope to achieve feats akin to flying through the air with lightness? Old Su nodded affirmatively. After the initial joy, a sense of worry crept into Cheng Cheng's mind. With only a mere third-grade foundational cultivation, how could he protect his family if adversaries sought them out? Old Su waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret. As I mentioned earlier, those who cultivate cannot harm ordinary people, and they are no exception. The target is solely you. Furthermore, as far as I know, you are safe for at least this month, so you must swiftly enhance your abilities during this time. Cheng Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would forever be on guard against potential intruders. Having concluded their conversation, Su vanished into the night. Soon after, Lu Xiao assisted Cheng Cheng outside. As she gazed at his face, she felt a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness. The transformation he had undergone was profound. Cheng Cheng, sensing her unease in the desolate path devoid of streetlights, pulled her closer into his embrace. Do not be afraid. Though I am injured, I can still handle a few ruffians. However, what you have seen and heard tonight must remain a secret. You cannot tell anyone, he said earnestly. Understood. Meanwhile, Yunai grew increasingly anxious as Cheng Cheng failed to return, contemplating calling the police multiple times, only to be thwarted by Yutanner. Their disagreement escalated into a quarrel. Just as Yunai was on the verge of dialing for help, Yutanner snatched her phone away, insisting that they must not alert the authorities. The audacity of those who abducted Lu Xiao from such a grand hotel indicated they were no ordinary individuals. What if they alerted the snake by calling the police? At that moment, Cheng Cheng entered, leading Lu Xiao, who appeared somewhat pale, draped in his coat. Seeing her state, Yunai's heart sank, and tears welled in her eyes, fearing she had suffered unspeakable horrors. Sister Yao Yao, be strong. As long as you are alive, everything can be endured. I will take you to report this. We must preserve the evidence. These fiends must be brought to justice. Lu Xiao looked at her in astonishment. What are you talking about? My clothes were merely torn. Nothing else happened. Cheng Cheng nodded in agreement, prompting Yunai to realize her misstep, and she turned to pour a glass of water. In truth, Lu Xiao's fears stemmed from old Su and the cultivators. After all, she could never forget the sight of those individuals dissipating into mist at a mere wave of his hand. Let's leave today's matters here. You must not mention this to anyone. Yunai, Yutanner, I entrust Lu Xiao to your care tonight. You should keep her company while I step out early tomorrow. Observing Cheng Cheng's serious demeanor, the others nodded in acquiescence. What will you be doing alone? Yunai inquired curiously. I am procuring jade raw stones to establish a jade city. My purpose in Chengcheng is ultimately to generate profit. In truth, Cheng Cheng had conceived a bold idea. For him, the most expedient way to enhance his cultivation would be to absorb the spiritual energy contained within jadeite raw stones. But where could he find the greatest abundance of these stones? Was it the jadeite markets in Chengcheng or perhaps in Ruicheng? The majority of jadeite raw stones were sourced from the mining sites in Myanmar. Having already expressed his intention to establish a jadeite city, why not make the ruse more convincing? To catch a sufficiently large fish, one must employ bait that is commensurate with its size. Chapter 100. The plan to establish the jadeite city tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Qian Jiahao, upon learning of the mission's failure, was instantly filled with rage. What are you all doing? A mere weakling, and yet so many of you have exerted such effort and still failed to resolve this? What if I am discovered? After spending such a fortune, you can't even handle this minor issue? How shameful for professionals like you. The voice on the other end was somewhat subdued. I apologize, but the target's abilities exceeded our expectations. It is beyond the capacity of us ordinary people to address. However, rest assured, we will not let our prey escape. Once we submit our battle report, there will be follow-up on the task. Please bear with us. Qian Jiahao lit a cigar, greedily inhaling. Exceeding your expectations? What does that mean? He was not an ordinary person. He was a cultivator, and behind him stood an even more formidable backing. The losses incurred this time were substantial. To fulfill the mission, they would need to dispatch cultivators from their organization, which meant the price would need to be increased tenfold. Upon hearing this, Qian Jiahao extinguished his cigar. What did you say? Increase it tenfold. Have you all gone mad with greed? He was just a delivery boy. How could he have transformed into a cultivator? The facts were as such. You could independently verify this. Regardless of whether this mission continues, you will need to make up the price difference. Otherwise, be prepared to face the repercussions from our organization. The call ended, and Qian Jiahao smashed the ashtray onto the ground in frustration. Damn, a bunch of ruthless leeches. The following morning, as Cheng Cheng rummaged through his pockets, he discovered the business card that Jack had left behind. If he could enlist Jack's involvement in the investment for the jadeite city, it would undoubtedly attract numerous jade merchants. Perhaps he could indeed reel in a significant catch. However, recalling the peculiar glint in Jack's eyes, Cheng Cheng felt a twinge of apprehension, hoping that Jack was not genuinely interested in men. Thus, he dialed a phone number. When Jack saw an unfamiliar number, his tone was initially aloof. But upon hearing Cheng Cheng's voice, his demeanor brightened instantly. Hey, Mr. Cheng, you finally decided to call me. Jack's enthusiasm made Cheng Cheng feel slightly awkward. Jack, I reached out to you today to inquire about something. I am considering establishing a jadeite city in our homeland, a marketplace dedicated to the trade of jade and jadeite. I wonder if you would be interested in joining? Cheng Cheng tentatively posed his question. Unbeknownst to Jack, he did not hesitate. No problem. With your vision, Mr. Cheng, this Emerald City is bound to prosper immensely in the future. As a businessman, I certainly cannot overlook a lucrative opportunity. However, we must meet in person to discuss this matter in detail. When are you available? I have plenty of free time lately. Perhaps we can meet shortly, but I am quite curious as to why you are not giving this more consideration. A businessman never engages in a losing venture. You cannot possibly have ulterior motives towards me. I am already in a relationship. Cheng Cheng was no fool. He knew that Jack was a genuine, wealthy individual, and such people rarely invest without due diligence. Their acumen exceeds that of 100 ordinary individuals combined. If Jack were indeed interested in him personally, Cheng would rather forego the business altogether. He would never compromise his integrity. How could you think that? I am interested in your capabilities. I, Jack, have always enjoyed cultivating relationships with capable individuals. As the call ended, Cheng discerned faint sounds of rhythmic breathing in the background, likely indicative of morning exercises. After some contemplation, he decided to meet at a bustling cafe in the heart of Emerald Street, a location that would ensure everyone was aware of Jack's intention to collaborate on the Emerald City project. Upon entering Emerald Street, several proprietors of jade shops greeted Cheng. Mr. Cheng, where are you headed? Care to take a look at the new jade arrivals? Cheng smiled and replied, I have an appointment with Jack at the cafe to discuss a significant business deal. I will stop by later to see what you have. Upon hearing this, the shop owners promptly sent their assistants to gather information. Cheng remained in the cafe for about 10 minutes, as patrons gradually filled the space. Neither he nor the others showed any inclination to leave, engaging in animated conversation while continuously refilling their cups. The bewildered server noted that the second floor was empty, yet they insisted on remaining downstairs. These individuals were there to glean information, and Cheng had intentionally chosen the cafe to achieve this effect. After approximately half an hour, Jack arrived, accompanied by his charming secretary. Why did you choose this location? Shouldn't business discussions take place in more private settings? Cheng ordered a cup of coffee and replied, In our culture, there's a saying, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Since we aim to establish Emerald City, we must create a buzz and raise awareness. Indeed, Mr. Cheng, your approach is quite unique, and that is precisely what I admire about you. I have no objections to your initiative to create Emerald City. Simply tell me how much investment you require. Would 10 billion suffice? Jack added 2 sugar cubes to his coffee and stirred gently. The surrounding patrons erupted in astonishment. Many had previously speculated that Cheng might be a fraud, as he had proclaimed his intention to establish Emerald City, yet it was still merely a concept without any tangible progress. In these times, one must remain vigilant against deceit. Cheng Cheng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that his initial investment would amount to a staggering 1 billion. While this sum might suffice in the early stages, as the scale of operations expands, the demand for capital could become substantial, potentially leading to shortfalls. Mr. Cheng, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Jack interjected with a sip of coffee and a smile. The 1 billion I referred to is in US dollars. 1 billion US dollars? When converted at the current exchange rate, that equates to over 60 billion. Who would dare to invest such a hefty sum after only a brief acquaintance? The onlookers hastily relayed the news to their superiors. In an instant, the jade trading houses of Chengcheng erupted in a frenzy.